Chapter 1. The Los Angeles Lakers in the Executive Meeting Room. Scattered across the conference table were various memorabilia, photographs, and cultural artifacts commemorating the triumphant three-peat, exuding an air of glory and pride. However, the Lakers' general manager, Mitch Kupchak, was utterly unconcerned with appearances as he slammed his hands furiously against the table. What on earth is happening? Trade Shaquille O'Neal? Is that Chinese gentleman truly proposing such an absurd scheme? Trade our three-time Finals MVP? Trade the most dominant player in the league? Has he lost his mind? Have we lost ours? Or is the entire world mad? Oh my God. Lakers owner Jerry Buss sat at the head of the table, his expression fluctuating between stormy and calm, remaining silent. The other executives in attendance exchanged bewildered glances. It is essential to note that the recently concluded 2001-2002 season was nothing short of magnificent for the Los Angeles Lakers. Under the guidance of Phil Jackson, the team, centered around O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, once again demonstrated formidable dominance. The Lakers surged through the playoffs, ultimately sweeping the New Jersey Nets with a 40 victory to claim the championship, achieving the remarkable feat of a three-peat. Shaquille O'Neal averaged an astounding 36.3 points and 12.3 rebounds, boasting a shooting percentage of 52. He was honored with the Finals MVP award for the third consecutive year. The entire Lakers organization was still basking in the glory of their three-peat dynasty. Yet today, owner Jerry Buss had summoned an emergency meeting, presenting such an unfathomable proposal. It was tantamount to self-sabotage. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense that it felt as if it could freeze over. Kupchak's fury seemed to raise the temperature in the room by several degrees. His gaze swept over each executive present, finally landing on the young, unfamiliar Asian face Lin Ku, the one who had made the proposal. At that moment, Lin Ku inexplicably began to applaud. With an air of nonchalance, he continued, "Manager Kupchak is absolutely right. Truly an outstanding manager. O'Neal is indeed an exceptional player. If not for your efforts in 1996, when you coordinated with the Lakers management to bring in the Big Shark, we would never have secured the three-peat." Kupchak was taken aback. Had this Chinese gentleman truly been so easily persuaded? Yet, Lin Ku's original proposal was utterly ludicrous. Perhaps he was merely jesting? But today was certainly not April Fool's Day. Just as Kupchak prepared to capitalize on the moment and say something that would definitively put an end to the trade discussion, Lin Ku abruptly interrupted, delivering even more astonishing content. "This only proves that O'Neal's trade value is immense. We could certainly fetch a handsome price. We can operate strategically to maintain the Lakers' position among the championship contenders. Manager Kupchak, you must find a way to acquire quality assets in return. If the trade does not yield favorable results, it may affect your performance evaluation. Manager Kupchak." Kupchak was instantly incensed, his eyes wide as he roared at Lin Ku. "Enough! Mr. Buss, who exactly is this Lin Ku? Please have him removed from the conference room. We have just completed a three-peat. We should retain our core roster and continue our pursuit. I believe that if we manage things properly, we will have another opportunity to claim the championship next season. Not 4, not 5, not 6. Kupchak's emotions were palpable, his spittle flying in every direction. Yet Lin Ku remained unfazed. In fact, he was almost amused. For Lin Ku had reincarnated from the year 2024 back into this time. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the world he inhabited bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous one. The same NBA, the same teams, the same players. The Lakers had similarly achieved a three-peat. Lin Ku was acutely aware of the trends that lay ahead. If events continued along the original timeline, the Lakers would soon transition from glory to decline. In the 2002-2003 season, the Lakers would finish the regular season with a record of 50 wins and 32 losses, placing 5th in the Western Conference. In the playoffs, they would defeat the Minnesota Timberwolves 42 in the first round, only to fall to the San Antonio Spurs 24 in the second round, thus ending their postseason journey. In the 2003-2004 season, the Lakers would achieve a record of 56 wins and 26 losses, ranking second in the West. During the season, significant roster adjustments would be made, including the acquisition of Gary Payton and Karl Malone, forming a formidable F4. However, the ultimate outcome would see the star-studded Lakers suffer a humiliating defeat to the Detroit Pistons in the finals. Moreover, the 2003-2004 season would witness a plethora of incidents, including the Eagle County scandal, the escalating conflict between O'Neal and Bryant, and allegations of misconduct involving Karl Malone and a teammate's spouse. Eventually, under duress, during the offseason of 2004, the Lakers would trade O'Neal to the Miami Heat due to contract renewal issues. To acquire O'Neal, the Heat would only part with Karen Butler, Lamar Odom, Brian Grant, along with a 2006 first-round draft pick and a second-round pick. It was a blatant case of pouncing on an opportunity exploiting internal discord for a trade. The Heat would acquire the league's most dominant center for merely 3 ordinary starters and a draft pick. In stark contrast, during Lynn Kess's previous life in the NBA, in July 2022, Rudy Gobert, a player of similar caliber, was traded from the Utah Jazz to the Minnesota Timberwolves, with the Timberwolves relinquishing 5 rotation players for first-round picks and a first-round swap. The disparity in returns between the Big Shark and the French Baguette was staggering. Following the O'Neal trade, the Lakers would also part ways with head coach Phil Jackson. In summary, the ultimate outcome would be that after the summer of 2004, this illustrious Lakers franchise would shift from greatness to downfall, descending into turmoil. It would not be until the 2008-2009 season, after several rounds of trial and error and rebuilding, that they would once again seize the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy. Of course, none of the Lakers executives were privy to any of this. They remained ensconced in the triumph of their three-peat. Lynn cleared his throat and continued. The purpose of convening this meeting today is not to discuss, but to announce. Manager Kupchak, please proceed with the player trades as I previously suggested. I hope you will prepare thoroughly to maximize O'Neal's trade value. Before Lynn could finish, Kupchak rose abruptly. Enough. Nonsense, all of it. This is preposterous. Mr. Buss, please say something. Have this Chinese gentleman removed from the conference room. We need to restore order and cease discussing such outrageous matters. After remaining silent, Jerry Buss finally spoke, albeit slowly, under the scrutiny of the others. However, what he said plunged Kupchak into despair. Kupchak, Phil, and esteemed colleagues, let us proceed with the actions as Lynn has suggested. Upon Buss' declaration, the conference room fell into stunned silence. All that could be heard was Kupchak's incredulous, heavy breathing. Jerry Buss continued, "There's another crucial matter I must address with all of you today. I have concluded negotiations with Mr. Lynn. The entire ownership of the Lakers has been unified under him. This means that, from this moment forward, Lynn Koo is the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers. Mr. Lynn will now assume responsibility for all your salaries and compensations. All his proposals must be carefully considered and executed by each of you." Buss' voice was soft, but his words resonated like thunder throughout the conference room. Kupchak, Phil Jackson, and the others stared in disbelief at Buss and Lynn Koo. Lynn Koo, meanwhile, wore a knowing smile, reveling in his inner triumph. Indeed, that's the expression I wanted to see. If you weren't shocked, it would be a disservice to my reincarnation. Before his rebirth, Lynn Koo was merely an ordinary worker in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, leading a monotonous life of 996 labor. Cows moo, horses neigh, and both cattle and horses heed their masters. Day after day, Link finds himself enduring the burdens of a beleaguered beast of burden. His sole pastime is to indulge in watching the NBA and various basketball events, passionately engaging in spirited debates with netizens on a certain platform. One fateful day, while commuting to work, Link selflessly intervenes to save a child who darted across the road, only to be struck by a truck and sent flying into the air. In that moment of impact, relief washes over him, for at least the child was pushed to safety. However, soon after, a wave of regret engulfs him. After a lifetime of toiling like a beast, without the opportunity to revel in life's pleasures, he finds his existence abruptly cut short. Yet, upon awakening, Link discovers that he has been reborn. Moreover, he has traversed time to the year 2002 in the United States, specifically Los Angeles. Now, in his new life, Link finds himself at the helm of a private investment fund, wholly financed by his family's own capital. The fund boasts an astounding scale of $58 billion, an impressive figure indeed for the year 2002. It is worth noting that in 2002, the world's wealthiest individual was Sam Walton, the chairman of Walmart, whose fortune amounted to a mere $73 billion. Link's family, the Lins, had traditionally engaged in various investment activities, remaining an enigmatic and low-profile entity, seldom attracting media attention. By a twist of fate, a recent tragedy befell the Lin family during a leisure cruise on the high seas, resulting in a catastrophic shipwreck. Except for Link, who had just been reborn and was gradually recovering, none survived, leaving him as the sole heir to the family fortune. Thus, Link's new life is nothing short of serendipitous. With a net worth in the billions and the freedom of a dashing bachelor, he seizes the opportunity to embrace his newfound wealth by venturing into the vibrant nightlife of Los Angeles. He splurges lavishly, reserving the most exquisite private rooms, ordering the finest beverages, and enlisting the most enchanting servers. With meticulous preparations complete, Link exuberantly enters his reserved space, inviting Jerry Buss, the owner of the Lakers, to engage in earnest discussions regarding the acquisition of a stake in the team. Buss, fiercely passionate about his Lakers, initially regards Link's proposal with skepticism. After all, who could dream of such lofty ambitions? This young Chinese lad, though handsome, surely cannot harbor such aspirations. However, Buss' demeanor shifts dramatically upon hearing Link's offer. No amount of passion for the game can withstand the allure of such a staggering sum. In 2002, the Lakers were valued at $403 million, a figure that was already inflated. Yet, Link boldly bids $850 million, promising to complete the payment within a month, while also proposing joint ventures in several real estate projects. The transaction is to be conducted in full, not in installments, a testament to Link's formidable financial prowess. Buss had acquired the Lakers in 1979 for $67.5 million, and over 2 decades, the value of the franchise has skyrocketed tenfold. Buss, ever the pragmatist, promptly assists Link in finalizing all necessary paperwork and liaises with NBA Commissioner David Stern to ensure a smooth transition. Ultimately, Link emerges as the foreign owner of an NBA team. Having built his fortune through real estate, Buss returns to his business with a sense of contentment. Soon after, a meeting is convened. Upon hearing Buss' declaration, Kupchak's countenance fluctuates between hues of green and white, veins bulging on his forehead. At last, Kupchak grits his teeth and declares, "Mr. Lin, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your proposal. We should not, at such a critical juncture, consider trading our most exceptional player, Shaquille O'Neal." Link, however, maintains a nonchalant smile, unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Mr. Ku, the owner of the Lakers, has just made his position abundantly clear. From this moment forth, I am the proprietor of the team. Therefore, strictly speaking, my previous remarks were not mere suggestions, but rather a definitive notification. My objective is to sustain the competitive edge of the Lakers by trading Shaquille O'Neal for high-caliber players, thereby constructing a more formidable team. Shaquille O'Neal is now 30 years old and will inevitably begin to decline in the coming years. Furthermore, the discord between O'Neal and Kobe is intensifying and is on the verge of eruption. However, all of this knowledge is possessed by Link, who, as a time traveler, has gained unique insights. Yet he cannot openly convey this to Kupchak and the others. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Kupchak realized that since Mr. Buss has departed from the Lakers, he has little left to cling to. Mr. Link, Mr. Owner, I hereby formally tender my resignation. Having just achieved a three-peat, I find it impossible to trade away a 3-time Finals MVP player. Following Kupchak's statement, Phil Jackson also rose to his feet. Mr. Buss, Mr. Link, should the trade of Shaq proceed, I fear my triangle offense will no longer be fully executable. Thus, I too wish to resign. In his previous life, as a coach, Phil Jackson had led his teams through 1,640 regular season games, securing 1,155 victories, boasting a remarkable win rate of 70.4, the highest in NBA history. He is undeniably a legendary coach in the annals of the NBA. Moreover, the relationship between Phil Jackson and Jeannie Buss is quite intricate. They began dating in 1999 while Jackson was the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. And Jeannie is the daughter of the Lakers owner, Jerry Buss. Their relationship was only recently made public. Now that the Buss family has completely exited the Lakers and Kupchak has just announced his resignation, it is hardly surprising that Jackson would follow suit as an assistant coach. I too formally submit my resignation. Tex Winter then stood up. With the old comrades departing, I shall withdraw as well. Another assistant coach. Frank Hamblin followed suit, saying, Mr. Link, I too wish to resign. Mr. Buss, Mr. Koo, and all my old friends, I stand with you. After Kupchak and Jackson announced their resignations, a chain reaction ensued in the conference room as all other attendees also submitted their resignation letters. The atmosphere quickly transformed into one of a coup. At that moment, Link appeared exceedingly isolated, resembling a villain wielding financial power to coerce the Lakers' upper management into resigning en masse. With a calm demeanor, Link surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Kupchak, Jackson, and finally resting on Buss. Buss shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Link cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to all present. Without your diligent efforts, the Lakers would not have achieved the remarkable feat of a three-peat. Secondly, I would like to extend special thanks to Buss, and my passion for basketball and my affection for the Los Angeles Lakers were made possible by the opportunity you provided me to own this esteemed franchise. Buss smiled in response, saying, It is not I who granted the opportunity, but rather you, Link, who has given so much that in conclusion, I, Link, as I have previously introduced myself, share a profound love for basketball. Under my stewardship, the Lakers will continuously strive to maintain their championship competitiveness. Regrettably, it seems that our philosophies diverge. I shall accept all of your resignation letters as a token of appreciation for your past contributions. I will provide you with VIP season ticket packages for the new Lakers squad. I welcome you to come and witness the new Lakers play, albeit as spectators rather than members of the management. What I require is a management team that can execute my vision without fail, not those who rest on the laurels of past championships, turning a blind eye to the current conflicts and perils within the team. Thus, parting ways amicably is indeed a favorable outcome. Link articulated his sentiments with resolute conviction. Following this, Kupchak and Phil exchanged no further words, merely gesturing a farewell to Link before collectively exiting the conference room. Only Jerry Buss and Link remained. Buss approached Link's seat, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed softly, I apologize, Link, that I did not anticipate such a firm stance from Kupchak and Phil that it appears that the newly acquired Lakers will require a complete overhaul of the management structure. I had hoped for a smoother transition, but that seems to have fallen through. Link, there are many matters you will need to address anew. Link shrugged nonchalantly, prepared to personally oversee the Lakers' reformation. He had anticipated such a scenario. Mr. Buss, your assistance in facilitating the team's trades is all I require. The fact that these individuals chose to resign of their own accord spared Link from the burden of layoffs and severance payments. Especially with Phil Jackson, who had long regarded himself as a distinguished coach, renowned for the so-called triangle offense. Yet, in Link's view, Jackson's true advantage lay in his impressive background and experience, which allowed him to command the presence of star players, ensuring they played cohesively. However, Jackson's ability to adapt in real time and develop underdog rosters was rather mediocre. Particularly when faced with adversity, he relied solely on the star players' individual prowess. This explains why his team suffered a 1-4 defeat to the Pistons in the finals and squandered a 3-1 lead against the Suns. If the aim is to forge a new Lakers team, it must not merely begin with trading Shaq, but necessitate a complete revitalization from top to bottom. Buss refrained from further comments, merely accompanying Link out of the conference room with a hint of reluctance. They then took a tour around various locations within the Lakers domain. This is the office where I initially worked after acquiring the Lakers. It was in this very room that we signed Magic Johnson. In that corner, there was once a dispute between Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Johnson. As they wandered, Buss recounted these memories. Upon arriving at the Staples Center and gazing up at the championship banners, Buss suddenly fell silent. Turning his back to Link, quietly fixated on the view above. observing Buss's despondent demeanor. Even catching a glimpse of a tremor in his body, Link couldn't help but pat him reassuringly on the back. Mr. Buss, now that the trade has been executed, there's no need for sorrow. If you have any thoughts. Before Link could finish his sentence, Buss abruptly turned around. Is there any bitterness in what you say? His face bore no trace of sorrow, but rather radiated an exuberant smile, tinged with a hint of wariness. What do you mean? The trade is already finalized. You aren't thinking of backing out. Are you? That simply won't do. $850 million, due in full. Buss nearly shouted the amount. Link found himself at a loss for words, bemused that Buss was still concerned about his commitment. Rest assured, Buss, the agreed-upon price remains unchanged. Upon hearing this assurance, Buss's already radiant expression blossomed even further. Ah, Mr. Link, your generosity is commendable. I wish the Lakers even greater success under your management. With that, he excused himself from the meeting, departing the Staples Center with haste. As if fearing Link might reconsider, Link watched Buss's swift retreat, chuckling to himself. It seems that as long as the funds are secured, everything can proceed smoothly. As Link was lost in contemplation, his phone suddenly erupted with notifications. Upon checking, he discovered that major news outlets such as ESPN, Hook Sports, and Roadside Reports had all released breaking news. Astonishing! The Los Angeles Lakers have just undergone a change in ownership, marking the arrival of the first foreign owner in an NBA team. Is the three-time champion Purple and Gold dynasty on the verge of collapse? Championship coach Phil Jackson has announced his resignation, a seismic shift in Los Angeles. The entire Lakers management has stepped down. The underlying reason appears to be the new owner of the Lakers is already considering trading away the three-time Finals MVP. Besides the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, is the team also looking to sell the beloved Kobe Bryant? Breaking news, a violent incident in Los Angeles. Shaquille O'Neal brutally assaulted the new Lakers owner, a scene of chaos and bloodshed. Viewer discretion is advised. Link gazed at the flurry of breaking news. A mix of truth and fabrication swirling around him, he couldn't help but comment to himself on the astonishing speed of these American media outlets, which had a decidedly sensational flair. It was clear that as soon as Kupchak and Phil Jackson exited the conference room, they contacted the media. These revelations swiftly captivated the entire North American sports community and indeed the global media landscape. Back in 2002, social media was virtually non-existent. Unlike in Link's previous life, where platforms like WeChat, TikTok, Weibo, Facebook, and Twitter flourished, there was no sign of such advancements. The primary means of disseminating NBA news relied on these sports journalism outlets. Thus, upon release, the news sparked widespread attention among fans and the sports world alike. As Link casually scrolled through the news, he pondered. Having traversed back to 2002, it was high time to strategize for the future. The impending boom of social media platforms needed to be capitalized upon. Immersed in his thoughts, Link unconsciously walked forward, oblivious to the path ahead. Suddenly, he collided forcefully with a solid object, stumbling backward a few steps. Pain shot through his body, yet he quickly lifted his gaze and politely offered an apology. Sorry, my bad. I didn't see you there. Link froze upon recognizing the figure before him. That it was none other than the Black Mamba himself. Kobe Bryant, dressed in training attire. Kobe had just completed a shooting session. Beads of sweat glistening on his face under the lights. Kobe. The thrill of seeing him again surged within Link, his voice trembling slightly. The memory of that fateful day, January 26, 2020, when Kobe tragically lost his life in a helicopter crash. Forever etched in Link's mind, flooded back. He had been confined at home during the pandemic, and the news of Kobe's passing along with his 13-year-old daughter Gianna had left him devastated. Now, standing before Kobe again. Despite his prior preparations, Link was overwhelmed with emotion. Whether referred to as the Black Mamba or the Big Brother, the debates surrounding his legacy paled in comparison to the joy of witnessing Kobe before him once more. Even more wondrous was the fact that he stood there as the owner of the Lakers. Kobe, with his familiar bald head and slightly labored breathing, looked at Link. You must be the new owner of the Lakers. Link, right? Regardless, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jeannie just briefed me on a few matters. Although Kobe seemed puzzled by the implication of Link's words, he continued with urgency. Boss, are you really considering trading Shaq? Link took a moment to steady his emotions. Encountering Kobe was exhilarating. Yet his ambition was to forge a perennial championship team and to nurture basketball talent from China. He recalled the disheartening decline of the Chinese national basketball team, failing to reach the World Cup and Olympics for years, even losing to teams from Taiwan. Link felt a surge of frustration. Yes, I do have that plan. Kobe, what are your thoughts on trading Shaq? Kobe gazed at Link in disbelief. Link, that's utterly insane. No team would ever choose to trade away a finals MVP right after winning a championship. I genuinely question whether you understand basketball or the NBA. However, Link interjected, in my philosophy, a championship-winning team can trade away a finals MVP, but they cannot part with their best player. Kobe, who do you believe is the finest player on the current Lakers roster? Kobe's expression faltered, his face reflecting surprise. The best player is Shah. But he hesitated, and after a brief moment of contemplation, his expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. The best player on the Lakers is me. Yet, even so, I don't believe you should trade Shaq. With him dominating the paint and my prowess on the perimeter, we can absolutely achieve a four-peat. Kobe's eyes sparkled with confidence and pride. In the 2001-2002 season, the NBA's first team included Tim Duncan, averaging 25.5 points, 12.7 rebounds, 3.7 assists, 0.7 steals, and 2.5 blocks. Tracy McGrady, averaging 25.6 points, 7.9 rebounds, 5.3 assists, 1.6 steals, and 1.2 blocks. Shaquille O'Neal, averaging 27.2 points, 10.7 rebounds, 3.0 assists, 0.6 steals, and 2.0 blocks. Kobe Bryant, averaging 25.2 points, 5.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.4 blocks. And Jason Kidd, averaging 14.7 points, 7.3 rebounds, 9.9 assists, 2.1 steals, and 0.2 blocks. The Lakers boasted two first-team players, with Kobe also being a member of the all-defensive second team. His defensive tenacity and exceptional awareness made him one of the premier two-way players in the league. It was no wonder Kobe radiated such confidence, aiming for the championship trophy in the upcoming season. The mindset of a three-peat could inflate one's ego, especially for Shaq. However, maintaining the status quo would lead the Lakers to defeat against the San Antonio Spurs. That's why I would consider trading Shaq. Do you think you can accept that, Kobe? Link delivered the somewhat ruthless truth in a teasing tone. Kobe's expression darkened further upon hearing Link's words. Link, that kind of joke isn't amusing at all. Intuitive predictions? What is that? The Spurs are indeed formidable. Tim Duncan is a first-team player, and I have great respect for him. Plus, they have that despicable, dirty player Bruce Bowen. However, we swept them 4-0 in the 2001 Western Conference Finals. This year, we also gentlemanly swept the Spurs 4-1 in the second round of the playoffs. In my opinion, the Spurs pose less of a threat than the Sacramento Kings. Kobe's words resonated with the state of the NBA during that era. The Spurs were still primarily reliant on the formidable duo of Duncan and Robinson. The future GDP combination had yet to reach its full potential, and even the Argentinian wizard, Ginobili, had not yet entered the league. In contrast, the Kings were in the midst of their prime in the Western Conference Finals. The Kings triumphed in the pivotal Game 5, momentarily leading the Lakers 3-2. Ultimately, the Lakers rallied, winning 2 consecutive games. In the decisive Game 7, Kobe played for 52 minutes while Shaquille logged 51 minutes. The two stars nearly played the entirety of the match, ultimately securing a hard-fought victory over the Kings with a score of 112-106, thus advancing to the finals. Link slowly shook his head. Kobe, I have made a resolute decision regarding the trade of Shaq. Even Jesus couldn't keep him here. I assure you. Kobe glared at Link with frustration. Goddamn. You cannot do this. We must continue to pursue the O'Brien Trophy. Link's voice grew fervent. Who told you that trading Shaq would prevent us from winning a championship? How many times must I repeat it? I chose to trade Shaq precisely for that damn championship. Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Trading Shaq to continue winning championships. This logic seemed fundamentally flawed. Could the Lakers maintain their reign without the dominant presence of the Big Shark? Shaquille O'Neal, although Kobe and Shaq were indeed experiencing some discord, such issues could be set aside in the face of victory. However, Link understood that the rift between the OK duo would continue to fester. becoming more pronounced until it inevitably erupted at his core. Kobe was a basketball fanatic. Immediately after claiming the championship, he began an unrelenting regimen of training that he held himself to exceedingly high standards, pursuing perfection with an intense desire to compete and win. On the court, he was meticulous, treating basketball as one of the most significant aspects of his life. This character trait drove Kobe to give his all in training and games, maintaining strict expectations for both himself and his teammates, hoping they would refine their skills as he did. In contrast, Shaquille was a jovial spirit, relishing life without a fervent desire for power or status. Outside of training and competition, Shaq prioritized enjoyment and pleasure, exhibiting a relatively relaxed attitude towards details and discipline. But a quintessential example occurred after the three-peat, when Shaquille developed an inflammation in his big toe. The doctors recommended he undergo surgery during the offseason, a relatively straightforward procedure, allowing ample time for recovery and preparation for the new season. However, Shaquille declared, "This injury occurred while playing. If I'm hurt on the job, I should heal on the job. There's no need to waste my precious offseason on it." He stubbornly postponed the surgery until the new season commenced, resulting in his absence from the first 12 games, impacting the entire Lakers squad. The differing personalities of Kobe and Shaquille led to ongoing minor frictions. More critically, however, was the struggle for supremacy within the team. In the early days of the OK combination, Shaquille was the undisputed linchpin of the team. His exceptional athleticism and dominance in the paint made him an influential force on both ends of the court, a key figure in the team's championship pursuits. Shaquille's consecutive Finals MVP awards during the Lakers' three-peat serve as undeniable proof of his impact. Yet, as Kobe matured and refined his skills, he gradually revealed himself as equally vital to the team's success. Kobe yearned for a greater voice and leadership role within the squad. Throughout the 3 years of their championship run, the Lakers often relied on Kobe's stellar performances to navigate the treacherous waters of the Western playoffs. It could be asserted that without Kobe, there would be no 3 consecutive Finals MVPs for Shaquille. Moreover, as two superstars of the Los Angeles Lakers, every move made by Kobe and Shaquille attracted intense media scrutiny. The media's excessive sensationalism magnified issues that were originally trivial, exacerbating tensions between the two. At this juncture, the discord between Kobe and Shaquille teetered on the brink of eruption. This was precisely why Link was compelled to decisively opt for Shaquille's trade. If left unresolved, the subsequent fluctuations in performance, especially following the Hawks incident and the Lakers' dismal finals defeat to the Pistons, could lead to the swift dissolution of the Lakers dynasty. Link swiftly assessed the various pros and cons of his mind and then spoke. "Therefore, Kobe, I hope you understand that my intentions are not impulsive whims, nor are they haphazard decisions. For your part, I wish for you to persist in your convictions and hone your skills. Both you and Shaquille are exceptional players. If Shaquille is traded, you must not only become the finest player on the Lakers, but also embody the true essence of the team's core. The distinction between the finest player and the team's soul lies in the former being evident on the court, while the latter is the player upon whom the entire team relies. Both on and off the court, leave the team's operations to me." Link spoke with unwavering confidence, and Kobe could only respond with a tinge of skepticism. "All right, you are the boss, and your word is final. However, I hope you fulfill your promises that my goal is to become the greatest player and continually secure championships." Link interjected forcefully. "Not merely the greatest player, Kobe. Remember, you must genuinely become the soul of the team." Link continued, seizing the opportunity to weave in some PUA rhetoric. "Leading a team is akin to being in management within a company. It requires not only personal excellence, but also the ability to motivate teammates based on their diverse personalities and strengths. Kobe, you are a disciplined player, yet not everyone shares your singular obsession with the game. Ultimately, the NBA remains a business league. Some of your teammates are vying for contracts, while others are pieces of the puzzle. You cannot simply impose your standards upon all your teammates. If you can achieve this, combined with your exceptional skills, you will undoubtedly be the GOAT of the new era, Kobe." After hearing this, Kobe felt a surge of passion. "Boss, I understand. I support any decision made by management. Once the new roster stabilizes, I will train diligently with them. Even if Shaquille becomes a rival in the new season, I am confident in my ability to defeat him. I will resume my training immediately. Link quickly capitalized on the momentum. Yes, that's the spirit. Go, Kobe! Start training at 4 in the morning, embodying your Mamba mentality of relentless pursuit of excellence. Kobe paused in surprise. 4 in the morning? Do I need to add another training session at dawn? Nevertheless, that time would be ideal for uninterrupted focus on conditioning and shooting practice. Boss, I will gladly accept your proposal. Link appeared somewhat taken aback. Why did Kobe have no reaction to the early hours of Los Angeles? Suddenly, Link recalled that he had inadvertently mixed up the timeline. During an interview with the ESPYS when Kobe received the Icon Award, a reporter had asked him, "What is the secret to your success?" Kobe had replied with a question, "Do you know what Los Angeles is like at 4 in the morning?" The interview took place on July 14th. 2016, in Link's previous life, that it was no wonder that Kobe's reaction seemed peculiar after hearing Link's words. Link quickly corrected himself. "Kobe, assess your own limits. Don't overexert yourself just because you're young. We aim for sustained excellence. Additionally, try to minimize helicopter rides, especially in foggy weather. It's too dangerous. Lastly, as you're now a renowned star, maintaining your handsome image is crucial. Exercise caution with any romantic entanglements. For instance, one must be particularly vigilant regarding a certain exceedingly proactive waitress in Eagle County. Even if one fails to maintain composure, it is imperative to manage the situation adeptly. Consider the multitude of NBA players who, ensnared by fervent female admirers, have been compelled to pay child support for illegitimate offspring. Take, for example, the formidable Dwight Howard, who had not even entered the league yet, or reflect upon the legendary Shawn Kemp. Known as Rain Man, though the subsequent remarks may seem rather disjointed, Link spoke earnestly to Kobe, offering reminders meant for both his safety and his public image. The issue of illegitimate children, in particular, has ensnared many renowned entertainers in the United States, prompting numerous artists and sports stars to devise strategies to avoid such pitfalls. This has even led to the emergence of a figure dubbed Spicy Boy in American pop culture. The prominent rapper Drake once went on a date with a voluptuous model, only to find himself in an unexpected predicament when she attempted to pour an unidentified liquid upon him. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently mixed in hot sauce, resulting in the model's suffering burns. Thus, Drake earned the moniker Spicy B. Oh, why'd this moment? Kobe was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? What was the situation with the waitress from Eagle County? And what of the seemingly impressive figure of Dwight Howard? Nevertheless, Kobe chose to regard this as a friendly admonition from the new owner. I understand, Link, that my relationship with Vanessa is strong. There shall be no scandal. Link patted Kobe on the shoulder, a silent understanding passing between them. That be why the following day, news regarding the Lakers' intention to trade Shaquille O'Neal had spread like wildfire throughout the sports community, beyond sensational headlines. Numerous esteemed commentators, including basketball journalists from China, expressed their views. For instance, the respected Zhang Weiping publicly remarked that while we were delighted to witness the first Chinese owner in NBA history, Mr. Link's maneuvers were decidedly unreasonable. Shaquille O'Neal, a dominant force in the paint, the big shark of the low post, had just led the Lakers to a championship, and yet they planned to trade him away. Was this not a farce? Renowned basketball analyst Yang passionately penned a scathing critique of Link, reminiscing about the glorious past of the purple and gold Lakers, lamenting the reckless actions of their new owner. Alas, our Lakers mourn. The nouveau riche Link has sullied the sanctity of basketball. Even more scathing were the words of ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who launched a direct assault. I can hardly believe that Bus would sell the team to such a fool. Is there anyone who can reach this new Lakers owner named Link? I doubt anyone can. I imagine he's currently getting pummeled by Shaquille. I am certain the Lakers fans would relish witnessing such a sight. Shaquille should deliver a punch that sends this Chinese fellow back to his homeland. Link audaciously proclaimed his intention to win a championship in the upcoming season. If he were to achieve that, I would gladly kiss a donkey's behind. Some extreme Lakers fans even called for NBA Commissioner David Stern to reassess Link's acquisition of the team. Within a single night, Link had become notorious, with Bus also facing public outcry for losing sight of his principles in pursuit of profit. Meanwhile, the two principal figures in the news, Link and Shaquille, were at an upscale restaurant, appearing remarkably calm and composed as they dined on steak and sipped red wine. At least on the surface, there were no signs of conflict in the restaurant. How outrageous were these reports? Kissing a donkey's behind. Had Smith truly lost his mind? Shaq, have you seen this piece? Link remarked. Bemused by Smith's comments, as he handed his phone to O'Neal, isn't Smith exhibiting a hint of racial bias? I ought to consider taking legal action against him. Shaquille glanced over the screen nonchalantly and replied in a gravelly voice. When I first heard this last night, I genuinely contemplated giving you a beating. Yet here you are, inviting me to discuss this matter. Though seated, Shaquille's imposing physique loomed large, creating an intangible sense of pressure. However, his intent seemed merely to intimidate Link, given that Link had indeed invested a substantial sum to purchase the Lakers. For Shaquille, life was not solely about basketball. It was also about enjoying life and accumulating wealth. The fact that Link had taken the initiative to meet Shaquille to discuss trade considerations was indeed unexpected. Link maintained his composure as he sat opposite Shaquille, his gaze fixed upon him. Yet his mind began to wander. He recalled how one of Shaquille's former girlfriends had once remarked that despite his imposing stature, there seemed to be a mismatch in size when it came to his physical attributes. Should he perhaps invite Shaquille to northeastern China for a traditional bath to investigate further? Observing Link's distracted demeanor, Shaquille bluntly interjected, "Mr. Link, did you summon me today merely to inform me of my impending trade? If that is the case, I would not object to delivering a few blows to you. I could cover your medical expenses." Snapping back to reality, Link swirled the wine in his glass, the 1982 law fight leaving elegant trails as it clung to the sides. "Of course not, Shaq, that I hold your accomplishments in the NBA in the highest regard. It is an honor to meet you today. You are undoubtedly one of the most dominant players in the league. Some of my online friends have remarked that if one has the choice, they would select either Jordan or Shaq. Though many of their opinions may be dubious, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. This toast is to you. Here's to the illustrious three-peat, to the magnificent 3 consecutive Finals MVPs, and to everything you have contributed to the Lakers." Upon hearing Link's words, Shaquille's expression softened slightly as he raised his glass to clink with Link's. Link couldn't help but marvel at Shaquille's extraordinary talent. A standard-sized wine glass in his massive hands appeared like a child's toy, although Shaquille did not quite grasp who Link referred to as keyboard warriors. The comparison to the basketball deity Michael Jordan was certainly flattering. That if you recognize my abilities, why then consider trading me? If it is a matter of contract renewal, you ought to offer me a maximum salary and trade that obstinate Kobe instead. Pair me with 4 other NBA players, and I will lead them to a championship." Link chuckled as he savored a sip of the red wine. The phrase, "if you can choose between Jordan or Shaq." Choose Shaq was a conclusion drawn by fans during a simulated draft of all NBA players. However, this assertion relied on selecting a Shaquille O'Neal at the peak of his prowess. Now, in the year 2002, Shaquille was already 30 years old. During the 2002 to 2003 season, he could still maintain an MVP level of performance. However, as age and injuries took their toll, he would inevitably descend into a decline. Moreover, endowed with foresight, Link was acutely aware that the future Lakers would be unable to rely on the OK combination to secure any championships. Furthermore, Shaquille's recent comments had clearly conveyed his discontent with Kobe, indicating their relationship had reached an irreconcilable impasse. Link savored the rich flavors of the wine. He carefully crafted his words and finally spoke. "Shaq, what if I told you I had a dream in which the OK duo persisted? Yet the Lakers never reclaimed the championship. Due to this dream, I have chosen to undertake a bold and sweeping reorganization. Are you able to accept this?" "Bullshit," O'Neal bluntly uttered a single word. Link remained unfazed and continued speaking. "Apologies, Shaq. Consider this merely a whimsical folly of mine. Furthermore, I cannot solicit your opinion on trading you to the team of your choice. Your prowess is undeniable. I must exchange you for sufficient assets." O'Neal cast a cold glance at Link. "Are you truly here to humiliate me, Link? To use an utterly nonsensical dream as your foolish justification? I hope you do not come to regret your actions." Link shrugged. "Dear Shaq, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. I harbor no disrespect towards you. That I have chosen to be forthright in conveying my decision. Forgive me for not pretending to be disingenuous. Claiming that I would consider your opinions during the trade, that I believe sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon." O'Neal found himself at a loss for words. Can sincerity truly equate to a fair deal? Link was not wrong. However, the truth often carries a sting. Very well, you are the owner, the epitome of a malevolent capitalist. Everything is at your discretion, and you may act according to your whims, even if you intend to cut me outright. That is your prerogative. Nevertheless, from this day forth, we shall be adversaries, and regardless of where you trade me, I shall obliterate your Lakers on the court. Frankly, I offer this piece of advice to you. A novice owner. For any future player trades, allow the team manager to handle them, that a simple phone call will suffice. There is no need for face-to-face discussions. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a precarious situation one day. After delivering this remark, O'Neal rose abruptly to leave. Link let out a wry smile. The entire executive team of the Lakers has already departed. Where is there a team manager left? I must hasten to assemble a new team. Many intricate matters will require considerable effort, best left to those below to execute. Shaq, my words are not yet finished. I hope you can wait patiently, as what I am about to say is of great importance. Upon hearing this, O'Neal, though somewhat displeased, sank heavily back into his seat. Poor chair, it let out a mournful squeak. At least you no longer have to work alongside Kobe. Could that be considered good news? Link teased, casting a sideways glance at O'Neal. To me, Kobe is merely a teammate with slightly superior skills. Although he often vexes me, his abilities are commendable, making my game somewhat easier. I am indifferent to whether I play alongside him. Basketball is my profession. Kobe is simply my colleague. Is that all you wish to add? O'Neal retorted, his mood sour, biting into a piece of beef with a fervor as if he were gnashing on Link himself. I have one critical matter to discuss with you. Link stated earnestly that on behalf of the Lakers, I formally propose that we renegotiate a new contract. What? Clatter! The fork and knife O'Neal had been holding clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound. Squeak! O'Neal disregarded picking up the utensils. Rising abruptly, the chair sighing with relief as it emitted another squeak. Link, what jest is this? You have already decided to trade me, yet suddenly suggest renegotiating my contract. The contract renewal has long been a source of concern for O'Neal, contributing to his discord with Kobe and grievances against the Lakers management. In 1996, he departed from the Magic as a free agent and signed a 7-year, $120 million contract with the Los Angeles Lakers. During the 2001-02 season, O'Neal's salary was $21.43 million, while Kobe earned $11.25 million. O'Neal's contract was nearing its conclusion, and he had been hoping to resolve this matter with the Lakers promptly. However, the previous owner, Bus, had consistently delayed the process in Link's previous life. By the end of the 2003-2004 season, O'Neal's contract expired without the Lakers opting to renew it. Instead, they directly traded him to the Heat, primarily due to management's belief that O'Neal's salary was excessive and his performance declining with age, prompting them to seek cost-saving measures for a rebuild. It must be said that most NBA owners are indeed astute capitalists. With the exception of the New York Knicks and Brooklyn Nets, the two unfortunate giants of New York, that, as it may, Shaq, whether preparing to trade you or honoring your contributions to the Lakers. My sentiments are genuine and my words are sincere. Your new contract will be renewed to the maximum allowable under the salary cap, ensuring you receive the highest possible figure. This way, after the contract is signed, you can be traded during this offseason. Moreover, we will include the highest allowable trade guarantee to be paid in a lump sum by the Lakers. I have stated before that I cannot heed your opinions. I must exchange you for the assets I desire. However, throughout this process, I will ensure your interests are fully protected. At the very least, you shall not be shortchanged a single cent. Link's tone remained steady, devoid of any fluctuations. Yet upon hearing Link's proposal, O'Neal found himself utterly flabbergasted. In a mere span of minutes, his emotions had experienced an exhilarating roller coaster ride. To his astonishment, Link, while preparing to trade him, had also considered O'Neal's welfare. The prospect of a newly signed long-term max contract and a top-tier trade guarantee represented tangible monetary gain. After all, is it not the primary goal of playing basketball to earn money? In a new environment, earning a substantial salary without the annoyance of a young player like Kobe. The Link before him was utilizing the salary cap rules of the NBA to legally and reasonably increase his earnings. This was indeed a genuine benefit for himself. This is what it means to have a true ally. Link, Boss Link, please allow me to retract my earlier statement. You are far from a malevolent capitalist. You are a young, handsome visionary, a philanthropist. You are the finest owner the Los Angeles Lakers have ever had, O'Neal exclaimed, bursting with excitement, rushing over to envelop Link in a grand embrace. Fortunately, Link had consistently maintained his fitness routine, and now his physique was well-defined with muscle. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand O'Neal's sincere embrace. You may plan to trade me wherever you wish. I will unconditionally accept, whether it be to the Toronto Raptors in the Great White North or even as a backup center for your Chinese CBA team. I will wholeheartedly support it and report at the earliest opportunity. Or perhaps the next time I face the Lakers, I could simply take a rest. O'Neal, in his exuberance, uttered potentially perilous statements suggesting game fixing. Link struggled to extricate himself from O'Neal's grasp. Shaq, your strength is quite formidable. Should we ever have the chance to compete, do not hold back. Put the Lakers' new lineup to the test. You might not necessarily outplay us. O'Neal, however, was far too preoccupied to contemplate such matters. Seeing Link break free, he eagerly grasped his hands, gazing earnestly into Link's eyes. That it is settled then. Boss Link, I await your swift action to trade me. It seems that as long as there is the power of cash backing, sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. After concluding the discussion with the formidable O'Neal and establishing some fundamental principles, he left in high spirits, eagerly awaiting his trade. Alone in his chair, Link began to feel a sense of fatigue. After this whirlwind of activity, being embraced and pulled by O'Neal truly required considerable stamina. What is it, Link? You seem a bit wearied. A delicate and melodious voice whispered in Link's ear. He looked up and was instantly captivated. The enchanting voice belonged to Eva Jacqueline Longoria, the actress known for her role in Desperate Housewives. Eva shone like a brilliant star, radiating an irresistible charm. Her deep, luminous almond-shaped eyes, with their upward-turned corners, concealed an endless allure. I apologize, Eva, for our prolonged conversation, Link said lazily, stretching in his chair without rising. Waiter, please arrange for a private room. Eva's captivating gaze flitted over to Link, and with graceful steps, she approached him, surprisingly taking a seat on his lap. Link, unperturbed, wrapped his arms around her. It must be said that Eva's figure was nothing short of stunning. Her voluptuous curves and slender waist, barely encompassing his hand, complemented her long legs in perfect harmony. Link, there's no need for such fuss. I have an engagement to record this afternoon, and time is of the essence. Let's hasten our rendezvous, Eva whispered, her breath warm against Link's ear. While reviewing his family's investment portfolio, Link discovered that they had invested in numerous Hollywood productions, including the Desperate Housewives crew. As a result, he and Eva had grown quite familiar. Their relationship, however, was not romantic. In American terms, it was merely a casual dating arrangement. Unable to restrain himself, Link took Eva back to his lavish mansion to hone their basketball skills. Not only was Eva's physique alluring, but her talent on the court was equally impressive. She adopted a defensive strategy of tight double-teaming and high-intensity confrontation, even taking the initiative to ball handle and engage in close one-on-one play with Link. Nevertheless, Link's superior skills prevailed. With a basketball in hand, he seized the opportunity to execute a drive. Effortlessly, he dismantled Eva's aggressive defense and scored at will in the paint. As the game intensified, despite being opponents, Eva couldn't help but cheer for Link. Ultimately, he executed a spectacular dunk right in front of her. Link, your skills are truly remarkable. I wish you could find more time to engage with me, Eva exclaimed breathlessly, leaning against Link after the game. Unfortunately, there are too many pressing matters to attend to. Team affairs, investment issues, Link replied, affectionately caressing Eva while mentally sorting through the urgent matters at hand. It seemed imperative to swiftly assemble a capable team. Otherwise, the details surrounding O'Neal's contract renewal would be quite the headache. With a mischievous grin, Link patted Eva. Eva, I'm not finished yet. This time, I'm going to sneak a fast break from behind you. Eva gasped in surprise. Link, can you handle continuous play like this? However, Eva's body was quick to respond as she began to challenge Link once more. After several exhilarating rounds of skillful exchanges, Eva was ultimately outmatched by Link's prowess. Reluctantly, She changed out of her sweat-soaked jersey and hurried off to her engagement. After freshening up, Link did not take a moment's rest. Instead, he arranged for a private jet to fly directly to Indianapolis. Indiana. Boss, do you need me to reach out to the Pacers management in advance for this trip to Indiana? Link, seated in the elegantly appointed cabin, leisurely browsed through a newspaper. Beside him, speaking with utmost respect, was Rulov Boda, the head of Link's investment department. Rulov would later rise to prominence as the head of Sequoia Capital, his investment acumen unquestionable. However, at present, he served as the chief financial officer at PayPal. Link, with his godlike perspective, foresaw the imminent boom of social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and WeChat, as well as the groundbreaking smartphone that Apple was about to unveil, while recognizing that Huawei was in its challenging startup phase. The investment opportunities were abundant. Yet, Link preferred to remain hands-off in such matters. Let the experts handle their respective fields, he thought. His role was simply to leverage his financial prowess for angel investments. Thus, he established the Little Red Flower Investment Fund, investing considerable effort into recruiting Rulov to assist him with investment management. Link gestured for Rulov to take a seat. Rulov, my visit to Indiana is not to contact the Pacers management. You need not concern yourself with team affairs. Focus solely on investments. The Little Red Flower Investment Fund under your management is dedicated to investing in new technologies. I will provide you with a list of contacts. Reach out to them immediately. Regardless of the size or success of their current ventures, do your utmost to secure investment funds, ensuring to acquire as much equity as possible. Link handed Rulov a handwritten note. Rulov received it with both hands and examined the contents. The names of notable figures from the United States, such as Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and Steve Jobs, were listed alongside names from China like Ma Yun, Ma Huateng, Zhang Dalong, and late June. Rulov blinked in astonishment as he finished reading the list. He recognized some names from the United States, but was puzzled by those from China. It seemed imperative to establish a branch in China promptly to conduct thorough research on the individuals listed. Nevertheless, Rulov, demonstrating his professionalism, quickly quelled any lingering confusion. Link had offered him generous compensation and ample authority. As long as Rulov's proposals were reasonable, he would pursue them with vigor. Understood, boss, that I will coordinate and implement this right away. Rulov earnestly tucked the note into his pocket. Boss, is your trip to Indiana also related to basketball matters? Rulov inquired, still curious. Link, aside from his keen interest in Hollywood investments, rarely focused on other sectors, typically outlining broad directions and occasionally, as in today's case, whimsically directing investments toward specific individuals. This sudden and hurried trip to Indiana was particularly uncharacteristic of Link. With a mysterious smile, Link gently tapped his fingers on the table. Yes, it pertains to basketball that I am visiting Butler University to meet someone. Is it a promising college player? How extraordinary must he be to warrant your personal visit? Rulov was perplexed that it is not a college player I am visiting. Link clarified. This time, I am to meet a basketball volunteer at Butler University, a young man brimming with potential. Upon arriving in Indianapolis and reaching Butler University, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The basketball arena was devoid of any training sessions, and the lights on the court had been extinguished. However, a room on the lower level of the gym remained lit, with the door slightly ajar. A sign hung on the door reading, Video Analysis Room. Link gently knocked on the door, but received no response, so he stepped inside. That a young man sat at a desk, intently focused on the computer screen, which displayed footage of a Butler University basketball game. This young man was the one Link sought. Stevens, that as he muttered phrases like triangle offense and the spacing is insufficient, he remained oblivious to Link's presence. After observing for a moment, Link intentionally cleared his throat a few times. Ahem, excuse me. Finally, Stevens noticed and quickly stood up. Are you looking for the basketball team? It's quite late. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back tomorrow. In truth, Link was only in his 20s, and he was momentarily mistaken by Stevens for a fellow college student. Hello, Stevens. My name is Link. The person I'm looking for is you. Link extended his right hand towards Stevens. Stevens, somewhat bewildered, instinctively reciprocated and grasped Link's hand. How do you know my name? Do you know me? Wait a moment. Are you Link, the new owner of the Lakers? The news about Link, the newly appointed owner of the Lakers, had been rampant in the headlines over the past few days. Stevens had, of course, seen Link's name. Yes, I am that Link. Stevens was taken aback, gripping Link's hand tightly, his hold growing ever firmer. Perhaps you might loosen your grip a bit? Link scratched his head with his free left hand. I apologize. I simply never expected to encounter an NBA owner here. Stevens, feeling a bit awkward, quickly released his hand and pulled over a chair for Link to sit. Yet Link watched Stevens with keen interest. Brad Stevens, the renowned young coach of the Celtics, beginning in 2013. Stevens would take on a role of head coach for the Boston Celtics, officially commencing his coaching career in the NBA that time. The Celtics were in a rebuilding phase, having traded away core players Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. However, within just a few years, Stevens led the Celtics to gradually emerge from the rebuilding struggle. In the 2014-15 season, the Celtics returned to the playoffs. In the 2016-17 season, Stevens became the head coach of the Eastern Conference All-Star team, guiding his team to the top of the Eastern Conference standings during the regular season and advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals in the playoffs. After 2017, the dual-star system of Tatum and Brown, crafted by Stevens, began to take shape. In June 2021, Stevens became the president of basketball operations for the Celtics. Under Stevens' leadership, the Celtics consistently remained a formidable force in the East, ultimately securing the NBA championship once again in the 2023-2024 season. It is fair to say that Stevens is renowned for his tactical acumen, on-the-spot decision-making, and player development, earning him the title of one of the most talented young coaches in the NBA. Affectionately dubbed the young coach of the Celtics by fans. Yet at this moment, Stevens was still pursuing his dreams, serving as a video analyst and assistant coach at Butler University, receiving no salary at all. Purely driven by passion, Link's visit was to entice this promising coach to bring the future young coach of the Celtics into the coaching staff of the Purple and Gold Lakers. So, I will get straight to the point. Stevens said, I would like to invite you to join the Lakers coaching staff. Stevens stood there, stunned, his face reflecting astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly struggling to digest this sudden, earth-shattering news, even though it was the opportunity he had longed for. Becoming a member of an NBA coaching staff, Stevens' lips parted slightly, as if he wished to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. That Mr. Link, I am honored, but Stevens stammered, clearly taken aback and uncertain by Link's proposal. However, shortly thereafter, Stevens regained his composure. Your offer is indeed enticing, but I am quite curious as to why you would choose me. The previous Lakers coach was the legendary Phil Jackson, while I am not even a head coach of a college basketball team. Link chuckled, having anticipated Stevens' reaction. He leaned back, appearing more relaxed, and slowly replied, Stevens, I understand this may come as a surprise to you. However, I have numerous reasons for selecting you. Firstly, your tactical analysis skills are well recognized. I have observed your work at Butler University, and your insights into the game and your deep understanding of tactics have left a lasting impression on me. Link paused, his gaze revealing determination. Secondly, you possess a unique perspective on player development. You can identify their potential and aid their growth, which is precisely what the Lakers currently require. The Lakers are about to undergo a significant roster overhaul, and I need you to integrate everything swiftly. Link stood up and walked over to Stevens' computer screen, pointing at the game footage that was playing. Look at this. You are still studying the game at such a late hour. This dedication and love for basketball is something every team needs. After a brief pause, Link continued with a smile, directly meeting Stevens' gaze. All right, I've said a lot of formalities and pleasantries. To be honest, the most important reason is my personal trust in you. I believe you will undoubtedly become a renowned coach in the NBA in the future. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join the Lakers coaching staff. After hearing Link's initially serious, yet increasingly casual remarks, Stevens fell into a long silence. Was this new Lakers owner speaking so nonsensically? However, the allure of entering the NBA as a coaching staff member was too great, especially for a prestigious team like the Lakers. After contemplating for a moment, Stevens looked up at Link and spoke earnestly. Mr. Link, I truly appreciate your recognition, but I feel there is still much I need to learn. To be honest, I am uncertain if I am prepared to face the challenges of the NBA. However, I am willing to accept your invitation. Fantastic. Stevens, welcome aboard. You will undoubtedly become a great coach for the Lakers." Link exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Stevens on the shoulder. "This is settled then. I have successfully secured Stevens here in Indiana, and now I must proceed to my next destination." Stevens quickly added, "If I understood correctly for what you just said, I am to serve as an assistant coach. May I ask who will be the head coach of the Lakers next season?" Upon hearing Stevens' question, Link's smile grew even more genuine and radiant, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. "The head coach, ha ha ha. Who do you think it will be?" "Assistant Coach Stevens, I, Link, will be the head coach of the Lakers next season." "Excuse me, pardon?" After hearing Link's response, Stevens suddenly wondered if he had been analyzing footage for too long, causing his hearing to falter. What kind of absurdity was this Lakers owner spouting? "I mean, the head coach of the Lakers next season will be me." "Stevens, you must collaborate well with me. I am eagerly anticipating your performance," Link repeated, unfazed. Stevens was suddenly engulfed in a daze and vertigo. According to the usual proceedings, even if Link had invited him to join the Lakers coaching staff, wouldn't it make sense to first find a head coach and allow Stevens to gradually acclimate? How had the narrative shifted to this Lakers owner becoming a rookie coach, with himself as the rookie assistant coach? "Mr. Link, I suddenly feel my abilities are still quite lacking. I need more time to hone my skills, and besides, Los Angeles is by the sea." "Yes, by the sea. I fear I might not adapt well." A 5-year contract with an annual salary of $1 million. Link cut straight to the chase. It is worth noting that during the 2002 season, even the illustrious Spurs coach Popovich earned a mere $3 million. This was a staggering sum for Stevens. He was struck by another wave of dizziness. Currently, Stevens was receiving no salary at Butler University. Link was offering a $1 million annual salary, along with a long-term contract. This owner, even if he lacked basketball knowledge, was becoming increasingly appealing. Stevens gritted his teeth. "No problem, Mr. Link. You call the shots. I will immediately hand over my responsibilities at Butler University and dive straight into my work with the Lakers." Link, thoroughly satisfied, patted Stevens on the shoulder. Indeed, as long as one treats others with sincerity, everything would fall into place. "All right, Stevens, then we shall meet in Los Angeles next time." Stevens quickly inquired, "Mr. Link, may I ask who else will be part of the Lakers coaching staff next season?" Stevens exhibited a hint of uncertainty. Coaching in the NBA is no easy feat, as Link remarked with a smile. "That I understand your concerns. Do not fret. Additionally, there is another assistant coach from Israel who possesses considerable experience, and we have already reached an agreement. His name is David Blatt." Stevens had never heard of David Blatt. However, he could only nod, preparing to do some research later to ascertain the credentials of this coach. Link, on the other hand, was well aware of Blatt's background. He had a long tenure coaching in Europe and officially became the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers on June 20, 2014, under his leadership. The Cavaliers advanced to the NBA Finals in the 2014 to 2015 season, though they ultimately fell short of the championship. Surprisingly, midway through the 2015 to 2016 season, Blatt was abruptly dismissed by the Cavaliers management. At that time, he had led the team to a remarkable 67.5 win rate in the regular season, earning him the distinction of being the coach with the highest win percentage in NBA history to be relieved of his duties. In 2002, Blatt served as the head coach of Maccabi Tel Aviv, where he was honored with the title of Israeli Coach of the Year for the second time, while also acting as an assistant coach for the Israeli national team. Blatt's extensive coaching experience and tactical acumen were unquestionable, yet managing NBA superstars proved to be a different challenge altogether. In essence, Blatt is a commendable coach, but perhaps not the best nurturer, which explains his dismissal from the Cavaliers. Nevertheless, such a scenario would not unfold within Link's Lakers. The combination of Blatt and Stevens would be sufficient to navigate various circumstances. As for other matters, Link would handle them. "Boss, I come across some news lately. Are you really considering trading Shaquille O'Neal?" Stevens had already immersed himself in the role of a Lakers coach, seizing the opportunity to converse with Link. He sought clarification. Link nodded. "I am indeed preparing to trade Shaq, and I have already discussed it with him. My goodness, trading a player who just won the Finals MVP. Surely this is a first in NBA history." Stevens exclaimed, "That's so, boss. Are you intentionally steering the Lakers into a rebuilding phase? The 2003 draft class is undoubtedly a remarkable one, featuring promising stars like LeBron, Carmelo, Wade, and Bosh, Abandoning the current powerhouse lineup seems an exorbitant price to pay. Doesn't it? Stevens said, incredulously rubbing his forehead. Link regarded Stevens with an almost alien expression. Rebuilding? Who suggested that I am embarking on a rebuilding journey? The 2003 draft class certainly shines brightly, but the Lakers must remain in contention for the championship. How the sports media's reports become this absurd? If I were truly intent on rebuilding, would I have gone to Butler University to invite you out of retirement? Stevens' face grew more solemn as he grimaced. I can hardly claim to be a head coach of a college team. That said, Mr. Link, don't you think that inviting someone of my caliber to the Lakers coaching staff only reinforces the notion that the team is preparing for a rebuild? I suspect that once the news of my hiring breaks, the media will have a field day. Moreover, if the aim is to secure a championship, maintaining roster stability is the most prudent choice. Isn't it? At this point, Stevens was still relatively unknown, far from the renowned figure he would become years later. Link nodded, acknowledging Stevens' astuteness and his familiarity with potential high school and collegiate talent in the coming years. By conventional wisdom, trading Shaq shouldn't be on the table. However, I have my own considerations. The new season's Lakers, though without Shaq, will welcome many new, quality players. Stevens, your task is to elevate these players, to cultivate chemistry among them. Furthermore, you might want to contemplate how best to utilize a space-oriented center and how to effectively deploy quality 3 and D players. Stevens nodded, taking this to heart. Mr. Link, or should I say Coach Link, I understand. Have the specifics of the trade been finalized? Which new players will be joining us? The precise details of the trade have yet to be determined, that I merely have a broad idea of the type of players I wish to acquire. As Link spoke, he gestured with his phone. However, many teams are becoming increasingly eager. I anticipate that numerous general managers will soon reach out to me. Let us wait and see what players we can acquire for the Shark. Once Stevens was secured and the coaching staff confirmed, Link returned to his hotel for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, while still in a drowsy haze, he received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" Link mumbled sleepily. The voice on the other end was neither subservient nor abrasive. It spoke with a professional tone. "Is this Link? I am Arcita Buford, the general manager of the Spurs. I would like to inquire about the current general manager of the Lakers. Is it true that the Lakers are considering trading Shaq? What proposals do you have in mind for the Spurs? Can I discuss the specifics with the Lakers GM?" The caller wasted no time with a barrage of questions. Link jolted awake, realizing that someone was finally inquiring about the potential trade of O'Neal. To his surprise, the first call came from the Lakers' arch-rivals, the San Antonio Spurs, who had claimed the championship in the upcoming 2002 to 2003 season. News of Link taking the helm of the Lakers and contemplating a trade for O'Neal had been sensationalized by the media for several days. However, Link found it peculiar that no one had reached out to him until now. On one hand, the explosive nature of the trade rumors left teams hesitant to act, unsure if the Lakers' new owner was merely speaking outlandishly. On the other hand, such trade discussions typically involve direct communication between general managers. With the former general manager, Kupchak, having just stepped down, many teams were uncertain about whom to contact, as the news simmered for several days without a denial from the Lakers. Finally, a general manager could no longer contain his curiosity. After all, this was Shaq O'Neal, a 3-time Finals MVP. Even the Spurs, their fierce rivals, were intrigued by the prospect of acquiring him. Link quickly shifted into GM mode and responded, "Mr. Buford, hello. I am currently serving as the general manager of the Lakers. So feel free to direct all inquiries to me. You, as the owner, are also fulfilling the role of general manager." Buford was momentarily taken aback, but soon as excitement bubbled over, it seemed that this new owner of the Lakers was indeed a wealthy and whimsical character, treating the franchise as a mere plaything. Rumor had it that Link had paid an exorbitant price to acquire the Lakers, effectively becoming a victim of the previous owner, Jerry Buss, who had extracted every last penny. Now, having purchased the team, Link was eager to indulge in the role of general manager, meddling in the team's affairs. Perhaps Buford saw an opportunity to exploit this rookie GM for some advantageous deals. "Manager Link, you truly possess remarkable capabilities and versatility. We, the Spurs, are indeed interested in O'Neal. Please, feel free to present your proposals." Link chuckled softly, sensing that Buford's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Coach Popovich. Both possessed a shrewdness that was somewhat unsettling. Given that the Spurs and Lakers were both in the Western Conference and had long been rivals, it was improbable that they would become trade partners, all while Buford feigned interest in Shaq. However, the fact that Buford reached out was fortuitous. Link could leverage Buford's inquiries to disseminate pertinent information. Buford was clearly well informed. Nevertheless, the decision to trade O'Neal would ultimately hinge on whether the trade offers were substantial enough. Given the undeniable prowess of O'Neal, even without a trade, the Lakers roster for the upcoming season remains highly competitive. Moreover, Mr. Buford, both the Spurs and our Lakers share the same conference. While your intentions may be earnest, additional financial compensation is warranted. If you are indeed considering a trade, perhaps you could contemplate including Duncan, Parker, along with some draft picks. I might entertain the notion. Link spoke with an air of casual bravado. Yet Buford's expression tightened upon hearing this. This Link truly dares to ask for the moon. He boldly requests Duncan, Parker, and draft picks right off the bat, although the Spurs have consistently performed well. Their draft picks are relatively low, yet their scouts possess an impressive track record of discovering talent through late-round selections. While there exists an unspoken tradition against significant trades among teams within the same conference. Link's assertion that the Spurs would need to part with considerable assets if they genuinely desire O'Neal is not without merit. However, Duncan and O'Neal are both all-stars from the previous season. Why should the Lakers trade away O'Neal while the Spurs retain Duncan and demand so much in return? Buford's mind raced with a torrent of frustration, though he maintained a cheerful facade. It appears the Lakers truly harbor intentions of trading O'Neal. What audacity Mr. Link possesses. However, Tim Duncan is the cornerstone of our Spurs. He is absolutely non-negotiable. The Lakers may select from our other players. Might I suggest considering another esteemed center, the Admiral, David Robinson? He stands alongside O'Neal as one of the 4 dominant centers. A 4-for-4 trade seems exceedingly reasonable. We could also include additional players and draft picks. The Lakers would surely come out ahead. Upon hearing Buford's words, Link could scarcely contain his exasperation. The 4 dominant centers, Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal, David Robinson, and Patrick Ewing, each held sway in the NBA during the 1990s, each possessing extraordinary talent and skill. Yet, Robinson is now 37 years old, well into the twilight of his career. O'Neal, on the other hand, is merely 30, with several prime years ahead. Buford's audacity to propose this is truly remarkable. Furthermore, Robinson has diligently served the Spurs since entering the NBA, and now Buford dares to place him on the trading block. Link lamented the Spurs' cold-heartedness and self-serving nature, masking his disdain with a smile. Buford is indeed a ruthless negotiator, intent on stripping the Lakers bare. If Duncan cannot be included, I believe our conversation serves little purpose. Perhaps we may collaborate at another time, Mr. Buford. With that, Link unceremoniously ended the call. Buford, however, bore no ill will. The Spurs had never anticipated that a significant trade would materialize. Yet, by initiating this call, Buford successfully gleaned some valuable information. Who would have thought that the naive Link was genuinely considering trading O'Neal? If the Lakers are thrown into disarray, the Spurs will have an opportunity next season. Perhaps it would be prudent to disseminate this information and see what sort of trade Link concocts. After hanging up the phone, Link promptly boarded a flight back to Los Angeles. During the flight, he was confident that news of Buford's call would circulate quickly, prompting other teams to reach out to the Lakers. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Link's phone rang immediately. This time, Link was well prepared, having instructed his assistant to compile a contact list of NBA general managers. The caller was none other than Houston Rockets general manager Carol Dawson. Link felt a surge of excitement. His ideal trading partner, the Rockets, had approached him. "Is this Manager Link?" "Hello, I am Carol Dawson, the general manager of the Rockets." "Mr. Dawson, greetings. What brings you to call?" While Link was elated internally, he maintained an air of nonchalance, even a hint of arrogance that it was imperative to seize the initiative in the negotiations. "Manager Link, I shall be direct. I understand the Lakers are contemplating a trade involving O'Neal, and we, the Rockets, are very keen to acquire him." Dawson cut straight to the chase, leaving no room for pleasantries. "The entire Rockets roster is available for trade, including our 2002 first overall pick, Manager Link. Being of Chinese descent, you must know that this upcoming draft features the top center from China, Yao Ming. This would provide the Lakers with a capable player to fill the center position. Additionally, as the saying goes, a familiar face in a foreign land, selecting Yao Ming would surely be a delightful prospect for you. I am confident that the Lakers would garner substantial attention from China, leading to a significant increase in the team's value. The Rockets, represented by Dawson, exhibited great sincerity and had evidently conducted extensive research. His persuasive rhetoric was compelling, even appealing to emotions by highlighting the narrative of a Chinese manager selecting a Chinese player. However, Link did not hold back, responding candidly to Mr. Dawson. To be frank, I did not anticipate a call from the Rockets, and my primary role is as the owner and manager of the Lakers, and only then as a member of the Chinese community. The fact that the Rockets and Lakers are in the same conference inherently complicates any potential trade. Furthermore, the players on your roster do not align with my interests. He asked for your mention of Yao Ming. While I have observed his dominance in the CBA, I must stress that the NBA operates on an entirely different competitive level. If you were to offer me the first overall pick, I would need to seriously contemplate whether selecting Yao Ming is the right choice. Link was determined not to allow Dawson to leverage Yao Ming as a bargaining chip. While his words were measured, his respect for Yao was profound. In his final year in the CBA, Yao's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. During the regular season, he averaged 32.4 points, 19 rebounds, and 4.8 blocks, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage of 72. At any time the ball found its way to Yao, it was nearly guaranteed to result in points, whether through powerful inside plays or mid-range shots. In the finals, Yao's Shanghai team faced the Bai team, and he elevated his game further, averaging 41.3 points, 21 rebounds, and 4.3 blocks. In the first game of the finals, Yao achieved a staggering 21 for 21 shooting, amassing 49 points, 21 rebounds, and 7 blocks. Ultimately, Yao led Shanghai to a 3-1 victory over Bai, breaking their monopoly and claiming the title of CBA champions. Yao's remarkable performance set a standard for future players like Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhilin. However, even someone as formidable as Yao faced significant challenges during his rookie season in the NBA, starting off with a rather awkward, scoreless debut. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted, concluding his first season with averages of 13.5 points, 8.2 rebounds, 1.7 assists, 1.8 blocks, 0.4 steals. Regrettably, Yao did not secure the Rookie of the Year award that season. Link was acutely aware of all these details. As Yao was a crucial target following his acquisition of the Lakers, he envisioned a partnership with Yao that would allow the latter to fully leverage his unique talents and forge a new path in the NBA. Yet, for the time being, Link needed to navigate the negotiation with Dawson skillfully to obtain the assets he desired. Carol Dawson let out a wry smile. Manager Link, Yao Ming has demonstrated unparalleled dominance in the CBA. While he may not yet rival O'Neal, I am certain he will shine in the future. Regardless, the Rockets are very eager to facilitate a trade. The Rockets have a storied tradition of powerful centers, having previously secured back-to-back championships in 1994 and 1995 with the help of Olajuwon during Jordan's first retirement. Moreover, during their championship run in 1995, the Houston Rockets finished the regular season ranked merely 6th in the Western Conference. With the exceptional performances of Hakeem Olajuwon and his teammates, they became the team with the lowest regular season record in NBA history to claim the championship title in the finals. The Rockets decisively swept the Orlando Magic with a score of 4-0. At that time, Shaquille O'Neal was still in his early Shaq phase. Although he could hold his own against Olajuwon, the overall strength of the Rockets proved superior. Thus, when whispers emerged of the Los Angeles Lakers seriously contemplating a trade for O'Neal, the Rockets began to stir with excitement. Manager Dawson, this puts us in a difficult position. Lin feigned a sigh of regret. Presently, aside from draft picks, the Rockets roster included players like Francis and Mobley, who performed reasonably well. However, they were all guards, and our Lakers already boasted a surplus in that position. Moreover, ultimately, both the Lakers and the Rockets belong to the Western Conference. Therefore, Manager Dawson, perhaps we should consider future opportunities for collaboration instead. Before Lin could finish his thought, Dawson could no longer contain himself. Manager Lin, if a direct trade between our two teams proves too challenging, we could involve a third party. We could even explore 4-team or 5-team trades. By employing such strategies, we can strive to make this trade a reality. Manager Lin, you may specify the type of player the Lakers desire, and I will see how to accommodate that. Dawson's sincerity was evident, and his demeanor was notably humble. Seize the moment. The opportunity to acquire a player like O'Neal may not come again. Seeing Dawson's eagerness, Lin Koo responded with feigned reluctance. Manager Dawson, I genuinely sense the Rockets' sincerity. Given this, let us speak candidly. I must express some unpalatable truths up front. During this period, I will also be considering offers from other teams. If a suitable deal arises, I may accept it if the Rockets wish to trade for O'Neal. They will undoubtedly have to outbid teams from the Eastern Conference that I hope to acquire a promising rookie and a 3D player for the forward position in exchange for O'Neal. You may contemplate this direction. Similarly, to facilitate the trade, the Lakers are open to offering some other players as well. Regardless of the outcome, even if this attempt does not succeed, we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Dawson understood that Lin Koo was speaking the truth. At this moment, Lin Koo held the upper hand. If the trade assets were not sufficiently enticing, the Lakers could easily opt out of any deal. Very well, Manager Lin. I grasp the general direction that I will subsequently reach out to other team managers to explore various trade possibilities. Dawson, having been entrenched in the NBA for quite some time, was resolute in his determination to acquire O'Neal and restore the former glory of the Space City. At that very moment, Lin Koo too had made up his mind to usher in a new era for Yao Ming with the Lakers. After concluding his conversation with Dawson from the Rockets, Lin Koo's phone was soon inundated with calls from other team managers. Although they all ostensibly congratulated Lin Koo on becoming the newly appointed owner of the Lakers and expressed genuine interest in acquiring O'Neal, it became glaringly apparent during the discussions that each team harbored different intentions. For instance, the Kings and the Nets were merely probing to see if the Lakers would dismantle their championship roster, especially since the Lakers had triumphed over them last season to secure the title. Others were simply looking to exploit the situation for their gain, hoping to extort the Lakers in some manner. The most audacious among them was Danny Ainge of the Celtics. This cunning fox brazenly proposed to trade Antoine Walker as the centerpiece, along with a few low-value players, in exchange for O'Neal. Antoine Walker, nicknamed the Big Dog at that time, formed a dynamic duo with Paul Pierce and the Celtics. Averaging 22.1 points, 8.8 rebounds, 5 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.5 blocks per game, his statistics initially seemed impressive. However, Walker was merely a stat stuffer with low basketball IQ. As a power forward, he possessed a dismal shooting percentage of just 39.4. Infuriated, Lin Koo nearly erupted in anger over the phone. Truly, Danny Ainge exemplified the essence of an NBA wheeler-dealer. In stark contrast, the Rockets appear to be genuinely sincere. Knock, knock. Just as Lin Koo finished handling those calls, someone knocked at the office door. Come in. Lin Koo swiftly adjusted his demeanor, finally ready to meet with the free agent he had contacted earlier. The individual entering the room was Chauncey Billups. Billups, selected 3rd overall by the Boston Celtics in the 1997 NBA draft, had led the underdog Pistons to a 4-1 victory over the F4 Lakers in the 2004 Finals, earning the Finals MVP accolade. However, Billups now found himself in a state of uncertainty and doubt. Despite being a highly regarded draft pick from 1997, he had wandered through various teams, including the Celtics, Raptors, Nuggets, and Timberwolves in recent years. With averages of 10 points and 5.5 assists, his performance had been somewhat lackluster. Even the Timberwolves, after his recent stint, chose not to extend a contract, allowing him to depart as a free agent. Hello, Billups. Thank you so much for coming to Los Angeles for this meeting. Upon seeing Billups enter, Lin Koo greeted him warmly, rising to shake his hand. Billups appeared somewhat taken aback. After leaving the Timberwolves, he had been concerned about his next steps, but he never anticipated the Lakers would extend an olive branch to him. Billups, I am genuinely eager for you to join the Lakers. I firmly believe that with your addition at the point guard position, the Lakers will undoubtedly continue their reign next season. Your playmaking and defensive abilities will be fully realized with our team. Lin Koo was straightforward in his approach, acutely aware of Billups' current predicament, as well as the allure of the Lakers' visibility and success. Billups, feeling a surge of excitement, responded directly Manager Lin, I'm also incredibly grateful to the Lakers for offering me this opportunity, and I am very much willing to join the Lakers. However, considering the contract and salary implications, does the Lakers have the capacity to sign me directly? And what kind of salary can be offered? Billups was forthright in his inquiry. He was eager to join the Lakers. Yet the prerequisite was a satisfactory contract to guarantee the core of the NBA. It remained a business. Most players primarily focused on their salaries. For Billups, who was still subject to external scrutiny, securing a long-term, lucrative contract was imperative. Lin maintained his composure, smiling. You need not worry about salary cap issues. The Lakers will create the necessary space to sign you.as for the contract. Let me pause for a moment to gauge a reaction. The Lakers were willing to offer a 6-year, $30 million contract, along with a starting position, allowing him to partner with Kobe in the Lakers' starting backcourt. The contract would be fully guaranteed, devoid of any team options or player options. I believe this salary aligns closely with your expectations, that I have full faith that you will showcase your abilities and style once you join the Lakers. Upon hearing this, Billups visibly brightened with excitement. 6 years, $30 million. This was one of the highest offers he had received in recent times. Lin exuded confidence that in his previous life. During this offseason, Billups ultimately signed with the Pistons for a 6-year, $35 million contract, marking a pivotal turning point in his career. In the following season, Billups played 74 games, averaging 16.2 points, 3.7 rebounds, and 3.9 assists, leading the Pistons to the best record in the Eastern Conference and advancing triumphantly into the playoffs. Although Lin's offer of 6 years and $30 million was slightly lower than the Pistons' $35 million, the Lakers' record, visibility, market presence, and the quality of life in Los Angeles overwhelmingly surpassed that of Detroit. Unsurprisingly, after a moment of contemplation, Billups responded, "Manager, the contract you have proposed is exceedingly generous. I sincerely thank you and the Lakers for this recognition. To be frank, several other teams have also reached out to me." Lin interjected with a smile, interrupting Billups. For instance, the Pistons, who are indeed in need of reinforcement at the point guard position. Billups, the forthcoming contract is a matter of great significance for you. You have the opportunity to compare offers and take your time to contemplate. The Lakers sincerely hope that you will join us. Upon hearing Lin's words, Billups was taken aback. This manager Lin seems to possess a deeper understanding of the game than he appears. He can analyze which teams are looking to strengthen their rosters. Moreover, he accurately stated that the Pistons were in contact with him. Had Lin just recently joined the NBA management ranks, and already his network of intelligence is this formidable. Billups no longer hesitated. "Manager Lin, as you rightly pointed out, the Pistons have indeed reached out to me. There is no need for further deliberation. I can provide you with a response right now. I am willing to accept the contract from the Lakers." "Splendid. Welcome aboard, Billups." Lin extended his hand, firmly shaking Billups' hand. "Let's agree on our intentions, and once the Lakers free up salary cap space and the NBA enters the signing period, we will formalize the contract. The roster of the Lakers will undergo significant changes next season, and we will need you to contribute greatly as the on-court commander." Billups' composed demeanor, unselfish play, stable shooting, and formidable defense will create a perfect synergy with Kobe. Next season, the Lakers' backcourt defense will be enough to instill fear in opposing guards. The energetic version of Kobe, alongside Billups, who has been selected to the all-defensive team 4 times, will leave all opposing guards in despair. More importantly, Lin's shrewd maneuver to secure Billups without any cost has indirectly stymied the future rise of the Pistons' 5 Tigers. Billups firmly grasped Lin's hand that I eagerly anticipate my career with the Lakers. After reaching a verbal agreement with Billups, Lin received a call from Houston Rockets Dawson. "Hi. Manager Lin, it's been a while since we last connected." Lin felt somewhat speechless that Dawson's enthusiasm was rather excessive. "Manager Dawson, it hasn't been long at all. How could it have turned into such a lengthy absence? In China, there's an old saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, given how well I connected with Manager Lin. A brief separation naturally brings about a sense of longing. By the way, Manager Lin, I was wondering if you have received any appealing offers regarding Shaquille's trade." After some pleasantries, Dawson promptly shifted to the topic of Shaquille's trade. "We have received quite a few offers and are currently evaluating them. Several Eastern teams have shown strong interest, and it is not out of the question that the Shark may travel eastward again. Lin Koo kept Dawson in suspense, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this news, Dawson hurriedly added, "Manager Lin, I've also contacted a few other teams, such as the Memphis Grizzlies and the Indiana Pacers, with the draft approaching. Perhaps we could discuss further and finalize a trade in conjunction with the draft picks." Upon hearing these team names, Lin Koo's spirits lifted. These teams are currently struggling and are considering trades. More importantly, there are players on their rosters that Lin Koo has his eye on. Very well, Manager Dawson, let us find an opportunity for us to discuss this further. There is no need to set any specific trade outcomes. I also wish to converse with a few managers. Sounds good. Manager Lin, given the urgency, let's commence a conference call immediately. Lin Koo glanced at his watch. It was now June 25th at noon. The 2002 NBA draft is set for June 26th, which is tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Time is indeed of the essence, and Lin Koo did not expect this exchange to yield ideal results. However, to Lin Koo's surprise, the conference call lasted until the morning of June 26th. Initially, the call consisted of pleasantries and probing, but it escalated into a cacophony of shouting and even cursing. Lin Koo passionately joined in, occasionally throwing in a few phrases from Chinese culture, engaging in a flurry of friendly communication and discussions. Becoming quite busy, the general managers of the Rockets and Grizzlies were professional and relatively restrained. However, the general manager of the Pacers, none other than Larry Bird, led to a situation where only Lin Koo and Bird's friendly greetings could be heard during the four-way call. Even when Anne Hathaway came to find Lin Koo, he barely had time to exchange a few words with her. Fortunately, in the end, after relentless negotiations, they finally reached a conclusive agreement. Lin Koo, feeling utterly exhausted, took a brief moment to recuperate before boarding a private jet to New York. New York, Madison Square Garden, 7 p.m. Lin Koo yawned, looking somewhat haggard, as he entered the draft venue alongside the radiant Hathaway. However, upon entering, Lin Koo encountered several equally weary colleagues. Houston Rockets manager Carol Dawson, Memphis Grizzlies general manager Billy Knight, Indiana Pacers general manager Larry Bird. Good evening, gentlemen. Although we have talked extensively from yesterday until this morning, this is my first time meeting you all in person. It seems we are finally meeting our online acquaintances. Lin Koo took the initiative to greet them. Dawson and Knight responded warmly, but Bird, visibly agitated, retorted, "You little Chinese kid, how dare you provoke me like that on the phone yesterday? If you have the guts, let us find a court after the draft to settle this. I'll show you how to wipe the floor with you." "Huh, let us skip that. You're a retired professional player. Wouldn't that be bullying me? Or should I call Kobe over to spar with you for some fun? But considering you've been retired for years, can you still keep up with one-on-one play?" Lin Koo responded with a chuckle, but Bird's competitive nature flared up upon hearing Lin Koo's words that "I've faced Jordan. I'm not afraid of Kobe. Even in retirement, taking you down would be a walk in the park." Dawson looked at Bird with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "All right, Bird, if we're to compete, let it be a contest of managerial prowess. Have we all confirmed our proposal from yesterday? If so, let us proceed according to the agreed-upon plan and announce everything officially after the draft." Although Dawson was weary, his inner joy was unmistakable. After expending so much energy, he was eager for the desired outcome and hoped nothing would go awry at the last moment. Bird snorted, assuredly stating, "Rest assured, we'll proceed as per this morning's agreement. After this trade, let us see how the Pacers handle you all." With a few parting jabs, Bird headed directly to the Pacers' seating area. Lin Koo waved goodbye to Dawson and Knight, then leisurely returned to the Lakers section with Hathaway. As David Stern took the stage, the 2002 NBA draft officially commenced. Stern surveyed the audience and locked eyes with Lin Koo. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Koo, unfazed, even waved at Stern. Stern smiled and nodded back, internally pondering. This new owner of the Lakers has certainly captured a lot of attention lately with explosive news. Should I find an opportunity to chat with him? Perhaps remind him to be mindful of his influence? However, thanks to him, the NBA always requires excitement and buzz. No matter how Lin Koo stirs things up with the Lakers, it ultimately benefits the entire NBA. Never mind, I won't dwell on that. Stern cleared his throat, smiling at the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the 2002 NBA draft now underway." The audience erupted into cheers. The cameras swiftly shifted to the hot prospects seated in the green room. Among those appearing on screen were Jay Williams, Amare Stoudemire, Mike Dunleavy, and Karen Butler, all of whom would carve out their places in the NBA. Yet they still bear that youthful and tender appearance, akin to tender shoots just breaking through the soil, brimming with boundless potential and possibilities. Regardless of the year, whether it be a year of plentiful draft talent or one of scarcity, fans invariably fixate on the draft results, as if anticipating a grand celebration. Each draft represents a new beginning, as well as a glimpse into the future. These rookie players hail from all corners of the globe, each a basketball prodigy. Among them, there may emerge future basketball legends. Alongside fleeting talents, each individual holds the potential to become the next Jordan or Kobe, yet may also find themselves eliminated in fierce competition. Fans fervently hope that their beloved teams possess the discernment to select cornerstone players of the future. They yearn for their teams to discover that leader who can guide them to glory, enabling their dreams to materialize. Lin Kuo smiled softly, his arm wrapped around the slender waist of Haley. He knew that this moment had finally arrived. The grand spectacle was about to unfold. The first team to make a selection was the Houston Rockets, who held the coveted first overall pick this year. According to the rules of the NBA draft, each team is allotted 5 minutes to decide on their desired player. Prior to the trade involving O'Neal, the Rockets had already determined which player they wished to select. Dawson promptly submitted the results. Stern, holding the slip of paper, announced into the microphone that the 2002 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets, with the first overall pick, select Yao Ming from the magical city of China. At that moment, Yao Ming was not present, thus he could not ascend the stage to shake Stern's hand or don the Rockets' cap. Although Lin Kuo had already been privy to the outcome, hearing Stern declare Yao Ming as the first overall pick still stirred a wave of excitement, prompting him to clap enthusiastically. Yao Ming stands as a symbol for Chinese basketball. However, the applause at the draft venue was sparse. Aside from Lin Kuo and Haley, who joined in the applause, there was little else in the way of congratulations that, in fact, jeers and boos echoed through the crowd. The current NBA and its fan base largely underestimated foreign players. Before Yao Ming, while there had been foreign players entering the NBA, the highest draft pick was Pau Gasol from Spain, selected only 3rd overall. Yao Ming would become the first foreign player ever to be drafted first overall in NBA history. Striking a nerve with many prideful American fans at that time, the highly touted player, Jay Williams, was recognized as the best collegiate player in the nation, having won both the Naismith and Wooden Awards. Additionally, he was a member of the squad preparing for the 2002 World Championship, enjoying immense popularity among fans. Many in attendance believe the Rockets should have selected Williams instead of Yao Ming. Hence the boos erupted. Lin Kuo couldn't help but scoff at the arrogance of these American fans. Just wait and see. The upcoming 2002 World Championship would see the American men's basketball team finish in 6th place. This defeat could still be attributed to the absence of their absolute stars that by the time of the 2004 Athens Olympics. Despite their strenuous efforts to field a star-studded lineup, they could only secure a bronze medal. Next, the Chicago Bulls held the 2nd overall pick, and they swiftly made their decision to select the favorite, Jay Williams. The Bulls staff felt fortunate that the Rockets had chosen Yao Ming, allowing them to secure Williams. Following Stern's announcement, Williams ascended the stage to shake Stern's hand, and the venue erupted in thunderous applause, a stark contrast to the treatment Yao received. Unfortunately, Williams' NBA career would soon come to an abrupt halt. He had a particular fondness for extreme sports, often racing motorcycles. A motorcycle accident in 2003 resulted in a torn ligament in his left knee and severe damage to 3 nerves in his left leg, ultimately forcing him to leave the NBA. Nevertheless, in his solitary season, Williams averaged 9.5 points, 2.6 rebounds, and 4.7 assists at first glance. These statistics may seem decent. However, as a guard, Williams' shooting percentage stood at 39.9, while his free throw percentage was a dismal 64.0. He was less accurate from the free throw line than Yao Ming, nearly on par with Ben Simmons. Yet, this is the allure of the NBA. One can never predict the development and transformation of its players. For the 3rd pick, the Golden State Warriors selected Mike Dunleavy from Duke University. For the 4th pick, the Memphis Grizzlies chose Drew Gooden from the University of Kansas. Lin Kuo turned around, searching for Grizzlies manager Billy Knight. Knight noticed Lin Kuo and smiled, waving his hand while forming a V sign. The 4th pick for the Grizzlies was not part of any trade proposal. The draft continued, with Sturm methodically announcing the results. For the 6th pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers selected DeJuan Wagner from the University of Memphis. For the 7th pick, the New York Knicks chose Nene Hilario from Brazil, although Nene was also a foreign player. He was selected by the Knicks, thus the harsh New York fans at Madison Square Garden offered a measure of applause. There were also some who voiced their discontent, but most of the ire was directed at the Knicks management. For the 9th pick, the Phoenix Suns selected Amare Stoudemire, a high school player from Florida. Lin Koo squinted at Stoudemire as he took the stage, realizing this young talent would soon join Nash and ignite an offensive storm for the Suns. Preparation was in order. For the 10th pick, the Miami Heat selected Karen Butler from the University of Connecticut. For the 23rd pick, the Detroit Pistons chose Tayshaun Prince from the University of Kentucky. Lin Koo joined in the applause. In Lin Koo's previous life, Prince was also one of the Pistons' unsung heroes. However, at present, with Billups, the Pistons commander, having been outmaneuvered by Lin Koo, they posed little threat. The Lakers' own first-round draft pick was approaching. For the 27th pick, the Los Angeles Lakers selected Carlos Boozer from Duke University. Following Stern's announcement, Boozer joyfully ascended the stage. Originally, Boozer had anticipated being selected in the early part of the 2nd round, so he was pleasantly surprised that the Lakers chose him at the end of the 1st round. This would significantly enhance Boozer's rookie contract. However, the photographers, keenly aware of the showmanship, only granted Boozer a few seconds of spotlight before swiftly turning their lenses toward Lin Koo in the audience. Accompanied by a caption reading, "New owner and new manager of the Lakers, Lin Koo." Almost instantaneously, Madison Square Garden erupted into two distinct sounds: jeers and applause. The cacophony reached the highest decibel level of the evening. The boos and derisive shouts came from a segment of ordinary fans. This individual, having acquired the Lakers with a bit of money, boldly proclaimed his intent to trade O'Neal. And to top it off, he was Chinese. This guy probably knew nothing about basketball. Why not enjoy his wealth and pursue women instead of wreaking havoc on our American NBA, especially the Lakers? He's already busy charming the ladies. Just look at the beauty sitting beside him. What a figure, what a face. How infuriating at that time, and Hathaway had just begun her career and had not yet garnered significant fame. However, appearing alongside Lin Koo at Madison Square Garden had undoubtedly attracted some attention. The applause stemmed from the other half of Knicks fans. They applauded fervently while wiping tears from their eyes. The heavens have finally bestowed upon us a management team wiser than our Knicks. How they longed for Lin Koo to lead the Lakers and their Knicks to become the twin dragons of the NBA. As Lin Koo observed his image on the big screen, he remained unfazed. With an air of elegance, he adjusted his attire, stood, and waved at the camera. Yet feeling this was insufficiently audacious, Lin Koo pulled Haley closer, in front of the camera. He pressed his lips against her stunningly beautiful face. With a flourish, he retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket and waved it about. Embroidered upon the handkerchief were 5 striking characters: Lakers Championship. Instantly, the atmosphere within Madison Square Garden transformed into a chorus of synchronized boos, echoing like a tempestuous roar. This audacious young man from China was undeniably brimming with arrogance. Stern, having expended considerable effort to regain control over the draft proceedings, cast a wry smile at Lin Koo below the stage. "Ah, Lin Koo, you are indeed a spirited one. Must you provoke these fans so brazenly?" Despite his inner musings, Stern maintained a professional demeanor, continuing to host the event with a smile. The first round of the 2002 draft had concluded. We now commence the 2nd round. Let us eagerly anticipate the selections each team will make. In the 2nd round, at the 1st pick, the Golden State Warriors selected Steve Logan. At the 3rd pick, the Memphis Grizzlies chose Dan Gadzuric. Hailing from the Netherlands, Lin Koo nodded in approval. The Grizzlies had adhered to the prearranged plan, opting for the selection that Lin Koo had recommended, although Gadzuric was not particularly well known. Standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 109 kg, he was projected to contribute 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 1.6 blocks in just 20 minutes by his 3rd year in the league, a vintage, cost-effective version of the 8 Virtuous Kings. Lin Koo's choice of Gadzuric served as a fitting backup for Yao Ming, providing a blue-collar presence in the paint. After all, with Shaquille O'Neal traded away, considerations on how to counter him became paramount. At the 9th pick, the Houston Rockets selected Luis Scola. From Argentina, Scola was not present at the venue. However, as soon as Stern announced the pick, curses erupted from the Spurs section. WTF? Why on earth would the Rockets suddenly select Scola? Spurs manager Buford was beside himself with frustration. He and Popovich had scouted Scola extensively. This Argentine giant possessed exquisite skills, nimble footwork, and exceptional basketball IQ, making him ideally suited for the Spurs system. Unfortunately, the Argentine club was reluctant to release Scola without a hefty buyout. Fortunately, Scola lacked widespread recognition, and other NBA teams had not taken note of him. Thus, Popovich and Buford decided to acquire Scola's NBA rights using the Spurs' second-round pick, the 27th overall. Little did they know that the Rockets would swoop in unexpectedly, snatching him away. How had the Rockets even become aware of Scola? It was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Lin reveled in the chaos, relishing Buford's ire. This was payback for his pretentious inquiries about O'Neal and his attempts to acquire the aging Robinson. Snagging Scola was a deliberate move to irritate him. In the past, due to buyout issues, the Spurs had been too frugal to reimburse Scola, delaying his entry into the NBA until 2007, where he became an experienced older rookie. However, Linco was more than willing to assist Scola with this minor buyout issue. Having already secured the Lakers for $850 million, Scola's buyout was a mere trifle in pursuit of the championship. Although Stern noticed a slight commotion from the Spurs section, he chose to remain focused, continuing to announce the draft results. At the 11th pick, the Washington Wizards selected Juan Carlos Navarro, hailing from Spain. At the 17th pick, the Memphis Grizzlies chose Matt Barnes. Lin nodded once more. Many fans were familiar with Barnes, a versatile swingman boasting career averages of 8.7 points, 4.7 rebounds, 1.9 assists, 0.8 steals, and 0.5 blocks. Known for his fierce defense and physicality, he shunned any underhanded tactics during play. Throughout his NBA career, Barnes had earned a reputation for his tenacity and toughness. Of course, his most infamous moment was when he drove hundreds of kilometers to confront Fisher over personal matters. As Lin assessed these players, he couldn't help but marvel at the Grizzlies' abundance of draft picks this year. However, this abundance was a consequence of a previous trade agreement. The Pistons and Grizzlies had settled on a deal that allowed the Pistons to obtain a future first-round pick from the Grizzlies, to be honored no later than 2003, yet in 2002, the Grizzlies hesitated to fulfill this obligation. Consequently, the Grizzlies' 2003 pick was forcibly surrendered to the Pistons, ultimately becoming the second overall pick in a draft filled with luminaries. Recognized as a golden generation, the Pistons, in their wisdom, selected the Yugoslavian player Darko Milicic, disregarding future stars like Anthony, Wade, and Bosh, and that was the end of that. Yet these were tales for another time. The agreement Lin reached with Dawson, Knight, and Bird after a night of discussion had successfully secured all the rookies involved. The next step was to await the conclusion of the draft, entering the NBA's official trading period. Lin persistently urged Stern with his gaze. However, Stern maintained a steady rhythm, announcing results and shaking hands one by one. At the 29th pick, the final selection of the 2002 draft was made by the Sacramento Kings, who chose Cousins Edwards. Thus, all draft selections had concluded, marking the official end of the event. We invite everyone to continue following the NBA as we await the commencement of the new season. In contrast to the first round, the second round had evidently failed to capture the audience's interest. The likelihood of success for second-round players was exceedingly low, akin to sifting through sand in the ocean, and their overall caliber was generally inferior to that of first-round selections. Although Stern continued to announce the draft conclusion, many fans present chose to leave early. Viewers at home also began to disperse. Having wrapped up the evening's duties, Stern exchanged pleasantries with a few familiar faces. Finally finding a moment of respite, he contemplated whether to seek Lin for a private conversation, offering some friendly advice. Yet when he looked, Lin was nowhere to be found. This young Chinese man certainly had a knack for evading attention. Had he perhaps departed with his attractive companion? As Stern pondered this, his assistant Adam Silver rushed onto the stage, visibly flustered. "President Stern, we have breaking news." "What news?" Stern replied, his irritation apparent. "Adam, I've told you countless times to maintain composure. Your recklessness is unacceptable." Initially, Stern had high hopes for Silver, grooming him as a successor. However, recently he found himself increasingly uneasy about Silver's demeanor. Silver, swallowing hard, stammered, "Sir, you must see this news." Stern took the phone, and his eyes widened at the shocking headline. WOJ's exclusive. A monumental four-team trade has been finalized. A Chinese owner welcomes the Chinese #1 pick, and the Big Shark relocates to the Space City. Stern rubbed his eyes in disbelief at what he read. This Lin Ku was truly a master of orchestrating chaos. He hoped it wouldn't backfire. Not only Stern and Silver were privy to this news, it quickly reverberated throughout the entire NBA league. WOJ, reliable sources confirm. The Lakers, Rockets, Grizzlies, and Pacers have reached a preliminary trade agreement. Upon the official commencement of the trading period on July 1 ST, the following transactions were executed without delay. The Los Angeles Lakers acquired Yao Ming, rookie. Kevin Cato, averaging 6.6 points, 7.0 rebounds, 0.4 assists, 0.5 steals, 1.3 blocks. Ron Artest, averaging 10.9 points, 5 rebounds, 1.8 assists, 2.4 steals, 0.6 blocks. Al Harrington, averaging 13.1 points, 6.3 rebounds, 1.2 assists, 0.9 steals, 0.5 blocks. Shane Battier, averaging 14.4 points, 5.4 rebounds, 2.8 assists, 1.6 steals, 1.0 blocks. Dan Gadzuric, rookie. Luis Scola, rookie. And Matt Barnes, rookie. They also received the 2003 second-round draft pick from the Grizzlies, the 2004 second-round draft pick from the Rockets, and the 2007 first-round draft pick from the Rockets. In exchange, they relinquished Shaquille O'Neal, Derek Fisher, Devin George, Samaki Walker, and Rick Fox. The Houston Rockets acquired Shaquille O'Neal, averaging 27.2 points, 10.7 rebounds, 3.0 assists, 0.6 steals, 2.0 blocks, and Derek Fisher, averaging 11.2 points, 2.1 rebounds, 2.6 assists, 0.9 steals, 0.1 blocks. They sent away Yao Ming, Cuttino Mobley, Kevin Cato, Kenny Thomas, and Luis Scola, as well as the 2003 second-round draft pick, the 2004 second-round draft pick, and the 2007 first-round draft pick. The Memphis Grizzlies received Kenny Thomas, averaging 14.1 points, 7.2 rebounds, 1.9 assists, 1.2 steals, 0.9 blocks. Samaki Walker, averaging 6.7 points, 7 rebounds, 0.9 assists, 0.4 steals, 1.3 blocks. And Rick Fox, averaging 7.9 points, 4.7 rebounds, 3.5 assists, 1.1 steals, 0.3 blocks, along with the 2003 second-round draft pick from the Rockets. They gave up Shane Battier, Dan Gadzuric, and Matt Barnes, along with the 2003 first-round draft pick. The Indiana Pacers acquired Cuttino Mobley, averaging 21.7 points, 4.1 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 1.5 steals, 0.5 blocks, and Devin George, averaging 7.1 points, 3.7 rebounds, 1.4 assists, 0.9 steals, 0.5 blocks, while parting with Ron Artest and Al Harrington. This monumental trade involved 4 teams, 15 players, and 3 future draft picks, marking an exceptionally intricate and astonishing transaction in the 2002 NBA. Link expressed his satisfaction with the deal after a night of spirited discussions with several senior colleagues. Ultimately arriving at this arrangement, why trading O'Neal, Link effectively resolved the escalating tensions within the OK duo through a rather physical approach. He successfully acquired multiple players he coveted, all of whom possessed formidable capabilities and distinct strengths. Most importantly, the Lakers secured the towering Yao Ming. It can be said that Link orchestrated the trade for Yao's sake, leading to the decision to part with O'Neal. The media fixated on the rarity of trading last season's Finals MVP, yet overlooked the fact that the Lakers had acquired a player of the first overall pick. Such players are typically the most prominent talents of their draft class and seldom traded. It was precisely because Yao was an international player combined with O'Neal's immense allure that Link was able to maneuver the trade successfully to achieve his goals. Overall, regarding the trade centered around O'Neal, apart from not securing more first-round picks from the Rockets, Link was quite pleased that as for the Rockets lacking first-round picks, it was due to prior trades involving Pippen and Francis that had already depleted their draft assets. Link had no choice but to settle for a distant future pick, yet even that would not materialize until 2007. That a delay is certainly preferable to absence. It was indeed wise to integrate Yao into the Lakers roster. Otherwise, the Rockets would likely continue their trend of minor skirmishes without ever achieving substantial success. The Rockets had always been known for their meticulous financial management. It was quite rare for them to take such a bold gamble in this trade. Link mused to himself while stretching and gently patting Hathaway's fragrant shoulder. He had been exceedingly busy lately, which meant he had no time to properly schedule a basketball outing with Hathaway. It seemed imperative to find a moment to make up for that. Link felt content with the trade's outcome, while Rockets manager Dawson, Grizzlies manager Knight, and Pacers manager Bird, after finalizing the trade, eagerly convened in a restaurant. Toasting to their success, "Dawson, you are truly magnanimous. You brought our Grizzlies into this trade and secured us some excellent players," Knight exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. More importantly, following the trade, the Rockets retained Francis. Next season, the combination of O'Neal and Francis would surely elevate their game. "Dawson, your strategy was impeccable. The title of best manager for next season must undoubtedly belong to you." Dawson, equally exhilarated, clinked glasses with Knight. Thanks to Link, the newly appointed manager of the Lakers. Just after taking over the team, he impulsively orchestrated such a monumental trade. And congratulations to you, Knight. Now your Grizzlies have numerous rookies, and you managed to exchange a few for so many experienced and capable veterans. Your team is bound to soar next season. Knight could hardly contain his satisfaction, bursting into laughter. Our Grizzlies are doing well, but the happiest must surely be Bird. You traded 2 young backups for the season, Mobley, a player averaging over 20 points per game. Coupled with young O'Neal, your Pacers are destined for the Eastern Conference Finals next season. Bird, reveling in his drink, gazed triumphantly at Dawson and Knight. "I have always maintained that after this trade, our Pacers would undoubtedly dominate your teams. Miller is nearing the twilight of his career, and Mobley is the perfect successor. It's simply brilliant." Dawson, unfazed, chuckled at Bird's remarks. "Bird, your Pacers may be a force in the East, but with O'Neal now on our roster, we fear no one. The matchup of Big O against Little O is an absolute advantage for us." Upon hearing Dawson's assertion, Bird immediately bristled. "Our Pacers made the playoffs last season, whereas your Rockets languished at the bottom of the West. Even with O'Neal, you'll merely be a flash in the pan. Team legacy is paramount. I foresee your Rockets needing considerable time to gel." Knight, noticing Bird's competitive spirit flaring up once more, quickly intervened to smooth things over. All right. It wasn't easy for us to strike this trade. We all successfully bolstered our teams. I propose a toast to celebrate this successful transaction. Let's raise a glass to the astute new manager of the Lakers, Link. Ha ha. Indeed. This toast is to a promising new season and to the newly appointed Lakers manager, Link. Dawson, Knight, and Bird, all believing their teams had struck gold, raised their glasses in unison. Meanwhile, Link, engaged in a spirited game with Hathaway, suddenly sneezed. "Who is mentioning me at this moment? Could it be Eva?" Link pondered briefly. However, at that moment, Hathaway, brimming with excitement, charged towards him with the ball, and Link had no time to contemplate further as he pivoted to intensify his offensive efforts. In the ensuing days, the headlines across the sports media were dominated by the Lakers, the monumental trade, and the name Link. Even television programs frequently referenced Link and the Lakers. In a certain sports talk show, originally focused on Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith predicting the upcoming NBA season, the conversation took a passionate turn. "I can't believe the Lakers not only traded O'Neal, but also let go of 4 starters from their championship lineup. Fisher, Fox, and Devin George, to be candid, while they were barely sufficient as starters. The Lakers have completely discarded their championship roster. Does Link truly believe that retaining Kobe alone will rectify the situation? Let's examine what the Lakers received in return. 3 future draft picks that lack immediate impact. In terms of players, we have Artist, Harrington, and Battier. 3 rookies still bound by their rookie contracts. Kevin Cato, a sturdy blue-collar center. I harbor no disrespect towards Cato, but his capabilities are indeed limited. Additionally, there are 4 other rookies. Coupled with the Lakers' own selection of Boozer, next season, over half of the Lakers roster will be comprised of newcomers. Rookies, Barkley, addressing the microphone, unleashed a torrent of words, saliva flying in every direction. Link, all Lakers fans must remember this name. He is the architect of the downfall of the Lakers dynasty, the primary instigator. Kenny Smith chimed in, fanning the flames. Barkley, On what basis do you draw such conclusions? Is it not possible that Link possesses his own unique ideas and considerations? Perhaps next season, the Lakers will usher in a youthful storm and create miracles. Oh, I think not, my dear Smith. Link is merely a rookie, a novice. I even question whether he truly understands basketball. I would wager that the Lakers will not even make it to the playoffs next season. Your words are but empty bravado. Barkley, Smith continue to stoke the fire. Should the Lakers reach the playoffs, I would willingly kiss your dairy Smith. I would even consider kissing Link's backside. The media in Eagle Country was rife with criticism, insults, and disparagement. In stark contrast, the media in China was ablaze with celebration, fireworks resounding. Yao Ming became the first foreign player to be the #1 overall pick in NBA history. Moreover, he would commence his professional career with a storied franchise. The Los Angeles Lakers. What's more, the current owner of the Lakers is also of Chinese descent. Link. It is a joyous occasion, a celebration of monumental proportions. Even Link's reputation improved significantly in an instant. Teacher Zhang Weiping, upon witnessing the Lakers retain Kobe and trade for Yao Ming, instantly transformed into an ardent Lakers supporter. It now seems that Link possesses a keen understanding of the game. This trade is indeed very reasonable. Yao Ming is a different style of interior player compared to Shaquille O'Neal, yet equally exceptional. As long as the Lakers play cohesively next season, he and Kobe are sure to achieve great success. Even Yang quickly reversed his stance, having previously penned a scathing critique of Link. Reflecting on the glorious past of the purple and gold Lakers is vivid in memory. Yet now, under the mismanagement of the new owner Link, we lament the state of our Lakers. This sentiment was swiftly amended to, reflecting on the glorious past of the purple and gold Lakers is vivid in memory. Today, with the pride of China, we shall strive for greatness once more. The light of China shines bright in purple and gold. Customized t-shirts and hoodies were promptly produced and marketed. Meanwhile, Link remained undisturbed by the external reports. Liu Luofu contacted Zuckerberg and had already invested in launching the Facebook social platform. Link, in turn, opened an account immediately, sharing reports that cast a shadow over the Lakers. Notably, he accompanied Barkley's kiss my but wager with a shushing emoji. As for the positive reports from China, Link would occasionally share them to provoke the naysayers in Eagle Country. Consequently, Link's Facebook account saw a rapid increase in followers, although over half of them were detractors. They busily vented their frustrations on Link's page daily. Within the Lakers organization, Link met with players who were on the trading block, expressing gratitude for their previous contributions, and gifted each a custom Rolex watch. Shaquille O'Neal had already communicated in advance, expressing no objections to the trade, while players like Fisher and Fox also conveyed their understanding of the team's decisions. Mr. Owner, when we meet again next season, we shall be rivals that time. I will ensure the Lakers and Kobe are thoroughly defeated. Shaq joked. That may not be the case, my friend. You should focus on preparing for your surgery. Furthermore, next season, your matchup will not be against Kobe, but against the new interior lineup of the Lakers. The Lakers' goal remains the championship. I will be sure to invite you to the celebration. Link half-jokingly retorted. The players slated for trade were all diligent professionals. Link held no grievances or opinions against them. Rather, it was solely for the vision he had for the Lakers' supremacy and the dominance of Chinese basketball that he chose to trade them away. After reassuring the Lakers players, Link received a long-distance call from China. On the line was Yao Ming. Hello, I am Yao Ming. Yao greeted in his distinctly Chinese accented English. Yes, I am Link. Nice to meet you. How do you do? Yao promptly employed the classic greeting template. Link, patient, continued with standard responses. I'm fine too. Link could sense Yao's eagerness even through the phone. All right, Yao, although I live in Eagle Country, I have no issues with Chinese. However, you must practice your English more. You'll need to communicate well with your teammates next season. Finally, Link ceased to tease Yao and spoke directly in Mandarin. Mr. Owner, you can speak Chinese. That's wonderful. Yao responded with a hint of simplicity. Yao, have you nearly finished packing? Please make your way to Los Angeles as soon as possible. The Lakers roster will see significant changes next season, and we need you to integrate swiftly. Mr. Owner, I've already packed my belongings. I will set out the day after tomorrow. Link felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yao's words. Yao, just call me Link. The titles sound too awkward that we are all compatriots. By the way, have all the formalities been taken care of? The Chinese Basketball Association and the Shanghai Sharks, have all matters been resolved? In a previous life, when Yao Ming ventured into the NBA, the Chinese Basketball Association had imposed numerous stringent demands. This led to Yao bearing many additional irrelevant games, significantly increasing his physical burden. One could only wonder if this time, as Yao embarked on his NBA journey, he would encounter similar stumbling blocks and troubles that Mr. Owner Link, Yao continued, the chairman of the Chinese Basketball Association. Xian Hongcheng is right here with me that he wishes to speak with you. Yao expressed with a hint of helplessness, apologizing. Link's mood soured immediately. Hello, is this Mr. Link? I am Xian Hongcheng, the head of the Chinese Basketball Association. An abrasive, noisy voice came through the phone. Who starts a conversation by stating their title? Link suppressed his annoyance and replied coldly. Mr. Xian Hongcheng. Hello, did I wonder if the Lakers' decision to select Yao Ming has any implications with the Basketball Association? Cough, cough, Mr. Link. One cannot simply state it that way. Yao Ming is an exceptional player meticulously nurtured by our Chinese Basketball Association. His foray into the NBA will indeed affect our CBA, the national team, and the entirety of Chinese basketball. Xian Hongcheng's tone was authoritative, attempting to establish dominance from the outset. Yao Ming's entry into the NBA will benefit the Lakers significantly. However, the Chinese Basketball Association and the CBA League will incur substantial losses. Xian Hongcheng adopted a bureaucratic tone, trying to assert his position. Yao is undeniably exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been selected as the first overall pick. I am confident he will achieve remarkable success in the NBA. Fulfilling your expectations, Mr. Xian, Link replied, mirroring Xian's bureaucratic manner. Xian Hongcheng was momentarily taken aback. He had hinted quite clearly that the Chinese Basketball Association sought compensation. IT was uncertain whether Link was genuinely oblivious or was merely playing dumb. The script had veered off course. Link should have seized the opportunity to discuss compensation. Xian Hongcheng had no choice but to bring it up himself. Mr. Link, as you are of Chinese descent, it is likely that you also hope for Yao Ming's transition to the NBA to yield mutual benefits, elevating Chinese basketball to new heights. As the president of the Chinese Basketball Association, I must be forthright. I encourage and support Yao Ming's move to the NBA. However, certain conditions must be agreed upon by both Yao Ming and Mr. Lin. Xian Hongcheng boldly broke the ice, expressing his thoughts without reservation. Transfer fee. Upon Yao Ming's arrival in the NBA, a transfer fee of 30 million yuan is required to be compensated to the Shanghai Sharks. Revenue sharing. Yao Ming is expected to allocate a portion of his NBA earnings to the Chinese Basketball Association, with the initial proposed share being 50% national team participation. The Chinese Basketball Association mandates that Yao Ming must be readily available to respond to the national team's call for participation during his time in the NBA. Both the Lakers and Yao Ming must provide written assurances regarding this stipulation. Support for Chinese basketball. The Lakers are to provide players of equivalent caliber in exchange, assist the Sharks in establishing a modern sports facility, and support the hiring of an NBA-level coach for the Sharks. Xian Hongcheng grew increasingly animated in his discourse, while Lin Ke's demeanor darkened with each passing word. In certain provinces of China, there exists a custom where married daughters demand exorbitant dowries. Xian Hongcheng, perhaps influenced by such customs, treating Yao Ming as a mere commodity to extort benefits from the Lakers. He even shamelessly included Yao Ming in his demands. Listening to Xian Hongcheng, Yao Ming's anger began to rise. After finally achieving his dream of entering the NBA, the Chinese Basketball Association appeared to treat him as a cash cow to be exploited. Was he to play in the NBA, or was he merely being dispatched abroad for labor by the Chinese Basketball Association? Once Xian Hongcheng had exhausted his ideas, Lin Ke spoke slowly. Mr. Xian, these conditions are exceedingly harsh. Perhaps some of these demands should be negotiated directly with Yao Ming. Personally, I feel that if these are the terms, it may be better for Yao Ming to continue showcasing his talents in the CBA. With your remarkable vision, I am certain you could cultivate Yao Ming into an even greater player, thereby strengthening the CBA to surpass the NBA. At that point, I would certainly consider investing in a CBA team. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Xian Hongcheng was left utterly astounded. Initially, he believed Lin Ke having acquired the Lakers at a high cost, would surely be affluent and willing to negotiate, being of Chinese descent. Xian Hongcheng anticipated a favorable discussion, hoping to use Yao Ming as leverage to gain substantial benefits that would enhance his career. However, to his surprise, Lin Ke did not conform to the typical pattern of inflated demands followed by haggling, but instead chose to walk away from the negotiation. Goodness, Yao Ming thought, feeling increasingly uneasy. The opportunity to join the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball, had always been his aspiration. Yet he never anticipated Xian Hongcheng's audacity in making such exorbitant demands or Lin Ke's decisive stance. Mr. Lin, we sincerely hope for Yao Ming's transition to the NBA. Specific matters can certainly be discussed in detail. Moreover, compared to the Rockets, we would prefer Yao Ming to join the Lakers, especially since you're the owner of the team. We all share a common heritage. A cold sweat began to bead on Xian Hongcheng's forehead. If Yao Ming was unable to join the NBA, it would be a significant setback, jeopardizing not only his aspirations for advancement, but also his current position. Yet, Xian Hongcheng was unwilling to let Yao Ming slip away without a fight. This conflicting mindset compelled him to soften his stance. Observing the effectiveness of his approach, Lin Ke calmly continued, Mr. Xian, being of Chinese origin, understand certain principles that I am indeed eager to assist you and contribute to the advancement of Chinese basketball. However, this assistance is contingent upon Yao Ming receiving his rightful salary as a professional athlete without undue deductions. Furthermore, while it is imperative for him to participate in major national competitions, he should not be obligated to partake in trivial friendly matches or tournaments. Yao Ming's height and weight impose significant physical burdens upon him. Frequent participation in various national team training sessions and competitions could lead to fatigue and even injuries before he is fully recovered. The Chinese Basketball Association's actions in this regard could severely diminish Yao Ming's professional career and hinder his achievements. Determined not to leave empty-handed, Xian Hongcheng gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Mr. Lin, I can represent the Chinese Basketball Association in accepting your two conditions. However, Yao Ming must participate in the upcoming World Basketball Championship starting at the end of August. The 2002 Basketball World Championship is scheduled to take place from August 29th to September 8th in Indianapolis, USA. Lin Ke glanced at the calendar and continued, Indeed, Mr. Xian, not only should Yao Ming participate, but the Lakers will also provide training facilities and support for his preparation. I would like to offer a few suggestions regarding Yao Ming's integration into the Lakers for your consideration. Upon hearing this, Xian Hongcheng felt his composure begin to slip. I haven't even exerted my authority, yet you, Lin Ke, are already assuming such a dominant posture. Before he could fully process his feelings, Lin Ke added, First, any sponsorships for the Chinese Basketball Association or the Sharks should not be funded by Yao Ming's salary or contract. Second, I, on behalf of the Lakers, pledge to assist the Chinese Basketball Association in fostering regular training exchanges, such as youth training camps and promotional tours featuring Lakers stars in China. Third, my investment company, Zaya Honghua, will allocate a dedicated fund for the development of high school and college basketball leagues in China, starting with an initial amount of 100 million USD. The specific allocation will be determined by proposal from the Basketball Association, which my company will review and execute. Fourth, the Lakers will make every effort to select more Chinese players for the NBA and assist the national team in enhancing its competitive level. Fifth, the Lakers will pay a one-time contract termination fee of $2 million to the Sharks and facilitate the introduction of NBA-caliber players as foreign aid to the team. However, it is important to note that these players will not be of Yao Ming's caliber, as I suspect the Sharks cannot afford such high contracts. What do you think, Mr. Xian? I believe these terms will not only facilitate Yao Ming's smooth entry into the NBA, but also enable you to achieve your professional goals. After Lin Ke presented his 5 points, Xian Hongcheng's anger gradually dissipated. In his heart, what mattered most was the advancement of Chinese basketball, but equally important was the opportunity to build his own achievements for career progression. Lin Ke's proposals resonated deeply with him. They could directly compensate the Sharks, coordinate the entry of more Chinese players into the NBA, support national team training, and invest substantial resources into the development of youth and collegiate basketball in China. It was simply perfect For Lin Ku, the priority was to cultivate a thriving basketball atmosphere in China, establishing a promising and growth-oriented professional pathway. Despite the vast community of basketball enthusiasts in China during Lin Ku's previous life. However, the depth and breadth of basketball culture still require further cultivation and expansion. There exists a gap in the level of coaching and training methods compared to basketball powerhouses, necessitating the introduction and assimilation of more advanced basketball philosophies and training techniques. For instance, the training volume and intensity of many professional teams do not measure up to those of certain high school teams in the United States. The integration of school basketball with physical education is insufficient, leading to obstacles in the cultivation and selection of basketball talent. Many parents hesitate to encourage their children to pursue basketball, fearing a lack of rewards and the difficulty of transitioning to other paths. The initiatives that Lin Ku plans to undertake aim to comprehensively and subtly enhance the overall standard of Chinese basketball. At the very least, we should avoid the situation where we cannot participate in international competitions for consecutive years. Simultaneously, assisting the Chinese Basketball Association in improving its performance would also be a convenient endeavor. After all, many matters still require the approval and support of the Chinese Basketball Association to be advanced. Mr. Lin, are these statements truly accurate? Exine Hongqing's voice quivered slightly. If Lin Ku could deliver on his promises, the road to success for Exine Hongqing would be right before him. That is certain, Chairman Exine. Some matters are business, while others are rooted in passion, Lin Ku replied calmly. That's wonderful. Mr. Lin. Oh, Diao, you must learn from Mr. Lin. Diao. Now that you have joined the NBA's Lakers, I can finally rest easy. I believe Mr. Lin will not only help you establish yourself in the NBA, but will also contribute significantly to Chinese basketball alongside you. Exine Hongqing exclaimed excitedly. Although Mr. Lin is of Chinese descent, he did not grow up in China. I never expected Mr. Lin to possess such a profound understanding. This truly surpasses the awareness of many of our professional players. Alas, recently, for instance, Wang Zhizhi has put us in a rather passive position. Wang Zhizhi, Lin Ku keenly picked up on the information. Chairman Exine, what has happened with Wang Zhizhi? Let us not discuss it. Wang Zhizhi is a player whose situation is difficult to articulate. Yao Ming, you must not follow in Wang Zhizhi's footsteps. Let him serve as a cautionary example. Yao Ming, listening nearby, could only respond with a muted acknowledgement. Lin Ku recalled that back in 2002, on October 9th, the Chinese Basketball Association would officially announce a statement regarding the punishment of Wang Zhizhi, expelling the former Chinese national team player from the national squad. The Chinese Basketball Association stated that according to previous requirements, Wang Zhizhi was expected to return to China for training and participate in international competitions after concluding his games in the NBA in accordance with the agreement signed between the Chinese Basketball Association and the Dallas Mavericks. The statement emphasized that after receiving the notice to return for training and participate in the World Basketball Championship, Wang Zhizhi insisted on remaining in the United States for personal training and participating in summer leagues, thereby refusing to return. After the NBA Summer League concluded, the men's national team sent representatives to the U.S.T. to contact Wang. However, he declined to meet and conveyed through intermediaries that he could only develop in the NBA and was unwilling to return to China. Yet Lin Ku understood that the root of the matter lay in Wang Zhizhi's choice to stay in the U.S. after the NBA season to enhance his skills at that time. Zhi's situation was not optimistic, and his next contract was uncertain. That he was eager to connect with potential teams early, attend training camps, and use his performance in the Summer League to secure a continued presence in the NBA. Staying in the NBA would enable him to elevate his basketball skills and better assist the national team. Moreover, objectively speaking, Yao Ming's selection as the first overall pick in the 2002 draft likely spurred Wang Zhizhi to strive harder for his next contract. It is worth noting that during their time in the CBA, Wang Zhizhi's performance was undoubtedly outstanding. In his final season, the 2000-2001 season, Wang Zhizhi averaged 26.3 points, 11.7 rebounds, and 1.6 assists, with a shooting percentage of 59.36. Ultimately, in the finals, Wang Zhizhi's formidable team defeated Yao Ming's team with a score of 3-1, claiming the championship. Wang Zhiji's exceptional performance in the CBA, particularly his pivotal contributions in the finals, played a crucial role in multiple championships for the Bai team. De Ji was once the dominant force in the CBA and the first Chinese player to grace the NBA courts, being selected by the Dallas Mavericks in the second round, 7th overall, during the 1999 draft. However, both his team and the Chinese Basketball Association were reluctant to let him go to IT. Was not until April 2001, after his team clinched the championship, that Wang Zhiji was able to join the Dallas Mavericks, becoming the first Asian player to enter the NBA. Interestingly, the year after Wang Zhiji left the CBA, Yao Ming's team finally triumphed over Wang's team, ending their continuous dominance over the championship from 1996 to 2001. In the comparison with Yao Ming, Wang Zhiji was a target for Yao Ming to strive towards during their CBA days. Yao Ming held great respect for the ZHI in their direct confrontations. Both players exhibited their strengths, and the competition between them was intense. While some have claimed that Wang Zhiji had a certain advantage over Yao Ming in the CBA, in reality, both were the core players of their respective teams, and their rivalry fostered mutual growth and progress. It can be said that Wang Zhiji's foray into the NBA provided invaluable experience for subsequent Chinese players, such as Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who sought to enter the NBA. When Yao Ming was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame, he specifically expressed gratitude to Wang Zhiji, referring to him as a pioneer for Chinese players entering the NBA. However, in the year 2002, the Chinese Basketball Association deemed Wang Zhiji's prior communication unsatisfactory, believing he disregarded professional ethics, organizational discipline, and national team performance, thus deciding to expel him. Lin Ku felt a chill, for the sake of De Ji and Chinese basketball. He must prevent such a tragedy from occurring. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ku addressed Exine Hongcheng, Mr. Exine, regarding Wang Zhiji's situation. I believe that some miscommunication has escalated the conflict. Exine Hongcheng muttered in dissatisfaction. What miscommunication? Wang Zhiji doesn't he even want to participate in the upcoming World Basketball Championship? He has prioritized his next NBA contract over the national team. If he lacks the capability, he should promptly leave the NBA and return to the CBA. Exine Hongcheng spoke lightly, but it is important to recognize that establishing oneself in the NBA has always been De Ji's dream, and in the long run, it would also benefit the national team. De Ji's talent is such that he could serve as a rotation player in the NBA. With targeted development, he could even reach greater heights. Take Dirk Nowitzki, the future star of the Mavericks. As an example, Nowitzki was selected by the Milwaukee Bucks as the 9th overall pick in the first round of the 1998 NBA draft and was subsequently traded to the Dallas Mavericks. He entered the NBA a few years earlier than Wang Zhiji. This 2-year difference became Wang Zhiji's greatest regret. In Nowitzki's rookie season, 1998 to 1999, he appeared in 47 games, averaging 20.4 minutes per game. His average statistics were 8.2 points, 3.4 rebounds, 0.6 assists, 0.5 steals, 0.3 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 40.5, a three-point shooting percentage of 20.6, and a free throw percentage of 73.4. In contrast, De Ji's rookie season, 2000-2001, saw him play 55 games, with an average of 10.9 minutes per game, and his statistics were 5.6 points, 2.0 rebounds, 0.4 assists, 0.2 steals, 0.33 blocks, a shooting percentage of 44, a three-point shooting percentage of 41.4, and a free throw percentage of 73.7. It could be argued that De Ji's performance in his rookie season was actually superior to Nowitzki's. Despite having less playing time, his efficiency was higher. His defensive and shooting efficiency exceeded that of the rookie Nowitzki. Unfortunately, by the time De Ji finally entered the Dallas Mavericks after being delayed by the Chinese Basketball Association for 2 years, Nowitzki had already secured a starting position, leaving little opportunity for De Ji to play. With Nowitzki on board, the Mavericks had no intention of deeply cultivating Wang Zhiji. If De Ji had entered the Mavericks earlier and competed with Nowitzki on equal footing, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. Lin Ko listened to Exine Hongcheng's grievances, and a thought crossed his mind. Chairman Exine, I can assist in communicating regarding De Ji's situation. The primary goal is to ensure his participation in the World Championship. Correct? Exine Hongcheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, other matters can be discussed later, but participation in the main event is the priority. Mr. Lin, if you could help persuade Wang Zhizhi, I would be immensely grateful. For Exine Hongcheng, the performance of the national team in major competitions, such as the World Championships, the Olympics, and the Asian Cup, is of paramount importance. Following that, the cultivation of high-caliber players, such as De Ji and De Yao entering the NBA, holds significance as well. The remarks made by Link are like timely assistance in a snowstorm, with the latter part being a delightful addition, greatly aiding Exine Hongcheng. Seizing the moment, Link affirmed, "All right, no problem. I will facilitate communication with De Ji," he proposed. "Chairman Exine, in a few days, I will arrange for my subordinate, Lu Luofu, to visit China. That on one hand, he will address the matters we discussed today, and on the other, he will also engage in discussions regarding investments in other sectors. No problem, Boss Link. I will assist with Lu Luofu's itinerary in China." With Exine Hongcheng's support, the investments of the Zhaihongwu Fund in China will proceed more smoothly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Exine Hongcheng and confirming the specific time for De Yao's visit to the Eagle Sauce country, Link ended the call. Link then took a moment to review the current roster situation of the Lakers. The main players for both the front court and back court are now essentially in place. However, there remains a need to acquire some highly functional, distinctive players as supplementary assets. Furthermore, the issue of training cohesion is crucial. The Lakers will undergo significant changes next season, and finding a way to effectively integrate these players to leverage their collective advantages is a matter requiring serious consideration. Central to this process will be the leadership of the team's core players. With this thought in mind, Link picked up the phone and called Kobe. After several rings, Kobe finally answered, sounding somewhat fatigued, even slightly out of breath. "Hey, Boss Link, what's up? What are you up to, Kobe? You sound a bit winded. That I'm at the Staples Center gym. I'm about to do some shooting drills," Kobe replied directly. Such is the obsession of this basketball fanatic. But it is also emblematic of Kobe's character. "All right, just hang tight for a moment. I'll see you on the court shortly." "Sure, boss, but you can arrive a bit later and wait until I finish my training." After hanging up, Link changed into his training attire and drove straight to the Staples Center. Upon his arrival, the sound of basketballs bouncing against the hardwood floor reverberated throughout the arena, intermingled with the sharp screeches of sneakers against the ground. The spotlight was focused on the center of the court where Kobe Bryant was engaged in shooting practice. Kobe's form appeared exceptionally athletic as sweat dripped down his cheeks, soaking his training attire. The trainer stood at the sidelines, clutching a counter and a recording board, keenly observing every movement Kobe made. Starting from beyond the three-point line, Kobe executed a series of rapid crossovers before suddenly performing a quick stop and shoot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, flawlessly swishing through the net. "Nice shot," Link shouted in admiration. The trainer pressed the button on the counter and quietly noted, "That's the 58H. Kobe offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, then swiftly dashed to the opposite three-point line, preparing for his next shot. Arcs of the basketball continued to cut through the air. It wasn't until he made his 100th three-pointer that the trainer called out loudly, prompting Kobe to finally pause his shooting practice. Link anticipated that Kobe was ready for a break and was about to approach when he saw Kobe step up to the free throw line. Taking a deep breath to steady himself before commencing his free throw practice, with a gentle tap on the ball, he lifted his arm, flicking his wrist, and the basketball soared smoothly towards the hoop. Hitting its mark, he continued with mechanical precision until he had made a total of 100 free throws. Link quickly calculated that Kobe's shooting percentage after his crossovers was nearly 80, and out of 100 free throws, he only missed 2. Remarkably, this was accomplished after a strenuous strength training session, all during what is traditionally considered the NBA player's offseason. Yet here was Kobe, already immersed in various training routines. Link waved at the approaching Kobe, handing him a bottle of sports drink, jesting, "Training so diligently. You've left the boss waiting." Kobe cracked a slight smile and replied earnestly, "Boss, you can't blame me. I mentioned you could come later. Moreover, because of your arrival, I've reduced my training volume. I initially planned to shoot 200 times. Goodness, did I inadvertently influence Kobe's training?" Link felt a twinge of awkwardness, not because Kobe failed to respond promptly during his training, but rather that Kobe seemed to legitimately hold him accountable for interrupting his routine. "But I'll make sure to schedule a time next time. By the way, Kobe, have you kept up with the Lakers trade news recently?" Link swiftly shifted the topic. I saw it. Shaq is heading to Space City. I thought you might have some thoughts to share about this trade. Kobe wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. The team's operations are something you, Boss Link, need to consider, and you had already informed me that there would be trades. Thus, upon seeing the trade, he was not particularly shocked. Link followed up, "What are your thoughts on this trade?" Kobe paused his actions, contemplating for a moment before responding earnestly. "Boss Link, to speak candidly, I do not favor this trade." "Why is that?" Link inquired without displaying any surprise, maintaining a calm demeanor. Kobe's fingers gently tapped on the chair, his gaze drifting across the court as if searching for something. The echoes of Link's words lingered in his ears. The trade and Shaq's departure, although anticipated, felt like an unexpected storm, instilling a sense of unprecedented uncertainty within him. "Boss Link, my aversion to this trade does not stem from concern for myself." Kobe finally spoke, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of unspoken worry. "I am concerned for the entire team. Shaq is gone, and we have lost our cornerstone in the paint. What are we to do next season?" Admittedly, I do not appreciate that hefty fellow's demeanor. Despite his immense talent, standing at 2.16 meters and weighing nearly 150 kilograms, possessing explosive static strength coupled with speed and agility not typically associated with his physique, one cannot deny that Shaq is a prodigious talent. Yet he has shown a reluctance to train diligently, to improve his free throw percentage, or even undergo surgery during the offseason to enter the new season in optimal condition. Nevertheless, Shaq remains capable of scoring 30 points and grabbing 15 rebounds in a single game, forcing opposing centers into foul trouble. I do not like Shaq. Link, that I must speak the truth. However, when I share the court with him, opponents face a dilemma that I can help divert defensive attention, while Shaq can draw double teams. It is precisely for this reason that the Lakers secured 3 consecutive championships. But now that Shaq is gone, this trade has also stripped away several of our starting players. In return, we have acquired many rookies and players who have only recently begun their careers. It feels akin to exchanging a crisp 100 bill for a handful of lottery tickets. Although these tickets may be beautifully packaged with high odds of winning, whether it be the top pick, Yao Ming, or those formidable defenders, Artest and Battier. They may possess great potential, perhaps even evolving into stars in the future. However, I am deeply skeptical that they, particularly Yao Ming, can fill the void left by Shaq's departure next season. Kobe's voice remained steady, at least on the surface, devoid of excessive emotional fluctuations. Link casually dribbled a basketball, deftly maneuvering it with ease as he sat in a chair. The sound of the ball bouncing against the floor echoed in the silent arena, akin to a percussion piece resonating with a hint of unease. Kobe's concerns were not without merit. Shaq's departure undoubtedly represents a significant loss for the Lakers. So, what now? Are you concerned about the performance of the Lakers in the upcoming season? Do you fear that your teammates may hinder your progress? Are you apprehensive that the challenges you face offensively will intensify? Would such worries lead you to contemplate leaving the Lakers, Kobe? Link spoke with a casual demeanor, as if discussing a player from another team. Kobe pressed his lips together, tightly. Of course, I would not consider leaving the Lakers for such reasons, he asserted. Link swiftly continued, "Certainly, you would not abandon the Lakers. Kobe, you have always believed yourself to be a superior player to Shaquille, both in the past and present. This conviction remains unchanged. Now that Shaquille has been traded, the public will perceive that the Lakers management has made the choice to retain the best player. You share this belief, Kobe. Therefore, you must feel pleased and satisfied with the trade." The basketball in Link's hands continued to bounce on the floor beneath his fingertips. Kobe, still with his lips pressed tight, listened intently. Link added, "However, you are indeed not fond of this trade. You harbor concerns that it may weaken the overall strength of the team. You consider yourself the unique and indispensable core player of the Lakers for the upcoming season. Yet, Kobe, you are worried that the Lakers' performance may plummet. If that were to occur, the external criticism directed at you would be overwhelming, crashing upon you like a tidal wave. Some may even claim that without Shaquille, you would merely be an ordinary star. Kobe, you assert that your discontent with the trade stems from concern for your teammates, rather than for yourself. Yet I believe you are worried about both the team and your own standing." At that moment, as Link concluded his words, he abruptly halted his dribbling. The basketball, upon being caught, emitted a dull thud between Link's hands. Kobe's lips tightened further, even taking on a slightly pale hue that a silence ensued, lasting for quite a while, before Kobe finally spoke. Link, I must admit, I did not expect your dribbling skills to be commendable. You are correct. I am concerned for the entire team, and I'm also worried about my performance next season. You see, over the past few years, others have remarked on my growth from an obscure high school player to a starting lineup athlete. The partnership I forged with Shaquille, the Shaq-Kobe duo, was hailed by the media as the ultimate combination, guiding the Lakers to a three-peat championship. As Kobe spoke, a hint of melancholy crept in his gaze as he looked up at the Staples Center, where 3 championship banners hung. However, during that three-peat, the Finals MVP was awarded to Shaquille each time. What I find even harder to accept is that each of those 3 Finals MVP honors was unanimous, with him receiving all 11 votes from the media. The Finals MVP is determined by a panel of 11 media members who vote based on each player's performance across the entirety of the Finals series. Kobe spoke with a calm demeanor, yet Link understood that his heart brimmed with resentment. Shaquille's 3 consecutive Finals MVPs, all unanimously awarded, signified that the voters regarded him as the unequivocal leader of the team, while Kobe was merely the Lakers' second-in-command. Upon seeing the trade results, as you mentioned, I felt both elated and dissatisfied. I have contemplated this deeply. My only recourse now is to train, and train some more, to become stronger, to be the most formidable player in the Lakers, surpassing Shaquille, surpassing everyone else. Thus, regardless of who my teammates are, I can elevate them, lead them to victory, and seize that elusive championship, even if they're a group of rookies, even if they are subpar players. As Kobe spoke with increasing fervor, his pent-up frustration and thoughts spilled forth. Link listened to Kobe's words, merely smiling faintly. Kobe's scoring ability was beyond question. Even during Link's previous life, Kobe's explosive scoring prowess as a solo leader was astonishing. In the 2005 to 2006 season, Kobe averaged an astounding 35.4 points per game, the highest since Michael Jordan the 1986 to 1987 season. On December 20, 2005, Kobe scored 62 points against the Dallas Mavericks in just 3 quarters, surpassing the entire Mavericks team's score by 1 point. On January 22, 2006, he netted 81 points against the Toronto Raptors, the second highest single-game score in NBA history, trailing only Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points in March 2007. Kobe surpassed 50 points in 4 consecutive games, including 3 games with over 60 points, averaging 53.3 points per game. Even after those 4 games, a local media headline read, "We contained Kobe. He only scored 43 points." During those seasons, Kobe's scoring prowess was not only evident in high numbers, but also in his explosive scoring ability and dominance during crucial moments. His scoring talent and leadership on the court allowed him to rise to the occasion in pivotal moments, shouldering the responsibility for the team's success or failure. Yet in those same years, the Lakers lingered on the brink of the playoffs, often exiting in the first round. Reflecting on Kobe's peak performances, Link spoke thoughtfully. "Kobe, we all recognize that the NBA is a commercial league. Players are not merely athletes, but in a sense, they're commodified symbols." Upon hearing this, Kobe was about to retort, but Link gestured for him to hold his thoughts. "I believe I understand your viewpoint, Kobe. Allow me to finish. You view basketball with a pure lens, believing that the essence of the sport lies in skill and conviction. However, you must also acknowledge that without the NBA as a commercial entity, basketball would not have achieved such a monumental influence, nor would it have garnered so many fans and enthusiasts. Basketball and the NBA, purity and commerce, they complement and elevate one another." Link gazed into Kobe's eyes and continued. "Kobe, every jump you take, every shot you make, influences countless individuals. Your jersey, your shoes, each of your movements become objects of imitation for innumerable children. You are not merely a player. You are their idol, their hero. In this context, your concerns about the team's performance next season and your own performance are neither shameful nor indicative of a lack of confidence. Moreover, I believe in you. You will grow stronger, becoming one of the league's elite players. After Shaquille's departure, people will gradually recognize you as the superior player." Kobe met Link's gaze and words with resolve, stating, "Thus, Link, regardless of how the management conducts trades or alters the roster, I remain unfazed. I will demonstrate my capabilities through my performance. Link nodded, slightly shaking his head in uncertainty. Kobe, in my philosophy, a basketball game is the perfect amalgamation of individual heroism and team collaboration. A single player can achieve victory through a heroic display, effortlessly dominating offensively and defensively, or a team can secure triumph through seamless coordination, dismantling the opponent's defense. However, over the course of an extensive 82-game regular season and a best-of-7 playoff series, individual heroism may not consistently prevail. Even the great Michael Jordan struggled against the Detroit Pistons bad boys before Scottie Pippen's arrival. Without you, Shaquille may have faltered in the Western Conference Finals on multiple occasions. Kobe, I hope you can balance your personal abilities with those of the team. Utilize your strength to create more opportunities for your teammates, who in turn will strive to generate the most favorable scoring chances for you. As the team leader, you also bear the obligation and responsibility to unify the entire squad. As I previously mentioned, you must not only be the best player on the team, but also its soul and core. Kobe listened intently to Link's words, reflecting on the early days of his career, those seasons devoid of championships, filled with struggles and relentless efforts. He recalled his formidable partnership with Shaquille O'Neal and the titles they had secured together. What makes you think your teammates will falter so easily, Kobe? Link chuckled as he continued, Do not underestimate these rookies and those who have only played a handful of seasons. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a difficult position. He confidently asserted, They are players I have meticulously selected, especially Yao Ming. Trust me, his style and abilities will astonish you. With a firm pat on Kobe's shoulder, Link expressed his confidence. Kobe hesitated, lips twitching, before finally speaking. To be honest, Link, if it were Kupchak making the trades, I might feel a bit more at ease. But since it's you, even though you speak with such seriousness and precision, I find myself tempering my expectations. Kobe stated earnestly, his tone serious yet tinged with jest. That I swear, Kobe, I am completely serious. Link retorted, somewhat exasperated. Once training camp begins, you will see. Especially with Yao, the men's basketball world championship is just around the corner. You should keep a close eye on your new teammates' performance. Kobe picked up a basketball from the ground, rising with a rare smile gracing his face. Link, regardless of everything, I must express my gratitude to you. Since you took the helm of the Lakers, despite the significant changes, you have always kept me informed and even engaged in discussions with me. That I appreciate your trust in me. Furthermore, your words today have alleviated some of my concerns, allowing me to gain clarity about the path ahead. That I believe in you, Link, and I will trust the players you have traded for. Next season, I will become stronger and strive to be an exemplary leader for the team. However, let me make it clear. Only those players who possess recognized talent and ambition will be my teammates. That I will endeavor to lead my teammates to victory. As for those who squander their talent and lack the drive to train and improve, they will merely be my colleagues. That I have no obligation to unite or spur them on. After saying this, Kobe turned and shouted, Trainer, let us add another 200 three-pointers and mid-range shots to the practice. Hearing this, Link half-jokingly responded, You're so tough on your teammates. What about me? Kobe flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. That in terms of work, it seems I'm still a rookie owner and rookie manager. As for our personal relationship, I suppose we were just beginning as friends. As time moved into July 2002, the Grand Four team trade involving the Lakers, Rockets, Grizzlies, and Pacers officially materialized. Beyond the trades, the Lakers swiftly signed several free agents as soon as the market opened. Chauncey Billups and Raja Bell were two confirmed signings. Billups had been contacted in advance and donned the Lakers jersey with a 6-year, $30 million contract. Raja Bell, who had joined the Philadelphia 76ers as a free agent on April 6, 2001, was entering his first complete season in the NBA, having played 74 games for the 76ers, with 12 as a starter. Averaging 12 minutes per game, he scored 3.4 points, grabbed 1.5 rebounds, dished out 1 assist, stole the ball 0.3 times, and blocked 0.1 shots. His shooting percentages were 42.9 from the field, 27.3 from three-point range, and 75 from the free throw line. In summary, at that time, Raja Bell was still considered an edge player, yet to grow into a defensive stalwart. Consequently, the 76ers opted not to renew his contract after the season. Link had a brief phone conversation with Bell and swiftly finalized a contract for 4 years at $4 million. At that time, the most sincere offer Bell received was just a 1-year, $61,000 contract from the Mavericks. Weighing the options, Bell eagerly accepted Link's olive branch. He felt immensely fortunate, as if a pie had fallen from the sky, to receive a stable long-term offer from the Lakers. Meanwhile, Link understood that this signing was a significant win for the Lakers, although Bell had wandered from team to team in the early stages of his career. His defensive prowess and spot-up shooting ability would gradually come to light. Raja Bell would go on to be selected for the NBA All-Defensive First Team in the 2006-2007 season and the Second Team in the 2007-2008 season. Standing at 196 cm, while not exceptionally tall, his defensive skills and strategies were outstanding, having successfully limited the performances of elite scorers like Kobe Bryant, thus earning him the moniker Kobe Stopper. His proactive defensive attitude allowed him to leverage his physical advantages for close defense, swiftly discern opponents' intentions, and disrupt their offensive rhythm. His team defensive awareness was also commendable, enabling him to collaborate with teammates to construct a formidable defense in Link's previous life during the 2005-2006 NBA playoffs. The Los Angeles Lakers held a commanding 3-1 lead over the Phoenix Suns in the series. However, the Suns rallied to win 3 consecutive games, completing a stunning comeback and eliminating the Lakers with a 4-3 series victory. At that time, Raja Bell's tenacious defense against Kobe played a pivotal role. In Game 5 of the series, Bell even executed a notorious throat lock move against Kobe, although this action sparked controversy. It underscored Bell's toughness and determination on the defensive end. Subsequently, Kobe had considered recruiting Bell as a teammate, but to no avail. Now, Link was effectively helping Kobe fulfill that wish in advance. Although, at this moment, there was yet no intersection between Kobe and Bell.as for the third free agent. Link set his sights on Wang Ji, and he made a point to contact Wang in advance and flew to Dallas to meet him. When Link arrived at Wang's apartment, he discovered that Wang was despondently drinking alone. It is worth noting that during his time in the CBA, Wang's personality was quite reserved, and he preferred solitude. Apart from training and games, he enjoyed staying home, reading rather than socializing. He abstained from smoking and drinking to maintain his athletic condition, leading to a humorous article that circulated domestically. 3 legendary basketball players and their alcohol tolerance. Yao Ming is a lightweight. Wang Jiji abstains entirely, and Botter is bottomless. Link poured a drink for Wang and filled his own glass. Finally, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Big G." Link raised his glass in a toast to Wang. Wang did not say much, simply lifting his glass and downing it. After a few drinks, Wang, who was not accustomed to alcohol, found his typically reserved demeanor loosened by the effects of the drink. As Link had surmised, Wang Jiji faced the predicament of potentially being without a team next season, as the Mavericks had no intention of renewing his contract, coupled with the arrival of Yao Ming. The top draft pick, Wang, who once considered himself on par with Yao during their CBA days, was feeling the pressure. Although he couldn't contain Yao's prowess, Yao would similarly find it challenging to defend against Wang's offensive skills. Thus, Wang was eager to prepare diligently for the Summer League, hoping to showcase his talents and continue his NBA career. "Link, do you know, I am longing to return to the national team. However, once I go back, I may lose contact with potential teams for the Summer League, and the NBA door will close on me. I cannot accept this. I am so unwilling." Wang lamented, downing another glass of alcohol. He reached out again to shake the empty bottle, which had long since been drained. He staggered to his feet, intent on retrieving another bottle from the cabinet, but the effects of the alcohol overwhelmed him, and before he knew it, he had plopped back down onto the sofa. Observing this, Link hurried over to assist Wang Jiji. "Would you care to sample the liquor I brought? It's a 1996 Maodai, quite a rarity in Eagle Sauce country. Moreover, 1996 was the very year you clinched your first championship in the CBA." After settling Deji back down, Link retrieved a bottle of Maodai from his bag. Upon hearing the mention of 1996, Deji fell silent. "Deji, alcohol can be harmful in excess, and you've never been one to indulge much," Link remarked, filled with a myriad of sentiments as he gazed at the despondent Wang Jiji. "The reason I sought you out is quite simple. I wish to solicit your opinion," Link's words. Wang Jiji lifted his head with a bitter smile. "Link, have you come at the behest of XN Hong Sheng to persuade me?" I find myself in a state of turmoil and confusion. I do not wish to let down China. No, you have disappointed no one. Link interjected, I am not here to play the role of a lobbyist for Exine. Rather, I hope that every choice you make honors the hardships you have endured. What I wish to ask is, are you willing to join the Lakers? He continued. However, I cannot guarantee your playing time. Furthermore, you would become teammates with your formidable rival in the CBA, Yao Ming. Yet, Yao would occupy the starting center position, and you would need to begin as a backup in the paint. Link did not intend to sway Wang Zhizhi in any manner. He simply sought to extend a straightforward invitation to Zhi, candidly laying bare the challenges he would face. After Link finished speaking, Wang Zhizhi, who had been reclining on the sofa with a flushed face, suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Link's upon hearing Link's words. Wang Zhizhi appeared to awaken from a stupor as he stared intently at Link but remained silent. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally spoke. Link, thank you for presenting me with a contract. I also appreciate your thorough explanation of the pros and cons, addressing the concerns that weigh heavily on my mind. In truth, during my 2 years battling in the NBA, I have gained considerable insight. The NBA is a realm of higher competition, and those who carve out a place within it must possess a unique skill or exceptional talent. You are either a rare prodigy or someone who excels in a particular domain. I'll draw a somewhat imperfect analogy. If Yao's capability is rated at 90, mine stands at 88, while the CBA ceiling is 100. During our time in the CBA, we both thrived in our own right. My score of 88 and Yao's score of 90 complemented each other. Thus, I previously believed that even if I could not surpass Yao Ming, the gap was minimal. However, my score of 88 is rather balanced, with height, athleticism, shooting skills, and ball handling all at 88. In the CBA, others praise me as a versatile big in contrast. Yao's 90 is characterized by distinct advantages. Height at 100, free throw shooting at 99, athleticism at 80, and ball handling at 78. Wang Zhizhi paused, contemplating whether to lift his glass for another swig. Yet whether due to the absence of liquor or a moment of restraint, he ultimately refrained. However, upon entering the NBA, I discovered that the league ceiling is not 100, but rather 110. The minimum requirement for individual skills is 90, the offensive repertoire I possessed in the CBA. My all-around skills have become mundane and uninspired in the NBA. In the CBA, I was the linchpin of the team, with the offense revolving around me. But in the NBA, the team cannot devise plays that cater to my low-post style. The league is replete with prodigies, and teams lack the patience to cultivate players like me. They merely assess whether you can fulfill the role assigned to you. If you cannot, there are countless others waiting in the wings to take your place. Link listened patiently to Zhi's somewhat rambling discourse. Each player at the lower echelons of the NBA had once held the role of a superstar in their own basketball narratives. Yet, regrettably, the label of genius merely serves as an entry ticket to the NBA. It is akin to a gifted practitioner who, after undergoing rigorous training in a prestigious school and enduring numerous tribulations, successfully navigates the trials of the Chi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, and the great ascension stage, ultimately ascending to become one of the heavenly soldiers tasked with subduing Sun Wukong. Wang Zhizhi stroked his stubble and glanced back at Link. Link, your concern about me being on the same team as Yao Ming, unable to accept his status as a starter while I'm a backup, is unfounded and not an issue at all. I can confront the disparity in our abilities, and my desire to remain in the NBA is not to prove my superiority over Yao. Rather, I can only reach a ceiling of 100 in the CBA. It is only by continuing to toil in the NBA that I may aspire to achieve a score of 110. Zhi clenched his fists tightly, resolutely articulating his thoughts. That is splendid news. Zhi, Link exclaimed, elated by Wang Zhizhi's words, as it appeared that his worries about Zhi's inner turmoil had dissipated. Shall we finalize the contract then? How about 3 years for $6.6 million? Fully guaranteed. Link hastily sought to solidify the details. He recalled that, based on prior developments, Wang Zhizhi's contract upon joining the Dallas Mavericks in 2001 was valued at $470,000. Subsequently, in 2002, he would sign a 3-year deal worth $6 million with the rival Los Angeles Clippers, though it was not fully guaranteed. Yet, Wang Zhizhi regarded Link with a complex expression, causing Link to feel a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that he found the contract amount or annual salary too low? After all, even Yao, as the number one pick, had a first-year salary of only $3.86 million. Before Link could elaborate further, Deji spoke up. Link, I'm grateful for this generous contract, and it is indeed substantial. However, are you offering me this contract without a tryout simply because I am Chinese? Or is it your desire for me to finalize this contract quickly so that I may participate in the Chinese national basketball team's games? Deji yearned for a new contract and was eager to join the Lakers. Yet, his pride would not allow him to accept a contract that felt like charity or carried ulterior motives. Link sighed in exasperation, surprised that Deji harbored such concerns. Deji, let me put it this way. I came to you with the express intent of inviting you to join the Lakers. As for whether you focus solely on training or report to the Chinese national team afterward, I will impose no suggestions or demands. Link spread his hands, continuing, the reason I am signing you without a tryout is that I am fully aware of your performance and abilities. I have closely followed your career, both in the CBA and with the Mavericks. Your soft touch, agile footwork, accurate mid-range shooting, and exceptional basketball IQ are evident as a tall interior player. Deji, you can create space and generate opportunities for your teammates. To be frank, your athleticism may not be the most outstanding. However, you compensate for this with your intelligence and skill. These abilities are precisely what the Lakers need for the upcoming season, and that is why I have sought you out and extended this contract. Link's pursuit of Deji was not only born from respect and sympathy, but also aimed at bolstering the Lakers' bench depth and strategic options, while simultaneously enhancing the Chinese national team's prowess. Only by having players compete in high-level leagues can the entire Chinese national team elevate its competitive edge. Upon hearing Link's heartfelt words, Wang Zhizhi felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. I understand. Link, I am willing to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Link and Deji clasped their hands tightly together. Wonderful, Deji. A warm welcome to you. Be sure to remember to report on time and showcase your skills on the training ground. Otherwise, I shan't grant you any extra playing time simply because we are both Chinese. Everything here is dictated by merit. Link gestured, of course. Rest assured, I will fully unleash my advantages. Wang Zhizhi responded with a smile. All right then, let's not open this bottle of Mao Tai just yet. I must hurry to the gym to work off the alcohol I previously consumed. Tea was quite sinful, having resolved the contract issues for the upcoming season. Deji's demeanor visibly brightened. Tea rarely indulged in alcohol and had previously only sought solace in it. Let us agree that we will only open this bottle of Mao Tai when we secure our first NBA championship ring. Link declared with unwavering confidence. That will be in June of next year, 2003. With the signing of 3 free agents, the Lakers roster was now firmly established and could tee the center position. See Yao Ming, rookie contract. $3.86 million. Kevin Cato, $6.05 million. Dan Gadzuric, rookie contract $1 million. At the power forward position, P.F. Carlos Boozer, rookie contract $1.5 million. Luis Scola, rookie contract $1 million. Robert Horry for $3 million. Wang Zhizhi, $2.2 million. At the small forward position, Isefron Arteist $1.9 million. Al Harrington 4-year, $24 million extension, $6 million. Shane Battier, $2.2 million. Many players in the small forward category are swingmen, capable of also playing in a backcourt. At the shooting guard position, SG Kobe Bryant, $12.5 million. Rajabel, $1 million. Matt Barnes, rookie contract $1 million. At the point guard position, PG Chauncey Billups, $5 million. Brian Shaw, $2 million. During the 2003 season, the NBA roster limit during the regular season can accommodate up to 15 players. Additionally, teams may have some inactive players who cannot participate in regular games unless special circumstances, such as injuries, necessitate adjustments to the roster. The well-known two-way contract policy would not be officially implemented until the 2017 to 2018 season. Currently, the Lakers' total salary stands at approximately $51 million, while the luxury tax threshold for the 2002 to 2003 season is set at $88 million. This figure is well below the luxury tax line, allowing for flexibility in future maneuvers. Moreover, Many players are on rookie contracts, allowing the team to benefit from the rookie wage scale for an extended period. Some larger veteran contracts are also set to expire soon. As Link gazed upon the current Lakers roster, he found it increasingly appealing and satisfying. Kevin Cato is a name familiar to many longtime fans. During the 2002 to 2004 seasons, he was Yao Ming's teammate on the Rockets, serving as a formidable inside presence, capable of contributing 7 points and 7 rebounds as a quality blue-collar player. Subsequently, he was traded to the Magic in a deal that centered around Steve Francis and Tracy McGrady. With Cato also being sent to Orlando, Kevin Cato could boast for a lifetime about his time in Houston, where he momentarily started over Yao Ming. Upon arriving in Orlando, he even managed to start over Dwight Howard for a stretch. However, now with the Lakers, Cato would dutifully serve as Yao Ming's backup. Carlos Boozer is notoriously known for his rebellious nature, possessing significant character flaws. He once engaged in a verbal agreement that resulted in the Cavaliers' management being duped into relinquishing Boozer's final-year rookie contract option, only for him to walk away without any compensation, leaving the Cavaliers empty-handed. His actions were as egregious as a player refusing to pay for a service. Nevertheless, Boozer's abilities are undeniable, showcasing a gritty, classical power forward style. In Link's past life, Boozer and Oker were regarded as adversaries in China. During Boozer's tenure with the Utah Jazz, he and Oker formed a highly mobile and versatile inside duo. Yao Ming's style of play was countered by the combination of Boozer and Oker. Boozer was a powerful, explosive interior player, while Oker served as a sturdy, perimeter-shooting big man. Yao Ming could contend with Boozer and Oker's size, but he lagged in agility. During the playoffs, when the Rockets faced the Jazz, Boozer would often receive the ball at the free throw line, forcing Yao to step out to defend. That moment, Boozer's mobility would shine, as he would present a triple threat option, hitting mid-range shots if given space, or driving in for a powerful dunk if closely guarded, or executing interior passes with Oker. Yao Ming struggled to keep pace, especially with a subpar interior partner like the infamous Hayes, who stood at 198 cm, lacked offensive initiative, and had limited defensive coverage. The Rockets' management at that time was indeed short-sighted and miserly, providing Yao Ming with inadequate shooting support while starting the space-clogging Hayes. Had Yao Ming begun his NBA career with a traditional powerhouse, his career achievements would undoubtedly have soared. For instance, if he had started with the Lakers under Link's guidance. Not only did Link bring Yao Ming to the Lakers, but he also drafted Boozer, forming a terrifying interior duo. Yao's height and finesse, combined with Boozer's agility and toughness, would pose an insurmountable challenge for any opposing frontcourt. As for Luis Scola, Link did not hesitate to assist him with a termination fee for his contract with the Argentine club. The Argentine Tau Ceramics club demanded a buyout fee of $3.5 million and refused to budge. The NBA regulations stipulate that teams can only pay a maximum of $500,000 for a player's buyout to accommodate the Lakers' salary cap. Link offered Scola a 4-year, $4 million contract. He then cleverly negotiated some endorsement deals for Scola and secured sponsorship agreements with the Argentine club. Under the allowable policies of the NBA, he managed to facilitate the buyout without causing Scola's significant financial loss, allowing Scola's entry into the NBA to be advanced from 2007 to 2003. This deeply moved Scola, who tearfully pledged to give his all for the Lakers and for Link, for Robert Horry and Brian Shaw. They remained on the roster from the previous season, having not been traded. Although Horry was not the team's core player, his value lay in his composure during critical moments. With his exceptional three-point shooting ability and clutch performance, Horry consistently delivered crucial baskets in tight contests, contributing to the team's victories. During the Lakers' three-peat from 2000 to 2002, Horry emerged as a key player, hitting pivotal shots in playoff situations, such as a crucial three-pointer in Game 3 of the 2001 Finals and a buzzer-beater in Game 4 of the 2002 Western Conference Finals. Had it not been for Horry's invaluable, game-changing three-pointers, the Lakers' three-peat would have been in jeopardy. Robert Horry even earned the nickname Big Shot Rob due to his clutch shooting. Meanwhile, Brian Shaw, a seasoned veteran guard, brought invaluable experience to the locker room. Last season's Lakers roster revolved around the Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo, complemented by a host of functional role players, resembling a hand of various poker combinations. However, this season, Under Link's management, the Lakers roster could be likened to a powerhouse hand, featuring 4 aces and 4 kings, utterly devoid of weaknesses. Although the departure of Shaquille O'Neal left the Lakers without their trump card, other teams lacked their own aces as well. The Lakers still boasted a luxurious front court and a backcourt full of explosive talent. It was truly extravagant and opulent, an astonishing lineup. I even find myself grappling with the delightful dilemma of how to allocate playing time among these exceptional players. Link, in a fit of excitement, shouted exuberantly while fervently patting the shoulders of the 2 assistant coaches. The coaching staff for the upcoming season of the Lakers has been finalized, featuring head coach Link, assistant coach David Blatt, and Brad Stevens. Beyond these 2, Link has also invested heavily in recruiting numerous top-tier trainers and coaches, each specializing in various aspects of the game, such as free throws and three-point shooting. Brad Stevens, being relatively young and robust, hardly felt the impact after a few hearty slaps from Link. However, David Blatt, being older, found it somewhat overwhelming and even coughed several times in response, observing Link's jubilant demeanor. Stevens pondered whether the display of enthusiasm from the wealthy was always so unpretentious and animated. Rather than dwelling on his thoughts, Stevens directly inquired, "Mr. Link, what is it about our current roster that excites you so much?" Indeed, he had researched some players and reviewed the rookies' profiles. Currently, every player in our lineup boasts impressive physical attributes and agility. Nevertheless, many lack sufficient experience, and I am concerned about their ability to adapt to the intensity of the NBA. Blatt chimed in, echoing Stevens' sentiments. "I share Coach Stevens' concerns. There are several overseas players on the team, such as Yao, Wong, and Scola. These international players possess excellent teamwork and play with great flair, yet their style diverges significantly from the traditional NBA approach." Blatt hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Mr. Link, if we do not expedite our training and foster team cohesion, I genuinely worry that the Lakers may struggle to secure a spot in the Western Conference playoffs." Listening to Stevens and Blatt's apprehensions, even their somewhat pessimistic remarks, Link remained unperturbed. Not everyone possesses the insight of the heavens, and Link found it unnecessary to elaborate on the matter. After all, both Stevens and Blatt were drawing from their previous coaching experiences and were unaware of the specific capabilities of the current Lakers roster. Thus expressing concerns about team synergy, Link held absolute confidence in the players' abilities. The paramount task ahead was to unify the team, refine the lineup, and hone their strategies. "Blatt, Stevens, I understand your concerns," Link said with a smile directed at the 2 esteemed assistants. However, Blatt's assertion about missing the playoffs seems rather exaggerated. "Stevens, what is your perspective?" Stevens felt a pang of discomfort. Link, the head coach, certainly exhibited the acumen of someone with a business background. His methods of managing subordinates were truly diverse. Being posed such a question in front of others left Stevens in a predicament. To his credit, Link merely sought to gauge Stevens' thoughts, yet Stevens had overcomplicated the situation. Wasn't sincerity supposed to be a secret weapon? After a moment of contemplation, Stevens replied, "Coach Blatt has extensive experience coaching in Europe, which emphasizes teamwork. That I believe that as long as our superstar Kobe Bryant is present, the Lakers' baseline performance is assured. The addition of Billups to replace Fisher strengthens our point guard position on the wing. We have brought in players like Artest, Battier, and Harrington, who excel in both defense and offense, capable of performing in both half-court and transition scenarios. Although they are relatively new to the league, their skills are commendable. My concern lies primarily with the interior players, who are predominantly newcomers or veteran role players. Most importantly, I am not well acquainted with their abilities or playing styles. If we can elevate the capabilities of our interior players and refine our team chemistry, the Lakers will undoubtedly achieve commendable results." After articulating his analysis, Stevens quickly added, "I believe Coach Blatt's concerns stem from issues of team cohesion rather than a lack of faith in the new players or the prospects for the upcoming season. The players acquired through trades, in my eyes, are exceptionally talented." Link, slightly taken aback by Stevens' supplementary remarks, couldn't help but smile. That it's no wonder Stevens was regarded as wise beyond his years, earning the moniker of young master for his eloquence and thoroughness. If Blatt possessed Stevens' finesse, he might not have faced mid-season dismissal from the Cavaliers. In our coaching staff, I encourage open and direct discussions about any issues. There is no need for us to overthink our words among ourselves. In truth, The abilities of our players exceed your expectations. Your current understanding of the team and its players is still quite limited. Without further ado, let us commence the Lakers training camp. I am confident that after a few training sessions, your concerns will dissipate. With that, Link began collaborating with the two assistant coaches on the arrangements and plans for the training camp. On July 15, 2002, the Lakers training camp officially commenced. All players, including Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, had reported for duty. After finalizing his contract with the Lakers, Wang promptly contacted the Chinese national team to confirm his participation in the upcoming FIBA World Championship. Initially, Xi and Hancheng had hoped that Yao and Wang would return to the national team for collective training in China. However, Link firmly insisted that both players must report to the Lakers training camp, as failing to do so would affect their playing time in the upcoming season. After resolutely declining Xian's request, Link did not forget to extend an olive branch. Chairman Xian, although Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi cannot return to China for training, I have an alternative suggestion that I welcome the Chinese national team to conduct overseas training in Los Angeles at the earliest opportunity. This arrangement would not only ensure that Yao and Wang can train together promptly, but also allow the national team to acclimate to the environment in the United States. Both the Lakers and I would be more than willing to provide assistance. Upon hearing this, Xian was overjoyed, and any lingering resentment vanished. He immediately agreed to allow Yao and Wang to report to the Lakers training camp without any obstruction. When Link arrived at the training camp, he discovered the entrance was already inundated with throngs of people, creating a chaotic scene. Reporters from various outlets had gathered outside the Lakers training camp. As Link surveyed the situation, he noticed around 30 reporters from the United States, armed with cameras, bombarding Lakers staff with questions. What is your opinion on the Lakers' foolish trade? One queried, is it true that before Shaquille was traded, he had physically assaulted you and even laid hands on Kobe? Who came to intervene? How hard did he hit you? Another asked, with so many foreign players on the team, do they speak English? Each question seemed more absurd than the last. As for the remaining 70 reporters, they were all from China. After the trade for Yao, the Lakers and Link himself attracted the attention of the entire Chinese populace. Regardless of their prior interest in basketball, every Chinese citizen was aware of an NBA team owned by a Chinese national who had selected a Chinese first-round pick. Moreover, with Link signing Wang Zhizhi, the excitement within the Chinese sports community reached new heights. These Chinese journalists, too, wielded their cameras and began posing questions to the Lakers staff. Your owner, Link, is Chinese. Does he speak Mandarin? What part of China is he originally from? Has he considered reconnecting with his roots? Coincidentally, I share the surname Link. Could you introduce me to him, with Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi forming the Great Wall of China? What rating would you give them? Is the Lakers considering signing Chinese player Botter to create a super Great Wall plus? Alas, these inquiries were equally lacking in sophistication, mirroring the absurdity of their American counterparts, observing the chaotic scene resembling a bustling marketplace. Link could no longer contain his frustration. Someone, please escort these reporters out. If they wish to conduct interviews, they must line up, register, and obtain a number for our upcoming press conference. Any media outlet that fails to follow the rules will be blacklisted and stripped of their interview privileges. Furthermore, issue a notice that no player or staff member from the Lakers may accept interviews from reporters privately. This is to prevent any media or journalist from distorting the truth, spreading rumors, or publishing inaccurate reports. Link made a multitude of requests in one breath. Setting aside the Lakers' strength and performance for the moment, under Link's various maneuvers, the team's visibility and exposure have reached unprecedented heights. Journalists from all walks of life are eager to pounce, hoping to unearth some so-called insider scoops or exclusive news if a player or staff member were to engage in a private interview with a reporter. One can only imagine how these journalists might twist words and seize upon fragments of conversation to fabricate sensational stories. Moreover, some reporters may even resort to wild fabrication, conjuring up entirely fictitious narratives. The discord within the OK duo was significantly exacerbated by the media's relentless sensationalism. Fame often attracts controversy, and this is especially true for teams and stars within the NBA. Link is determined to prevent unscrupulous media from disrupting the resolve of the many rookie players in the Lakers roster. Once the Lakers, with a blend of politeness and gentle insistence, ushered the reporters out, Link and the team stepped into the training camp. The Lakers' inaugural training session officially commenced, with all 15 players on the roster present. As Link surveyed the 15 players before him, his delight only grew. There was no need to elaborate on the likes of Kobe, Yao Ming, or Wang Zhizhi. Link naturally felt a strong sense of familiarity with them. Even Boozer, once a fierce rival of the Rockets, appeared more agreeable in the Lakers' colors, despite still sporting his scruffy beard and mature demeanor. Ahem, allow me to say a few words, standing before the entire Lakers roster. Link cleared his throat. As everyone knows, this year the Lakers have invested heavily, trading Shaquille O'Neal to form this new lineup. 3 veterans from last season, Kobe, Horry, and Bryant, remain, while the rest are fresh faces for the Lakers. First and foremost, on behalf of the Lakers, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. The room erupted into applause, particularly from the newly joined players, who clapped enthusiastically. To play for the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers is a dream for many athletes. A storied franchise, a vibrant city, immense exposure, a rich team culture, and the enigmatic Link, rumored to be a mysterious billionaire willing to spend generously. Link raised his hand slightly to signal for silence and continued. Each player here has been meticulously selected by our management team, chosen for their excellence to join the Lakers roster. In recent days, you may have seen some sensational articles claiming that the Lakers are poised to tank. I am here to firmly inform you all that the Lakers will never entertain such an idea. If any player harbors thoughts of tanking or merely padding their stats, I expect them to cease immediately. The Lakers will not tolerate such detrimental elements within our ranks. Our goal for the new season remains the championship. Each player must adhere strictly to the coaching staff's directives and commit to diligent training. Is that understood? Understood. The Lakers players responded in unison. Excellent. Now, let us commence training. Link was pleased with the players' response and, with a grand gesture, entrusted Blatt and Stevens with organizing the training session. As the leader, he was primarily responsible for setting the overarching direction. The finer details should be delegated to allow his subordinates to hone their skills. Blatt and Stevens approached their tasks with utmost dedication, promptly gathering the Lakers for training. With Link's speech concluded, the players swiftly entered training mode. Coach Blatt blew his whistle, signaling everyone to assemble. Today, we will focus on passing and cutting drills, as well as shooting practice. Blatt proclaimed loudly, remember, basketball is a team sport, and each person is a crucial link in the chain. Now, let us begin. Let's go. On the training court, the players divided into 2 groups. One group practiced passing and cutting drills on one half of the court, while the other group worked on layups and shooting on the opposite side. Kobe and Yao Ming, as the focal points of their respective teams, naturally drew attention during the passing and cutting drills. With the ball beyond the 3-point line, Kobe made eye contact, prompting Yao to spring into action from the paint. Moving towards the perimeter, Kobe's pass landed perfectly in Yao's hands. After receiving the ball, Yao swiftly pivoted, executing a feint to elude the defender, before passing to Boozer, who cut in from the baseline for an easy layup. Good play. Coach Blatt praised loudly. One by one, the players engaged in the passing drills, each striving to enhance their passing and positioning awareness. On the other side of the court, players were focused on layup drills. This moment, the role of the Lakers veterans became apparent as the seasoned player. Horry took the initiative to lead the younger players, demonstrating as he explained, keep your eyes on the basket during a layup, ensure your footwork is steady, and your movements are fluid. On the NBA court, when necessary, use your offhand to shield the ball and discreetly bump the defender. Truly a veteran, he imparted these subtle tactics to the new players to prevent them from playing too cleanly and becoming vulnerable. After completing the passing and layup drills, it was time for shooting practice. Initially, Blatt and Stevens had planned to limit the shooting drills to guards and small forwards, excluding the centers like Yao Ming. However, Link stood up from the sidelines. Everyone should participate. It's an excellent opportunity to assess the team's overall 3-point shooting capability. Thus, all players lined up beyond the 3-point line, taking turns to shoot. Each player shot 5 3-pointers from the 2 corner spots. The 2 45-degree wings and the top of the arc resembling an all-star 3-point shooting contest, albeit without the final money ball at each spot. Kobe was the first to shoot, standing at the left corner. After receiving the pass, he made no adjustments and jumped immediately. effortlessly sinking a three-pointer that traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. Kobe replicated this precise shooting motion at all 5 positions. The final tally was an impressive 22 out of 25. Nice shot. Link and the other players erupted into applause. Last season, Kobe's three-point shooting percentage was the lowest since entering the league, averaging 1.7 attempts per game, also a record low that he managed to make only 0.42 shots per game, again the lowest since joining the league. With a dismal 25 shooting percentage that to remedy this, Kobe had focused on three-point shooting during his personal training sessions, particularly emphasizing quick releases that in actual games. The defenses he faced rarely allowed him the luxury of time to adjust and shoot. After completing his three-point shooting practice, Kobe felt satisfied with his results. He was determined to take on more offensive responsibilities in the upcoming season, diligently training to improve his weaknesses. Next up was Billups, who also performed admirably, hitting 20 out of 25 at Rondo. Barnes and Bryant Shaw's shooting was slightly less impressive. Yet they still managed over 17 successful attempts, which was commendable. After the guards finished, it was time for the front court players to take their turn at three-point shooting. The results that followed left Blatt and Stevens utterly astounded. Arteas shot 16 out of 25, that Battier hit 18 out of 25, that Harrington also managed 18 out of 25. These results were understandable, given that these 3 forwards had prior NBA experience, proving their three-point capabilities. However, the real surprise came from the big men. Horry shot 18 out of 25, that his clutch three-point shooting had always been his trademark, so that was acceptable. Scola hit 17 out of 25. Wang Zhizhi also managed 17 out of 25. Yao Ming shot 14 out of 25. Blatt and Stevens were left in disbelief, oblivious to Boozer's 6 out of 25 and Cato and Gadzurik's abysmal 3 out of 25. The latter trio's shooting was more representative of typical big men in the league. Who would have thought that rookie coach Link had recruited so many players proficient in three-point shooting across all positions? From point guards to centers, every player showcased their ability to shoot from beyond the arc. Even the towering Yao Ming, standing at 226 cm, displayed impressive three-point shooting, particularly from the corner, where his accuracy was commendable. Even Kobe himself was somewhat astonished as he observed the remarkable three-point shooting performances of Yao Ming and Scola. Their proficiency from beyond the arc was such that it could easily overshadow even the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, outmatching some ordinary guards as well. How did it come to pass that the head coach suddenly assembled a team adept at three-point shooting? Link appeared unfazed, exuding an air of calm confidence, as he glanced at the assistants who seemed overwhelmed by the spectacle, wondering what the fuss was all about. When he was strategizing the lineup, Link deliberately selected players with three-point capabilities. Notably, Yao, during his tenure in the CBA, frequently unleashed surprising shots from long range. Although the NBA's three-point line was slightly more distant, Yao was still able to find his rhythm from the corner, where the distance was comparable to AS for DG. His long-range shooting was a staple in his offensive arsenal. In Scola's best season in the NBA, he even boasted an impressive three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40%. Despite the player's outstanding three-point shooting, Blatt remained somewhat skeptical. Stevens inquired, perplexed, "Mr. Link, is this the reason you specifically traded for these players in search of so many sharpshooters? Yet, three-point shots constitute only a small fraction of the attempts." Link understood that it was not a matter of Stevens or Blatt's lack of understanding, but on a broader scale. This reflected the historical limitations stemming from the different phases of NBA development. It is crucial to remember that during that time, the three-point shot was not a predominant choice for scoring. The 2001 to 2002 season showcased a style of play in the NBA that was entirely distinct from the present. Back then, the league was characterized by intense interior battles, with stars solving problems and an overall slower pace. The paint was akin to a meat grinder battlefield, populated by elite big men like O'Neal, Duncan, and Garnett, alongside a plethora of sturdy blue-collar players. Teams crafted numerous strategies centered around their big men, making interior offense a vital means of scoring. Often, they would leverage the skills of their big men to create shooting opportunities for perimeter players on the defensive end. The rebounding prowess and intimidating presence of interior players were paramount, as teams built their defensive frameworks around them. Due to the dense interior defense, Three-point shooting had yet to become a mainstream offensive strategy, and mid-range shooting served as a crucial means to break deadlocks. During games, players would create mid-range shooting opportunities through pick and rolls and movement, with coaches encouraging players to opt for mid-range shots at appropriate moments. Moreover, the 2001 to 2002 season marked the legalization of zone defense, which allowed teams to employ a cooperative defensive approach. This tactical shift enhanced overall defensive cohesion, subjecting offensive players to increased pressure. The rules of the game at that time permitted a greater degree of physical contact, allowing defenders to engage in a more hands-on manner during their assignments. Thanks to the infamous hand-check rule, which permitted defenders to make contact with their opponents to track their movements, albeit without applying force. However, in practice, it was often challenging for referees to discern whether force was applied. Consequently, each game frequently devolved into a rhythm of star-on-star confrontations, where the ball would inevitably be handed to the star players to initiate offense, methodically dismantling the opponent's defense one possession at a time. Role players were primarily tasked with bolstering defense, ready to capitalize on open shots when the Stars faced impenetrable defensive walls at that time. The overall three-point shot attempt ratio hovered around 18.1, indicating that approximately only 18.1 of all shot attempts in the 2001 to 2002 season were three-pointers, while the three-point shot had already become a conventional offensive weapon. It had not yet been widely and extensively utilized by teams as seen in later seasons. As time progressed, the tactical frameworks of NBA teams evolved and players' shooting capabilities improved, leading to a gradual increase in the ratio of three-point attempts during games. Particularly following the Rockets' Moriball theory and the three-point shooting frenzy initiated by the Splash Brothers, Curry and Thompson, the three-point shot reached unprecedented heights. For instance, during the 2021 to 2022 season, the average three-point attempt ratio in the NBA soared to 39.9, starkly contrasting with the 2001 to 2002 season. Yet at this moment, Link sensed that most individuals viewed the three-point shot as somewhat trivial, flavorless yet too valuable to discard. Observing the Lakers players training on the court, he remarked, "Blatt, Stevens, I envision a significant increase in our three-point attempts for the upcoming season that we must design specific strategies to proactively create three-point opportunities through movement and off-ball screens. Furthermore, any player, regardless of position, should be encouraged to shoot three-pointers whenever they have the chance and accuracy." Link spoke softly, ensuring only Blatt and Stevens could hear him. "Increase three-point attempts significantly. Allow all players to shoot." They echoed in disbelief. Such a proposition seemed excessively radical. After all, the three-point shot was merely a supplementary offensive tool. Although many players excelled in practice, their shooting percentages during games could plummet dramatically. Excessive three-point attempts would inevitably yield lower success rates compared to interior offense, leading to an increase in rebounds and long rebound probabilities, potentially allowing opponents to capitalize on fast breaks. Moreover, the Lakers possessed an undeniable asset in Kobe Bryant that I suggest we should design additional strategies centered around Kobe to fully harness his capabilities. As anticipated, Blatt and Stevens expressed differing opinions. However, Link was not angered by their dissent. Their concerns stemmed from genuine consideration for the team. Given that many of our players possess this advantage, why not utilize it to its fullest potential? He countered, "Kobe will undoubtedly remain our primary tactical focus. However, with other teams increasingly employing zone defenses, Kobe often finds himself double-teamed upon receiving the ball. By effectively utilizing three-point shooting, we can create more space. Consider this. If we have enough proficient three-point shooters who can create 1v1 opportunities for Kobe, the implications are staggering. For Kobe, his ability to solve one-on-one situations is unparalleled. Even a 1v2 scenario presents a golden opportunity." He urged. Stevens pondered for a moment, intrigued by the prospect of creating space to maximize Kobe's offensive prowess, yet suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "However, with the recent implementation of the defensive 3-second rule, the space in the paint will greatly increase. Shouldn't we encourage our perimeter players to attack the rim rather than focusing on three-point attempts?" On April 12, 2001, the NBA officially sanctioned zone defense. This rule change was primarily a response to O'Neal's overwhelming dominance in the paint, necessitating that defenders employ double teams against him to maintain competitive balance. The NBA also introduced the defensive 3-second rule, limiting defenders' time in the key to prevent excessive concentration in the paint, thereby granting perimeter players greater offensive space. Link merely smiled. As the head coach, he did not feel the need to earn the trust of other coaches. Attacking the rim and three-point shooting are not mutually exclusive. By embracing the three-point shot, we naturally create more opportunities to drive. Just like the triple threat position, possessing the ability to drive, shoot, or pass to an open teammate constitutes a true threat. Otherwise, it risks devolving into mere posturing. Moreover, on paper, our interior options are plentiful. Kato, Gadzurik, and Boozer can serve as traditional big men, while Yao, Wang, and Scola can function as stretch bigs, adequately equipping us to tackle various defensive formations. After Link concluded his remarks, Blatt and Stevens found themselves increasingly persuaded by his logic. They exchanged glances, their eyes wide with realization, silently communicating their astonishment at the depth of their wealthy head coach's insights, revealing that he was far from a novice, merely dabbling in the role. He appears to truly understand the game. At least on a theoretical level, he seems to possess a profound knowledge of basketball. I am merely suggesting a direction. The specifics of many tactical designs still require contemplation from both of you. Link continued to gesture grandly, creating opportunities for Blatt and Stevens to fully showcase their coaching prowess. After some reflection, Link added, "Let us conduct an internal scrimmage shortly. The players, as well as the coaches, remain somewhat unfamiliar with one another. It's imperative to practice diligently. Only through actual combat can understanding deepen, for without comprehension, there can be no effective decision-making." Link's declaration regarding the internal scrimmage was made with considerable volume. Ensuring that all Lakers players were attentive, the newly joined players' eyes instantly brightened. Currently, the starting lineup and rotation for the Lakers' upcoming season have yet to be established. To secure playing time, one must perform exceptionally well in training. Particularly during these internal competitions, with so many rookies and new players, anyone has the potential to stand out. In contrast, veterans like Kobe and Horry were decidedly more composed, regardless of how arrangements were made. Kobe would undoubtedly be a starter, and Horry understood his role as a veteran backup. All right, how shall we divide the teams for the internal scrimmage? Generally, training scrimmages are organized as starters versus substitutes, or the teams are mixed, ensuring both sides possess comparable strength. However, we are once again confronted with the initial dilemma. With so many players on the Lakers, their abilities remain uncertain, and the rotation order is unstable. After a brief contemplation, Link raised his gaze towards Blatt and Stevens, stating, "How about this? I'll lead one team, and you two can lead the other. From the 15-man roster, we will alternate selections in the order of 1-3-3-3-3-2, creating a 7-man team and an 8-man team. You may start selecting players." Link swiftly established the team selection format, blending scientific reasoning with a touch of brusqueness. Moreover, he graciously allowed the first choice to the two assistant coaches. After a brief discussion, Blatt and Stevens opted for Kobe Bryant as their first pick. This choice was devoid of any controversy and required no further deliberation. Link, without much hesitation, immediately called out, "Battier, Ellington, Meta World Peace." Both Battier and Ellington stepped forward, yet Artest remained stagnant. "Meta World Peace. Oh no, I mean Artest. Come over here." Link hastily corrected himself. It was 2002, and Artest had yet to adopt that peculiar moniker. "Coach, were you calling me? Did you make a mistake?" However, the name Meta World Peace did sound rather flamboyant and cool. Upon hearing his name, Artest jogged over. Link felt a slight unease. He hoped not to instigate any butterfly effect, worrying that Artest's future name change to Meta World Peace might somehow stem from today's incident. In fact, aside from the name Meta World Peace, he later changed it again after joining the CBA's Sichuan team in 2014, adopting the moniker the Panda's Friend. Despite this amusing interlude, the selection process continued. Blatt furrowed his brow. Is Link planning to select all the small forwards in one go? What is his intention? And how could we overlook Yao Ming? Link being Chinese and Yao Ming also Chinese. Both assistant coaches were prepared for the possibility of Yao being drafted. Stevens appeared somewhat perplexed. "Blatt, should we continue our selections as initially planned? On paper, I recommend choosing Yao Ming. Billups and Boozer. Stevens ranked the remaining players based on their abilities. Blatt continued to frown, stating, Link seems intent on monopolizing the small forward position, so we should counteract this by selecting Billups and Shaw, depriving them of a reliable ball handler. Additionally, taking Horry would bolster our power forward position. Moreover, Kobe, Horry, and Shaw played together last season, ensuring better synergy. After a brief discussion, Stevens acquiesced to Blatt's strategy that we select Billups, Horry, and Brian Shaw. Horry and Shaw appeared somewhat bewildered. They hadn't anticipated being chosen so swiftly. Although Yao's expression remained neutral, he felt considerable confusion. After all, he was the first overall pick, a prestigious title. How could he still be unselected? Observing Blatt's choices, Link quickly discerned the underlying strategy. Yao Ming, Scola, and Bell. Link proceeded with his selections. Then it was the assistant's turn again that we choose Boozer, Cato, and Barnes, seeing Link select Yao Ming. Blatt adeptly countered by selecting 3 interior players. The remaining players, Gedzuric and Wang Zhizhi, automatically joined Link's team. The distribution for the training scrimmage was thus: Link's team, Yao Ming, Gedzuric, Scola, Wang Zhizhi, Artist, Battier, Ellington, and Rajabel. Assistant coach team, Kevin Cato, Boozer, Horry, Kobe, Barnes, Billups, and Shaw. The scrimmage commenced without interruption, with 4 quarters of 10 minutes each at 8. Blatt surveyed his team. Though 1 player short, the positional distribution was relatively evened out. In contrast, Link's side had only Rajabel as a backcourt player, leaving ball handling uncertain. The advantage was mine. Link, shall we add a little wager? Blatt, in a jubilant mood, even broke from his usual seriousness to jest with Link. All right, then the losing team will practice for an additional 2 hours. The winning team will be treated to a grand feast. Link responded with a grin. The Lakers players were eager, not merely for the promised feast, but to make a good impression in their first training scrimmage. Yao, you will occupy the 5 position. Harrington, take the 4. Artist at the 3, Battier at the 2, and Bell at the 1.4 defense. We will employ a BO1 defensive strategy, switching every 2 possessions to guard Kobe. Offensively, Yao will serve as the pivot at the free throw line. Whenever possible, he should demand the ball in the low post, attacking them. Let us be agile and flexible. Other players should set screens away from the ball, creating space, and be decisive when opportunities arise. Link briefly outlined the tactics. AS training had only just begun. There was ample time to elaborate further. Go. Let us show them what you're made of. On the assistant coach side, they deployed Cato, Boozer, Horry, Kobe, and Billups as their starters. After quickly outlining the tactics, Blatt organized his players to take the court, while also encouraging, Kobe, show these newcomers a thing or two. Kobe, with his usual calm demeanor, nodded. I too am eager to see what these new Lakers players are capable of. The inaugural training scrimmage for the Lakers was officially underway. Yao Ming and Cato positioned themselves at center court. As the whistle blew, the basketball was tossed into the air, and both Yao and Cato leapt to contest the tip-off. Despite Yao's height advantage, Cato, known for his experience, carefully anticipated the ball's trajectory and leaped with all his might. In their first contact with the ball, Yao and Cato nearly made simultaneous contact. Due to their combined efforts, the ball was not secured by either side, but instead rebounded into the air. Although it was merely a training scrimmage, both teams were intensely competitive, fiercely battling even for the tip-off. During the second attempt, Yao's height advantage was fully realized as he successfully tapped the ball towards his teammate. Just as the basketball was about to land in Battier's hands, he was fully prepared to receive it. Suddenly, a figure dashed in swiftly, forcefully snatching the ball away. It was Kobe. While Yao and Cato's initial tip-off yielded no result, Kobe had been closely monitoring the ball's trajectory, timing his attack perfectly to make the steal. Upon gaining possession, Kobe immediately pushed the ball forward with speed. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. With scarcely any defenders in the front court, save for Artist, positioned directly in front of Kobe. Artist reacted swiftly, sprinting towards Kobe in an attempt to thwart him. Despite the looming presence of Artist, Kobe continued to dribble assertively, rapidly penetrating inside the three-point line. As he stepped into the paint, he abruptly gathered the ball and leaped. Artist, closely guarding Kobe, immediately leapt as well. His body loomed like a wall, exerting all his strength to obstruct Kobe's path to the basket. Yet it was too late to hinder Kobe's ascent. Kobe had no intention of merely laying the ball up. In midair, after a moment of physical confrontation, Kobe shielded Arteist with his left hand while his right hand prepared to unleash a powerful shot. With a resounding thud, the basketball was emphatically slammed into the hoop by Kobe. Arteist was sent crashing to the ground by the force of Kobe's determination. "Hey, welcome to the Lakers," Kobe uttered nonchalantly to the fallen Arteist before promptly retreating to play defense out on the sidelines. Link felt a surge of exhilaration. What a spectacular start, with such an explosive first play. Arteist's relentless defense only accentuated the audacity of Kobe's dunk. However, it must be noted that every player who suffers a dunk like that is one who valiantly defends. Quick response on defense. "Arteist, now it's our turn to attack them," Link shouted from the sidelines. Arteist, quick to regain his footing, muttered under his breath, "Damn, what kind of welcome is this?" Nevertheless, he swiftly passed the ball out. After receiving the ball, Bell advanced rapidly towards the offensive end. The assistant coach's team employed their standard 3-2 zone defense. Yao Ming, initially stationed in the corner of the paint, quickly moved up to the free throw line as Bell approached the three-point line with the ball. Bell lofted the ball to Yao, but trailing behind him, Kato was glued to Yao, refusing to give him an inch. Kato was fully prepared to counter the formidable play of the Chinese giant. Sensing Kato's strength behind him, Yao executed a deft shoulder shimmy, then dribbled the ball, pivoted, and deftly maneuvered past Kato's defense. Kato's face was one of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Yao's swift and skillful evasion. This giant was not adhering to conventional tactics. After bypassing Kato, the paint was devoid of defenders, and Yao merely dribbled once before unleashing a thunderous dunk, with both teams now having scored a dunk. The score stood at 2-2. Yao made no celebratory gestures, simply turning and jogging back to play defense. Link from the sidelines immediately called out, "Yao, after that dunk, you must celebrate with enthusiasm. Think of a celebration. You need to embrace the momentum. If you remain so subdued next time, I'll be forced to dock your pay." "Understood, Coach Link." The game continued, with Billups confidently bringing the ball across half court, scanning for the optimal offensive opportunity. Kobe roamed the left wing, ever poised to receive a pass. However, Arteist, adhering to the game plan, maintained a tight watch on Kobe, denying him any chance for an easy catch, following the humiliation of being dunked on by Kobe. Arteist was simmering with determination to shadow him closely. Observing that Kobe had few opportunities, Billups signaled for Boozer to set a screen. Boozer positioned himself at the three-point line, effectively blocking Bell's path. Just as Billups prepared to exploit the opening and drive to the basket, Harrington, defending Boozer, promptly stepped up to impede his advance. Billups returned the ball to Boozer, but the pass was too far from the basket, placing Boozer outside his shooting range. Opting to drive, Boozer bore down on the paint, pushing through Bell before attempting a floater. In an unexpected turn, Yao Ming surged in from the opposite side, leaping to block Boozer's shot. Many fail to recognize just how formidable Yao's defense truly is. Since his second year, the Rockets' defensive rankings in the NBA have been 5th, 4th, 6th, 3rd, 2nd, and 4th. Teammates have come and gone, yet the defense has consistently remained among the league's elite. Even if his teammates lacked the requisite toughness, Yao knew how to compensate. He could see this moment. Yao had yet to succumb to the misguided demands of Van Gundy to bulk up, allowing him greater agility. After the block, Yao continued his ascent, securing possession before executing a long pass to the offensive end. As Boozer released his shot, Arteist, who had been tightly guarding Kobe, and Harrington, who had switched to Billups, immediately dashed down the court, entirely disregarding Boozer's attempt. Although Kobe recognized the urgency and quickly retreated on defense, a 2-on-1 situation had already formed, featuring two explosively athletic forwards. Billups was also sprinting back, but had already lost several steps and could not assist Kobe. Despite a slight inaccuracy in Yao's long pass, it reached Arteist, who, seeing Kobe closing in, swiftly passed to Harrington on the opposite side. Harrington extended his arms and executed a soaring, acrobatic dunk. "What a play! Nice one!" Link exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. After landing, Harrington celebrated passionately with a chest bump to Arteist, roaring in triumph. The third score had also come from a dunk. Kobe, meanwhile, picked up the ball from the floor with a somewhat displeased expression. Get back! Get back! We can't afford to be so lackadaisical. The team led by Kobe, with the exception of him, was considerably less athletic than their opponents. The pressure to respond to fast breaks was significant. Chandler, make sure to pass me the next ball. On the assistant coach's team, Billups continued to control the ball, while Kobe stepped up to the three-point line just in time to find a passing angle. Artest remained steadfast in his defensive stance. Kobe feigned a three-point shot from beyond the arc, luring Artest to step forward. As Artest adjusted his weight, Kobe quickly dribbled and accelerated past him on the left. However, Harrington quickly rotated over to provide help defense, blocking Kobe's driving lane, while Artest adjusted to pursue from behind. With determination, Kobe executed a lateral move, pulling up for a mid-range fadeaway. Harrington, displaying quick reflexes, leapt to contest the shot as soon as he saw Kobe's shooting motion. Yet Kobe increased the angle on his fadeaway, allowing the basketball to sail over Harrington's fingertips. The ball arched toward the basket, circling the rim before finally dropping through the net. Through Kobe's individual prowess in a 1-on-2 scenario, he had equalized the score once more. Link's team remained composed. After Kobe's basket, Yao quickly retrieved the ball and initiated a fast break. This time, the assistant coach's team learned from their previous mistake and set up their defense early. Link's team failed to find an opportunity for a fast break. After patiently moving the ball around, it found its way back to Yao in the paint. Kato was still single-covering Yao, but this time he had wised up, giving Yao a bit of space to prevent being directly overpowered by a half-turn. Yao turned to face the basket, noticing the gap, and rose high to release a mid-range shot. Swish! The ball went through the net without touching the rim. Wow, can this Chinese center shoot so accurately? Kato was understandably frustrated. In just 2 consecutive possessions, he had barely engaged in physicality before conceding 2 baskets. As the game progressed, the assistant coach's team primarily relied on the perimeter connection between Kobe and Billups. Particularly, Kobe's individual skill was crucial in finding opportunities and making difficult shots. In contrast, Link's team focused on exploiting Yao Ming's advantageous positioning in the paint during the first quarter. When Kato played loose defense, Yao would shoot. When Kato applied pressure, Yao would pivot to find an angle. If Yao established deep positioning, he would simply back down and overpower his defender. Backing down, mid-range jumpers, turnarounds, and explosive dunks, Yao showcased a multitude of offensive techniques, achieving a remarkably high success rate. Kato was left in a daze. This Chinese center with a face that seemed so innocuous. How could he play so aggressively against me? To add insult to injury. Under Link's insistence, after each successful basket, Yao would often display a sheepish grin, performing various awkward celebratory gestures. For instance, just as he prepared to retreat on defense, he would suddenly raise his arm in a triumphant gesture, only to retract it immediately and jog back to defend. The psychological warfare was immensely effective. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 21-14, with Link's team holding the lead. Blatt and Stevens wore expressions of concern. After all, they were both well-trained professionals, and their team included Kobe. It was surprising that they found themselves trailing by such a margin in the opening quarter. Kato, Boozer, when the game resumes, you must double-team Yao Ming. If necessary, Horry can also step in to intercept the ball. On the offensive end, Boozer was instructed to post up and take on Harrington one-on-one, while Horry positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ready to receive the ball. Moreover, when Kobe had the ball, he was to set screens more frequently. The lineup for the second quarter remained unchanged, with Barnes and Shaw poised on the sidelines, prepared to enter. Meanwhile, Link's team substituted Scola for Harrington at the power forward position. Observing that Blatt and Stevens had not altered their players, Link shook his head slightly. Although the coaches were undoubtedly competent due to their academic backgrounds, they often exhibited a rigidity in their approach. Link had already surmised how Blatt intended to strategize, and Stevens, due to his relatively lesser experience, likely followed Blatt's directives without question. As the second quarter commenced, Kobe received the ball and drove towards the paint. Attracting the double team, he swiftly passed to Billups at the top of the arc. Billups quickly shifted the ball to Horry in the corner, who rose to launch a three-pointer, sinking it 21-17. The assistant coach's team successfully narrowed the gap right from the start of the second quarter. Nice shot. Keep playing like this and maintain solid defense. Blatt shouted from the sidelines. Link's team, mirroring their strategy for the first quarter, fed the ball into the post once more. This time it was Scola demanding the ball inside, while Yao positioned himself in the weak side corner to create space. Boozer and Kato were left in a quandary. Should they continue to double-team? Just as Kato hesitated, choosing to watch Yao, Scola utilized his ample physique to bulldoze against Boozer, battling his way to the basket before executing a reverse layup. Damn, how do these two international rookies possess such solid skills? Blatt couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Whoever's in the paint, we must double-team. Kato. Yao has already moved to the corner. His offensive potential will be severely diminished. Stevens urgently called out to his teammates on the court. As the game pressed on, the assistant coach's next offensive series relied on Kobe's audacious shooting. Although his initial attempt failed, Kobe rapidly recovered the ball after his own miss, scoring on the putback. While Kobe's offense remained formidable, Link's team countered with a variety of defenders shadowing him throughout the game. One moment, it was the sturdy revamped. The next, it was the physically imposing Arteist, followed by the tenacious Battier. This relentless defense made it exceedingly difficult for Kobe. The assistant coach's offense appeared disjointed, while their defense faced immense pressure. Link's players boasted an average size significantly larger than their opponents and were considerably younger, showcasing remarkable athleticism. On one hand, they consistently capitalized on fast break opportunities. On the other, the interior scoring threats of Yao and Scola posed significant challenges. As the game progressed, Link's team, having drawn the assistant coach's defensive focus towards the paint, unleashed a barrage of three-pointers. With Yao or Scola drawing attention in the post, Link's players executed precise movements and off-ball screens, effortlessly finding themselves wide open beyond the arc. Battier, Arteist, and Rajabal each hit multiple three-pointers. And even the newly substituted Yao connected on a three from the corner. This eruption ignited jubilant celebrations among both players on the court and on the sidelines, with both inside and outside scoring flourishing. Ample offensive space was created. Meanwhile, the assistant coach's team struggled to keep pace with Link's rhythm. By the end of the third quarter, the score had widened to 68-51 on the assistant coach's side. Blatt's expression grew increasingly grave. If no changes were made soon, the game could slip entirely out of reach. Although this was merely an internal scrimmage, Blatt certainly did not wish to endure such a humiliating defeat. As the final quarter began, Kato took a breather, replaced by Barnes. Blatt substituted his sole center, opting for a smaller lineup. With only Rajabal as the opposing point guard, they planned to implement full-court pressure from the outset, forcing mistakes from the opposition. Aren't they relying on their size? He thought. With Yao's presence in the half-court, will prevent them from advancing past the mid-court line. On Link's side, the players were brimming with enthusiasm. Yao, you are incredible. I never imagined your offensive arsenal was so vast. Even your free throws are so accurate. Arteist excitedly patted Yao's shoulder. Yao's dominance in the post made it significantly easier for Arteist and the others to play. With drives to the basket and long-range shots, Arteist scored 5 consecutive points, leaving his counterpart Hori visibly troubled. Hori simply could not keep up with Arteist's footwork. I'm just playing my game, Yao said, grinning as he affectionately rubbed the back of his head. Cough, cough. Well, this is still just an internal training match, and it's not over yet. In the final quarter, the opposing team will surely mount a fierce counterattack and increase their defensive intensity. Link reminded everyone, urging them to tighten up. Internal matches should not only showcase their strengths, but also allow for experimentation with new strategies without fear of revealing weaknesses. As the fourth quarter commenced, Link instructed Yao, Harrington, Arteist, Battier, and Rajabal to take the court first. Let us continue our defensive and offensive rhythm as we just had, but Yao can also participate in ball handling. Link spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing something utterly mundane. However, upon hearing this, the players doubted their understanding, questioning whether Link had indeed said that. Coach, are you suggesting our center should handle the ball? That seems unnecessary. Yao himself felt a twinge of insecurity. Coach, is it really appropriate for me to do such things? What's inappropriate about it? I'm not asking you to perform a crossover or break any ankles. Just advance the ball steadily when needed. Link reassured him. By the year 2024, The NBA had witnessed the emergence of numerous ball-handling big men. Nikola Jokic, of course, needs no introduction, along with Anthony Davis and Karl Anthony Towns. Additionally, there was the renowned multinational athlete who had openly expressed a desire to represent Cameroon and France, but ultimately chose to play for the USA. The versatile Joel Embiid. Many interior players showcased comprehensive offensive skills and exceptional passing abilities, with the aforementioned players not only capable of manning the center position, but also possessing outstanding ball-handling skills. Particularly Jokic, who could orchestrate offense from the high post and break defenses with his dribbling, creating opportunities for teammates. Even in Link's current NBA, there were players like Olajuwon and Sabonis, known for their adept ball-handling skills. Sabonis was particularly Yao's idol, admired for his creative offensive methods and playmaking ability. However, there remained a prevailing notion that the power of a big man should only manifest within the painted area. After Link's directive as head coach, the players refrained from voicing objections. After all, it had been demonstrated that Link was not only affluent, but, as he claimed, possessed a modest understanding of the game of basketball. As the fourth quarter began, Link's team passed the ball to Rajabal. Initially, only Billups was defending him. However, as Rajabal dribbled past the midcourt line, Barnes suddenly lunged in for a double team. Blatt, still adhering to traditional coaching methods, employed his extensive experience to orchestrate pressure as soon as Rajabal crossed midcourt. At this point, Rajabal could no longer pass the ball back to the backcourt, and with two defenders in front of him, his passing lanes had become severely constricted. Meanwhile, Kobe, Horry, and Boozer pressed forward, prepared to intercept Rajabal's potential passes. To make matters worse, when faced with the double team, Rajabal surprisingly halted his dribble. As the 5-second violation loomed, he panicked slightly, leaping to pass to a teammate waiting beyond the three-point line, although he successfully got the ball past the defenses of Billups and Barnes. However, the basketball thrown high into the air significantly lost its velocity. Kobe, keenly attuned to the dynamics on the court, surged forward to intercept. Although Bell realized his mistake and desperately pursued, Artest, witnessing the ball being snatched away, also exerted himself to chase back to the defensive end. Yet they could only watch as Kobe executed a fast break, soared into the air, and completed a magnificent dunk. Once again, Artest found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop. And as Kobe landed, his elbow inadvertently made contact with Artest behind him. Artest, known for his fiery temperament, glared at Kobe with evident displeasure. Yet, Kobe remained oblivious to Artest's glare. Great play. Don't let up. Initiate full court pressure immediately. Blatt commanded loudly. Bell, standing at the baseline with the ball, prepared to make a quick inbound pass, only to find the opposing team already set in their defensive stance. The passing lanes had been completely sealed off. Left with no choice, Bell decided to take a gamble, launching the ball forward in a surprise move. Unfortunately, the ball was intercepted midair by Horry. Following a swift series of passes, Billups surged to the basket, completing a layup in an unguarded state. With merely 20 seconds elapsed in the fourth quarter, Link's team had already conceded 2 points. Crucially, the momentum on the assistant coach's side had begun to rise. They lacked a stable ball handler and continued to falter. Kobe was on the court directing his teammates, while Link, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in dismay and called for a timeout. Raga Bell had been abandoned by the team for a reason. The sudden shift in the game's pace caught them off guard, and their response was sluggish. Nevertheless, Bell was renowned for his sticky defense. Expecting him to act as the team's strategist was indeed a tall order. Raga Bell wore a dejected expression, repeatedly apologizing that "I'm sorry. I've mishandled 2 consecutive plays." Link refrained from reprimanding Bell further. As I mentioned earlier, this is an internal scrimmage. We shouldn't fear exposing our issues. What we must fear is failing to resolve them. The opposing team has only just begun exploiting the weaknesses of our backcourt players in the fourth quarter, which surpasses my expectations. Let's adhere to my previous strategy. I can't accept mistakes from defensive pressure, but I cannot accept that you, as distinguished NBA-level players, cannot adapt effectively. Stay alert on the court. If something arises, shout it out loudly and communicate more. We are still ahead by over 10 points. Just because the opponent scored 2 points, you seem flustered. Who is leading this game? Ian. Give me a fierce kick in their rear ends. Link shouted passionately, rallying his team. As the game resumed, Billups and Barnes prepared to replicate their strategy, continuing to apply pressure on the ball handler, Ragabell. Suddenly, they noticed the towering Yao Ming, standing at 7 feet 6 inches and weighing 296 pounds. Dribbling the basketball with steady determination, advancing towards the front court. Excuse me? What is happening here? Even Billups, known for his composure, found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of Yao controlling the ball. Not only Billups, but also Blatt and Stevens on the sidelines were caught in a state of bewilderment. Yao Ming controlled the ball with poise, his gaze resolute, and though his steps were slow, they were remarkably steady. As Yao advanced, he surveyed the court, searching for offensive opportunities. Meanwhile, Artest and Harrington positioned themselves on the low block, creating space for support, while Battier and Bell stationed themselves beyond the three-point line, ready to assist Yao in transitioning while preparing for defensive shifts. Barnes, do not hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Regardless of who has the ball, we must continue executing our defensive strategy, Billups urged, steeling himself as he charged towards Yao to disrupt his advance. However, Yao's immense height and proficient ball handling rendered him an impenetrable barrier. Despite Billups' best efforts to intercept, he found his attempts futile against Yao's towering presence and long wingspan. Consequently, Yao effectively shielded Billups, bearing the brunt of his attempts and continuing his measured advance. The scene became somewhat surreal, with other players momentarily frozen, observing this seemingly mundane offensive and defensive exchange. Feeling the pressure of being outmaneuvered, Billups opted for a gamble, lunging forward to steal the ball. To his astonishment, Yao reacted instantaneously. Observing Billups' attempt, Yao, who had been dribbling steadily with his right hand, executed a deft behind-the-back dribble, switching to his left hand. The point of contact shifted in an instant. While Billups successfully charged past, he failed to touch the ball, leaving him out of position defensively. Billups found himself utterly outclassed by Yao's skill. Link turned to Wang Zhizhi, seated on the bench, and remarked, "Daji, in the future, consider trying similar moves. Just because you're in the NBA doesn't mean you should shy away from performing the actions you're accustomed to in the CBA." Much like how you utilized Dirk Nowitzki's style during your time with the Mavericks. Dirk is a power forward, yet many of his moves are entirely those of shooting guard. Wang Zhizhi, absorbing Link's words, nodded earnestly. Now that he found himself within the Lakers, it was crucial to adapt to this new environment. At the very least, he no longer needed to fear that executing too many moves would jeopardize his playing time and contract. As Yao successfully shook off Billups, he accelerated, propelling himself forward at a swift pace. Barnes, noticing Yao's advance and recognizing Billups had lost position, rushed to double-team him. Yao, having achieved his goal of drawing the double-team, promptly secured the ball and elevated it to the open Bell. The assistant coach's team was immediately thrust into a predicament of being outnumbered, as Horry, who had been marking Artest, could only rush over to defend Bell. Bell swiftly retreated, dishing the ball to a cutting Artest. Upon seeing the lane open, Kobe immediately rushed over for the defensive cover. Artest gathered himself, rising up to challenge Kobe, ultimately succeeding in scoring the basket. "Ah, Kobe, did you see that? You simply cannot stop me." After landing, Artest became momentarily consumed by a strange surge of energy, celebrating exuberantly towards Kobe. Kobe, observing the fervent Artest, offered no response, his face remaining indifferent, even too apathetic to smile. Instead, he turned away to retrieve the ball for the inbound. Seeing Kobe's lack of acknowledgement, Artest, perplexed by the situation, impulsively shoved Kobe's back with considerable force, given Artest's substantial mass and the element of surprise. Kobe stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but managed to stabilize himself thanks to his core strength. Kobe turned to glare at Artest. "What the hell is wrong with you, you mother?" Just then, Horry and Brian Shaw, two veteran Lakers, rushed in to protect Kobe, while Harrington also charged to support his former teammate Artest. The newer players appeared somewhat at a loss, with only Yao stepping forward to stand between the two factions. "Everyone, calm down. We are teammates. Kobe, aren't you the tough guy? You were throwing elbows at me during the offense. What is the matter? Can't handle it when I score on you." Artest continued his fiery tirade. Kobe, even more bewildered, thought to himself, "It's just one basket. Is it really necessary to celebrate so extravagantly? And when did I elbow you? What do you mean I can't handle it? It was just a single exchange. Do you have some sort of problem?" Is your ego flaring up? As Arteis noticed Kobe's unflappable demeanor, his agitation intensified, prompting Yao to desperately pull Arteis back. Toot, 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 toot. Link dashed onto the court, calling for a halt to the game. Arteis, that was a flagrant foul. What the hell are you thinking? If you keep acting like this, I will suspend you without hesitation. Link shouted harshly at Arteis, his mind racing with anger and apprehension. That it was crucial to remember that Arteis was a recklessly volatile player. In fact, there had been an incident in 2001 where he had broken Michael Jordan's rib during practice. At that time, Jordan was preparing for his comeback, while Arteis was a member of the Chicago Bulls. During an intra-squad scrimmage, Arteis attempted to defend Jordan and inadvertently struck him in the ribs with his elbow, resulting in 2 fractured ribs for Jordan. This incident can be considered the most severe injury of Jordan's career. Aside from the left foot fracture he suffered early on, it was, in fact, this rib fracture, courtesy of Arteis during practice game. Had Arteis injured Kobe during a training session with the Lakers, Link would undoubtedly have been ruthless in dealing with Arteis. Upon seeing Link charging towards him, Arteis felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. After all, when confronted with the might of capital, even the bravest must yield to Mr. Link. It was Kobe who struck first. He elbowed me several times during his attacks. Arteis protested. Link, upon hearing Arteis' frantic justifications, was on the verge of exploding with rage, his face transforming from anger to a mocking smile to self-defense. You say? Arteis, are you even a man? How cowardly, to act yet not own up to it. And to come up with such pathetic excuses, still trying to justify yourself, spewing nonsense. I was watching the entire game, and neither Kobe nor anyone else engaged in any excessive actions. The match was thrilling until you, the proverbial mouse, made your appearance. If you had any guts, you would have stood up to Kobe, challenged him within the bounds of fair play, even elbowed him once. I would have respected you for it. But now, you merely capitalized on a moment of opportunity to score, and you're acting this way. You chose the most cowardly way to respond. Arteis, you're no tough guy. You're simply a loser. A lobe, the cream filling of a donut, is tougher than you. You claim to enjoy brawling? Come on, let us see who has stronger. Soft dog, try me. Link angrily grasped Arteis by the collar of his jersey, shouting vehemently. Although Link was not short himself, standing next to Arteis made him appear diminutive, yet he showed no fear as he unleashed his wrath upon Arteis. Blatt and Stevens stared in disbelief, momentarily frozen before rushing over to separate Link and Arteis. Who knows what state Arteis' mind was in, or whether he might act out of character in that somewhat archaic, martial-spirited era of the NBA. There have been several instances of players physically confronting coaches. In 1997, Golden State Warriors player Latrell Sprewell had a confrontation with Coach P.J. Carl Zimmo that it was during a practice when Carlesimo's attitude displeased Sprewell, who felt his playing time was threatened. Sprewell charged at Carlesimo, choking him for nearly 15 seconds. After being pulled away by teammates for 20 minutes, Sprewell returned and, taking advantage of Carlesimo's inattention, landed several punches. This incident led to Sprewell being suspended for 68 games and subsequently traded to the New York Knicks. More seriously, in a 1977 game between the Rockets and the Lakers player Kermit Washington and Rockets player Kevin Cunard became embroiled in a scuffle. Rockets captain Rudy Tomjanovich, who would later become a legendary coach for the Rockets, rushed in to break up the fight, only to be mistakenly punched in the face by Washington. Rudy was left bleeding profusely, unconscious on the ground, and later diagnosed with a fractured skull, jaw, and nose, along with other facial injuries and cerebrospinal fluid leakage. After being taken to the hospital, Rudy told the doctors he tasted something salty in his mouth. But it wasn't blood. The doctor informed him that it was likely his own brain fluid. If a similar incident were to occur during a Lakers practice today, it would surely escalate into a media frenzy. Moreover, Link was not just the head coach, but also the team's owner, their breadwinner. Blatt and Stevens even resolved that, even at the cost of taking a punch themselves, they could not allow their boss Link to be harmed. Listening to Link's tirade, Arteis, initially fuming, began to wilt under the weight of Link's relentless words. Arteis had been somewhat impulsive, wanted to make a good impression during training camp, and not wanting to be completely dominated by Kobe. Yet here was the team owner and head coach, Link, confronting him with such a display of machismo. Every word Link uttered struck deep, piercing Arteist's defenses. Even after realizing his error, Arteist felt a sense of grievance. Link was right. His earlier behavior resembled that of a petulant child throwing a tantrum. It was far from manly, far too soft. Mr. Link, it was indeed Kobe who struck me first. Though he is the leader of the Lakers, he shouldn't be allowed to act this way. Arteist attempted to defend himself. However, seeing the fury in Link's eyes, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives, Arteist ultimately conceded that I understand, Mr. Link, and I apologize for my earlier actions. Kobe, I'm sorry. I let my emotions get the better of me. Kobe merely nodded slightly, indicating he understood and that the matter could be put to rest. Link, still seething, released his grip on Arteist's collar. Arteist and all Lakers present today. Let me make this clear. To me, the most low of individuals are those who are obsequious to outsiders yet strike hard at their own teammates. In other words, the lowest of the low are those who lay hands on their teammates. If you're genuinely dissatisfied with your teammates or the team to the point of being unable to stay, I welcome you to come and discuss it with me. Even if it ends with your trade, I will ensure you are treated properly. If, during a game, you are provoked by an opponent and retaliate, I can understand that. But if anyone dares to lay hands on a teammate again, regardless of who you are, I will make your life miserable. Do you understand? Ron Arteist. Arteist hung his head, muttering, I understand. Wasn't that push you gave earlier rather spirited? Why are you talking like a coward now? Link nearly roared. Arteist shut his eyes and shouted, Yes, Sire. I understand. Link suddenly recalled the infamous malice at the palace incident and quickly added, And do not lay a hand on the fans. Do you understand? Arteist, in a daze, replied, Of course. What kind of foolish player would think of attacking a fan, who would run from the court to the stands to fight? Link internally scoffed, realizing it was indeed Arteist, the epitome of foolishness. In a previous life, on November 19, 2004, during a game between the Pacers and the Pistons at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Pacers were performing well, while the Pistons were the defending champions, creating an intense atmosphere. With 45.9 seconds left, and the Pacers leading 97-82, the game had effectively entered garbage time. Much like the Lakers training session, at this moment, Pistons player Ben Wallace was fouled by Arteist, who was then shoved by Wallace in anger. Igniting a brawl, Arteist was restrained by his teammates and lay on the scorer's table. What began as a typical player confrontation escalated when a Pistons fan threw a drink at Arteist. In a fit of rage, Arteist charged into the stands, attacking the fan recklessly. The teammates of the Pacers, including the Warrior Stephen Jackson, also joined in the fray against the fans, and little Jermaine O'Neal was likewise embroiled in the chaos, resulting in an unprecedented scene of turmoil. Ultimately, this incident evolved into a rare occurrence in NBA history where players assaulted fans. Following the event, NBA Commissioner Stern imposed suspensions without pay on 9 players, totaling 146 games. Arteist faced an 86-game suspension. Stephen Jackson was sidelined for 30 games, O'Neal for 15 games, and Ben Wallace for 6 games. The Pacers, who were once riding high that season and deemed strong contenders for the finals, found themselves irrevocably affected by the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, primarily due to Arteist's reckless actions. The team transformed from championship contenders into a fringe playoff squad, eventually sinking to the depths of a lottery-bound team. Furthermore, the legendary Reggie Miller, after that season, regrettably retired. Link's frustration grew as he watched Arteist, and he exclaimed in anger, Damn it, today's scrimmage ends here. Despite Link's team holding a substantial lead, they were declared losers. Arteist, bewildered, raised his head, while the rest of the team appeared dazed, only to witness Link's furious visage. Present were Blatt, Stevens, Kobe, Yao, and all the Lakers players and staff, who realized that Link was genuinely furious. This was the first time they had seen this young man, who usually exuded a playful demeanor, erupt in uncontrollable rage on the court. Even Kobe approached Link, suggesting, Coach Link, we should continue the game. You were leading significantly. But Link remained unmoved, insisting on the forfeiture of the game. Not just Arteist, but everyone understood a critical truth. As long as you don a Lakers jersey, you bore responsibility for your actions. The Lakers were inextricably linked to you. The fortunes of the Lakers were shared. Honor and disgrace were mutual. Now, the assistant coach's team could rest, while all members of Link's team were ordered to continue training for an additional 2 hours. Link joined them. His face darkened as he summoned the team staff to set up the equipment. Upon seeing Link's determination, Yao also took action, patting Arteist on the shoulder. Come on, Arteist, let's get to work. Players like Gigi, Scola, and Battier followed suit. Harrington leaned in close to Arteist, whispering, "Hey, brother, you know I've always got your back." But our boss, our head coach, Link, is right. Defeating someone isn't as simple as shoving them. "Thank you, Harrington, my brother. Did I truly need to reflect on my actions?" Arteist replied, taking a deep breath and sincerely apologizing to Kobe, his teammates, and Link before immersing himself in training. "Our new head coach is quite intriguing. He just abruptly declared the game over," noted Brian Shaw, chewing gum as he stood among the assistant coach's team. "Kobe, you're remarkably restrained. If it were me, I'd take the chance to give that punk Arteist a beating." Yet Shaw chuckled, "Today we're quite fortunate. I thought we demissed training entirely, haha." However, his laughter did not resonate with the other players on the assistant coach's team, leaving him with an awkward grin. "All right then, we're off early, but I wonder if Coach Link as promised feast will still happen." Kobe stood up, declaring, "You all go ahead. I'll stay and train with them." Shaw's chuckle abruptly ceased. "Wait, Kobe, haven't we already won?" Kobe looked seriously at the training players, including Yao and Arteist. Link was also present, holding a large resistance pad to assist the players, when Arteist attempted a layup. Link raised the pad, nearly smashing it down onto Arteist. Startled, Arteist dodged swiftly, causing a shot to miss. "Missed the layup? That means 20 extra sets of sprint for you, Arteist." Seeing Arteist blunder, Link seized the opportunity to shout, "Coach Link, I've already apologized. What more do you want? Have mercy." Arteist, noticing Link's mood seemed to improve, cheekily approached him. "Apologies are useful, but what do we need police for then? Enough talk, let us get back to training." Link feigned a stern expression, continuing to admonish Arteist, "That's unfair. You didn't use this much effort when blocking Yao or Wang Zhizhi." Arteist protested. Kobe observed the training with a smile. "We were the ones trailing. They played exceptionally today. Although I was upset by Arteist's shove, I must admit his defense was commendable. Yao, Battier, and the others performed excellently. Since we're behind, I must continue training. I refuse to fall behind in the next internal scrimmage." Kobe then took a sip of his sports drink and joined the court. "Hey, Arteist, pass me the ball. I want to train with you." Seeing Kobe on the court, Arteist grinned widely and threw him a powerful pass. As Kobe performed a Eurostep layup, he remarked, "You guys technically won today. It was your blunders that allowed us to claim victory. However, your defense today was solid, forcing me to miss a shot. Keep striving for improvement." Link chuckled at Kobe's banter, which always seemed to blend earnestness with humor. Arteist laughed. "Kobe, I still owe you an apology. I shouldn't have pushed you, but next time, I'll definitely treat you to a super spicy hot pot." Just wait. With Kobe leading the way, all players from the assistant coach's team joined in the training. Even seasoned veterans like Horry and Shaw participated. Link watched the Lakers with satisfaction, finding them far more agreeable than at the beginning of training. Filled with delight. "Let us go, lads. After training, a grand feast awaits us." Horry and Shaw's eyes sparkled at the prospect of Link's promised lavish meal, which was bound to be of the highest quality. Even Arteist, the day's culprit, couldn't help but inquire, "Coach Link, what delicacies await us later?" 1982 law fight. Exquisite foie gras. Black truffles with tomahawk steak? What? You're all NBA players. Such delicacies seem excessive, don't they? Link feigned astonishment. Goodness, is it even more extravagant than what Arteist mentioned? That would be something extraordinary. Horry exclaimed excitedly, "We must have even more upscale food. All organic, natural ingredients. Chicken breast, salmon, brown rice, sweet potato, mixed vegetable salad. Kale, avocado, and antioxidant-rich berries, paired with unsweetened yogurt. Absolutely nutritious and healthy. Brothers, after eating, we'll quickly regain our strength and be ready to train again." With a loud thud, upon hearing Link's words, Arteist's face turned ashen. "And he missed an open layup? Arteist, that is 20 more sets of sprints." Finally, Link led all the Lakers players and staff to a high-end restaurant in Los Angeles for a team-building dinner. In addition to Arteist's cravings for foie gras, tomahawk steak, black truffles, and 1982 Lafite. The menu featured baked French blue lobster, Iberian ham, and a plethora of caviar delicacies. Tonight was a small reprieve, with fine wine and gourmet dishes. They could indulge freely, but must not interfere with tomorrow afternoon's training. Oh my goodness, I must gorge myself. No, I'll feast on 10 pounds. In the future, internal training matches should be approached with greater seriousness. After winning, let Boss Lin treat us. In the restaurant, the players were animatedly chatting and eating, with Kobe and Arteis continuing their debate over who is more formidable in their confrontations. Big G, accompanied by Big Yao, was meticulously explaining the English terminology used in basketball. Meanwhile, Kato and Billups unexpectedly approached with glasses of red wine, eager to share a toast with Big Yao. Yao, how do you manage to shoot so accurately? Is the level of your CBA league really this high? Blatt and Stevens were also tugging at Link, persistently urging him to drink, mildly complaining about how Link's unconventional tactics had thoroughly bested them in today's training match. Observing the players' spirited demeanor, Link felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although today's training had its minor hiccups, the final outcome left him quite pleased. A formidable team, a dynasty team, requires not only the players' exquisite skills, but also unwavering resolve and unity. Today's small incident has deepened everyone's understanding of this principle. Moreover, Link was quite content with the performances of Kobe, Big Yao, and Arteis. The new season's Lakers are sure to astonish other teams thoroughly. The Lakers' training proceeded methodically according to the established schedule. Since Link took over the Lakers, he not only assembled a new roster and intensified training, but also invested heavily in a medical rehabilitation team. This team tailored recommended meal plans and fitness training regimens based on each player's physique and technical characteristics. Additionally, after every training session, specialized rehabilitation would take place. For instance, given Big Yao's height of 226 centimeters and substantial weight. Alongside a solid lower body, the medical rehabilitation team advised him to focus on enhancing upper body strength, as well as the muscles in his ankles and calves. Post-training, specific rehabilitation and relaxation exercises for his feet, ankles, and calves would be conducted. After all, in Link's past life, Big Yao was plagued by a stress fracture in his foot, which forced him to conclude his professional career prematurely, leading him onto a rather convoluted path as the CBA president. Regarding Kobe, due to his frequent high-intensity dribbling confrontations during games, he often employed sudden stop jump shots, step-back jump shots, and other intricate maneuvers. Each match placed significant physical strain on him, with his shooting technique being a standard double motion, a powerful leap, a high jump, and a precise release, all exhibiting a clear elbow positioning towards the basket. During intense exchanges, Kobe frequently utilized low center gravity footwork to break through defenses and executed high-quality mid-range shots. While these offensive traits posed a considerable threat, they also placed immense pressure on Kobe's Achilles tendon. Despite Kobe's already exceptional physical attributes, he still encountered one of the most severe injuries of his career, a ruptured left Achilles tendon, during a game on April 13th. 2013, this injury occurred in a match against the Warriors, with just 3 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. Astonishingly, Kobe ruptured his left Achilles tendon without any contact from an opponent. This was an unforced injury, indicating that it stemmed from the cumulative toll of Kobe's prolonged high-intensity play. Therefore, Link was meticulous, insisting that the medical rehabilitation team provide specialized relaxation treatments for Kobe after every training session. Link even went so far as to invite 2 top experts from the Chinese Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine to assist Kobe through acupuncture and topical treatments. Time flew by, and soon it was August 29th. The 2002 World Basketball Championship was just around the corner. The Lakers had been engaged in rigorous training, but several players, including Big Yao, Big G, and Scola, were set to participate in the World Championship. Thus, Link decided to grant the entire team a brief respite a few days in advance. The Chinese team comprised Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Bader, Liu Yudong, Li Nan, Gong Xiaobin, Hu Weidong, Du Feng, Guo Shiqiang, Zhu Fangyu, Chen Ke Lu Wei, and Zhang Cheng. Unfortunately, the promising rookie point guard Hu Xiefeng, who had excelled in prior warm-up matches, suffered a severe injury that jeopardized his career, compelling him to withdraw from the Men's Basketball World Championship. Nevertheless, this represented the genuine golden generation of the Chinese men's basketball team. Salute. Only respect remains. As for the 2002 World Championship, the United States fielded the Dream Team 5, whose members included guards, Andre Miller, Baron Davis, Jay Williams, the second overall pick in 2002, following Yao Ming, Michael Finley, and Reggie Miller. Forwards, Sean Marion and Paul Pierce. Centers, Elton Brand, Antonio Davis, not to be confused with Anthony Davis, Ben Wallace, Rafe LaFrance, and Jermaine O'Neal. The head coach was George Karl, with assistant coach Greg Popovich, alongside two NCAA assistants. The previous Dream Team 4 participated in the 2000 Sydney Olympics. This team produced the astonishing dunk of death during a group match against France, when Vince Carter, after intercepting the ball, leaped over the 2.18-meter-tall center Frederick Weiss, executing a spectacular dunk without making contact. Overall, while the Dream Team 4 achieved an undefeated record of 8-0 in the Sydney Olympics, their dominance had evidently waned. In the semifinals, they narrowly defeated Lithuania 85-83, almost failing to reach the finals. In the championship, they triumphed over France 85-75, albeit with some trepidation. However, the arrogant Americans remained oblivious to the warning signs and proceeded to field what they believed to be an invincible Dream Team 5. In all fairness, the roster of Dream Team 5 was indeed formidable. Pierce was a premier scorer in the league, already showcasing star qualities. Little O'Neal was among the top centers in the East. Finley was an all-star in 2001. Brand led the Clippers with impressive stats of 20 points and 10 rebounds. Andre Miller was the assist leader in the 2001 season, averaging 17 points and 11 assists, even managing to out-assist the red-hot kid. Reggie Miller, the team captain, served as both the offensive leader and spiritual guide. The championship was held in Indiana, where Miller could be considered the king of the home court. Antonio Davis had previously demonstrated elite center capabilities, leading his team into the playoffs during Carter's injury. Subsequently, the label of Carter being overrated began to circulate. Moreover, the roster included strong players like Baron Davis, Marion, LaFrance, and Ben Wallace. On paper, the roster appeared strong, but the outcome would ultimately reveal the consequences of the Americans' obstinacy, as they became the first Dream Team to fail to secure a championship. The World Championship featured 16 competing teams, including the United States, China, Yugoslavia, Argentina, Germany, Spain, and others. These teams were divided into 4 groups, each containing 4 teams competing in a round-robin format, with the top 3 from each group advancing. The Chinese team found themselves in Group C alongside the United States, Germany, and Algeria. Previously, Link had thoroughly communicated with Xi'an Hongcheng, allowing the Chinese men's basketball team to train at the Staples Center, utilizing the Lakers' training facilities. The head coach of the Chinese team was Wang Fei. When Xi'an Hongcheng learned that Link was also serving as the head coach of the Lakers, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He promptly extended a warm invitation for Link to join the coaching staff of the Chinese team, even proposing that he take on the role of head coach. Link firmly declined Xi'an Hongcheng's invitation, explaining that the timeline for the World Championship was too tight. Even with his willingness, substantial improvements within a short period would be challenging. Additionally, in the realm of basketball, the significance of Olympic results far exceeds that of the World Championship. Link had quietly set his sights on the Athens Olympics 2 years hence. Chairman Xi'an, I am not well acquainted with the players of the Chinese men's basketball team. Taking on a role of head coach would be quite absurd. However, I can serve as an honorary assistant coach and offer my full support, striving to achieve the best possible results under your guidance in the World Championship. After listening, Xi'an Hongcheng's face beamed with joy, almost blooming like a chrysanthemum, as he longed to embrace and plant a fervent kiss on Lin Ke's handsome visage. Lin Zong, Lin Laudi, I knew you were no ordinary person. Let us take your auspicious words to heart and strive for excellence together. The 2002 FIBA World Championship for men officially commenced. The competition was divided into group stages, followed by second-round matches and knockout rounds. Initially, in the group stage, teams faced off against one another, and standings were determined based on win-loss records, with the top 3 teams from each group advancing to the next round. Group A, Russia, New Zealand, Angola, Venezuela. Group B, Brazil, Turkey, Puerto Rico, Lebanon. Group C, China, the United States, Germany, Algeria. Group D. Argentina, Spain, Yugoslavia, Canada. Subsequently, in the second round, the teams from the merged groups would compete again, with rankings determined by points earned for victories and losses. With the top 4 teams from each second-round group entering the quarterfinals. After rigorous training, the final roster for the Chinese team was as follows. Center, Yao Ming, Botter, power forward. Wang Zhizhi, Gong Xiaobin. Liu Yudong, Du Feng, small forward. Li Nan, Zhu Fengyu, Chun Ku, shooting guard. Hu Weidong, Zhang Cheng, point guard. Guo Shiqiang, Lu Wei. The Chinese team's first opponent was the German squad led by Dirk Nowitzki, under the leadership of Big Yao and Wang Zhizhi. The Chinese team found themselves locked in a fierce contest with Germany from the outset, particularly Wang Zhizhi, seeing his former teammate Nowitzki from the Mavericks, was brimming with competitive fire that he unleashed his full strength. Scoring repeatedly against Nowitzki, executing isolation plays, and hitting a three-pointer after a deceptive drive. Ever since joining the Lakers, Wang Zhizhi had become considerably more confident and expressive, daring to showcase his skills. Meanwhile, Botter utilized his robust physique to dominate the paint. However, the overall strength of the German team proved slightly superior, as their seasoned players frequently attacked the interior, forcing Big Yao and Botter into early foul trouble. Initially caught off guard by Wang Zhizhi's aggression, Nowitzki quickly adjusted, sinking mid-range shots and capitalizing on open looks created by his teammates, successfully draining several three-pointers. Ultimately, the Chinese team suffered a narrow defeat, losing to Germany by a score of 82-88. Due to early fouls, Yao Ming played only 18 minutes, shooting 5 for 8, with a shooting percentage of 63 and hitting 6 out of 7 free throws for a total of 16 points. 5 rebounds, 1 block, 1 turnover, and 4 fouls. Botter topped the Chinese team with 23 points, making 3 of 4 three-point attempts, alongside 7 rebounds and 4 fouls. The only other players to score in double digits were Hu Weidong and Wang Zhizhi, with 14 and 13 points respectively. In contrast, Nowitzki, having honed his skills in the NBA, achieved an impressive 30 points and 5 rebounds. To make matters even more disheartening, despite having undergone training prior to the match, the Chinese team's coordination was far from ideal, managing only 4 assists throughout the game. In the second match, the Chinese team faced Algeria. The players poured their hearts into the game, particularly Big Yao, who dominated the paint, keeping the team in the lead for the majority of the match. However, after enjoying a 20-point lead at one stage, the Chinese team inexplicably faltered in the fourth quarter, appearing to forget how to play, and even allowed their opponents to take the lead. Fortunately, they steadied themselves and ultimately triumphed with a score of 96-82, marking their first victory in the World Championship. Yao Ming played for 27 minutes, shooting 12 of 15 from the field and 14 of 17 from the free throw line, amassing 38 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 blocks. He nearly achieved a triple-double, adding 3 assists, 3 fouls, and 5 turnovers to his stat line. In this fierce battle, Yao Ming exemplified the leadership qualities of the Chinese team, with 8 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Algeria had scored 8 consecutive points, narrowing the gap to 71-69, putting China behind by 2 points. The entire arena fell into a state of despair. Even Xian Hongchong, watching from the sidelines, was flustered, repeatedly asking Lin Ke what to do. Thankfully, in a critical moment, Yao Ming stepped up. Beginning with defense, he delivered 3 crucial blocks that significantly boosted morale and thwarted Algeria's offensive efforts. Big Yao's presence in the paint was akin to a formidable fortress, reminiscent of the Great Wall of China on the basketball court. On the offensive end, he led the Chinese team in scoring 7 consecutive points, regaining the lead. Ultimately, they secured victory in the final group match. The Chinese team faced the Dream Team from the United States. At the onset of the game, the Chinese players appeared somewhat timid. Even Big Yao seemed hesitant, missing a seemingly easy shot against the formidable Ben Wallace. The reputation of the Dream Team was undeniably intimidating. However, as the game progressed, the Chinese players began to find their rhythm. It appeared that the Dream Team was not as invincible as they had been led to believe. While the Chinese team struggled to score, the Dream Team also found themselves misfiring on numerous attempts. After adjusting their mindset, the Chinese team started to gain momentum. Although the Dream Team's players were closely guarding the newly crowned #1 draft pick, Big Yao, they inadvertently left space for other Chinese players. Wang Zhizhi and Hu Weidong capitalized on this, consistently nailing mid-range shots. By the end of the first quarter, the Chinese team had established a 12-point lead over the Dream Team. Big Yao was an unstoppable force in the paint, as the American team employed a rotation of Rafe LaFrentz, Shaquille O'Neal, Ben Wallace, and Elton Brand to contain him, but with little success. Remarkably, during most of the first half, the Chinese team maintained their lead. It wasn't until the final 6 seconds of the half that the Dream Team managed to sink a mid-range shot, taking a 1-point lead and ending the half. The Chinese men's basketball team nearly made history. Since the inclusion of NBA players in international competitions, no team had managed to lead the Dream Team at halftime, though this myth of a Dream Team would soon be shattered just days later. By the end of the first half, Xian Hongcheng was in a state of ecstatic frenzy. Lin Ku, Lin Zong, Linda Xiong. If we can defeat the Dream Team, even if we lose every subsequent match, it would be worth it. We would undoubtedly make history. Think of a way. Do you recognize any of those NBA players? See if you can send them a hint. Lin Ku could hardly contain his exasperation, nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. Chairman Xian, calm down. We still have the second half to play. Internally, Lin Ku scoffed at the idea of making history. He was bracing himself to witness the Dream Team's resurgence. However, as the second half unfolded, Yao Ming found himself in foul trouble once again, and the disparity in overall strength became glaringly evident. Once the Chinese team lost Yao Ming's influence on the perimeter, their shooting accuracy plummeted, and they ultimately succumbed to the Dream Team, losing 65-84. Yao Ming played for 26 minutes, making 3 of 5 mid-range shots and 1 of 1 long-range shot, but with the Dream Team closely guarding him. He only had 6 shot attempts. He converted 1 of 2 free throws, finishing with 10 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks in the final moments. Big Yao was also sidelined due to 5 fouls. Hu Weidong and Wang Zhizhi's brilliance had allowed China to lead the Americans for a substantial portion of the game, and during Yao Ming's absence, Dawa's aggressive plays posed significant challenges for the Americans. Lin Ku watched the thrilling performance of the Chinese team up close, his heart racing with excitement. Previously, he had only seen glimpses of the remarkable performances of China's golden generation in newspaper articles. Videos and photos were scarce, and witnessing it live left Lin Ku utterly astounded. This was indeed the embodiment of the Chinese men's basketball team after the conclusion of the 3 group matches. The Chinese men's basketball team finished with a record of 1 win and 2 losses, securing 3rd place in the group and advancing to the next stage of the tournament. Compared to Lin Ku's previous life, the 2002 Chinese men's basketball team was incredibly formidable. Lin Ku recalled the 2023 Basketball World Cup, later known as the Men's Basketball World Championship, where the Chinese team achieved a record of 1 win and 4 losses, placing 29th overall, a historically low performance in the tournament. During the 2022 Asian Cup, the Chinese team finished a disappointing 8th, marking the 2nd worst result in the history of their participation in that event. In the 2019 Men's Basketball World Cup, the Chinese team, enjoying the advantage of playing on home soil, began the group stage with a strong 70-55 victory over Ivory Coast, but subsequently faltered in their match against Poland, where they had led for most of the game. However, in the final moments of regular time, Zhou Qi committed an egregiously simplistic error in serving. At that moment, Link was glued to the television. Witnessing this absurd blunder firsthand, enraged, Link smashed the television in frustration. Ultimately, the Chinese men's basketball team was dragged into overtime, suffering a narrow defeat of 76-79. This loss had an irrevocable and profound impact on the team's morale and their prospect for qualification in the subsequent matches. Since then, the Chinese men's basketball team has missed out on 2 consecutive Olympic Games. Opportunities to participate in major international competitions have also become exceedingly rare, observing the exhausted Yao Ming, who was panting heavily from a game. Link's emotions turned complex on the court. Big Yao was an unstoppable force, leading the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve historic records multiple times. However, on February 23, 2017, Big Yao was officially elected as the president of the Basketball Association. Consequently, the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team in international competitions began to plunge into decline. Indeed, it seems that one should focus on their areas of expertise. While Link held great admiration for the current 2002 Chinese men's basketball team, at least XN Hongcheng did not share this sentiment. Coach Wang Fei's record in this group stage was a mere 1 win and 2 losses, teetering on the brink of danger as they advanced to the second phase. If this continues, the situation looks dire. Coach Wang Fei could only respond with a bitter smile and a forced laugh. Chairman Exine, the strength of the Eagle country in Germany is quite formidable. Being placed in this group is indeed challenging. Fortunately, we have made it to the second stage that I will ensure that the players and I thoroughly review and address our issues. Exine Hongcheng snorted coldly. Do not seek objective reasons. Instead, focus on the problems within ourselves. Link, the owner Lin has invested so much energy and financial resources to support our men's basketball team. Does this performance truly justify his efforts? Owner Lin, do you have any suggestions for the upcoming matches? After all, you are also an honorary assistant coach. Link was momentarily at a loss for words. Exine Hongcheng's plea was a desperate appeal. Waving a big flag, hoping for Link's assistance. Chairman Exine, Coach Wang, I believe we should not be overly pessimistic. Although our group stage record stands at 1 win and 2 losses, the 2 teams we lost to, the Dream Team in Germany, are undeniably strong. Moreover, our Chinese team performed admirably in those matches, displaying courage and tenacity. However, winning against Algeria was almost a close call. Currently, it seems that the individual capabilities of our players are primarily dictating our performance. While our organizational coordination remains somewhat lacking, the vulnerabilities in the point guard position and the fear of being pressured have long plagued the Chinese basketball team, whether in 2002 or in future competitions. Link even contemplated whether he should suggest that the Chinese Basketball Association expedite the planning of certain players. Our entire team is prone to sudden lapses, caught off guard by the opponent's momentum. Among these, the point guard position is critical, and we have significant gaps compared to stronger teams. Coach Wang Fei sighed with a bitter smile that Mr. Lin, what you have pointed out is indeed accurate and objectively exists. However, time is too tight now, and it is not easy to resolve these issues. Link stood up, smiling as he replied, in basketball, one must respect objective laws, taking it step by step. It is impossible to achieve greatness in one fell swoop. I recall that our Chinese men's basketball team's best achievement in the World Championship was 8th place, correct? Indeed, Mr. Lin, you are quite observant. Exine Hongcheng chimed in the 1994 World Championship held in Toronto. Canada, our Chinese men's basketball team defeated Brazil and Spain in the group stage, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, in the subsequent second phase, we lost to Croatia, Greece, and Canada, ultimately finishing in 8th place. Nonetheless, this remains our best result in this event. It was also the first time we reached the quarterfinals in a world competition. Link continued along with Exine Hongcheng's remarks. That was already 8 years ago. This time, the World Championship, the Chinese men's basketball team still harbors hopes of breaking into the top 8. In the second phase of the competition, the Chinese men's basketball team has been placed in Group F. After the second phase of the World Championship, the top 4 teams from Groups E and F will advance to the quarterfinals, while the bottom 2 will compete for rankings 9-12. Group E consists of Spain, Puerto Rico, Yugoslavia, Brazil, Turkey, and Angola. Group F includes the Eagle country, Argentina, Germany, New Zealand, Russia, and China. China needs to face Argentina, New Zealand, and Russia, whom they have yet to compete against. To reach the top 8, they must secure victories in at least 2 of these 3 matches. Coach Wang Fei nodded in agreement. The upcoming matches are indeed tough battles. Moreover, due to our previous poor point differential, to safely advance to the top 8, we must win both games. Coach Wang Fei, Chairman Exine Hongcheng, has traveled a long distance to accompany the entire competition, and his expectations are quite high. I believe for the upcoming matches, we can make some strategic choices that, in the game against Argentina, we might consider strategically conceding. Instead, we should focus our efforts on the matches against Russia and New Zealand. Additionally, regarding tactics, all teams are currently keeping a close eye on Big Yao, especially since he has just been drafted as the first overall pick in the NBA. Their concern about Big Yao stems from the threat he poses in the paint. However, they know little about our other players that I suggest that in the upcoming matches, we utilize Big Yao as the focal point, strengthen the integration of inside and outside play, and experiment with some unexpected strategies. Upon hearing this, Coach Wang Fei appeared somewhat troubled. Chairman XN, Mr. Lin, such adjustments are too bold and radical, and we do not have the time to conduct tests. However, Coach Wang, if we do not make adjustments, it will be quite difficult for the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve a better historical record. Regardless of the arguments, we have little left to lose. Why not take a bold gamble? Xian Hongcheng pondered the current situation, gritted his teeth, and made a firm decision that let's proceed with this approach. Wang, let us change our tactics. Rather than completing this world championship in an unremarkable manner, we might as well follow Mr. Lin's advice and take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Link quickly seized the momentum. Coincidentally, our first match is against Argentina. Let us use this match to test our strategy. On September 3rd, 2002, during the World Championship's second round, the Chinese team faced off against Argentina, officially commencing the match. In the warm-up phase before the game, Scola playfully approached Link, Yao Ming, and Wang Zhizhi to greet them. Mr. Lin, my two teammates, it's great to see you again. It feels like ages since we last met. I miss you all so much. Behind Scola stood the Argentine blue and white army. The Argentine team was indeed formidable, well-equipped, and ready for battle. They had just clinched the championship in the America's Cup. Entering this World Championship, Argentina was determined to succeed, fielding their finest players in addition to Scola. Manu Ginobili was also in the lineup, still sporting long hair, unrecognizable from the bald man he would later become. Should we blame Duncan for always messing with Ginobili's hair? Aside from Manu Ginobili and Luis Scola, the team also included Fabricio Oberto, Pepe Esenche, Alejandro Ariel Montecchia, Lucas Javier Victoriano, Gabriel Fernandez, among others. A total of 5 players from this team would later join the NBA, all of whom would have stable playing time. Big Yao and Big G warmly greeted Scola. Link, however, retorted with irritation, saying, "Go on, go play your game well. If your Argentine team wins too decisively today, I'll limit your playing time when you join the Lakers." Scola immediately feigned indignation. "Mr. Lin, you cannot use your position to coerce me into throwing the game in broad daylight. If I alone were to throw the game, our Argentine team would still not lose. Is it my fault that we are too strong?" The Argentine team had a dream start in the first phase of the group matches. Argentina defeated Venezuela 102-72, triumphed over Russia 100-81, and obliterated New Zealand 112-85. In these 3 group matches, they averaged a victory margin of nearly 30 points. It is no wonder that Scola audaciously spouts jokes, for he possesses the confidence to do so. Moreover, I find myself in a fortuitous position. Having shared the technical attributes of Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi with the team, Big Yao and Big G enjoy the game later and relish the special attention. Lin, I notice you brought the Lakers medical rehabilitation team with you. Would it be possible for them to assist me with post-game rehabilitation, just as they do with the team? After a few days apart, this Argentinian has certainly thickened his skin. He dares to cheekily request additional services. Lin, why are you silent? Observing Link's eyes rolling towards the heavens, Scola persistently continues his inquiries. My apologies, but my native language is silenced. I am not particularly inclined to engage in conversation with you. Well then, Scola, find me after the game, and I shall arrange for an acupuncturist. Just wait and see how thoroughly they will treat you. Link said with a wry smile that, no need, Lin. Let us wish for a match of friendship first. With results second, seeing Link's cunning grin, Scola recoiled slightly and hurried back to the team to warm up. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced, despite Scola's pre-game bravado and numerous arrogant remarks. The Argentine did not exhibit any relaxation during the match. From the outset, the intensity of their defense was relentless. They even initiated tight pressure on the Chinese team's guards from the backcourt. As Scola had mentioned, the Argentines also focused on bolstering their interior defense. While executing suffocating defense, Argentina's offensive prowess was equally formidable. The entire team boasted an impressive shooting accuracy of 64.3, and their overwhelming offensive force left the Chinese team unable to cope, resulting in 21 turnovers for China. Ultimately, the South American champions, Argentina, triumphed over China with a staggering advantage of 95-75 that Yao Ming scored 11 points on 3 of 4 shooting, with 5 points coming from free throws. However, due to pre-game arrangements, Big Yao primarily functioned as the focal point in the paint, drawing defenders to assist his teammates in scoring. By the end of the game, Yao also tallied 9 rebounds and 9 assists. Under Yao Ming's orchestration, although the score was heavily lopsided, the Chinese team exhibited a diversified offensive approach. Wang Zhizhi led the team with 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Liu Wei scored 12 points. Zhu Fengyu 11 points, and Bader 10 points. Link and coach Wang Fei were able to accept this outcome, as the nature of the game had been clearly defined as a training exercise. Moreover, the effects of this training had begun to manifest. The following day, September 4th, marked the second match of the second stage. The Chinese team faced the formidable and seasoned Russian team. The Russian squad is a traditional powerhouse in the basketball world. Despite a slight decline in their level of play, they remain a force to be reckoned with. Led by AK-47 Andrei Kirilenko, the team also boasted the towering center Alexei Svitoslavovich, standing at 215 centimeters. Yet this match was once again a do-or-die situation for the Chinese team. Advancing to the quarterfinals was imperative. In their prior group match, the Russian team suffered an 81-100 defeat to Argentina, while the Chinese team, in a similar training match, lost to Argentina by approximately 20 points. After coach Wang Fei arranged the starting lineup and tactical deployment, Link, who had been silent in previous matches, suddenly pulled Yao Ming aside and spoke softly. "Big Yao, we are about to take on Russia. First and foremost, ensure you do not sustain any injuries." The Russian team's overall style is notably aggressive and fierce, with 3 players exceeding 210 centimeters in height. In Link's previous life, Yao Ming had suffered a severe foul not long into the game, injuring his right hand. Yao nodded in acknowledgement. "Secondly, although your previous match against Argentina was experimental, it demonstrated that your playmaking abilities are sound. However, you were somewhat overly reluctant to take the initiative, only attempting 4 shots throughout the game, which is rather counterproductive. Why were Olajuwon and Sabonis able to be effective playmakers? Ultimately, it is their own scoring ability that creates threats, opens up opportunities, and enables them to act as facilitators. You must find a balance between being an offensive threat and facilitating your teammates, not only in this game, but in future matches, including those in the NBA." Yao Ming nodded solemnly. "Link, I understand." With the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced. The starting players for the Chinese team included Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Li Nan, Hu Weidong, and Guo Shiqiang. As the game began, Yao Ming won the jump ball and passed it to Guo Shiqiang. Wang Zhizhi had already dashed towards the front court, and Guo Shiqiang, with remarkable speed, executed a long pass, connecting with Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi received the ball and executed a powerful 2-handed dunk, even hanging on the rim for a moment before landing and unleashing a furious roar. "Take that, Russia!" Meanwhile, Hu Weidong and Guo Shiqiang swiftly positioned themselves in the front court, ready to pressure the Russians' inbound pass. The entire Chinese men's basketball team erupted with the ferocity of a tiger at the start. The Basketball Association may be preoccupied with elusive achievements, performance, and accolades. Yet at this moment, all the Chinese basketball teammates are fighting for honor. For the love of the game, they are determined to take down the Russian team. Following their initial triumph, the Russians found themselves momentarily disoriented. The relentless full-court pressure from the backcourt and tireless scrambles created immense pressure on the Russian team's advance. Additionally, Big Yao and Big G repeatedly assaulted the interior, bulldozing through the Russian defense like a battering ram, scoring 6 consecutive points. With the first quarter barely underway, they had already forced the Russian starting center into 2 fouls. The Chinese team enjoyed a dream start, leading 12-4 against the Russians. However, the seasoned Russian team quickly regrouped after a brief period of chaos, and their coach promptly called a timeout. The Russians substituted in a backup center and deployed a lineup of 3 forwards and 1 guard. On offense, the Russian trio of forwards leveraged their size advantage, directly challenging the Chinese defense. They seized any opportunity for a pull-up jumper done on defense. They effectively utilized the high mobility of their 3 forwards, constantly switching assignments to counter the Chinese team's pick-and-roll offense. When the ball reached Yao Ming in the paint, The Russian center pressed against him from behind, while several forwards, particularly Kirilenko, swiftly converged to double-team, eager to strip the ball. This strategy would later become emblematic of how multiple NBA teams would defend Yao Ming. Either they would send someone to pressure him from the front, betting on the Rockets' guards' passing quality, or they would double-team him immediately upon receiving the ball, risking a turnover. Just as Yao Ming prepared to catch the ball, Kirilenko, with remarkable speed, executed a quick steal. He then advanced the ball rapidly up the court and, as Linan attempted to defend, he skillfully dished out an assist to a teammate for an easy layup. Following several mid-range shots and that layup, the Russians narrowed the score to 10-14, trailing by only 4 points. Link observed Kirilenko, the Spider, and was reminded of the Rockets' nemesis, the Jazz. The offense relied heavily on Deron Williams and Boozer, pulling Yao Ming out of the paint, capitalizing on Boozer and Oker's offensive mobility. Defensively, it was Kirilenko who played a pivotal role. Andrei Kirilenko, standing at 2.06 meters and weighing 107 kilograms, possesses impressive height and athleticism. Kirilenko is renowned for his all-around performance and exceptional defensive abilities. He has been dubbed a player without a template in the NBA, as no one can emulate his unique style. Wearing the number 47 jersey for the Jazz, coupled with his name Andrei Genadevich Kirilenko, the abbreviation AK naturally led to his nickname AK. 47. Kirilenko possesses acute defensive awareness and remarkable speed, allowing him to guard players across multiple positions. Whether facing perimeter guards or interior forwards, he can effectively limit their impact and swiftly rotate to the right position to thwart opponents' attacks. His ability to help defense ranks among the elite in the league. In the 2004-2005 season, Kirilenko averaged 3.3 blocks per game, leading the league and earning the title of Block King, becoming the first non-center player to achieve this honor. In 2006, during a game against the Lakers, Kirilenko recorded 7 blocks in a single game, including 4 against Kobe. Moreover, these 4 remarkable blocks were executed within a mere 90 seconds, with just 1 minute and 27 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Kobe attempted a turnaround jumper from the baseline, only to be met by Kirilenko, who soared high to swat the shot away. 30 seconds later, following a screen set by a teammate, Kobe found himself in the right corner, nearly in the same position for another pull-up jumper. Yet once again, Kirilenko was there to deny him, sending the ball out of bounds. With only 1 second left on the shot clock, the Lakers inbound the ball. But time was insufficient, forcing Kobe to take a desperate shot, which again was thwarted by Kirilenko. The final instance occurred with just 7 seconds left in the first quarter, as Kobe, ball in hand, prepared for one last offensive push to AT that moment. He had successfully faked Kirilenko, driving into the paint for a layup. Yet astonishingly, Kirilenko managed to deliver a massive block from behind. The ability to repeatedly thwart a superstar like Kobe in such a short span of time is a testament to Kirilenko's shot-blocking prowess. For forwards and guard alike, Kirilenko's defensive rotations and speed are akin to a natural nemesis, a veritable nightmare on the court. Beyond his defensive prowess, Kirilenko's offensive contributions and playmaking are equally sharp. In a game against the Rockets on December 3, 2003, he recorded an impressive stat line of 19 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 8 steals, and 5 blocks. A 5-5 performance. Coincidentally, such statistics were achieved against the Rockets. Truly, the entire Jazz team was a bane to the Rockets. Such comprehensive and extravagant statistics are exceedingly rare in the realm of the NBA. Link could scarcely imagine the impact Kirilenko would have in the small ball era of 2024. Undoubtedly a versatile asset capable of playing any position from 1 to 5 at a T that time, Kirilenko would likely be a coveted target for all 30 teams in the league, faced with the swift counterattack from the Russian team. Coach Wang Fei promptly called for a timeout. Sitting on the bench, Yao Ming watched in dismay as his error led to a fast break for the Russians, filled with frustration. That yellow-haired Russian was far too swift, accurate, and ruthless. Link, being merely an honorary assistant coach, was cautious with his words and actions in the presence of his Chinese teammates. He would never voice objections or alternative thoughts regarding Coach Wang's strategies and arrangements. However, Link still leaned in to whisper a few words to Yao and Wang Zhizhi. The Russian team played with a rather rugged style, resembling a group that had emerged from a rough village. Relying heavily on brute force, in contrast, Kirilenko's collaborative defense was finely tuned. Yao, Wang, you two should engage in cross-movement within the paint, drawing the opposing defenders out of position. Whomever finds themselves matched up against Kirilenko, attack him relentlessly. Is he not formidable in help defense? The key to exploiting help defenders lies in taking advantage of their smaller stature, catching them off guard as they come to assist. Show Kirilenko what it means to overpower him. Just be cautious. If you notice Kirilenko closing in for a double team while you have the ball, either pass quickly or shoot high. Either option is valid. But above all, do not hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat and missed opportunities. After listening to Link's advice, Yao and Wang exchanged knowing glances, understanding the plan that if the opportunity arises, we shall execute this strategy upon the resumption of play. The Russian team entered the court with an air of nonchalance. They did not believe they would lose to the Chinese team. Their previous momentary deficit was merely a result of their carelessness and lack of preparation. Kirilenko, brimming with confidence, had just stolen the ball from Yao Ming and approached him to engage in some trash talk. "Hey, Chinese giant, the freshly minted #1 pick, how did you enjoy that steal I just gave you? Be careful when you receive the ball in the paint. I'll be ready to snatch it again. And once the World Championship concludes and the NBA season commences, I'll be sure to deliver even more steals your way." Yao Ming, unfazed, retorted sharply, "Let's talk about the NBA later. For now, I'll ensure you leave the court with a mouthful of teeth. Is your fringe too long to see the score? You're trailing. Yet you still boast. Aren't you Russians supposed to be cold? I'll treat you to some Chinese hot pot to warm you up." Wang Zhizhi momentarily paused, taken aback by Yao's words. Previously, during their time in the CBA, Yao had maintained a more scholarly and refined demeanor, seldom embroiled in disputes with other players. However, since joining the Lakers, it seemed Yao's temperament had subtly transformed. Whether it was during practice games when he intervened to prevent conflicts between Kobe and Artest, or today when he countered Kirilenko and quelled Russian arrogance, Yao's commanding presence was beginning to emerge. Link observed Yao's performance with satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired in that era in China. The cultivation of athletes often emphasized traits such as humility, modesty, frugality, and deference. Yet, in competitive sports, results reign supreme. Mediocrity is the original sin that a humble demeanor does not ignite the passion on the court. Some tragic underachievers may receive fleeting sympathy from fans, but most of the time, spectators crave results. Sports are fundamentally about outcomes. Without the audacity to seize victory, one cannot triumph in the fierce arena of competitive basketball. Yao's retort signaled the commencement of a fierce onslaught against the Russian team. When a referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the game, no one anticipated such a result or score. Many players from the Chinese team stood in bewilderment, glancing at the scoreboard in disbelief. Was this outcome genuine? Even XN Hongcheng and coach Wang Fei were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the Russians were utterly dejected, hastily retreating from the court, seemingly eager to escape this painful defeat. Even Kirilenko, previously so boastful, rushed back to the locker room, lacking even the inclination to shake hands with the opposing players post-game. Some Russian fans in the stand were already in tears. Link watched with sympathy, contemplating whether to extend some warmth. In the second stage of the Men's Basketball World Championship, a mild upset unfolded. The Chinese team ultimately triumphed over the Russian team with a score of 95-78. It had been a long time since China had achieved such a significant victory over a team in the World Championship. Furthermore, this was during the knockout stage, where the competitive pressure far exceeded that of the group stage, and they were up against a seasoned powerhouse in world basketball. The Russian team. Kirilenko's much-vaunted all-around defense crumbled under the relentless attacks from Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and even Yi Jinlian, proving utterly inadequate. An all-around defense. In a sense, it was wholly ineffective in the face of such overwhelming strength. Kirilenko's agility proved to be inconsequential. By halftime, he had already accumulated 3 fouls and began to play timidly. Yao Ming remained true to his word. As Kirilenko made a cutting move into the paint, preparing for a layup, Yao charged forward and delivered a resounding block. The basketball was sent flying into the stands, while Kirilenko found himself toppled and sent sprawling out of bounds. With the Chinese team establishing a significant advantage in the paint, the Russian defense was forced to contract further, allowing ample space for the Chinese perimeter players. As Yao Ming exploited the interior at will, he also keenly observed the unfolding dynamics on the court, assessing the defensive shifts from the Russians. When he noticed that the Russians had begun to frantically collapse in on him with 3 defenders, Yao's eyes darted around, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he sent a pass soaring at a 45-degree angle, traversing nearly the entire court. Little Li Feidao, Li Nan, found himself wide open. Receiving the pass from Yao, Li rose and unleashed a three-pointer that swished through the net. In addition to Li Nan, Wang Zhizhi, Hu Weidong, and others seized the opportunity to contribute to a torrential downpour of three-pointers from the Chinese team. The perimeter players showcased their skills to the fullest, with a commendable 12 successful three-pointers out of 28 attempts, yielding a 43% shooting percentage. While that percentage appeared acceptable, many of those shots were taken from wide-open positions, unguarded within a 3-foot radius. Regrettably, the Chinese team's outside shooting still lacked a certain precision, as they missed several easy shots. Otherwise, the three-point barrage would have been even more ferocious, potentially pushing their score beyond 100. Yao Ming finished the game with 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, shooting 6 for 11 from the field and 10 for 11 from the free throw line. On the defensive end, 4 blocks were recorded, 2 of which were attributed to Kirilenko. Wang Zhizhi shot 5 of 10 from the field, amassing 18 points along with 4 rebounds. Batel showcased an impressive performance with 15 points on 6 of 9 shooting and 9 rebounds. Hu Weidong contributed 11 points, while Li Nan added 10 points to the scoreboard. The Chinese team had 5 players scoring in double figures. Under Yao Ming's leadership, not only did he deliver extraordinary statistics himself, but he also inspired his teammates to excel. Apart from a brief period in the first quarter when the Russian team narrowed the score, China maintained a commanding lead throughout the game, steadily increasing the gap.b by the middle of the fourth quarter. The match had effectively entered garbage time. Following a tactical adjustment, the Chinese team unexpectedly achieved a remarkable victory. After the game, Yao Ming displayed great sportsmanship by shaking hands with Kirilenko, who appeared somewhat embarrassed and quickly retreated after a brief handshake. Later that evening, Link promptly summoned the medical rehabilitation team to assist the Chinese men's basketball players with their therapy. In no time, acupuncture, scraping therapy, and ice packs were all in action. The players, who had just been celebrating, were now wailing in discomfort. They were prohibited from running around. They were instructed to relax their muscles before venturing out. Lu Wei, I'm talking about you. No sneaking away. Yao had become accustomed to such treatment and even raised his voice to supervise others. The past few days had seen a game almost every day, with a high intensity of competition. Moreover, the gap between the main players and substitutes in the Chinese team was stark, leading to several matches where the starters had to exert themselves to the limit. It was imperative to swiftly adjust the players' physical conditions in preparation for the upcoming matches. With a victory over the Russian team, the Chinese team had secured a position in the top 8. Thus seizing the initiative. As long as they triumphed in the next match against New Zealand, they could advance as the 4th seed from their group. On September 5th, China faced New Zealand. This was a pivotal match in pursuit of the Chinese men's basketball team's best performance in the World Championship. A victory would propel them into the top 8. A loss would relegate them to the 9th to 12th placement matches. New Zealand appeared noticeably unprepared and struggled to respond to the changes in China's gameplay. Especially at the outset, Wang Zhizhi and Li Nan were on fire, sinking consecutive three-pointers. By the end of the first quarter, China led their opponents by 22 points. However, in the second quarter, the Chinese team suddenly experienced a power outage. The backcourt was riddled with turnovers, leading to multiple fast break points for New Zealand. In the second and third quarters, China lost ground, conceding 10 and 11 points respectively. They entered the fourth quarter with only a 1-point advantage. This was despite Yao Ming's remarkable performance, shooting at a 100% success rate, which had only afforded them a slender lead. Frustrated, Yao slammed the basketball onto the floor in anger during a break after the third quarter. Link frowned as he observed Yao walking off the court. Yao, now is not the time to vent your emotions. The Chinese guard were under immense pressure due to relentless pressure from the opponents. This was not a situation that could be resolved in a short span, that if further pressure were to arise, you and Xi should consider providing support, even like you did during the training camp. Taking charge of the ball's advancement. You had indeed performed well in previous matches, but the game is not yet over. You must find ways to assist your teammates with their issues, particularly when we are in the lead. You can certainly help by maintaining possession and playing steadily. After hearing Link's words, Yao calmed down and nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Director Link. Indeed, we are still ahead by 1 point. I will keep my emotions in check." "Thank you for the reminder." In the fourth quarter, Yao Ming effectively assisted the guards in advancing the ball, significantly reducing forced turnovers. The Chinese team collectively slowed the pace, playing methodically and capitalizing on Yao Ming's substantial advantage in the paint, successfully stifling New Zealand's resurgence. Ultimately, they triumphed with a score of 94-88, overcoming New Zealand with some tension, but no major threats. Yao Ming maintained his fiery form in the fourth quarter, shooting a perfect 10 of 10 from the field and hitting all 11 free throws. Racking up 31 points, he also secured 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 blocks. Lin led the team with a remarkable 33 points, including 8 of 12 from three-point range. His consecutive 6 three-pointers in the first half had once extended China's lead to 24 points. Additionally, Li Nan contributed 6 rebounds and 4 assists. The rest of the Chinese players scored under 10 points. Xi started strong in the first quarter, but went silent in the subsequent 3. Hu Weidong played for 32 minutes, shooting 3 of 8 for 8 points, while also recording a team-high 7 assists. Gong Xiaobin's 30 minutes on the court yielded no successful attempts, with 3 defensive rebounds, 2 fouls, and an unfortunate 4 turnovers. Although only Yao consistently performed at a high level, bolstered by Li Nan's explosive scoring, the duo combined to tally 64 points. In stark contrast, the Chinese backcourt collectively faltered, with even Wang Zhizhi struggling. But what of it? What does it matter? In this match, the Chinese team emerged victorious. For the second time in history, they advanced to the World Championship's top 8, coaches Link and Wang Fei. "I could scarcely have imagined this." XN Hongsheng sat in his seat, incredulously gazing at the score on the court. Yesterday's win against Russia was surreal, and today's victory over New Zealand felt equally dreamlike. "We truly won. Ha 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 ha. We made the top 8. Link could no longer contain his excitement, vigorously patting Yao Ming on the shoulder. "Yao, well done." Not only had they reached the top 8, but more importantly, these recent games had truly nurtured Yao's leadership qualities. He was not only the leader of the Chinese men's basketball team, but also poised to assume leadership in higher-level competitions and stronger teams. This was what Link valued most. By the time the Chinese team's matches concluded, the top 8 for the World Championship had officially been determined. In Group E, Puerto Rico claimed first place with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss. Ranking first due to head-to-head results, Spain came in second, showcasing a powerful overall strength and high competitive level, also finishing with 5 wins and 1 loss, but ranked second due to their loss to Puerto Rico. Yugoslavia secured third place, boasting a roster filled with outstanding players, achieving a stable performance with a record of 4 wins and 2 losses. Brazil followed closely in fourth place with an identical record of 4 wins and 2 losses. In Group F, Argentina took first place, demonstrating exceptional performance with flexible tactics and harmonious teamwork, finishing undefeated with a record of 6 wins and 0 losses, thus advancing to the top 8. Scola, who had previously been rather arrogant in front of Link and Yao, certainly had the credentials to back it up. There was no denying that Argentina was formidable in the group stage. They defeated the Dream Team of the United States with a score of 87-80. Shattering the Dream Team's perfect record, the United States came in second, showing less dominance than in previous years, but still achieving a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, thanks to their strong basketball foundation and individual player capabilities. Germany claimed third place, advancing to the top 4 in Group F with a record of 4 wins and 2 losses under the leadership of Nowitzki. The Chinese team, despite finishing the first stage with only 1 win and 2 losses, displayed tenacity in the second stage, achieving a record of 3 wins and 3 losses to make it to the top 8. Based on the rankings from Groups E and F, the matchups for the quarterfinals were set as follows: Puerto Rico versus China, Yugoslavia versus the United States, Argentina versus Brazil, and Spain versus Germany. Although the Chinese team was exuberant about making it to the top 8, they ultimately succumbed to Puerto Rico with a score of 71-80 due to the disparity in strength. While not making it to the Final Four was an acceptable outcome, it was surprisingly the Dream Team that lost to Yugoslavia in their quarterfinal match. The final score was the United States 78. Yugoslavia 81. This meant that after losing to Argentina in the group stage, the United States suffered another defeat. Even more astonishing was the Dream Team suffering further losses in the 5th to 6th place playoff. They lost again to Spain with a score of 75-81. After consecutive defeats to Argentina, Yugoslavia, and Spain, they plummeted from being strong contenders for the championship to finishing in 6th place. This iteration of the Dream Team not only lost their undefeated streak, but did so 3 times in a matter of days. One cannot ascertain whether the Dream Team 5 can withstand such an intense level of competition. Meanwhile, the Chinese team has advanced to the 7th to 8th place playoffs, where the Chinese men's basketball team exerted every effort. Yao Ming demonstrated remarkable prowess, shooting 10 out of 13 attempts for 26 points, alongside 14 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks, once again delivering an impressive performance. Wang Zhizhi contributed 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Albeit with 4 fouls and 4 turnovers, that Hu Weidong scored 16 points and provided 4 assists on 6 of 10 shooting throughout the game, while Lu Wei added 14 points and 5 assists. Yao Ming dominated the paint, while Wang Zhizhi, Hu Weidong, and Lu Wei unleashed a barrage from beyond the arc. Fortunately, their stellar performances compensated for the relatively lackluster contributions from other team members, who struggled to provide effective support. The contest remained fiercely contested for 3.5 quarters, and during the final moments of the 4th quarter, Yao Ming's consecutive successful isolations, coupled with assists that found their mark from the perimeter, ultimately secured the victory. The Chinese men's basketball team triumphed over Brazil with a score of 91-84, achieving 7th place in this World Championship, thereby setting a new record for the Chinese men's basketball team in this tournament. The final standings were as follows: 1. Yugoslavia, champion; 2. Argentina, runner-up; 3. Germany, 3rd place; 4. Puerto Rico, 4th place; 5. Spain, 5th place; 6. United States, 6th place; 7. China, 7th place; 8. Brazil, 8th place. After the match, Link even feigned indifference as he approached the coaching staff of the United States, greeting them in a rather friendly manner. Alas, our Chinese team still has much to learn from the Dream Team. Their performance in this tournament indeed surpassed ours. Soon, I shall be the coach of the Lakers. And this tournament has been immensely fruitful. I hope the 2 esteemed coaches will show leniency in the future. The United States Dream Team ultimately ranked just 1 position above the Chinese team, much to the chagrin of George Karl and Greg Popovich, whose faces turned an ashen hue. How infuriating is Link? Finally, the best lineup for the 2002 Men's Basketball World Championship has been announced. Center, Yao Ming, China. Out in 2002, despite it being Yao Ming's first appearance in the Men's Basketball World Championship, he averaged 30 minutes per game, scoring 23 points with an astonishing shooting percentage of 75. 3. Leading all players, he also averaged 10.2 rebounds and 3.2 blocks per game, ranking 1st. Additionally, he contributed an average of 3 assists. Power forward, Dirk Nowitzki, Germany, with his exceptional shooting ability and interior offensive skills. Nowitzki excelled in the championship, averaging 25.8 points and 8.3 rebounds, ultimately leading Germany to a 3rd-place finish and earning the MVP award. What is the committee thinking? Is there some sort of conspiracy behind the MVP selection? Yao Ming, I believe you should have received that MVP. Link, observing Nowitzki's MVP accolade, felt a surge of indignation. Yao Ming's statistics, while slightly inferior in scoring, far surpassed Nowitzki in all other categories. That it appears Germany's 3rd place finish significantly bolstered Nowitzki's candidacy. Small forward, Peja Stojakovic, Yugoslavia. Stojakovic played a crucial role in Yugoslavia's championship victory, averaging 18.8 points, 5.3 rebounds, and 2.8 steals, serving as the team's most stable scoring asset. Shooting guard, Manu Ginóbili, Argentina. Ginóbili's outstanding performance in this championship led Argentina to defeat the Dream Team, marking a historic moment. He averaged 19 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 5.1 assists, showcasing his agility and exceptional shooting skills. Link impressed by Jin Billy's performance. Couldn't help but admire the Spurs' keen eye for talent. Jin Billy was selected 57th overall in the 1999 NBA draft by the Spurs, although he did not enter the NBA at that time. Following this championship, Jin Billy would officially join the Spurs, forming the legendary GDP trio with Duncan and Parker. Regrettably, Link missed the opportunity to snatch Jin Billy. However, he was fortunate enough to bring his Argentine teammate, Scola, to the Lakers, point guard. Pero Cameron, New Zealand, that he averaged 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. Throughout this tournament, the performance of all point guards was rather unimpressive, and ultimately the committee awarded Cameron the honor after careful consideration. Regardless, the 2002 Men's Basketball World Championship has concluded, and the Chinese team has set a new historical record. Every member of the team is exhilarated. Link even invited everyone to a celebratory dinner. "Link, you truly seem to be my lucky star," Xian Hongqiang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "Ever since I met you, everything has been remarkably smooth. Yao Ming entering the NBA, De Ji returning to the team, especially this historic achievement in the World Championship. Link, you are the one who deserves the credit. Without your arrangements for the Chinese men's basketball team to adapt to training in the United States, and without your medical rehabilitation team from the Lakers, the Chinese men's basketball team could not have achieved this success. Come, let us all raise a glass to Link, to the best performance we have achieved with Link's assistance. To all the esteemed readers, we have finally reached 100,000 words. Thank you for your readership daily. Many readers urge for updates, comment, and send gifts. I am immensely grateful. I sincerely request all readers to continue following. May each of you gain something daily and achieve your best records in life." Link, also buoyed by the spirits, felt exuberant. Prior to this World Championship, Link's thoughts on Chinese basketball were still somewhat vague and intangible. However, following the tournament, those thoughts have crystallized into something tangible. Xian Hongqiang proclaimed that Link was his lucky star, and Link couldn't help but scoff at the notion. What status does Xian Hongqiang hold to claim Link as his lucky star? Yet, if he could indeed be a lucky star, Link hopes to be the lucky star for the Chinese men's basketball team. With a population of 1.4 billion in China, there are countless basketball enthusiasts and many outstanding players. Now, with Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and other exceptional athletes, the World Championship has showcased numerous talents that eye in the future. There will be even more unique players like Mo Ku, Sun Yu, Chan Jianghua, and Yi Jinlian. Why shouldn't we continuously break through in the realm of basketball and ultimately reach the pinnacle? Why not aspire to stand on the Olympic podium? Observing the remarkable basketball players of the Chinese team today and reflecting on the performances of so-called national team players in Link's previous life, the contrast is striking. With this thought, a surge of emotion welled up within Link. Thank you, brothers of the Chinese men's basketball team. You are the true lucky stars, the real heroes. Link raised a newly opened bottle of Mao Dai and stood up at Link, am particularly delighted to have had the opportunity to witness each of you play up close. Your performances have been exceptional, embodying the spirit and fighting determination that every successor should emulate. Every Chinese basketball player or professional should pay homage to you. Upon hearing Link's words, Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Hu Weidong, and others were momentarily taken aback. Although Link was slightly younger than them, he was virtually their peer. While Link appeared youthful and vibrant, it was quite unusual for him to refer to himself as a junior at this moment. Typically, Link did not exhibit such humility or modesty. In truth, Link was not only referring to himself, but also to the so-called professional players of the Chinese men's basketball team from his previous life. Previously, when Link watched games, he believed that the era of Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Bader, Liu Wei, and Yi Jinlian marked the onset of a soaring trajectory for Chinese basketball. He often thought, with 3 dominant centers in the paint. If we bolster the guards and address the long-standing issue of being pressured throughout the game, and add a forward capable of offense and defense, how could the Chinese men's basketball team not soar? Little did he know that this was already the pinnacle, a peak that Link longed for yet found challenging to ascend once more. After this generation of golden players retires, figures like Yi Jinlian still uphold the FA Ade. However, once Yi Jinlian hangs up his jersey, it appears that the Chinese men's basketball team lacks anyone capable of carrying the banner forward. In this moment, reflecting on 2002, the entire Chinese men's basketball team was focused on making a strong impact in global competitions. Striving for the best results at the Olympics, the aspiration was to break into the top 8 and achieve even greater success. There was no consideration for competitions within Asia whatsoever. In fact, even in the earlier anime Slam Dunk, created by Takehiko Inoue, the Chinese team was depicted as a formidable exemplar. Similarly, in Captain Tsubasa, the character Tsubasa Azora proclaimed that the Chinese football team was invincible. Yet by the time we reach the year 2024, the year of Link's previous life, China's economy has soared, but the three major ball sports have taken a nosedive. Football, which has repeatedly shattered the hearts of Chinese fans, continues to disappoint time after time. Even basketball, once a source of pride, is now struggling to maintain its stature. Within Asia, it cannot even be confidently claimed that a championship is within reach. Astonishingly, the teams representing Asia in world competitions are no longer the Chinese team, but rather those from Japan. Comparing ourselves to others is truly disheartening. It is no wonder some say that the Chinese men's football team serves as a balance for the nation's fortunes. A sacrificial offering. If this trend continues, it seems the Chinese men's basketball team may also become a balancing act and a sacrificial offering. Thus, this toast is genuinely Link's heartfelt tribute to the current members of the national basketball team. To this cup, I raise it to all my teammates in the Chinese men's basketball team. To all the heroes, you have done exceptionally well. With that, Link down a bottle of liquor in one go. Bravo! Link's impressive drinking prowess caught the admiration of Battelle, who himself was no lightweight when it came to alcohol, and he couldn't help but praise Link's boldness. Link is a man of forthrightness. I see you're quite tall and robust. How about we play some basketball together next time? A sincere thanks to you, Link, for ensuring such excellent conditions for our games in Eagle Sauce Country. It feels as if we are competing back home. After finishing his drink, the table erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Without Link's assistance, support, and the provision of crucial advice, the Chinese men's basketball team could not have achieved such remarkable results. Link even personally funded various logistical needs and brought along a medical recovery team. All the players wholeheartedly acknowledged and appreciated Link, especially Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi. Recently, during training camp with the Lakers and in the World Championship matches, they felt increasingly that Link was not just wealthy, but also visionary, idealistic, and passionate. Most importantly, he possessed a pure heart and a love for basketball. After downing a bottle of liquor, even Link felt slightly overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he steadied himself, leaning against the table, and proclaimed boldly, "Brothers, heroes, securing 7th place in this World Championship has set a new historical record for us. You are all incredible, truly remarkable. However, I want to emphasize that this is merely the beginning. As you all know, I am still the owner and head coach of the Lakers. Therefore, I consider myself a practitioner of basketball. Let us agree on a dual championship plan. Let's aim for something grand." Yao Ming, feeling the excitement, shouted back to Link, "Mr. Link, what is this dual championship plan? Are you suggesting that the Lakers will win the NBA championship next season and the one after, achieving back-to-back titles? I believe it is possible. I have already secured the CBA championship. Now I want the NBA championship too. As adults, we should not have to choose. We want it all." Exine Hongsheng, somewhat tipsy, leaned in to get closer. "Mr. Link, the Lakers are surely going to succeed. No doubt about it. When the time comes, if you draft more Chinese players, I will have plenty to report and write about. Honestly, Mr. Link, I truly envy you." Exine Hongsheng stood up, raising his drink in a toast to Link. "Mr. Link, you are so young, accomplished, handsome, and wealthy. Moreover, you can invest heavily to create a powerful roster. With your revamped perfect lineup, the Lakers can secure back-to-back championships. However, national team competitions do not operate in the same manner. The players available depend solely on who emerges from our own country. There are no trades or drafts to consider. Sometimes, it truly is challenging to make something out of nothing." Hearing Exine Hongqing's words, Link felt a strong urge to smash the bottle of liquor against his thick-headed, pig-like ears. "What nonsense! Are you implying that Chinese players lack the strength to achieve greater success? Moreover, Isn't the primary responsibility of the Chinese Basketball Association to cultivate a basketball culture and nurture exceptional players? Without outstanding players, accountability should fall on the association. Yet, what happens? They take credit for the successes while quickly shifting blame when things go awry. Link had never encountered such shamelessness. Ultimately, Link managed to rein in his emotions, extending his hand firmly to push down Xian Hongqing's glass. Whether clever woman or not, I cannot say that I just hope she is not a silver-tongued vixen. The Chinese men's basketball team already boasts numerous exceptional players. Yao Ming, Wang Zhijibatel, Li Nan, Gong Xiaobin. Link named every member of the team in one breath. You are all incredible, outstanding players. If given the opportunity, you must come to the NBA to play a few games or even consider joining European leagues to observe their style of play. Link turned away from Xian Hongqing with his back to him and faced the others. The dual championship plan, as Yao Ming said, is to secure 2 more championships for the Lakers by the end of 2004. Let's dominate the other teams. The Chinese men's basketball team immediately stirred with enthusiasm. Absolutely. The Lakers must claim 2 championships. Yao, you must also aim for an FMVP, right? Haha. Mr. Link is truly formidable and commands respect throughout the league. Link waved his hand with a smile. The dual championship plan has a second meaning, be why the end of 2004, not only will the Lakers win the championship, our Chinese men's basketball team will also secure victory at the Athens Olympics. I, Link, will ensure that my words are upheld. Upon hearing Link's declaration, the entire dining area fell into a momentary silence. The Olympics? China? A championship? Although it sounded exceedingly challenging, fueled by the influence of alcohol and recalling the recently concluded World Championship. Did the Chinese men's basketball team not also create history? They finished just 1 ranking behind the dream team of Eagle Sauce Country. Yao Ming clenched his fist and leaped to his feet. Damn it, we must claim the dual championships. Let's crush every team. I will dominate their interior defense. Wang Zhiji would not be outdone that I will shoot over their faces and score. Let's go all out. For the sake of the dual championships, Li Nan laughed and clapped Wang Zhiji on the back. I can definitely shoot better than you. Come on, let us toast to the championship, to the dual championships. Next time, we aim for Olympic gold. The entire room erupted with cheers that could lift the roof, leaving Xian Hongqing awkwardly holding a glass, standing behind Link. When Link finally regained consciousness from his drunken state, he was gently roused by Anne Hathaway, who bid him playfully that he had indulged far too much the night before and had initially planned to invite Hathaway for a game. It was no surprise that she was somewhat upset, hence her playful bites. However, Link could not indulge her. He donned his gear and immediately engaged Hathaway in a basketball match. Link's skills were undeniable, as he consistently drove powerfully toward the basket. He maintained a firm grip on the ball, which remained securely in his possession. At first, Hathaway managed to keep up with Link's pace, even throwing a few playful jabs. But soon, she found herself outmatched, eventually focusing solely on defense, breathing heavily and forgetting everything else. Gradually, Hathaway was overwhelmed, and after enduring Link's relentless attacks, she could no longer withstand his powerful drive and was dunked on by Link. After scoring, Link cheekily patted Hathaway's rear. "Little Annie, do you understand now? Will you dare to provoke me again?" To Link's astonishment, Heather took only a brief respite before fluttering her large, expressive eyes and gazing tenderly at him. "But Link, I haven't had enough yet. I wish to engage in a few more rounds with you," she declared, donning her custom-made special jersey and assuming a defensive stance. Upon witnessing the pure and alluring Heather, any remnants of fatigue from Link's recent game swiftly dissipated. To his surprise, Heather's stamina was remarkably robust. Although her skills did not match his, her attitude towards the game was commendably earnest, filled with a fervent desire to compete with Link. Link could hardly contain himself. He immediately adopted an offensive posture, initiating a second basketball battle with Heather. The court was alive with exhilarating exchanges of offense and defense, punctuated by heavy breathing. Link's aggressive plays ignited a wave of offensive spirit in Heather. After what felt like an indeterminate number of exchanges, Link, too, emerged from the court displaying signs of fatigue. His skills faced the relentless defense of Heather in a truly exhilarating contest. The men's basketball world championship had concluded, And Link, accompanied by Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and coach Wang Fei, along with other players from the Chinese men's basketball team, boarded Link's plane back to the Los Angeles team. Except for Xie Hongcheng, the chairman of the Chinese Men's Basketball Association, who initially intended to join the group in visiting Link's Lakers, but ultimately opted to return promptly to report on their commendable performance in the championship. Chairman Xie, do you truly believe in the double championship plan you mentioned? Or was that merely drunken bravado? Yao Ming inquired curiously from across Link and Heather on the plane. Yao observed that Heather appeared particularly radiant today, glowing with vitality, while Link, typically full of energy, was unusually yawning repeatedly. What do you think, Yao? Link replied, sipping his coffee and redirecting the question back to Yao Ming. I genuinely believe it is feasible, albeit challenging, especially for the Chinese team to secure an Olympic gold medal. If we were to achieve that, I would consider my career worthwhile, even if I retired immediately. Yao Ming expressed with enthusiasm. Basketball, in essence, differs significantly from football in Olympic football tournaments. Men's teams typically comprise players under the age of 23, with each squad allowed 3 overage players. Consequently, it garners considerably less attention, often overshadowed by continental competitions like the UEFA European Championship or the Copa América, not to mention the FIFA World Cup, where the Olympic football tournament may not even be worthy of comparison. The recently concluded World Championship, organized by FIBA, represents the pinnacle of international basketball competition, specifically tailored for the sport, thereby holding a higher status within the basketball domain. The number of participating teams exceeds that of the Olympics, encompassing a broader array of nations and regions, thus reflecting the overall global caliber of basketball more accurately. However, within the realm of basketball, the prestige of an Olympic gold medal surpasses that of the World Championship by a significant margin. Since its inception at the 1936 Berlin Olympics, basketball has held a prominent historical position as an official Olympic event, gathering the world's elite players and serving as a crucial stage to assess the prowess of various nations. Even the United States, which dispatched its dream team, places greater emphasis on the Olympics rather than the World Championship. Link playfully chided, Oi, Yao, you are still part of the Lakers. If you retire immediately, what will happen to the team? The Lakers must continue their pursuit of championships. You cannot afford to be complacent. I am aiming to establish a dynasty of consecutive championships. Not 4, not 5, not 6. I'm not merely jesting. Yao somewhat sheepishly responded, No, that is not what I meant, Link. Since I have joined the Lakers, I am determined to make my mark in the NBA and strive for championships with the team. However, I believe the difficulty of winning with the Lakers is 3 stars, while achieving Olympic gold with the Chinese national team would be at least 10 stars if we were to make a comparison. Hence, I made that exaggerated analogy. What do you think, Wang Zhizhi? Link then turned to Wang Zhizhi for his thoughts. Wang, who had been quietly contemplative beside him, took a moment before responding. Despite hailing from Beijing, he did not conform to the stereotype of a typical Beijinger's incessant chatter. He often preferred to remain composed and introspective. The difficulty is indeed substantial. I am not referring to the Lakers winning. Rather, I am speaking about the Chinese national team's aspirations to elevate their performance further. I believe the current Lakers roster is more balanced than last season, with significantly enhanced overall strength. Yet, our participation in this World Championship has revealed many of our shortcomings, such as insufficient teamwork and a lack of physical resilience. Moreover, other basketball powerhouses are rapidly advancing, like Argentina and Germany, who have made remarkable strides and continue to improve. Although the United States finished just 1 rank above us this time, as long as they can select and deploy superior NBA players, their strength will surge. Link nodded in agreement. This year's Dream Team was the first to have its invincibility shattered, thoroughly humbled, present. American-born players in the NBA still maintain a significant competitive edge, provided the United States can temper its arrogance. And if its star players are willing to participate, the Dream Team's roster strength can improve dramatically. As long as they field their best athletes, they will undoubtedly be the frontrunners for the championship, achieving a substantial improvement in performance within a mere 2 years, leading up to the Athens Olympics in 2004. Certainly poses a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Link, the Olympics will be hosted in China in August 2008. Yao Ming, Lu Wei, and several players will likely still be in their prime during that period. There are also many promising talents flourishing domestically. I have heard that Yi Jinlian from Guangdong is quite impressive. With favorable circumstances on our side, we could devise a medium to long-term plan to aim for our best-ever performance at the Beijing Olympics. Wang Zhizhi proposed after laying out his analysis. Link regarded him with a keen expression, nodding appreciatively. Wang Zhizhi's insights were astute. Despite having spent over a year in the United States, he remained well-informed about the state of basketball in China and even mentioned Yi Jinlian. Link undoubtedly wished for the Chinese men's basketball team to capture the gold medal at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. However, the difficulty would be considerably greater than in 2004, as the United States had finally shed its arrogance. The Dream Team that participated in the 2004 Athens Olympics was the Dream Team 6, which included superstars like Tim Duncan, Allen Iverson, Stephon Marbury, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Carmelo Anthony, despite the presence of numerous MVP-level stars. The overall cohesion and stability of the roster were significantly compromised. Ultimately, the Dream Team 6 was eliminated by Argentina in the semifinals and secured third place after defeating Lithuania in the bronze medal match. This marked the third time in Olympic history that the U.S. men's basketball team failed to win gold, and it was the first time the Dream Team missed out on an Olympic gold medal. By the time of the 2008 Beijing Olympics, the humbled United States was eager to assemble a formidable team to restore its basketball supremacy. Thus, the Dream Team 8 was born, tasked with reviving the glory of American basketball. Also known as the Redeem Team, the United States would dispatch its top-tier players, including guards Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade, Michael Redd, Jason Kidd, Chris Paul, and Deron Williams, as well as forwards Carmelo Anthony, Carlos Boozer, LeBron James, and Tayshaun Prince, along with centers Dwight Howard and Chris Bosh. Since Boozer has now joined the Lakers, should I consider persuading him not to participate? Link's mischievous thoughts momentarily flitted through his mind. The coach of the Dream Team 8 was none other than the legendary Mike Krzyzewski, the all-time winningest coach in NCAA history. Rich in coaching experience and possessing a profound tactical acumen, a roster of players that shines brilliantly, a coach with a strong sense of teamwork to vanquish this Dream Team from 2008. Using Yao Ming's analogy, the difficulty coefficient for the Chinese men's basketball team to clinch gold at the 2004 Athens Olympics was a staggering 10 stars. However, by 2008, that coefficient would soar to an astonishing 20 stars. Link could not articulate all these sentiments, only vaguely remarking to Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi with grandiosity, "Only children make choices. Why not aspire for both the 2004 and 2008 Olympic Games? First, let us set lofty ideals and then prepare diligently, taking it step by step. The target is firmly set on the 2004 Athens Olympics. Yao Wang, do take a moment to rest on the flight. Soon, you can converse with Lou Roloff. Additionally, upon disembarking, we shall head directly to the Staples Center to tour the Lakers facilities. Seizing this rare opportunity, we can allow the entire Chinese men's basketball team to experience the intensity and style of NBA training. We can even engage in internal scrimmage later. On this flight, Link has also arranged for investment maestro Lou Roloff to accompany us. Back in 2002, when China's economy had yet to soar, the salaries of players in the domestic CBA league were generally modest. Even the national team members were not immune. Reports indicated that Yao Ming's annual salary with the Shanghai Sharks was a mere 700,000 yuan, a symbolic figure of Chinese basketball. His prowess and influence were unparalleled in the CBA, yet his earnings reflected the times. Prior to his NBA journey in 2001, Wang Zhizhi's early salary was rumored to be around 200,000 yuan that time. Liu Yudong, already dubbed the war god, earned merely over 10,000 yuan monthly. China's Jordan, Hu Weidong, saw his peak salary not exceed 300,000 yuan. Providing assist to Yao Ming was Lu Wei, with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. These figures were all in Chinese currency. It is undeniable that the remuneration in the CBA during that era was vastly inferior to that of the NBA. Unlike Link's previous life in 2024, where the disparity had diminished, the gap in competitive standards appeared to have widened. By that time, many players in the CBA had adopted a laid-back attitude, although the CBA had introduced a salary cap. with top players earning up to 6 million yuan annually and some veterans surpassing that threshold, such as Wang Zhilin and Feng Shaw, who reached 8 million in the 23-24 season. The intensity and number of games in the CBA were significantly lower than in the NBA. Moreover, these top-tier CBA players could supplement their incomes through endorsements and live streaming, resulting in substantially higher earnings. The paradox remains. As the economy flourishes, the Chinese men's basketball team struggles, teetering on the brink of a fate akin to that of the national football team. Thus, Link intentionally arranged for Lou Roloff to accompany the flight, not to provide investment advice to the players, but to introduce them to the Little Red Flower Investment Fund, allowing them to purchase investment shares. This fund has diversified into numerous sectors, including new energy vehicles and innovative social media, promising considerable returns on investment. Link did not impose or overtly suggest purchases to the players. It was left to their discernment and investment acumen. Should they seize the opportunity, they could amass substantial wealth. Those who do not can only await the next chance. Upon disembarking at the Staples Center, Yao and Wang were pleasantly surprised to find all the Lakers players present. Kobe, Billups, Artest, and Boozer had gathered in the arena to extend their warm welcome. Congratulations, Yao, Wang, and to all the members of the Chinese men's basketball team. Kobe greeted Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi with enthusiasm. You led your national team to commendable rankings and played exceptionally well. I watch your matches, and you caused quite a stir against our dream team. Especially you, Yao. Congratulations on making the World Championship All-Star team. Initially indifferent to the World Championship, Kobe's perspective shifted as he felt compelled to watch the games due to his teammates from China and Argentina participating. To his astonishment, he witnessed the Dream Team perform poorly, almost losing against the Chinese team. This prompted him to pay closer attention to subsequent matches, culminating in the Dream Team's unexpected defeats. What a pity our team performed so poorly this time. Kobe lamented, shaking his head in frustration while conversing with the Chinese players. The World Championship, hosted in the United States, had set high expectations for the Dream Team, but the outcome was disheartening. Upon hearing Kobe's comments, Link felt a jolt of concern. Could the timeline be altered? I hope Kobe isn't affected by the Dream Team's dismal performance and decides to join them early. If that happens, the pressure to medal in the 2004 Athens Olympics will undoubtedly intensify. Just as Kobe finished speaking, a commotion erupted nearby. Mr. Link, this is unfair. I demand to lodge a complaint. You are so biased. It turned out that even Scola, who had just finished competing in the World Championship, was present. Upon spotting Link, he feigned indignation and exclaimed, I am also a member of the Lakers. I have contributed to the team. Yet after my game, I had to fly back to Los Angeles in economy class. I didn't even splurge on first class. And you, Mr. Link, chartered a flight. I want to be on your plane too, enjoying the high-altitude VIP service. Observing Scola's comical demeanor, Link retorted, What contributions have you made? Weren't you just a rookie joining the Lakers? Unfair and biased? I am of Chinese descent. You should hurry and apply for Chinese citizenship, and I might consider letting you stay in the cargo hold next time. Moreover, it's not just me. Your performance in the World Championship final against Yugoslavia was truly disappointing. You were so close to victory. The 2002 Men's Basketball World Championship final featured a showdown between Yugoslavia and Argentina. Argentina had dazzled throughout the tournament, entering the final undefeated. They maintained a lead for most of the game until the final moments of the fourth quarter when Yugoslavia's Bataroga delivered a stellar performance, scoring crucial points that forced the game into overtime. In that final, Bataroga scored 27 points, while Stojakovic added 26, but their remarkable efforts kept the score tight and ultimately led to victory for Yugoslavia. Meanwhile, Argentina, after a strong showing, faltered offensively in overtime, allowing Yugoslavia to capitalize on their mistakes. Fabrizio Oberto's impressive 28 points and 10 rebounds stood out, yet Ginobili's performance was abysmal, severely hampered by Yugoslavia's defensive strategy and his own struggles. Ultimately, Ginobili's dismal statistics of no points in 12 minutes of play represented a profound disappointment on the international stage, particularly in the final. Although Scola has emerged prominently in this tournament, averaging 9.2 points, 3.3 rebounds, and 1.1 assists per game, he seems somewhat lost during the finals, failing to step up when needed. Ultimately, The result was that the Yugoslav team triumphed over Argentina in overtime with a score of 84-77, successfully defending their championship title. Many believe that the Argentine national basketball team has performed admirably on the international stage. However, it is noteworthy that Argentina has only clinched the FIBA World Cup title once. And that was back in the inaugural championship in 1950. The Argentine team boasted an impressive record of 6 wins and 0 losses to secure the championship. Despite their formidable prowess and numerous commendable performances in international competitions since then, Argentina has not been able to capture the title again in the World Cup. This was the closest Argentina has come to the championship, missing it by just 1 game, 1 minute in the final quarter. 1 less turnover or a couple of extra points from Gin Billy. Indeed, it echoes the sentiment of that song. Argentina, don't cry for me. Yet, the more tragic fate belongs to the champions, Yugoslavia, as this marked their last stand on the world stage. The 2002 Yugoslav team had already undergone a disintegration, effectively becoming the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, comprised of Serbia and Montenegro. On February 4, 2003, the Parliament of the Yugoslav Federation voted to officially establish the state of Serbia and Montenegro, thereby marking the dissolution of the Yugoslav Federation. Point 1. Can only imagine the strength they would have possessed in world competitions had Yugoslavia still existed as a single nation. Serbia boasts talents like Nikola Jokic, Nemanja Bjelica, Boban Marjanovic, and Bogdan Bogdanovic. Montenegro has Nikola Vujevic. Croatia features players such as Ivica Zubac and Dario Ari. Bosnia and Herzegovina has Jusuf Nurkic. Slovenia, even more impressively, has Goran Dragic and Luka Doncic. With such an array of astonishing talents, they could easily dominate the United States. As Link expressed his astonishment, he ruthlessly exposed Scola and the shortcomings of the Argentine team. Scola was caught off guard by Link's jabs, instantly breaking down and wearing a mask of anguish. Mr. Link, you shouldn't poke at my wounds like this, even if you're the boss. Regardless, we, the Argentine team, are the runners-up, ranked higher than your Chinese team, and even above the dream team of the United States. Upon hearing Scola's words, Yao Ming and Wang Zhiji's expressions darkened, and even Kobe's demeanor grew more somber. Link, noticing Scola's slip of the tongue, fanned the flames and added fuel to the fire. Second place simply denotes the greatest loser. Kobe chose not to engage in further banter with Scola, but calmly suggested, "Let us proceed with the scheduled training exhibition match between the Lakers and the Chinese national team." Mr. Link, I strongly recommend placing Scola on the Chinese team. Let this runner-up impart some wisdom to us. The subsequent training match between the Lakers and the Chinese team concluded with a staggering score of 102-72. The defeat was thorough and decisive. Despite Yao Ming, Wang Zhiji, and Scola joining the Chinese team, the squad was still in a state of disarray following the World Championship, struggling to regain their form. Throughout the match, the Chinese team appeared rather subdued and lacked the enthusiasm one would expect. Furthermore, the game adhered to NBA rules, including defensive 3 seconds and an expanded three-point arc, which the Chinese players struggled to adapt to. In an effort to protect Yao Ming, Link strictly limited his playing time to just 1.5 quarters, effectively restricting the strongest player and most advantageous interior presence. Conversely, Scola was relentlessly assigned to play 3 full quarters. Scola, aren't you quite the tough talker? I presume your physique can withstand the rigors of practice, Link brazenly declared. During the match, the Lakers exhibited fluid offensive play akin to mercury flowing, with a defense that was a veritable fortress. The backcourt of Kobe, Billups, Bell, and Barnes, alongside the frontline defense of Arteist and Battier, was formidable. Even the interior defense from Cato and Gadzuric was quite imposing. The Lakers often faced screens and switches with a calm demeanor. At times, the Chinese team struggled to advance the ball past half-court. The intensity of the Lakers' defense far exceeded that experienced by the Chinese team in their World Championship matches, surpassing even the formidable Dream Team of the United States. The Lakers' prior training efforts were clearly reflected in their performance. Notably, although Kobe did not vocalize much, he clearly exerted himself, treating the training match as if it were a competitive game, especially when facing Scola. Kobe's eyes would light up, eager to drive through and execute a thunderous dunk. Each offensive possession was an attempt to overpower Scola with aggressive attacks and explosive dunks. In this seemingly ordinary training match, Kobe astonishingly scored 49 points, with over 30 of those points coming from within the paint. He also completed a staggering 3 steals, 1 block, 10 instances of trash talk, and numerous provocative gestures directed at Scola. Oh, is it that easy to snatch the ball from a second-place player? Your ball handling skills leave much to be desired. Your shooting release point is lower than the Mariana Trench. Isn't your homeland situated on the Pampas Plains? Where's your defense? How can you merely watch as I dunk over you? Scola, getting past your defense is simpler than crossing a road at 4 o'clock. Even Arteas couldn't help but join in on the banter, following Kobe and hurling trash talk at Scola. Scola, is it that easy for you to be a runner-up? Scola, are you a tiger? Still daring to provoke Kobe, although Arteas' trash talk lacks significant impact. The term tiger coming from him left Scola momentarily speechless. Initially, Scola resisted valiantly, proclaiming, "Our Argentine team is invincible. Let me show you the scoring prowess of the Eagles from the Pampas." However, as the score widened and they fell behind by nearly 10 points in the first quarter, compounded by relentless, varied trash talk assaults, Scola was quickly driven to the brink of despair. "Mr. Link, Mr. Boss, I admit my faults. Next time, I promise to keep my mouth shut. Not a word more," Scola groaned, draping a towel over his head in frustration. Link regarded Scola with a hint of sympathy. "Next time, if you can't control your words, perhaps try speaking in Argentine." "Oh, wait, you speak Spanish. At least that could provide some cover." After offering a light-hearted consolation, or perhaps mockery, Link turned to the Chinese national team and inquired, "How did you find today's training match compared to the World Championship, which was more challenging?" Lu Wei, rubbing his sore shoulders, responded earnestly, "Mr. Link, aside from the minor differences in rules, I believe today's training match was more demanding. The Lakers' tenacious and rotational defense made even ball handling feel immensely pressured. Lu Wei's playing time today was considerable, and correspondingly, he faced significant defensive challenges, enduring quite a bit of hardship. Particularly, with Yao Ming's limited minutes on the court, the interior offense struggled to break through, thereby intensifying the pressure from beyond the arc. Wang Zhizhi also rubbed his nose in contemplation that today's loss was largely due to the fact that many Lakers players were well acquainted with our team, implementing targeted defenses that proved quite effective. Link nodded in agreement. It was evident that when Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi were on the floor, the Lakers had made noticeable adjustments to their defensive strategy. Especially when Wang Zhizhi had the ball, the Lakers assigned Boozer to mark him closely. Although Boozer's defensive skills may not be particularly refined, his speed, bulk, and wingspan made it uncomfortable for Wang Zhizhi to operate. On another note, I believe the issue of teamwork played a significant role. The Lakers players have honed their synergy over time, mastering various combinations and plays that, in contrast, our team had limited cohesion to begin with. And the last-minute addition of Scola only added to the disarray. The disparity became glaringly obvious. I even suspect that the Dream Team 5, lacking sufficient cohesion, might struggle against the current Lakers squad. During the game, there were several instances where Wang Zhizhi made off-ball cuts, only to collide with Scola, who shared the same instinct. Link nodded once more, acknowledging Wang Zhizhi's insightful observation that in national team competitions, the roster is filled with talented players. However, the need for cohesion and teamwork undeniably requires time to develop. Scola, too, felt increasingly frustrated after hearing the relentless trash talk from the opponents. Now, it seemed that even within the Chinese national basketball team, some subtle jabs had been exchanged. Was his participation in the national team becoming a double-edged sword? Botter chimed in, sharing his own experiences from his time in the NBA. Overall, our stamina and fundamental skills, particularly maintaining form under high-intensity contact, still exhibited a significant gap compared to NBA players, especially in foundational aspects. Link wholeheartedly concurred. In his previous life, he had witnessed some so-called superstars from the CBA showcasing their daily training vlogs, only to find their training intensity lacking compared to even junior high students during summer break. Completing a leisurely 300 spot-up three-pointers in a day was hardly impressive. In stark contrast, training videos shared by Jimmy Butler showcase core strength and upper body workouts, transitioning into shooting drills designed to reinforce muscle memory, with strict time limits and game-like scenarios. Comparing the two videos felt like a direct insult to competitive standards. Today's training emphasized the process over results. I believe the brothers in the national basketball team have summarized this well. It is essential to recognize and confront the disparities. Falling behind means facing the consequences. Mediocrity in competitive sports is an original sin. Only by competing against higher-level opponents and engaging in rigorous, progressive training can one hope to improve. All the players, your aspirations and abilities should never be confined to complacency within the CBA league. Link took the opportunity to summarize a few thoughts. With the start of the 2002 to 2003 NBA regular season still some time away, the Lakers would continue their training. He welcomed anyone with spare time to join them at the Staples Center for practice. Moreover, he would provide opportunities for the players to participate in more games, directly competing against NBA players. Time flies, and seasons change with the swift passage of days. The Lakers underwent intense training. October 6, 2002, arrived in the blink of an eye. The preseason for the 2002 to 2003 NBA season was set to officially commence. For the league, the preseason serves as a prelude to the new NBA season, capturing the attention and interest of fans and warming them up for the regular season ahead. The league would arrange so-called marquee matchups and thrilling contests, generating buzz and excitement, instilling anticipation for the new season among fans. Simultaneously, the preseason is a crucial platform for promoting and publicizing the upcoming season, leveraging media coverage and broadcast to achieve a warming effect for young players, rookies, and those on the fringes of the team. The preseason presents a rare opportunity to showcase their talents. It allows them to accumulate significant playing time, unleashing their capabilities and potential in pursuit of the coaching staff's recognition, thereby securing more playing time and a solidified position within the team. Players who excel during the preseason may find themselves with greater opportunities in the regular season, possibly becoming vital rotation players. For teams, the offseason often involves adjustments to the roster, including drafts, trades, and free agent signings. New players require time to integrate into the team's tactical system and establish chemistry with their teammates. The preseason provides a chance for practical cohesion, enabling teams to observe the interplay between different players, experiment with various lineup combinations, and determine the primary roster and regular rotation for the new season. However, all that has been mentioned does not alter the essence of the preseason. The preseason itself is akin to an appetizer before the NBA season, often deemed as a mere formality, lacking in flavor, yet too valuable to discard. Many seasoned NBA veterans would prefer to extend their vacations, opting out of preseason games. Conversely, numerous rookie players and those yet to secure their next contract place particular importance on the preseason, eager to make a strong impression. For instance, during the 2024 to 2025 NBA preseason, the Brooklyn Nets games garnered immense attention from Chinese fans, primarily due to the presence of Cui Yongxi. In the preseason, Cui Yongxi had the chance to play twice. In a matchup against the Clippers, he made his debut, contributing less than 9 minutes, with 2 attempts resulting in no baskets, yet managing to score 1 point through free throws and grabbing 2 rebounds. In another game against the Wizards, he played for 4 minutes and 42 seconds in the final quarter, successfully making 2 out of 5 shots for a total of 5 points and 1 rebound. With a positive plus-minus of 7, his 2 baskets were notably challenging, including a buzzer-beater 3-pointer and a step-back 2-pointer. After scoring, Cui Yongxi ignited the crowd spirit, prompting jubilant celebrations from both the bench and the fans, further fueling the enthusiasm of Chinese supporters eager to see another Chinese player excel in the NBA. Nonetheless, for Link, who found himself in 2002, and the Chinese fans, the moment was undeniably more blissful. Although the internet was not as developed at that time, the attention surrounding the Lakers during this year's preseason was exceptionally high. On one hand, following Link's monumental overhaul, the Lakers had transformed completely, radically different from the previous season. Whether the current Lakers were a formidable force or merely a collection of underperformers remained uncertain, and everyone hoped to glean insights through the preseason. On the other hand, Link had also orchestrated numerous promotional efforts. Previously, Link had tasked Luluf with investing in various social media platforms, such as Facebook and Twitter, which had now launched and were operational. Naturally, Link supported his own social platform wholeheartedly, encouraging his female friends to create personal accounts, Eva and Hathaway frequently shared recorded vlogs cheering on the Lakers. The Lakers had also established an official account, with each player opening personal social media profiles, regularly posting internal training videos, highlights from scrimmages, and team behind-the-scenes content. The feed often featured Kobe's spectacular dunks, Yao Ming's emphatic blocks, Scola's elusive footwork, and Wang Zhiji's consecutive three-pointers. They even released a sensational top 10 blunders video. For instance, Yao Ming showcasing his prowess with a behind-the-back dribble, only to be intercepted by Battier or Chauncey Billups leaping high for an alley-oop attempt, only for the ball to become lodged in the rim, resulting in a comical fall or artist celebrating a basket with wild enthusiasm, only to suddenly strip off his jersey while standing still in deep contemplation, or Boozer attempting a blindfolded dunk, only to fail miserably without even grazing the rim. As both the owner and head coach, Link possesses a certain audacity, frequently sharing pretentious and artistic posts. Basketball is the vibrant melody of youth. An NBA championship is the most resplendent chapter on the stage of glory. The relentless leaps and the fervent confrontations are all in pursuit of hoisting that emblem of ultimate triumph, etching a legendary mark. The basketball spins in the palm, while the Lakers gallop across the court. The NBA championship trophy stands as a brilliant beacon on their arduous journey, illuminating the path to glory. Basketball players are the ethereal spirits of movement. The Lakers, dominating the arena, aspire to the championship. The purple and gold radiate within the realm of the NBA, where glory resides, and all gaze in admiration. The basketball soars. The Lakers strive for supremacy. The crown of champions is the very direction of their hearts. In the sphere of the NBA, the name of the Lakers reverberates far and wide. The ball moves like lightning, and the courage of the Lakers can shake the heavens and the earth. In pursuit of the honor of an NBA championship, they showcase the might of purple and gold on the court, filled with vigor and aspiration. Glory is within reach. That I love basketball, and basketball loves me. I cherish basketball as my first love, and it shall return my affection 1,000-fold. These overly sentimental posts are akin to those often spewed by the likes of Yao Ming and Wang Zhiji. However, typical sports media and ordinary basketball fans have never encountered such a spectacle, such momentum, such promotion, such a method of drawing attention. Is it still 2002? In an instant, the follower counts for these Lakers accounts surge dramatically. Daily, the comments are lively and incessant. Link's account is particularly bustling, often receiving a deluge of notifications right after a post, with 999 new messages appearing instantly. Although the majority might be detractors, even negative attention is still attention. Attention that shines bright enough to turn purple and then black. Under this wave of public sentiment, the Lakers' preseason games garnered widespread attention. Previously, tickets for preseason games were essentially given away, priced exceedingly low, even when prices were drastically reduced. It did not alter the dismal attendance rates. Yet this year, every ticket for the Lakers' preseason matches sold out swiftly. Numerous television stations clamored to negotiate broadcasting rights for the Lakers' preseason games. Many fans from China eagerly anticipated witnessing the Lakers' prowess and flair during the preseason. After all, the Lakers now boast stars like Yao Ming and Wang Zhiji. It is no exaggeration to say that a significant portion of Chinese fans now regard the Lakers as their home team. This is an unprecedented occurrence in NBA history. NBA Commissioner Stern felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Link's relentless efforts, which significantly boosted the NBA's discussion volume, visibility, and revenue. The concern arose from Link's unpredictability. Each step and each action seemed to exceed Stern's expectations. Stern genuinely worried that one day Link might orchestrate a monumental event that would cause a stir. He even confided in other team owners, expressing that while Link's antics might seem foolish, he truly stirred the waters of the NBA like a catfish, creating waves. In a certain sense, you owners should be grateful to Link. After all, the NBA is fundamentally a commercial league. What a commercial league needs most is attention and exposure. Only with sustained profitability can the NBA continue to thrive, allowing team owners to reap greater rewards. When Stern's words reached Link's ears, what was initially intended as a compliment immediately provoked Link's ire. What is this commissioner talking about? Is he envious of my youthful visage and extraordinary talent? You re the catfish. Your entire family is a bunch of catfish. I, Link, could never be that kind of unsightly catfish with a scraggly beard. I am a dragon among men, stirring up unprecedented waves. Regardless, the volume of attention has reached its zenith, akin to an arrow released from a bow, as the Lakers prepare to embark on their NBA journey, commencing with the preseason. Link is already poised to orchestrate something monumental. No one anticipated that Link would not disappoint Stern's high hopes, quickly delivering an astonishing spectacle that nearly incited several public uproars. How dare you? Refund us. Father, mother, gentlemen. Refund us. We demand a refund. Lakers, you might as well rename yourselves to the China team. No, the Lakers should change their name to the team that smears faces. Link, come out and face the music. Link observed from his vehicle as the agitated and indignant fans outside erupted in fervor, scoffing at their discontent. Why are these away team fans so picky? Didn't your team win? Aren't you satisfied? And as for the refund, you didn't tee-buy your tickets from my pocket. You're barking up the wrong tree. On October 8th, the Los Angeles Clippers faced the Lakers at the Centennial Garden in Bakersfield, California. On October 11th, the Memphis Grizzlies confronted the Lakers at the Alltel Arena in Little Rock, Arkansas. On October 12th, the Denver Nuggets battled the Lakers at the Ford Center in Oklahoma City. On October 17th, the Golden State Warriors faced the Lakers at the Arrowhead Pond in Anaheim, California. In these preseason matches, the Lakers traveled far and wide to compete as the visiting team. As the Lakers completed these preseason games, despite facing different opponents, each match witnessed extraordinarily high attention and full attendance, with fans brimming with anticipation. Likewise, outside each venue, large-scale gatherings of fans occurred post-match. The visiting team fans, eager to support their team, prepared to witness how their team would dominate the Lakers. Link could see the excited visiting fans waving various banners proclaiming defeat the Lakers. In the stands, ultimately, the Lakers truly faced defeat, losing each match by an average margin of 10 points. However, these visiting fans were left utterly exasperated. The reason? They felt utterly deceived. They had anticipated witnessing the Lakers, led by Kobe and numerous new players, showcasing their dominance for the new season. Instead, they encountered their own team, which performed admirably, fiercely competing against stars like Kobe, and through a series of dramatic and electrifying confrontations, ultimately clinched victory. Even if it was merely a preseason match, it bore significant meaning. Even if it was just a preseason game, it was still beat LA. Yet when the Lakers' preseason players emerged, the visiting fans were taken aback. Why were most of them Asian, and specifically Chinese? The Lakers had only selected one Chinese rookie, Yao Ming, this year, and seemingly signed another Chinese player. By all accounts, there shouldn't have been more than 2 Chinese players. Even during the introduction segment, the DJ on-site stumbled over the names of these players. Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi. The DJ felt a moment of relief, glad he had prepared in advance, recognizing the names of these 2 Chinese players. However, as he continued, his tongue became quite entangled. Gong Zhong, Xiao Bin, Lu Nan, Hui Dong, Lu Wei Mei. Who are these people? Why are their names so difficult to pronounce? As for Botter, he was absent, participating in the Nuggets preseason games. The reason for the abundance of Chinese players participating as members of the Lakers in the NBA preseason stems from Link's arrangements, where many members of the Chinese national basketball team signed temporary 10-day contracts with the Lakers. They were all set to represent the Lakers in the NBA's preseason. Due to the rushed nature of the arrangements, including Link's plan to make it a one-off deal, many players' jerseys lacked proper printed versions. Instead, Link had them painstakingly handwritten. Meanwhile, stars like Kobe, Billups, Artest, and Battier did not attend the games at all, still lingering in Los Angeles for continued training. In other words, Link has essentially transported the Chinese men's basketball team to compete in the preseason. The preseason, merely a casual affair. Link is rather reluctant to let his key players endure the rigors of travel for games. Furthermore, he is preparing to feign weakness. Many are not contemplating using the preseason window to gauge the current strength of the Lakers. Are they? Yet Link adamantly denies them this opportunity. The crux of the matter is that this Chinese Lakers team is performing with remarkable precision and utmost seriousness, aside from Yao Ming's limited playing time. The other players are diligently executing strategies, honing their defense, and embodying a spirit of rigorous competition and training. Link has also assigned assistant coaches Stevens and Blatt to meticulously devise strategies and direct the team. During tense moments in the game, every necessary timeout is called, and every strategy is executed flawlessly. The entire team is earnestly engaged in the game, and then, with equal seriousness, they lose the game. It is no wonder the visiting fans are in a fervor. This sensation is akin to arriving with high hopes for a sumptuous feast, only to find oneself sated on nothing but bland ice cream. Stern, upon learning of this situation, is drenched in sweat and cannot remain idle. He hurriedly calls Link. "Hello, Link. What business are you up to lately? I hear you've stirred up quite a commotion." President Stern, "Nothing of the sort. I am merely leading the Lakers in earnest preseason matches. We've played several games, and it's quite exhausting. What's the matter?" Upon hearing Link brazenly mention seriousness, Stern's temper flares. "How dare you claim to be seriously engaged in preseason games? What on earth is happening with your Lakers? Why is it all new faces? Where is Kobe? Where is Billups? Where are the legitimate players on your team?" Hearing Stern's words, Link immediately expresses his displeasure. "What do you mean by legitimate players? Everyone on my team is a legitimate player. Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, are they not legitimate players? Moreover, even the other players, whom some fans may not be familiar with, are precisely the focus of our Lakers evaluation. They're all potential stars for the future. It just so happens that they are all from China." Stern is almost amused with anger. "What a coincidence. They all happen to be from China. Aren't they specifically your chosen Chinese national team players? And let me ask you, have they all signed contracts? Can they represent the Lakers on the court?" Many fans are voicing their concerns. The owners of the teams you faced have also filed complaints and requested an investigation into the Lakers. Link, however, stands firm, retorting passionately. "President, you must discern right from wrong. Our Lakers can withstand scrutiny, which owners are requesting an investigation. Fine, but before the investigation, they should share half of the ticket revenue with me. We, the Lakers, have traveled such a great distance to help boost their preseason attendance, and instead of gratitude, they strike back at me." After hearing this, Stern is momentarily speechless. "Link, you are now the owner of the Lakers, one of the most esteemed figures among NBA owners. Are you really concerned about a few away game ticket revenues?" Link continues to unleash his fervor. "Besides, who says that preseason games must guarantee certain players on the court? There is no such stipulation in the regular season, playoffs, or even the finals. Many star players are even utilizing intelligent load management. Yet no one has seen the league conduct a serious investigation. Furthermore, my players have all legitimately signed 2 10-day contracts. They completely cover the duration of the preseason games. Link has meticulously prepared for this preseason endeavor, ensuring his team thoroughly reviewed the NBA's relevant regulations. According to the NBA's 2002 rules, a team may sign a player for a maximum of 2 10-day contracts within the same season. These contracts can be signed consecutively or at different times. However, once a player has fulfilled 2 10-day contracts for the same team in a season, if the team wishes for that player to continue, they must sign a formal contract lasting at least until the season's end. Thus, one cannot exploit the same player indefinitely. If 2 10-day contracts are granted within a season, a legitimate contract must be provided afterward. But this regulation only restricts exploiting one player, not the number of players one can sign. A team can offer 10-day contracts to as many players as they wish, with no limitations whatsoever, as long as Link ensures that the Lakers roster complies with the numerical restrictions before the regular season begins. These Chinese national team players will participate in the NBA preseason and then return to China for the CBA. There's no question of continuing service or needing to provide formal contracts. It's simply a matter of issuing 10-day contract across the board. In this manner, Link has legally and reasonably, albeit somewhat unethically, substituted players, allowing the Chinese national team to don the Lakers uniforms. Using games as practice, they experience the intensity of NBA-level competition as training partners. Link even took the opportunity, through the 10-day contracts, to provide these Chinese players with a little extra compensation. Even the smallest of contributions is still a contribution. Stern is left momentarily at a loss for words. Link is indeed not one to be underestimated. Link, I will organize legal experts to examine this rule and see how it should be amended. Link instantly adopts a theatrical tone, lamenting to Stern. President, this cannot be allowed. Are you intending to shatter the dreams of those aspiring to the NBA? However, returning to the matter at hand, President Stern, everything I am doing is not solely for the Lakers. I bear the brunt of this criticism for our larger family. Is it not for the entire NBA league? Link continues his heartfelt plea, almost wishing to grasp Stern's sleeve through the phone. It is truly a display of heartfelt emotion. President Stern, look at the current flourishing public opinion within the NBA league. Is it not to your liking? I believe the entire league has recently profited immensely. I have sacrificed my own integrity and reputation solely for the Lakers, solely for the league. For the league, since I took over the Lakers, I have devoted myself tirelessly, day and night. The Lakers may not yet be reaping profits, but I have certainly helped the league earn quite a bit. Link's words resonate profoundly with Stern. The Lakers, under Link's leadership, first executed a sensational trade, releasing the three-time Finals MVP Shaquille O'Neal, capturing the attention of the North American sports community. Then, they secured the Chinese #1 draft pick, Yao Ming, and signed Chinese player Wang Zhizhi, successfully opening up a vast overseas market and attracting the Chinese audience's gaze. These two actions have already left Stern astounded, sending tremors through the basketball world. Yet this is far from Link's limit. He is capable of orchestrating even more audacious maneuvers. The preseason has become a stage for his cunning exchanges, attracting numerous Chinese players to participate, drawing both criticism and attention. With eyes now focused on them, the NBA can generate revenue. What is the essence of the league, if not a commercial entity? It mirrors the entertainment industry, where celebrities never fear controversy or criticism, nor do they fear fading from the limelight. The only true fear is the waning of attention, gradually being forgotten. Of course, one must adhere to legal boundaries. Otherwise, one risks being as forgotten as the Canadian electronic dance artist who stumbled into obscurity. Nonetheless, they have managed to attract some attention, beginning to monetize their visibility. To this day, every action Link has taken has significantly aided Stern. Stern is well aware of this, and regarding Link's various actions, he is filled with both admiration and resentment. Yet admiration occupies a staggering 90% of his sentiment, while resentment is but a mere fraction. Listening to Link's heartfelt lament, Stern has no choice but to defuse the situation. Link, Mr. Link, I am merely concerned that you might encounter some criticism. After all, you are a newcomer to the NBA ownership circle. I worry you might be at a disadvantage. Today's call is simply a reminder, with no ulterior motives, absolutely none. Then, regarding the voices from other team owners, I will explain to them and assist you in managing the situation. Link, seizing the opportunity, continued to lament. President Stern, O benevolent Lord, truly, it is crystal clear. In the future, our Lakers will continue to rely on President Stern for his guidance. For instance, the officiating must be fair and objective. Furthermore, the scheduling must be scientifically rational, as many of our players are advancing in age. Upon hearing Link's line of reasoning, Stern felt overwhelmed. Link, are your players indeed aging? Link, taken aback, quickly corrected himself. No. Many of our Lakers are foreign players, unfamiliar with the environment and potentially struggling to adapt. Therefore, the scheduling must be even more judicious. Link continued to ramble on about the intricacies of draft lottery probabilities. Stern, sensing the need to interrupt, hastily interjected. If he didn't, who knew what absurd requests Link might make next? All right, Mr. Link, rest assured, the league will not neglect those who contribute to it. The Lakers will not suffer losses, and you certainly will not either. Now, you may resume your endeavors, and I wish the Lakers a successful new season. Stern swiftly ended the call, eager to escape any further demands from Link. Stern is rather commendable. He remains rational and attentive to the facts. He far surpasses his successor, the bald-headed Silver. Stern not only cared deeply for the NBA, but also adeptly navigated significant ethical dilemmas. In stark contrast, that bald Silver often acted in a capricious manner. Adam Silver, as the subsequent NBA president, played an irreplaceable important role in promoting the legalization of sports betting. He openly declared his support for it, shamelessly asserting it as an inevitable trend of the times. Under his influence, the NBA became the first professional league to establish partnerships with gambling companies after the prohibition was lifted in the United States. He even audaciously claimed that the transparency of betting activities would compel players and referees to perform under more stringent scrutiny, thus ensuring fans and bettors paid closer attention to the games. Truly, such blatant nonsense. The matter of gambling is merely an economic issue when viewed through a certain lens. What further infuriated Link was Silver's defense of Morey. On October 4, 2019, NBA Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey posted the slogan "Fight for Freedom. Stand with HK" on Twitter, blatantly distorting the truth and launching a direct attack against China. Meanwhile, the Rockets, who had profited immensely from the Chinese market thanks to Yao Ming, displayed an indifferent and grotesque demeanor. The owner of the Houston Rockets stated that Morey did not represent the team, only to later tweet that Morey was a good manager and that the team had no ties to politics. He attempted to downplay the incident, implying that while he spoke out, he still wished to profit from your money. This was precisely why Link quickly distanced himself from the Rockets in a previous life. And what of Silver? When handling this incident, he merely floated the idea that the NBA supports the freedom of speech of players and executives. Yet, when addressing former Clippers owner Donald Sterling's private comments regarding race, he took decisive action, banning him for life and imposing a fine of $2.5 million. He even demanded that Sterling sell his ownership stake. This was nothing short of a glaring double standard. Freedom of speech, indeed. Let us see if Silver would support anti-Asian sentiments. In essence, Silver's actions blatantly displayed contempt for China. Enough is enough, the more I think about it. The angrier I become. We'll deal with future matters later. Let us focus on the present. Link composed himself, feeling accomplished as he put away his phone and whistled his way back to the hotel room, where Evie awaited him. The Lakers' peculiar strategy in the preseason had attracted considerable media attention. In no time, various news reports flooded the screens once more. Has the Lakers strategically abandoned the preseason out of guilt or hidden tactics? Who is wasting the prime of the Black Mamba? It's him. It's Link, the foolishly rich, an exclusive revelation into the lesser-known side of Link, the conspiracy of Chinese owner Link. The Chinese Lakers? Who will save American basketball? Chinese players make a collective appearance in the NBA preseason. Of course, the last two articles garnered immense praise from Chinese fans. However, American fans, especially Lakers supporters, were filled with discontent. Even Kobe felt restless and, along with Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, stormed into Link's office. Boss Link, while the preseason may hold lesser significance, isn't our approach somewhat unwise? The outside world may perceive the Lakers as weak, assuming we have a mindset of tanking. As soon as Kobe entered, he expressed his concerns before even sitting down. Link, however, remained unperturbed and countered, "Kobe, how do you assess our team's strength? Do you genuinely believe the Lakers are tanking?" "Certainly not." Kobe swiftly reviewed the offseason in his mind. Initially, he did harbor such concerns, which peaked after Link executed a significant trade and secured a number of free agents. However, after an extensive training camp, those worries had vanished. The new players and teammates were formidable. Link, as the team owner, exhibited great foresight. Furthermore, as the head coach, he had assembled an excellent coaching staff. Many of Link's basketball philosophies and strategies were also impressive. Kobe felt confident in leading the Lakers to a commendable performance in the upcoming season. Driven by this mindset, Kobe wished for the other teams to recognize the Lakers' prowess as soon as possible. However, Link's preseason strategy evidently did not align with Kobe's aspirations. Link lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, continuing, "Kobe, since you hold such confidence in our team, and given our excellent synergy during training games, the necessity for preseason practice has diminished. Moreover, I intentionally fielded entirely different players during the preseason. On one hand, I do have a personal motive to allow the Chinese national team more practice time. On the other hand, I deliberately wish to convey an image of weakness to our opponents. In ancient China, there was a renowned military strategist, Luin, the king of Huainan, who mentioned in Huainanzi, military training the principle of warfare, to show softness while meeting with strength, to appear weak while confronting with strength. This means that when waging war, one should display a lack of combat capability to the enemy while meeting them with tenacity. One should feign weakness while possessing formidable fighting power. On the NBA stage, I hope our opponents underestimate us and remain unaware of our true capabilities. As a result, we will unleash a unique Lakers storm during the regular season, causing the entire league to tremble. Link spoke passionately, and his reference to an ancient Chinese military strategist significantly bolstered his persuasiveness. Kobe had no choice but to believe that Link was indeed employing military tactics and strategies. Kobe, if you doubt this, you can ask Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi if they have heard of such principles. Furthermore, he cited this year's World Championship as an example. Why did the Dream Team suffer a devastating defeat? Because everyone knew the Dream Team was formidable, and they devised numerous strategies and analyses, uncovering your weaknesses. Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi nodded in agreement. They genuinely hoped the Chinese national team could seize the opportunity for more practice. Naturally siding with Link. At this point, Kobe was completely convinced. Link's examples, facts, and reasoning were all crystal clear. I get it now, Boss Link. You're not only a remarkable team owner and head coach, but also a military strategist. Kobe sincerely extolled Link. Ahem, a military strategist merely possesses a modicum of understanding. Being praised in such a manner by Kobe, Link, despite his thick skin, found himself inadvertently stung. Kobe, even if I am misunderstood by many, as long as you and your companions grasp my sincere intentions, that suffices. We shall set our sights on the upcoming new season, ready for battle. On October 29, 2002, in Los Angeles, the Staples Center was ablaze with light. The 2002-2003 NBA season officially commenced. Today, the Lakers would host the San Antonio Spurs. It was the inaugural game for the new Lakers roster, and they were competing on home turf. The entire Staples Center was filled to capacity. Numerous Hollywood A-listers graced the occasion in their finest attire. Leonardo DiCaprio, affectionately known as Little Leo, Jack Nicholson. There were so many male stars that Link could hardly be bothered to glance their way. What was there to admire in men, right? However, Link did spot Donald Trump, along with his eldest daughter, Ivanka. Ivanka, daughter of Trump's first wife Ivana, had undoubtedly inherited her mother's beauty. One must admit, it is truly the caprice of fate. How times change. One could hardly imagine that, years later, Trump would ascend to the presidency of the United States. At just 21, Ivanka radiated youthful charm, reminiscent of a lotus flower just blooming, embodying the innocence of someone recently emerged from university life. Should I contemplate forging a connection with Trump and Ivanka? Link pondered privately. Rest assured, Link was not captivated by Ivanka's beauty. After all, women like Eva and Anne Hathaway were all vying for attention. Rather, Link recalled that Ivanka later married a Jewish man, that he himself harbored a certain contrarian spirit. Perhaps it could be deemed an endeavor to rescue Ivanka. Furthermore, Trump had not exhibited particularly high awareness, having instigated numerous tensions between the United States and China. All for the sake of China, Link was willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Many female celebrities were also in attendance, including Eva and Hathaway and Avril Lavigne, along with Lynn Shirley. Eva and Anne Hathaway were naturally well acquainted with Link. Lynn Shirley, raised in California, had long regarded the Lakers as her team of choice, steadfastly supporting them from the Showtime era to the current Inasho phase. Lynn Shirley, sharing Chinese heritage, approached Link eagerly to shake hands and introduce herself. While exchanging pleasantries with Lynn Shirley, Link's peripheral vision caught sight of the entire Kardashian clan arriving to watch the game. Kourtney Kardashian, Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, and Rob Kardashian. So many Kardashians. Additionally, Kendall Jenner and Kylie Jenner, the half-sisters of the Kardashian sisters, were also present. However, Khloe Kardashian, Rob Kardashian, Kendall Jenner, and Kylie Jenner still bore youthful visages. Kourtney Kardashian and Kim Kardashian, on the other hand, had blossomed into stunning figures, exuding charm while retaining a hint of innocence. Upon noticing Link, the two Kardashians blew him a kiss and cast flirtatious glances his way. They even audaciously showcased their assets. Yet, the devoted Chinese youth Link had only one thought on his mind. The game. The game. As any discerning viewer would agree, basketball far eclipsed any allure of mere physical beauty, right? Arrangements for a rendezvous would have to wait until the conclusion of the match. China Central Television had also prepared for the broadcast well in advance within the media center of the arena. With the inclusion of Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, the Lakers had become the favored team for the majority of Chinese fans. Many middle and high school students had even skipped meals. crowding around the television in their school cafeterias to witness the Lakers match. Before the game commenced, a championship ring ceremony was held. NBA Commissioner David Stern was present to officiate the event. However, during the ring presentation, the first recipient was not a Lakers player, but rather the widow of longtime Lakers broadcaster Chick Hearn, Maggie Hearn. Hearn had been the sole play-by-play announcer for the Lakers since their move from Minneapolis to Los Angeles in 1960. Passing away in August 2002 at the age of 85, following Maggie Hearn's receipt of the ring, the arena observed a moment of silence in honor of Hearn. Subsequently, Lakers players received their rings in succession. Due to the significant trade orchestrated by Link, only 3 players, Kobe, Horry, and Brian Shaw, received their championship rings from Stern. This marked a historic first in NBA history. Other players had either been traded away or departed from the team, even leaving the NBA altogether. They would have to await rings sent via mail or distributed at future games. After several segments, what should have been a vibrant championship ceremony felt somewhat subdued and melancholic. Yet, Link remained unfazed, while the new Lakers players gazed enviously at the championship rings. Seizing the opportunity, Link began to subtly instill a sense of motivation, enhancing team culture. Look closely. Aren't you all envious of the championship rings they received? You don't have one yet, do you? By this time next year, I shall ensure each of you has one. Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, do you aspire to become the first Chinese players to win an NBA championship? Scola, do you wish to be the first Argentine player to achieve this feat? Blatt and Stevens, would you like to secure a championship in your first season coaching an NBA team? In Link's previous life, the first Chinese player to win an NBA championship was Botter, who, as a member of the San Antonio Spurs during the 2002 to 2003 season, claimed the NBA title. The first Argentine player to win an NBA championship was Fabricio Oberto, who signed with the Spurs in 2005 and won the championship with them in 2007. Both records were achieved with today's rival team, the Spurs. However, these records were destined to be rewritten by Link. My apologies, Botter, Link silently mused. After all, I have come to create new history. As the Lakers raised their 14th championship banner, the atmosphere within the arena finally returned to its rightful course. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs, forced to witness the entire championship ceremony, were filled with animosity and resentment. The previous season, the Lakers had gentlemanly swept the Spurs 4-1 in the second round of the playoffs that end that series. Kobe averaged 43.7 minutes per game, scoring 26.2 points with 5.4 rebounds, 4.8 assists, and 1.0 steals. Shaquille O'Neal played an average of 39.1 minutes, contributing 21.4 points, 12.2 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and 3.0 blocks. Tim Duncan of the Spurs averaged 44.7 minutes, scoring 29.0 points with 17.2 rebounds, 4.6 assists, 1.0 steals, and 3.2 blocks. Tony Parker averaged 38.7 minutes, scoring 13.8 points with 2.2 rebounds, 5.4 assists, and 1.2 steals. It can be said that Duncan outperformed O'Neal in that series. Yet the Spurs were decisively defeated 1-4 by the Lakers, primarily due to Kobe's explosive performance. Now, the entire Spurs team was poised, exuding an air of vengeance. This Lakers team was no longer the same as before. O'Neal had departed for the Rockets, leaving only Kobe Bryant, who would undoubtedly find himself outnumbered. In competitive sports, one must seize the opportunity to strike when the opponent is vulnerable. Despite playing away, the Spurs were determined to deliver a resounding statement to the reigning champions in this inaugural game of a new NBA season. The Spurs starting lineup was as follows: center, David Robinson; power forward, Tim Duncan; small forward, Bruce Bowen; shooting guard, Stephen Jackson, the one involved in the Malice at the Palace incident; point guard, Tony Parker. And on the Lakers side, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed fans, esteemed spectators, in the new season, the Los Angeles Lakers have assembled a fresh lineup, and the starting roster for their inaugural game has been grandly unveiled. Center, Yao Ming; power forward, Carlos Boozer; small forward, Ron Artest; shooting guard, Kobe Bryant; point guard, Chauncey Billups. The stage is set for an intense showdown. This match is of utmost importance to Link, who is determined to secure victory. Firstly, the debut of the new Lakers demands a flawless beginning. Link is not inclined to follow the old trope of initial struggles followed by eventual triumph. Secondly, according to the script of the past, the San Antonio Spurs were supposed to be the champions of the 2002 to 2003 season. If the Lakers aspire to claim the title, they must assert their prowess in this game. Lastly, and most crucially, during the offseason, the Spurs general manager had the audacity to approach Link with a distasteful proposition, claiming he would trade David Robinson for Shaquille O'Neal. Link must retaliate with equal vigor. This is not to belittle Robinson. Even in his sophomore year, he was deemed by the sports media as one of the few who could rival Jordan in commercial appeal. His prowess transcended the court, encompassing his image off it. Standing at 216 centimeters with a 33-inch waist, he possessed a perfect physique, exuding an elegant charm, unlike the traditional bulky centers. Off the court, he achieved an SAT score of 1320, held dual degrees, and was an exemplary scholar. Proficient in both piano and saxophone, embodying the essence of a cultured individual. On the court, he was a scoring champion, shot-blocking leader, defensive player of the year, and rebounding king, all accolades he amassed by his fifth year. Alarmingly, Robinson was not labeled merely as an offensive juggernaut, but was compared to the legendary Bill Russell. However, regardless of his past glory, Robinson is now in the twilight of his career. This season marks his farewell tour. The Spurs general manager's offer was nothing short of a blatant provocation toward Link and the Lakers. Although Link is resolute in his pursuit of victory, the Lakers are poised and ready. Yet will the Spurs, under the guidance of Coach Popovich, grant such an opportunity? As the game commenced, the tip-off was contested between Yao Ming and Tim Duncan. Duncan, with an impassive demeanor, shook hands with Yao and positioned himself silently, raising his right hand in preparation for the jump ball. Yao, initially contemplating a few pleasantries, was compelled to forego that notion upon witnessing Duncan's stoic stance. Toot! With the referee's whistle, the ball was tossed high into the air. Yao and Duncan leapt simultaneously. However, Yao was unable to secure the ball. Duncan deftly redirected it to Tony Parker, initiating the Spurs' first offensive play. "Nice jump, Tim. Teach the rookie a lesson," Parker taunted after receiving the ball. Duncan maintained his tranquil expression, uttering nothing as he sprinted toward the front court. Link, observing from the sidelines, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Parker's provocation insinuated that it was time to ramp up the intensity for Eva. Should he consider having Eva don Parker's jersey? When discussing Duncan, many immediately conjure the image of the big fundamental, a player renowned for his solid fundamentals. American fans aptly nicknamed him the Big Fundamental, which resonates with the essence of a stone Buddha. His playing style mirrored that of a sweeping monk, often relegated to the background in highlight reels featuring players like Kobe, LeBron, Howard, Griffin, and Ibaka, all having soared over him for dunks. Yet, Duncan's ascent to the title of the greatest power forward in history hinged not only on his basketball IQ and technical prowess, but also on his physical attributes during his collegiate years. He earned the moniker the Flying Devil due to his exceptional performances on the court with the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Duncan's style back then was akin to soaring through the air, performing miraculous blocks and rebounds with ease. However, a devastating knee injury in the 2000 regular season drastically altered his playing style, transforming him from the Flying Devil to the Big Fundamental. For ordinary players, such an injury might spell the end of their careers, but Duncan defied the odds and successfully transitioned his game. Despite suffering a torn meniscus early in his professional journey, he went on to capture 5 championships, 2 MVP awards, and 3 Finals MVPs in Link's previous life. His accolades included 15 selections to the All-NBA team, 15 selections to the All-Defensive team, and 15 All-Star appearances, an astonishing 315. Even Spurs team physician David Schmidt expressed disbelief at Duncan's 19-year career. However, Link is now the owner of the Lakers, and the prospect of Duncan's 315 accolades may be in jeopardy. Back on the court, Parker, having just issued a taunt, was now in possession of the ball, assessing the positioning as he advanced. After Duncan established his position with Robinson's off-ball screen, the Twin Towers executed a seamless inside play, with Duncan suddenly darting to the right side of the paint at a 45-degree angle. Duncan, with his back to the basket, skillfully anchored himself against Boozer's defense. Parker, in sync, delivered the ball to Duncan just as he secured his position. This was a classic Spurs offensive maneuver, with practiced ease. Duncan began to isolate Boozer, observing the Lakers' defensive setup. Noticing the absence of a double team, Duncan skillfully dribbled, asserting his strength against Boozer, and prepared for a shot. However, as Boozer recognized Duncan's shooting motion and lunged a contest, Duncan feigned a shot, leaving Boozer off balance. With his right foot planted and his left foot poised, Duncan evaded Boozer's reach and executed an elegant up-and-under layup. What a splendid play, Duncan! Parker had already begun to celebrate prematurely. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged, cleanly swatting the basketball away. Yao Ming, timely in his weak side help defense, delivered a perfect rejection. Duncan was taken aback, not expecting such agility and keen defensive awareness from the Chinese giant. Yao notched his first career statistic in the NBA. 1 block. Nice block, Big Yao. It seems someone's lesson turned into an educational moment for him. Link shouted from the sidelines towards Parker. Tonight, he would ensure Eva received her own lesson. Meanwhile, Billups leaped to regain possession of the ball. Kobe had already sprinted down the court, and Billups, understanding the cue, executed a quarterback-length pass. Boom! Kobe soared and delivered a thunderous dunk. 2-0. The Lakers secured the first points of the season opener. The arena's DJ ignited the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise and cheer for the Lakers. Let's go, Lakers! The fans at Staples Center erupted in jubilant applause. In the first offensive exchange between the Lakers and Spurs, the Lakers showcased spectacular blocks, fast breaks, and dunks. The entertainment value soared, and showtime was revived, although the entire Staples Center was ablaze with fervor. The Spurs remained steadfast and continued their offensive onslaught. In the next play, Duncan sought prime position in the paint, ready to receive the ball. Parker, poised to deliver the pass, noticed Billups momentarily hesitate, preparing to retreat defensively. Unexpectedly, Parker executed a fake pass and drove toward the basket, catching Billups off guard. The French speedster barreled through the defense. Artest, witnessing this, rushed in to provide help, striving to thwart Parker's advance in a display of agility. Parker abruptly halted, pulling the ball back to decelerate. Artest nearly lost his balance, but managed to maintain his defensive stance. Instead of attempting a layup, Parker adeptly manipulated Artest's defensive rhythm, swiftly changing direction to continue his drive. Despite Artest's faltering steps, he quickly regained his footing and kept pace with Parker. Not one to linger, Parker executed a clever behind-the-back pass to Jackson, who cut in from the weak side. Jackson, upon receiving the ball, prepared for a layup, yet Kobe, who had shadowed Jackson closely, executed a precise and decisive steal. The Lakers successfully defended the next possession. After regaining possession, Kobe swiftly advanced the ball, but the Spurs' defense quickly retreated. The tenacious Bowen and Parker swiftly retreated to fortify their defense. Meanwhile, Billups rapidly joined the fray, resulting in a momentary 2-on-2 standoff in the frontcourt, with the Lakers failing to gain the upper hand. Parker, intent on thwarting the Lakers' layup attempts, pressured them to reset their offense. Bowen vociferously orchestrated the defensive maneuvers. One cannot overlook Bowen's somewhat unscrupulous tactics. Nonetheless, his defensive acumen and instincts are commendable. However, Kobe's subsequent decision was entirely beyond Bowen's expectations. As Kobe advanced to the three-point line, he chose not to drive further or distribute the ball, but rather, he unexpectedly decelerated and slightly crouched, a hallmark of his shooting preparation. Could it be a fast break executed in such a manner? Realizing Kobe's intent, Bowen rushed forward in an attempt to contest the shot. Yet, Kobe's actions were swifter. He soared into the air, his right hand elevated with the basketball, his wrist flicking gently, sending the ball on a graceful arc toward the hoop. Swish! The ball found its mark. Kobe's trailing three-pointer had succeeded. This was a tactic previously endorsed by Link during team practices, allowing certain Lakers players to opt for a three-point shot during fast breaks when a clear advantage was not evident. Kobe, of course, fell within that parameter. The execution of a trailing three-pointer may appear straightforward and fluid, yet it demands exceptional shooting rhythm, body control, and speed of release. Players must first come to a sudden halt during their high-speed sprint, simultaneously gathering the ball to complete their shooting preparation. With remarkable core strength, they must manage their body's forward lean or lateral sways before executing the shot, all while maintaining a high shooting percentage. As the NBA evolved, players like Curry, Irving and Durant have adopted this technique extensively. 10 years prior, Link had already introduced this concept into the NBA arena. The Staples Center erupted in a wave of jubilant cheers once more. On the sidelines, Popovich furrowed his brow and promptly called for a timeout. Just 40 seconds into the game, his sagacity compelled him to make such a decision. The Lakers must not be allowed to gain momentum. He aimed to disrupt their rhythm, even at this early stage. Popovich refrained from devising any tactics or vociferously reprimanding his players for their shortcomings. With a stern countenance, he observed the Spurs players, stating, "This timeout is to allow you to regain your composure. The Lakers before us are a novel team, though we may not know them well, but that is inconsequential. Be cautious of their defense, protect the ball, and pass frequently to Duncan. Just remember that." Conversely, Link maintained an upbeat demeanor, eschewing any tactical adjustments that we just successfully defended against 2 plays. It was commendable. Let us continue to stay steady and execute our plan. Popovich, the cunning strategist, sought to stifle their momentum. Let us showcase the fruits of our previous training, unleash our passion, and demonstrate our strength, delivering a resounding defeat to the Spurs. Passion. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. In the ensuing offensive plays, the Spurs deliberately slowed their tempo, attempting to center their strategy around Duncan. Meanwhile, the Lakers initially did not prioritize Yao Ming, but focused on a fluid exchange of the ball. Persistently searching for opportunities, with 4 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers executed a series of passes, culminating in Yao Ming receiving the ball at the free throw line. Yao promptly turned to face the basket, with Robinson closing in defensively, albeit slightly off balance, who dared to leave Yao Ming open near the free throw line. Yao effortlessly elevated for a jump shot, showcasing a traditional center's scoring method. Marking his inaugural points in the NBA, the Lakers' DJ immediately ignited the atmosphere. The miraculous center from China, Yao. He had secured his first points in the NBA. Across China, the cafeterias in numerous schools erupted in thunderous applause. Yao Ming has scored. It was high time for Yao Ming to get the ball. He had been running alongside for several possessions. The Chinese student fans yearned for every shot to be taken by Yao Ming and every rebound to be claimed by him. Initially, fans were enamored with star players, but now, the majority of students were devoted Yao Ming enthusiasts. Robinson shook his head in frustration. Was this towering giant truly so accurate with his jump shot? As the game progressed, both teams showcased their respective strategies, intensifying the competitive atmosphere. Although the Spurs executed their plays with precision, the backcourt trio of Parker, Jackson, and Bowen gradually found themselves under pressure, burdened by Bowen's limitations. The Spurs' backcourt struggled to generate offensive firepower. The new season's Lakers defensive line posed a nightmarish challenge. The Spurs had no choice but to rely on Duncan for scoring, by the end of the first quarter. The Lakers led by 5 points, 28-23 in the second quarter. The Spurs introduced Jin Billy, and Link, in a show of camaraderie, brought in fellow Argentine Scola. The two Argentinians greeted each other warmly on the NBA stage. "Hi, bro, it has been a while since the World Championship. How have you been with the Lakers?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing the words World Championship, Scola reacted as if shocked, sprinting away with a dramatic flair, exclaiming in Spanish, "Don't mention the World Championship. What is that? Is it delicious? I have never played in the World Championship. It has nothing to do with me." Scola's previous boast to Kobe about the Argentine team's achievements resulted in a training match where he was thoroughly humbled by the devilish footwork, leaving him with a form of PTSD. Now, upon hearing keywords like Argentina or World Championship, he involuntarily triggered his flight response. Jin Billy was left bewildered, watching his compatriot flee in confusion. Both the Lakers and Spurs made strategic substitutions as the game continued. In the second quarter, the Spurs continued to initiate their offense through Duncan. However, the Lakers noticeably altered their tempo. First, Kobe, while penetrating, attracted the defense and swiftly passed to Yao, who, without hesitation, faked a shot to draw the defenders before delivering the ball to Battier. Lurking at the baseline, Battier seized the open opportunity and unleashed a three-pointer that swished through the net. In the following possession, the Spurs relied on Duncan's strong drive to secure 2 points in the paint. As the game transitioned back to the Lakers' offense, Yao and Scola executed a seamless off-ball screen, while Kobe circled around the baseline, exploiting the defensive gap. Both Yao and Scola demonstrated high basketball IQ. Providing quality screens, build-ups with keen awareness, delivered the pass precisely, synchronizing with Kobe's movement. Kobe seized the Spurs' defensive lapse and unleashed a punishing three-pointer. My three-point arrow is forged from the flames of hell. The Lakers connected on another three-pointer. Throughout the second quarter, the Lakers employed a dynamic interplay of interior and exterior passing, off-ball screens, and even straightforward pick-and-rolls leading directly to pull-up three-pointers, all aimed at creating shooting opportunities for beyond the arc. The team attempted a total of 16 three-pointers, successfully sinking 8 of them. Even Yao attempted a three-pointer, though it did not find its mark, leaving Robinson feeling uneasy. What was this Chinese center capable of? Why did he exude such confidence in his shot? Even without a successful three-point attempt, Yao, Scola, and even Arteist actively pursued offensive rebounds, applying immense pressure on the Spurs' interior defense, while Duncan and Robinson's Twin Towers provided solid protection. They could not withstand the Lakers' youthful exuberance, as they relentlessly pursued rebounds. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the Lakers had established a significant lead, 60-45, over the Spurs. Link was thoroughly pleased with the Lakers' performance. The team's proficiency in three-point shooting was not mere rhetoric. Previous training had honed their skills remarkably well, with the entire squad consciously improving their shooting quality, accuracy, and release speed, which was vividly showcased in this competitive setting. Regardless of each player's individual three-point shooting ability or the tactical maneuvers to create shooting space, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to Link's vision. Furthermore, on the defensive end, a player of Duncan's caliber can indeed only limit, not completely neutralize the offense. However, the Spurs' backcourt, consisting of Parker and Jackson, has been effectively stifled by the Lakers' defense. Kobe, Billups, Barnes, and Bell have been subjected to a suffocating defensive pressure, even when they attempt to exploit screens to find openings. Unless they resort to long-range shots, any penetration is met with the Lakers' wing defenders that eye in the paint. Yao Ming and Kato serve as the final bastion. Meanwhile, during halftime, Popovich has already lost the calm and composed demeanor he exhibited in the first quarter, furiously slamming his clipboard. How could the Lakers suddenly transform, choosing the three-point shot as their primary offensive strategy? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? The three-point shot is notoriously an inefficient means of scoring. And you, when faced with off-ball screens, just squeeze through, press forward. Do not grant the Lakers any opportunities for easy baskets. I refuse to believe that the Lakers' shooting touch can remain consistent. Defend diligently, secure the long rebounds. And once the Lakers miss, push for a fast break. I reiterate, do not allow the Lakers any chances to shoot three-pointers. Do not let them take shots with ease. Whatever it takes, make it happen. As the second half commences, Link deploys a lineup of Yao Ming, Wang Zhi, Harrington, Kobe, and Billups. Although they lead by 15 points, there remains half the game to play. Seizing the Spurs' transition to their second unit, Link seeks to experiment with new tactics as anticipated by Link. The Spurs' defense aggressively expands at the start of the third quarter, adhering to man-to-man coverage, effectively pushing their defense beyond the three-point line. Even Duncan and Robinson have vacated the vicinity of the paint that it feels akin to a turn-based game, with each side probing for weaknesses. Link smiles as he converses with Blatt and Stevens. Basketball is indeed a delicate interplay between player prowess and the coach's strategy. Times, the coach's tactical schemes are paramount. Other times, the players' creative imaginations take precedence. Yet, in the duel between coaches, it is a matter of countering each other's moves. Blatt articulates his thoughts directly. His extensive experience coaching in Europe has accustomed him to tactical execution and counter strategies. You're absolutely right, Blatt, Link responds. However, I believe there is another critical role for a coach, to understand each player intimately. To unify the entire team. The synthesis of tactical schemes and the players' abilities and passions can create a multiplicative effect, just like what we aim to accomplish in the upcoming match. The Spurs' defensive adjustments cannot be said to have borne fruit. Rather, they have succumbed to the Lakers' trap. The Lakers have suddenly altered their offensive tempo and approach, shifting away from a reliance on three-point shooting. Thanks to the exaggerated three-point barrage in the second quarter, the Lakers are now boldly fielding a lineup conducive to three-point shooting. The Spurs tremble under the deluge of three-pointers, and under Popovich's direction, they revert to man-to-man defense that not allow the Lakers to shoot threes any longer. If we can restrict them a few more times, their shooting touch will naturally cool down. On the other hand, the Lakers swiftly modify their offensive strategy, abandoning the tactical runs to create shooting space. Instead, initiating the attack through Kobe and Yao Ming. Kobe, observing the Spurs' deployment of a 1v1 defense, feels an inner glee despite maintaining a stoic expression. This truly a stroke of fortune. A 1v1 defense. Can that even be considered defense? Even if the Spurs have assigned their most skilled defender, the notoriously physical Bowen, Kobe immediately commences his offensive display. On the first possession of the third quarter, Billups confidently handles the ball, using Wang Jiji's screen to exploit the Spurs' defensive switches, driving straight to the basket. Wang Jiji, after setting the screen, gracefully rolls out, drawing the Spurs' defense and creating space in the paint. As Billups initiates his drive, on the weak side, Kobe swiftly feints with a shoulder shimmy, evading Bowen's clinging, foul-prone defense and cutting towards the basket. Billups, having keenly assessed the unfolding situation, delivers a bounce pass right into Kobe's hands. Kobe ascends, and in the face of Duncan's impending help defense, his body performs an astonishing contortion in mid-air. First, it appears as if his entire form is compressed like a spring, evading Duncan's reach. Then, as he glides through the air, his body extends beautifully. Kobe elevates the ball at an almost impossible angle, eluding Duncan's block. Following this, with his signature soft touch, he executes a reverse layup, delicately placing the ball through the hoop. A remarkably stylish layup, complemented by a graceful extension. What a fantastic play, Kobe! Link and Stevens on the sideline are constantly applauding. In basketball, the outcome ultimately hinges on the victory or defeat. Yet, during the game, fans also appreciate the aesthetic of the movements. This is why perimeter players generally enjoy greater popularity than their post counterparts. In the next possession, the Spurs finally execute a rare display of ball movement. Duncan, serving as the pivot, backs down Wang Jiji and looks to pass to the cutting Parker. Parker successfully scores a floater, marking his first field goal of the game. With no other options, Parker has been severely stifled by the Lakers' backcourt. Billups, Kobe, and the ever-vigilant Lakers wing players are merciless. Whoever drives faces consequences. Whoever shoots encounters difficulty. Run of 5. Link shouts from the sidelines as the Lakers prepare to inbound the ball and organize their offense. This is the Lakers' communication code. And Kobe and Billups are in sync. Link is calling for the Lakers to implement the triangle offense left behind by Jackson. In this offensive sequence, the Lakers players set themselves up near the sideline. Kobe, Billups, and Yao Ming position themselves at a distance to form a triangle, making it impossible for the Spurs to double-team one player on the wing, another on the baseline, surrounding Yao Ming as the post-up threat. They establish a triangular formation. Meanwhile, Harrington and Wang Jiji position themselves on the weak side to provide support. This tactic lacks rigid rules. Its core principle is to create space, facilitating ball movement from strong to weak sides, thus avoiding congestion and double teams from the opponents. Utilizing Yao Ming's positioning and physical presence, combined with his basketball IQ, he serves as the primary initiator of this triangle offense that, in essence, the triangle offense is not solely designed to maximize the talents of Jordan and Kobe. Their skills have, in many respects, transcended the confines of any system. The triangle offense aims to resolve the deadlock of Jordan and Kobe monopolizing the ball while others stand by. Basketball, after all, is a team sport involving 5 players. While entrusting the ball to the best players is a sound strategy, one must avoid falling into the vicious cycle of isolation play. Even though Jackson has departed, effective strategies must continue to be employed. With the triangle offense's positions established, Yao Ming secures a spot in the paint to draw defensive attention, passing the ball to Kobe. Simultaneously, Yao Ming immediately initiates a cut to the free throw line, opening up space in the paint. In the face of Bowen's incessant hand-checking, Kobe, after a moment of hesitation in his triple threat position, seizes an opening, breaking through and swiftly escaping Bowen's half-defensive position, racing along the baseline towards the basket. Bowen relentlessly pursues from the side, attempting to disrupt Kobe's shot. As Kobe drives, he executes a sudden stop, pivoting elegantly on his left foot, performing a magnificent spin. With inertia on his side, Bowen cannot react in time. and Kobe instantaneously creates over a meter of separation. Following this, he gathers the ball, slightly bending his knees, and with explosive power, he leaps, flawlessly releasing a fadeaway jumper. The basketball swishes through the net. Indeed, a picture-perfect fadeaway. Bowen can only watch in frustrated admiration as he gazes at the ball, and Kobe in disbelief. How can one defend against that? It's impossible to keep up, and he couldn't even attempt to contest the shot in time. In his heart, Bowen silently cursed. The current style of play exhibited by Kobe was characterized by an exhilarating blend of fluidity and unpredictability, with every feint and pivot executed with remarkable grace. It rendered defenders utterly incapable of accurately anticipating his next move. In the subsequent offensive sequence, following a successful defensive stand against the Spurs, the Lakers continued to establish their triangular offensive positioning. Confronted with Bowen's defense, Kobe, after demonstrating all three threats, pressed forward once more, relentlessly attacking the basket. Bowen's anxiety intensified, compelling him to stay tightly glued to Kobe. He certainly did not wish to be outmaneuvered in the same spot by the same technique twice. Otherwise, how could he maintain his reputation as a tenacious defender? Kobe's offensive maneuver was strikingly reminiscent of his previous effort. With a sudden stop and a retreat, he pivoted elegantly on his left foot. This time, Bowen demonstrated a bit more cleverness, keenly observing Kobe's movements and managing not to be flung a meter away. As Kobe executed his turn, Bowen covertly resorted to underhanded tactics, tugging at Kobe's jersey with his left hand to remain within defensive range. However, this time, after pivoting and leaping, Kobe opted not to take a shot in midair. He quickly surveyed the positioning and movements of his teammates. Rather than shooting, he executed a swift pass to Yao Ming, who had cut into the paint from the free throw line. Yao, facing Robinson's outstretched hands, summoned his inner strength, took 3 giant steps, and soared skyward, delivering a thunderous dunk. Robinson, ever diligent, attempted to thwart Yao's advance in the clash of two titans. Yao managed to knock Robinson to the ground. Swish! The referee's whistle echoed simultaneously with the ball's entry into the hoop. The official, hands on hips, signaled a blocking foul against the Spurs. He then raised 2 fingers, gesturing towards the ground. The Lakers' basket counted, and they were awarded a chance for a 3-point play. Yao Ming completed a powerful dunk, achieving a 2+1 over Robinson, the eldest of the 4 great centers. In a moment that felt like a rite of passage, the 4 great centers. Excuse me, but Yao shall also make my presence known. And one, what a play, Yao! Billups rushed over, passionately shouting at Yao. Inside the Staples Center, the roar of 18,997 fans surged to the heavens, nearly lifting the roof off. Meanwhile, in countless school cafeterias across China, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of students erupted in thunderous applause. The sound of metal trays clanging on tables rang out. Yao Ming. Incredible. Truly remarkable. What man, Yao. That dunk was magnificent. Kobe's assist was perfectly executed. At that moment, Yao raised his arms in a triumphant roar, wildly celebrating with the Lakers fans. His exhilaration stemmed not from Lin's earlier insistence on celebrating post-dunk to showcase dominance and uplift the team, but from a visceral outcry from within. NBA, I have arrived. Kobe and Harrington also rushed over, exuberantly slapping chests. On the Spurs side, players helped Robinson up, constantly encouraging him, uttering phrases like "it's okay," "no worries," or "good defense." Unfortunate call. Yet, it was painfully evident that the entire Spurs team had sunk into a state of despondency, as if they had plummeted to the depths of the Mariana Trench. Basketball possesses an extraordinary magic. The game unfolds in wondrous ways. Statistically, Yao's 2+1 carries the same weight as a 3-pointer. After all, it's still 3 points, not subject to North Korean basketball rules where dunks are merely 2 points. However, Yao's 2+1 had ignited the momentum completely. It was as if they had reached the summit, scaling the heights of the Himalayas. The Lakers now appeared invincible, unstoppable. Blatt Stevens, do you see this? This is precisely what I desired. This is it. Employing sound tactics to allow each player to showcase their capabilities and passion. Lin, on the sidelines, celebrated with clenched fists. Throughout the game, he had not once taken a seat. It was simply too exhilarating. too spectacular. This was the basketball Lin had always dreamed of in his previous life, the team he had longed for, the illustrious path of Yao Ming's career. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, the Lakers surged with unyielding energy, while the Spurs languished in gloom. Yet no one noticed the fleeting shadow of wrath and intensity in Bruce Bowen's eyes. Yao's free throw was flawlessly executed. Such shots were child's play for him. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, the score had escalated to 81-52, a gap of nearly 30 points. It is crucial to note that this was still 2002, an era when the NBA operated at a deliberate pace. During the 2002 to 2003 NBA season, the league's average score was 92.4 points. Such a disparity effectively signaled that the game had entered garbage time. What had been billed as a prelude to the Western Conference Finals, a reckoning of old grievances, a championship preview, had unexpectedly transformed into a showcase for the new Lakers, evolving into a one-sided massacre of the Spurs. Nevertheless, Spurs head coach Popovich did not call a timeout, nor did he substitute in bench players, opting to concede defeat. Instead, he shouted fervently from the sidelines, urging his players to rally. Robinson seized the basketball and swiftly inbounded from the baseline. Did the Spurs still harbor hope of catching up? Lin found their thought process perplexing. Why persist in exhausting the starters? When had Popovich become Thibodeau, Tom Thibodeau was renowned for his defensive-first, strict discipline approach. Notably, he had pioneered the six-man rotation strategy during the NBA regular season, relying solely on 6 players to complete all 48 minutes of a game. Each player bore the burden of logging an average of 40 minutes. Another notable moment was when he overworked Derrick Rose, leading to Rose's unfortunate ACL tear during the 2012 playoffs against the Philadelphia 76ers. At the time, the Bulls were leading 103-91, and Rose sustained the injury with less than 2 minutes remaining. The 76ers had already substituted in their bench, yet Thibodeau, exhibiting unreasonable caution, failed to remove Rose. This injury had monumental repercussions on Rose's career, sidelining him for the entire 2012 to 2013 season, and he never returned to his former glory. The Rose of Chicago would never bloom again. Lin was just about to signal the referee for a dead ball timeout to substitute in the Lakers bench players when Blatt interjected, according to the norms of formal competition. It would be inappropriate for us to request a substitution now. The traditional protocol dictates that the trailing team does not substitute, nor does the leading team. Additionally, since a dead ball situation has not yet occurred, we cannot execute a substitution. Given Blatt's extensive coaching experience, he offered this reminder. Let's wait until the third quarter concludes and observe the Spurs strategy. We can make substitutions in the fourth quarter. That makes sense, Lin pondered, concluding there was no major issue. The prior rotations had been standard arrangements, and the 5 players on the court were not fatigued. The momentum was high. There was no need for a premature substitution. In the next defensive play for the Spurs, Jackson attempted a mid-range jumper but missed badly. The entire Spurs team had descended into a state of utter lethargy, their offense lacking structure. They were essentially attempting to funnel the ball to Duncan. If that failed, whoever had the opportunity was free to shoot. The rebound was effortlessly secured by the Lakers' Big G, who calmly initiated the offense. The basketball was passed around until it found its way back to Kobe. The nearby area had been cleared, once again setting the stage for a one-on-one showdown between Kobe and Bowen. The Spurs had not altered their defensive strategy, possibly due to a lack of energy, time, or willingness to change. They merely wished to bring this nightmarish game to an end. The other Spurs players exuded negativity through every movement. Even Bowen seemed unable to muster the energy to defend. Taking a step back and providing ample space for Kobe to shoot, Kobe swiftly seized the opportunity. You dare to give me that space? I am not without my own range. I shall punish you with a jumper. Kobe executed a swift jump shot, a signature move, gracefully soaring into the air before releasing the ball. Meanwhile, Bowen appeared to be jolted from stupor, hastily rushing to interfere, attempting to thwart Kobe's shot. Only now do you choose to defend. What good does that do? With a confident demeanor, Kobe completed a shot. This ball is destined to go in. Not even Jesus could stop it. However, to everyone's astonishment, Bowen, unexpectedly, took small backward steps, continuing to surge forward even after Kobe had already released the ball. Bowen paid no mind to the ball that had been shot. All his focus was fixated on Kobe. He took 2 steps forward, extending his foot at an angle, perfectly positioned where Kobe's left foot was about to land. He left no room for Kobe to evade or find his footing. The basketball followed its precise trajectory, swishing through the net, and the Lakers had surged ahead by over 30 points. The crowd erupted with cheers. The Lakers were decimating the championship-favored Spurs by 30 points. Even last season, such a thought would have been unthinkable. Yet as the ball rippled through the net, Kobe had just leaped and landed, his left foot firmly stepping on Bowen's foot. Kobe immediately collapsed in pain, clutching his left ankle, sitting helplessly on the court. "Damn you, Bowen." On the sidelines, Lin Koo, unable to discern what had transpired, instinctively began to curse that it was Bowen's reckless advance that caused Kobe to agonizingly clutch his foot and fall, instantly making Lin Koo aware of the dire situation. Wherever Bowen appeared, chaos was sure to follow. Kobe's character dictated that he would never feign an injury to solicit a whistle from the referees. The sight of Kobe, now writhing in genuine pain on the ground, could only imply that he was injured, and the situation was likely grave. As soon as Lin Koo's words fell, a towering figure from the bench charged onto the court. Artest, brimming with fury, sprinted over to Kobe's side, moving faster than any of the other Lakers teammates. "Kobe, are you okay? How do you feel?" Artest anxiously supported Kobe, inquiring about his condition. Kobe, biting his lip, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, shook his head in response, "Why left ankle hurts." Upon hearing Kobe's words, Artest's anger surged. He looked up to see the insufferable Bowen, feigning innocence, standing nearby with his hands raised. Bowen even wore a mocking smile, insincerely uttering, "It should be fine, right, Kobe? You jumped too high. Playing like that is dangerous." Infuriated by Bowen's repugnant words, Artest wasted no time, charging at Bowen and throwing a powerful punch at his obnoxious face. Bang! Bowen, taken by surprise, never anticipated Artest would strike, and was caught off guard, collapsing to the ground from the blow to his nose. Artest, relentless, continued to rain down punches on Bowen, like a tempest battering him mercilessly. Players from both the Lakers and Spurs quickly surrounded the scene, some restraining Artest, while others protected Kobe. Harrington, who had been Artest's teammate last season, seized the opportunity to stomp on Bowen's foot amidst the chaos. "Peep, peep!" The referees, witnessing the sudden escalation, frantically blew their whistles, attempting to regain control before it devolved into an all-out brawl. Lin Koo rushed over, shouting, Team doctor, hurry up and check on Kobe. Bring a few more people to take Bowen down. Beat him to a pulp." "Where's E? Your military boxing skills?" Blatt and Stevens exerted all their effort, straining to hold Lin Koo back. If Lin Koo were to throw a punch, it would surely become an unprecedented incident in NBA history, coaches brawling with opposing players. Though Bowen was undeniably deserving of a lesson, the Lakers team doctor swiftly entered the court to conduct a preliminary examination of Kobe's ankle. Kobe's face was etched with pain, yet he struggled to maintain composure, determined not to let the agony affect his expression. After examining him, the team doctor signaled for a stretcher to carry Kobe off the court for further evaluation and treatment. The referees worked diligently to maintain order, preventing the conflict from escalating further. Artest was tightly held back by several teammates, his body still trembling with rage. Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian clenched their fists, standing defiantly in front of the Spurs players. "Is this how low you stoop? Unable to win on the court, you resort to dirty tricks." Yao Ming shouted angrily at the Spurs. "This is just the first game, and you can't handle the pressure? Losing both the game and your dignity. What have you been learning in your political education classes?" Yi Jianlian, with a grim face, glared intensely at the opposing team. Should anyone dare to make a move against Yao Ming, it would be the first to retaliate. The Spurs, however, remained silent, merely standing in a tense standoff. Lin managed to rein in his emotions and promptly arranged for a stretcher to rush Kobe to the best hospital in Los Angeles for further examination. After a delay, the Lakers medical staff finally feigned a cursory glance at Bowen before opting not to take action themselves, allowing the Spurs personnel to escort Bowen back to the locker room. Following a brief discussion, the referees approached the scorers table to announce their rulings in accordance with the game rules and the situation at hand. The officiating crew declared the following decisions. Lakers Artest was ejected for attacking an opposing player. Receiving a technical foul, Spurs Bowen was penalized for improper conduct during defense, resulting in a flagrant foul. Furthermore, due to the on-court altercation, both teams received a warning, reminding all players to uphold sportsmanship and adhere to game regulations. As the referee's words echoed, a chorus of boos erupted throughout the Staples Center. Fuck the Spurs! Fuck Bowen! After Kobe's departure due to injury, the Spurs even replaced Bowen with Ginobili, maintaining their starting lineup, ready to pursue the score in the fourth quarter. There was no semblance of compassion or respect for the Lakers. In the fourth quarter, with Kobe absent and the psychological impact weighing heavily, the Lakers' offense struggled to find its rhythm. However, due to their substantial lead, they ultimately triumphed in this season opener, defeating the Spurs 96-80. Prior to his injury, Kobe had played 25 minutes, efficiently scoring 27 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, and dishing out 5 assists, with a shooting percentage of 55. Yao Ming played for 38 minutes, hitting 8 of 14 shots for 20 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, along with 1 steal and 3 blocks. Compared to Lin Ku's previous life, Yao Ming's debut was undeniably successful. Back then, with the Houston Rockets facing the Indiana Pacers, Yao Ming, as a substitute for Cato, played just 11 minutes, went 0 for 1, scored no points, and recorded 2 rebounds, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls as the first overall pick. It had been a somewhat awkward debut. This time, however, in his debut against the formidable Spurs, he achieved impressive 20 and 10 statistics. Yet, due to Kobe's injury, the Lakers, including Yao Ming and Lin Ku, felt little joy. He scored 5 points and grabbed 3 rebounds out on the Spurs side. Tim Duncan played for 42 minutes, scoring 27 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, with a shooting percentage of 41 and free throw percentage of 67, along with 4 steals and 6 turnovers. Tony Parker played for 30 minutes, contributing 10 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, with a shooting percentage of only 11, a perfect free throw percentage of 100, but also committing 4 turnovers. At the post-game press conference, Popovich did not arrange for any other Spurs players to attend, instead facing the media alone that today's Lakers are a superior team. They showcased their true potential that, of course, we are saddened by Kobe Bryant's unfortunate injury during the game. We hope he is not severely hurt and can return swiftly. None of us wish to see such occurrences, including Bruce Bowen. He did not act with malice. It was merely an awkward, unintentional movement that inadvertently led to Kobe's injury. It is truly regrettable. However, beyond this regret, I must express my disapproval of Artest's actions toward the Lakers. After completing the customary condolences toward the Lakers, Popovich swiftly shifted his tone. Link sat coldly on the sidelines, observing Popovich with a steely gaze. The NBA has always been resolutely opposed to acts of violence. Today, I noticed that Artest stormed onto the court from the bench, throwing a flurry of punches at our Spurs Bowen, resulting in a fractured nasal bone and a mild concussion for Bowen. Such brazen and malicious conduct, occurring in broad daylight, was clearly aimed at the individual player. I hope the league will promptly initiate an investigation and provide a reasonable resolution. Popovich also noticed Link seated on the sidelines. Their eyes met, and there was not a hint of tumult in Popovich's gaze. Meanwhile, Link's eyes were ablaze with a murderous fire. The despicable Bruce Bowen, a notorious figure in NBA defense, has certainly amassed an appalling record. Kobe Bryant, Steve Francis, Ray Allen, Vince Carter, Allen Iverson, Richard Hamilton, Steve Nash, Amare Stoudemire, Jamal Crawford, and Wally Szczerbiak. The Victims Coalition could easily form 2 complete all-star lineups. Bowen had previously tripped Carter on 3 occasions, inciting Carter's fury to the extent that he pursued Bowen on the court, intent on exacting vengeance. It is worth noting that Carter is known for his amiable and agreeable nature. Particularly infuriating was Popovich's remark that Bowen was merely somewhat clumsy, which sent Link into a fit of rage. The wheel of karma is ever turning. Years later, this boomerang will strike the Spurs directly in the face. In the first game of the 2017 Western Conference Finals, the Spurs faced the soaring Warriors, having established a significant lead. However, a controversial defensive play by Zaza Pachulia on Kawhi Leonard saw Pachulia place his foot in Leonard's landing zone, resulting in Leonard's injury and his subsequent absence for the remainder of the series. Ultimately, the Warriors, who were trailing when Leonard was on the court, made a remarkable comeback, defeating the depleted Spurs 4-1. The ramifications extended beyond this singular match. Leonard's injury not only impacted the Spurs' performance that season, but also had far-reaching consequences for his career, due to subsequent injuries and the timing of his return. A rift developed between Leonard and the Spurs, ultimately leading to his trade to the Toronto Raptors. After Popovich concluded his statement, he did not entertain any questions from the press, merely waved to Link before departing the press conference. Mr. Link, as the head coach and owner of the Lakers, what are your thoughts on Coach Popovich's remarks? Additionally, how do you perceive today's match, including the players' conduct? Mr. Link, I observed that the incident unfolded abruptly, and you appeared quite agitated, seemingly ready to rush onto the court. The reporters, noticing Popovich's gestures, quickly turned their attention to Link, bombarding him with inquiries. Link adjusted his attire, approached the podium, deliberately wiped the table and chair, and then reseated himself. I apologize. I ask that all my esteemed journalist friends allow me to share a few thoughts. Today's match was meant to showcase a flawless performance by the Lakers, the team's impeccable coordination, Kobe's consecutive isolation plays, the new rookie Yao Ming's impressive 20 points and 10 rebounds, and Billup's multiple steals unequivocally demonstrated that the Lakers emerged victorious across all dimensions. We have proven ourselves to be a superior team compared to the Spurs. Whether in terms of overall performance or skill, Link paused momentarily, then raised his voice slightly. Moreover, in terms of character, the integrity of certain players is also superior. The journalists in attendance became increasingly agitated upon hearing this, with flashes from cameras illuminating the room. This young man, Link, not only possesses remarkable looks, but also made quite an impact at his first post-game press conference with such explosive statements. Tomorrow's headlines are undoubtedly secured. Facing the throng of reporters, Link continued emphatically. Popovich is indeed a professional coach, and the Spurs are a well-trained team. Some are responsible for designing strategies, while others focus on executing offensive plays, some on defense, and others still on making clumsy moves. In other words, some are tasked with underhanded tactics, while others merely play the role of the innocent. Furthermore, many players enjoy the privileges of the status quo while remaining silent. When Link mentioned Bowen, he intentionally used the term it rather than someone, infusing his words with sarcasm that resonated with everyone present, conveying his profound discontent with Bowen's actions and the Spurs. Ultimately, Bowen did not reap the greatest rewards. It was the Spurs who achieved those victories. From my perspective, while Artest may have violated the rules, he acted correctly. Should the league impose a fine on Artest, I would immediately cover it. Conversely, Bowen's actions within the nebulous confines of the so-called rules were the most erroneous, vile, and foolish. Here, I truly wish to question Bowen. You despicable creature, who raised you? Link retrieved a pre-recorded video from the court. Playing it in slow motion, it was evident that during Bowen's defense against Kobe, his gaze was fixated not on the ball, but on Kobe, and he was watching his own feet, calculating Kobe's jump point. Ultimately, Bowen precisely adjusted his foot to perfectly position it in Kobe's landing zone. The reporters below murmured amongst themselves as they viewed the footage. Is this what one would call clumsy? It is undeniably an act of malice, aimed at undermining a professional athlete's livelihood. Indeed, this was a direct assault on Kobe, jeopardizing other players' careers. Athletes toil in the NBA to earn their living. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. That Bowen's actions are atrociously filthy, and yet Popovich spoke with such sanctimonious righteousness. Link raised his hand, signaling for silence. Here, I implore the league to swiftly initiate an investigation into Bowen's conduct. I even believe that criminal accountability should be considered. I cannot dismiss the possibility that Bowen harbored malicious intent, if the subsequent investigation deems Bowen's actions acceptable. Link paused, addressing the reporters once more. Did I happen to know several fighters from the WBA, WBO, and even Muay Thai practitioners, all of whom are eager to try their hand at basketball. Next time we face the Spurs, I shall invite them onto the court to teach the Spurs a lesson. However, they are novices, so their actions may be even clumsier than Bowen's. Moreover, they would not solely focus on defending Bowen. They would relish the opportunity to learn from top-tier stars. Bowen's audacity stems from his tactical approach, akin to a horse racing strategy. Bowen himself has but one life. If he can injure an opponent's elite player or achieve a trade-off, The Spurs stand to gain immensely. Upon hearing Link's words, the reporters erupted into a frenzy, feverishly capturing images and rushing to relay reports to their respective outlets. Signing boxing athletes to compete in the NBA? Link is certainly capable of such, as it merely involves securing a few short-term contracts. During the preseason, Link had already abused short-term contracts in this manner. Coach Link, are you issuing a clear threat, whether aimed at Bowen or the Spurs? A reporter boldly inquired, Mr. Link, do your statements reflect your personal views, or do they represent the entire Lakers organization? Another journalist quickly followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. The reporters clamored for answers, yet Link chose not to respond to a single question. Resolutely preparing to exit IT that moment, a reporter from China Central Television interjected with a question. Coach Link, may I inquire about the status of Kobe Bryant's injury? Link halted his retreat. I appreciate this reporter's question. In the aftermath of this incident, the paramount concern is indeed Kobe's condition. In the previous interview with the Spurs, there was only favoritism toward Bowen and no concern for Kobe whatsoever. It truly fills me with profound sorrow. I am still not privy to further details regarding Kobe's situation. However, I encourage everyone to follow our social media accounts for updates. What is certain is that Kobe will be absent for a period of time. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Lakers' ambition to claim the championship this season remains unwavering. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. After leaving the Staples Center, Link immediately proceeded to the hospital where Kobe was receiving treatment. Upon his arrival, he was fortunate enough to glimpse Kobe in the VIP room, awaiting the results of his examination. Kobe, how are you feeling now? Can you move your ankle? Link inquired anxiously upon seeing him. Kobe had already applied ice to the injured area, which should have alleviated some pain, yet movement was still not possible. Without waiting for Kobe to respond, the towering Yao Ming promptly answered on his behalf. Yao, artist, Harrington, and other teammates were also present in the hospital to keep Kobe company. That I should have punched that dirty player Bowen a few more times. Artist exclaimed indignantly. I share the same sentiment. It's a shame you possess such a strong physique, yet didn't he deliver a more satisfying blow? Link replied. Although the conflict had erupted on the court, Link was entirely on Arteist's side. Previously, Link had vociferously criticized Arteist, deeming players who resort to violence against their teammates as the lowest of the low. Conversely, the most reliable players on the court are those who fiercely protect their teammates. At that moment, the doctor rushed into the room with the report. The MRI results for Kobe's left ankle revealed no structural damage, but there were indications of bone marrow edema. The preliminary assessment indicated a grade 2 sprain. With an expected recovery period of 2 weeks, although a reassessment would be necessary at that time, in the unfortunate midst of misfortune, it was indeed a relief that Kobe would only need to be sidelined for 2 weeks. This was undoubtedly a highly acceptable outcome. However, Link furrowed his brow, keenly noting another term, mild bone marrow edema. What does that imply, doctor? Bone marrow edema is typically a self-limiting condition, meaning it can resolve on its own. It is likely a result of Kobe's recent injury. This type of edema generally persists for a duration of 2 weeks to 6 months, and the level of pain correlates with the severity of the edema. As the severity of the MR-detected edema diminishes, Kobe's pain will correspondingly lessen. This is why a thorough examination in 2 weeks is imperative, the doctor explained, not daring to neglect the matter, as Kobe elaborated. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room finally began to dissipate. Kobe, take good care of your injury. You must ensure you are fully recovered before training or returning to the court. There will be no early attempts to resume activity. Link sternly admonished Kobe. This basketball enthusiast, if left unchecked, who knows if he might impulsively start training before he is ready. Thanks to the audience's urging for updates, we have an additional chapter today. Kobe remarked with a bittersweet smile. Understood. I will focus on recovery and return to the team as soon as possible. However, I will be unable to play for the time being. Moreover, Arteist will likely face disciplinary action from the league as well. With so many rookies on our team, whether they can endure this challenging period in the upcoming schedule remains a significant concern. After Kobe's words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The season opener against the Spurs made it clear to Link, Kobe, and everyone present that this Lakers team is undeniably formidable and a strong contender for this year's championship. Of course, they may soon confront the challenge of other opponents deciphering their new lineup. The rookies on the team, such as Yao, Boozer, and Scola, may also encounter the so-called rookie wall. This term is commonly used in sports, particularly in basketball, to describe the phenomenon where rookie athletes experience a sharp decline in performance due to the intensity and frequency of competition, as well as targeted strategies from opponents. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent in the NBA, where the lengthy and competitive season often sees rookies excel at the start, only to see their performance noticeably drop as the season progresses. Some coaches and players believe that this seemingly mystical rookie wall is indeed real and can be overcome through scientific training and adjustments. For instance, a strength and conditioning coach has posited that the rookie wall is essentially a decline in mental focus, which can be mitigated through adjustments to training volume and dietary plans. Link smiled as he spoke. Take care of your injury. The regular season consists of 82 games, so you can afford to take a brief respite. For now, just relax in front of the television and watch me lead the team to victory. Artist, regardless of the fines you incur, I will cover them, and no matter how many games you're suspended. Your salary will still be paid during that time. You really took a stand for Kobe by taking down Bowen, and it was incredibly satisfying. Kobe turned to Artist, saying, "Hey, bro, I genuinely appreciate you. Honestly, I should cover half of your fine." However, contrary to his usual jovial demeanor, Artist nodded solemnly. "I appreciate that, but I just hope Kobe doesn't get hurt again." Link chuckled and patted Artist on the shoulder. "Just 2 weeks. Your suspension might even be longer than Kobe's recovery time." "Such generosity. So, am I to expect you to handle the fines and salary issues?" No, Mr. Link, don't put me in a bind. There's an old saying in China. Those who know the times are wise. I'm that wise one. And another saying, words bind one to their promises. Spilled water cannot be retrieved. You must keep your word, Mr. Link, Artist exclaimed, quickly backtracking as he couldn't afford to jeopardize his salary. The tension in the hospital room was alleviated by Link's light-hearted banter. Combined with Artist's comedic reaction to AS for the rookie wall, I believe it is more of a psychological barrier, exacerbated by opponents becoming familiar with and strategically defending against them as long as the mindset is positively adjusted and training is diligently pursued. Possessing sufficient skill can allow rookies to break through the rookie wall. After all, has anyone ever heard of Jordan encountering a rookie wall? The basketball deity, Michael Jordan, displayed remarkable performance throughout his rookie season, completely avoiding the so-called rookie wall phenomenon that in the 1984 to 1985 season, Jordan averaged 28.2 points, 6.5 rebounds, and 5.9 assists per game, earning him the title of Rookie of the Year and a place on the NBA's second team. In his playoff debut, Jordan averaged 29.3 points, 5.8 rebounds, and 8.5 assists. These statistics unequivocally demonstrate that Jordan exhibited extraordinary talent and potential during his rookie season, without ever facing the typical challenges that mere mortals encounter. Link continued speaking as he rose to pour a glass of water for Kobe. Ultimately, all words boil down to one truth. The events have transpired, and the current situation is a fixed reality. Kobe, my sole request of you is to focus on your recovery and trust your teammates. All right, tomorrow we have a back-to-back game, so everyone should disperse and prepare. And let us not disturb Kobe's recuperation. Kobe looked at Link, Yao Ming, Artist, and the others, solemnly nodding in agreement. Thank you, Mr. Link and my teammates. I will unconditionally trust and support you all. On October 30th, as per the league schedule, the Lakers faced a back-to-back game, traveling to the Rose Garden in Portland to challenge the Trail Blazers. When Link and the Lakers took to the court at the Rose Garden, the audience erupted in applause for the Lakers, honoring their resilience and lamenting their plight from the previous day. Following the conclusion of yesterday's press conference, Link took to social media to share a video of Bowen's malicious attempt to trip Kobe, complete with a series of instant screenshots that in the images. Bowen's intent to trip Kobe, as reflected in his gaze and actions, is utterly unmistakable. His disgraceful behavior laid bare for all to see. Major sports media outlets swiftly crafted in-depth reports on the incident. Although some of these articles overtly displayed bias against the Lakers, Link, and even China, the prevailing sentiment among fans was overwhelmingly one-sided. This was largely attributable to Bowen's infamously unsportsmanlike conduct, which has gained him a notorious reputation. Moreover, the injured party was none other than Kobe, one of the leading scoring guards of recent years. The incident unfolded while the new-look Lakers were decisively defeating the Spurs, prompting Bowen, unable to accept defeat, to resort to vindictive retaliation. Even in the wake of Arteas' punch, and despite Link's defense of Arteas, stating he would cover the fines, as well as Link's subtly threatening remarks post-game, many fans viewed this as the essence of authenticity, true character, and genuine masculinity. In stark contrast, Bowen's actions resembled those of a rat lurking in the shadows of a dark alley, far from authentic and lacking any semblance of integrity. Notably, even Paul Allen, owner of the Trailblazers, and head coach Maurice Cheeks approached Link to exchange pleasantries. Paul Allen, ostensibly the wealthiest owner in the NBA and one of the co-founders of Microsoft, once boasted a fortune of $36 billion, ranking 7th on that year's Forbes list. Beyond being a successful businessman and investor, he is also a passionate music and sports aficionado. His investments extend beyond the Portland Trail Blazers of the NBA to include the NFL Seattle Seahawks. Hi, Linked, I've heard your name before, but this is our first meeting. Paul Allen greeted warmly as he extended his hand. Coach Cheeks chimed in, I apologize, but the Lakers are coming to Portland with a depleted roster. It seems we may have the upper hand. Thank you to all the esteemed commentators for your insights. Many of you possess a unique sense of humor. I've already borrowed some particularly amusing images. Words of gratitude fail to capture my appreciation. I bow in thanks to all of you. Though Paul Allen and Cheeks maintained an air of cordiality and expressed admiration for Link's fight against the NBA's White Lotus and nefarious forces, their underlying message was clear. The Lakers were likely to falter in Portland. They offered pleasantries, but the victory was theirs to claim. However, they were merely articulating their understanding of the situation. Just as Link and the Lakers arrived in Portland, the NBA announced its final decisions regarding the conflict that transpired during the Lakers vs. Spurs game. Lakers head coach Link was fined $50,000 for inappropriate remarks made during the post-game press conference. Arteas received a 12-game suspension for his physical altercation with Bowen, while Harrington was penalized with a 20,000 fine for his inadvertent leg sweep against Bowen, deemed a level 1 flagrant foul. Bowen, for his unnecessary defensive maneuvers, was assessed a level 2 flagrant foul, fined $35,000, and suspended for 2 games. That a 2-game suspension seemed almost trivial. Given Bowen's mild concussion, he would likely be sidelined for several more matches by the time Bowen returned to confront other teams. The suspension would have long since lapsed. Moreover, Stern, in addition to the aforementioned statements, resolutely proclaimed that the league would begin scrutinizing tripping behavior to better safeguard players and ensure fair competition, while also enhancing the excitement and allure of the game. Although the NBA currently lacks explicit rules governing tripping, any action deemed evidently harmful would incur severe penalties. While the existing NBA regulations imposed penalties that amount to merely a level 1 flagrant foul and suspension, Stern had taken the time to personally communicate with Link prior to announcing the results, sharing the rationale behind the decisions in a candid manner. In truth, Stern felt the weight of this situation. It was common knowledge who the true villain was in this narrative. Stern has tirelessly worked to uphold and elevate the NBA's image, aspiring to transform it into a global cultural phenomenon. Early in his tenure, he championed an anti-drug initiative, with players like Bird, Magic Johnson, and Isaiah Thomas publicly denouncing drug use and producing advocacy materials. The NBA's anti-drug policy emerged as a result, swiftly transforming the league's previously tarnished reputation. Stern has also acted as a diligent agent, engaging in earnest discussions with players across the league to implement professional image management. He instituted a dress code, mandating that all players wear suits during press conferences, thereby enhancing their public image and endearing them to fans. Stern has imposed strict penalties for any behavior detrimental to this image. Nevertheless, the NBA functions as a league reliant on regulations for its existence. Violations of these rules inevitably result in severe repercussions, while repugnant actions that occur within or on the fringes of these rules often escape consequence. Thus, in addressing the conflict during the Lakers-Spurs game, Stern was compelled to act with restraint, much like Link's previous predicaments. Those who dare to test the boundaries of rules and flirt with transgression often reap greater rewards, while the obedient and rule-bound are relegated to the status of mere doormats. The upper echelons are acutely aware of who has suffered and endured hardship, yet as long as actions remain within the confines of established regulations, they tend to overlook transgressions. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, but the leaders have limited resources to address the grievances of the honest. They are inclined to provide pacifiers to all the compliant individuals. Yet Link resolutely chooses to be an unconventional provocateur, challenging the rules within permissible limits. Link, I understand that you and the Lakers have faced significant injustices. However, the NBA can only address the matter in this manner. I hope you can comprehend this, and I also hope you refrain from any extreme actions in the future. Furthermore, I will ensure that I communicate any forthcoming policies with you in advance. Link responded with a somewhat perfunctory acknowledgement to Stern's reassurances. Currently, the overall scoring in NBA games has been on a downward trend, and we're preparing to implement a series of rules to encourage players to score. We plan to introduce the no hand check rule in 2004, which will lessen defensive contact with offensive players, thereby enhancing the excitement of the game. Your Lakers can prepare accordingly. I believe your offensive displays will be even more spectacular. Stern, over the phone, continued to offer his sympathetic counsel to Link. Stern had discerned that Link was not merely a typical businessman. His foray into the NBA was not solely for investment or to adopt a detached, capitalistic viewpoint. Link embodies a genuine passion, standing shoulder to shoulder with his team and teammates as a fervent owner. Stern is genuinely concerned that Link might retaliate with equivalent actions during the next match against the Spurs. While Link was already aware of the implications of Stern's words, the latter's earnest attempts to soothe the situation were duly noted, allowing Link to gracefully navigate the conversation. However, Link also recognized the inherent difficulty in penalizing incidents of tripping. In a 2013 game between the Lakers and the Hawks, Jones's trip against Kobe Bryant resulted in a severe ankle injury that significantly impacted Kobe's career. Similarly, in the first game of the 2017 Western Conference Finals, Pachulia's trip against Kawhi Leonard had far-reaching consequences. Additionally, in the 2021 playoffs, Giannis Antetokounmpo's trip against Kyrie Irving led to an injury that altered the trajectory of that year's postseason. At that time, the Nets had already established a 2-0 lead. But Irving suffered an injury in Game 3 after stepping on Giannis's foot, which rendered him absent for the subsequent matches. The series eventually progressed to a decisive Game 7, where the Bucks triumphed in overtime, securing their place in the Eastern Conference Finals. Ultimately, the Milwaukee Bucks claimed the championship title that year, defeating the Phoenix Suns with a final score of 4-2, and Giannis was awarded the Finals MVP. Meanwhile, the formidable trio of Durant, Irving, and Harden from the Nets disintegrated after this. Tragically, many fans often remember merely who the champion is and who the Finals MVP is, neglecting the myriad of stories and efforts that lie beyond the statistics. Link then turned to Paul Allen and Chicks, offering a smile. That may not be the case. He remarked, "You two should brace yourselves. Losing to what you perceive as a fragmented Lakers team might be hard for you to accept." Chicks said little in response, feeling that Link's confidence bordered on arrogance. What fueled Link's self-assurance? Was it his Chinese center? Or perhaps the recently signed wandering guard, Billups? As the referee's whistle sounded, the Lakers' second game of the season commenced. For the Trailblazers, the starting lineup was as follows. Point guard, Derek Anderson. Shooting guard, Bonzi Wells, the familiar figure to many Rockets fans. Small forward, Scottie Pippen. Indeed, the man behind the legend known to more fans. Power forward, Dale Davis. Center, Rasheed Wallace, the embodiment of intensity. But in contrast, Link arranged the following starting players for his team. Center, Yao Ming. Power forward, Boozer. Small forward, Harrington. Shooting guard, Raja Bell. Point guard, Billups. Harrington stood at 2.06 meters and weighed 114 kilograms, effectively forming a lineup of giants. As the game began with the jump ball, Yao Ming successfully secured possession, allowing Billups to initiate the offense. In light of Kobe's absence, the Trail Blazers opted for a 2-3 zone defense, intensifying their focus on the paint. The premise of the zone defense is predicated on the absence of an absolute dominant force. While the Trail Blazers' strategy was optimistic, the reality proved harsh. The Lakers' first offensive play adhered to Link's tactical plan, with Billups feeding the ball into the post for a well-positioned Yao. Yao, fueled by determination, backed down Rasheed Wallace, executing a deft half-turn and lofting a bank shot that found its mark. Despite Wallace's vigorous defense, it proved futile. Yao also drew a shooting foul from Wallace, converting a 2-1 opportunity. Rashid Wallace, measuring 2.08 meters and weighing 102 kilograms, was renowned for his defensive prowess, yet his deterrent mainly manifested in support and help defense, complemented by his relative agility as an interior player. In the inaugural confrontation, however, he was overpowered by Yao's sheer strength and skill, resulting in a successful basket and a foul against him. Following his successful play, Yao emphatically pounded his chest and roared in triumph. In that moment, it was difficult to discern who truly embodied the spirit of intensity. With Kobe sidelined, Yao had emerged as the Lakers' cornerstone, despite being a rookie. In this game, Yao was determined to lead the Lakers to victory. After converting his free throw, the Lakers took a 3-0 lead with their first basket. Link, the Chinese center you tirelessly sought, is truly remarkable. His shooting touch is astonishingly smooth for a towering 26-meter giant, Stevens exclaimed in admiration. Link merely shook his head with a smile. Talent? Perhaps there is talent. However, Yao's success is predominantly attributed to his relentless effort. Many fans, upon hearing Yao's name, might initially marvel at his soft shooting touch. Even during his tenure with the Rockets, he was often called upon to execute crucial free throws. Yet few are aware that when Yao first entered the league, he conformed to the conventional stereotype of a traditional center. Yao Ming's free throw percentages during his CBA seasons were as follows: 1997-98 season, 48.5, 1998-99 season, 69.9, 1999-2000 season, 64.8, 2000-2001 season, 79.9, 2001-2002 season, 76.5. These statistics reveal a significant improvement in Yao's free throw shooting over the years, showcasing his dedication and hard work. Following his inaugural CBA season, Yao invested considerable time and effort into refining his shooting technique. Even now, with the Lakers, Link emphasizes the importance of Yao's training in receiving the ball and shooting immediately after running, as well as his ability to shoot under pressure. After hearing Link's insights, Stevens and Blatt gazed at Yao with newfound respect. In the ongoing matchup between the Lakers and the Trail Blazers, the Lakers not only took the initiative but also maintained their lead. Despite the absence of Kobe and Artest, Yao's dominance in the paint was unmistakable. Harrington, facing Pippen as a small forward, leveraged his youth and size advantage to repeatedly score against Pippen in the first quarter. The Lakers seized the early advantage, leading 12-6, while the Trail Blazers fought to narrow the gap. Thanks to Bonzi Wells's consecutive scores, as the quarter drew to a close, Wallace and Pippen scored back-to-back points, helping the Trail Blazers enter the second quarter trailing by just 2 points, with the score standing at 24-22 in favor of the Lakers. At the start of the second quarter, the Lakers experienced a surge, as Yao opened up the interior, allowing their perimeter players to thrive. Billups stepped up, first assisting Harrington and Boozer, then hitting a mid-range jumper himself. With Yao and Billups leading the charge, the Lakers unleashed a 12-0 scoring run, establishing a commanding lead of over 10 points. Seeing this, Chicks quickly called for a timeout, urging the Trail Blazers to regroup and refocus. Strengthen the defense. We must cover both inside and out, even if one player from the opposition breaks out. It matters not, but we must not allow the Lakers to find their rhythm collectively. Chicks shouted fervently. Above all, he could not accept the notion of the Trail Blazers, in the face of a depleted Lakers squad, finding themselves at a disadvantage. In the previous 2001-2002 season, although the Portland Trail Blazers were not a top-tier team, they managed a record of 49 wins and 33 losses, securing a 59.8 win rate and ranking 6th in the Western Conference. Ironically, in the first round of the playoffs, they faced the Los Angeles Lakers, who swept them in 3 straight games, eliminating them from contention. In that 2001-2002 playoff season, the first round still adhered to a best-of-5 format. Following that season, the NBA adjusted the playoff structure, requiring 4 victories to advance in each round. Thus, the infamous tale of Tracy McGrady's next opponent unfolded. In the 2003 playoffs, the 8-seeded Orlando Magic faced the top-seeded Detroit Pistons, leading 3-1 in the first 4 games and standing on the precipice of making history At that moment, McGrady remarked during an interview that it felt splendid to advance to the second round. However, this statement was predicated on the condition that had the game occurred last year, the Magic would have accomplished the remarkable feat of overcoming the 8th seed and progressed to the next round. Upon learning of his comments, the Pistons players were greatly invigorated. They closely guarded McGrady, sweeping the series in 3 straight games, ultimately leading to the Magic's defeat in all subsequent matches as the Pistons staged a dramatic comeback, eliminating the Magic with a 4-3 victory. This experience of being overturned dealt a heavy blow to McGrady, resulting in a haunting first-round curse. It was until 2013 that he finally stepped onto the playoff floor of the second round with the Spurs. Having missed the opportunity in 2009 due to injury despite the Rockets advancing in the previous season, during the Lakers' sweeping of the Trail Blazers in the first round, the series score of 3-0 belied the actual precarious nature of the games, as the strength of the teams was not as distinct as the score suggested. The 3 games concluded with scores of 95-87, 103-96, and 92-91. In this series, Shaquille O'Neal averaged 28.5 points, 12.6 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks, while Kobe Bryant averaged 26.6 points, 5.8 rebounds, and 4.6 assists. It was indeed the stellar performance of the dynamic duo, the Shaq-Kobe combination, that enabled the Lakers to advance smoothly. Chick Hearn expressed concern to Link, worrying that the Trail Blazers might triumph through sheer luck. The implication was that the Trail Blazers were brimming with confidence, ready to exact revenge on the Lakers, especially in light of Shaq's departure, Kobe's absence, and Artea's suspension. The Trail Blazers seemingly held all the advantages: timing, location, and personnel. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, they found themselves trailing against a Lakers team devoid of both O'Neal and Artea. Despite the Lakers missing key players, the remarkable performances from Yao Ming and Chauncey Billups granted them a significant edge on the court. Subsequently, the Trail Blazers made personnel adjustments, introducing Damon Stoudemire and Zach Randolph in an attempt to counter Yao's size and disrupt Billups' playmaking. However, Link decisively opted to substitute in Yao Ming for Boozer. With Yao, Harrington, and Battier positioned beyond the arc, they stretched the defense, enabling a seamless pick-and-roll between Billups and Yao, targeting Randolph for punishment, as Randolph attempted to guard Yao one-on-one. He found himself utterly bewildered during the pick dash and dash roll. At the onset of the third quarter, Billups received the inbound pass and swiftly advanced to the front court, where Yao was poised near the paint. Billups approached the three-point line, exchanged a knowing glance with Yao, who quickly set a pick. Capitalizing on this, Billups executed a swift change of direction, easily evading Stoudemire's defense. Stoudemire, attempting to recover, collided with Yao's imposing presence as if hitting a brick wall. Seeing the situation unfold, Randolph hastily retreated to the paint to counter a potential drive from Billups. Yet, Billups chose not to attack directly. Instead, after the pick, he swiftly passed to Yao, who was now stationed near the free throw line. Without hesitation, Yao launched a jump shot over Randolph, the ball swishing through the net as the Lakers scored again. The Trail Blazers, unwilling to relent, sought to disrupt the Lakers' rhythm through rapid counterattacks. However, the duo of Billups and Yao continued to exploit their pick-and-roll strategy effectively. In the ensuing possession, they executed another pick-and-roll, with Randolph opting to pressure Billups. Consequently, Billups delivered a precise bounce pass to Yao, who cut into the lane after setting the screen. Yao received the ball and unleashed a thunderous dunk, adding more points to the Lakers' tally, with a flurry of successful pick-and-rolls and points scored. The Lakers' offense flowed seamlessly, leaving the Trail Blazers' defense scrambling. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Chick implemented a new defensive strategy. After Billups and Yao executed their pick-and-roll, the weak-side defenders quickly converged to double-team Yao. In response, Yao adeptly kicked the ball out to a wide-open Dodge in the corner, resulting in yet another assist. The synergy between Billups' passing and Yao's scoring prowess emerged as the Lakers' most formidable weapon that night. Stevens on the sidelines was visibly thrilled. Moreover, their basketball IQ and game-reading abilities were paramount. Link, brimming with confidence, observed the court. Billups' extensive tenure with various teams had instilled in him a sense of steadiness, while Yao's high basketball intelligence continued to grow with each game. The duo's pick-and-roll was a versatile weapon. Billups could shoot, drive, or distribute, while Yao could pop out, roll in, shoot, or pass, as Link finished speaking. Yao's pass found Battier, whose shot missed, but Yao soared above Randolph to grab the offensive rebound and delivered another emphatic dunk. The Lakers had surged ahead by 20 points, with the Lakers' stellar performance in the fourth quarter. The suspense of the game evaporated, entering what is often referred to as garbage time. The Lakers had fully unleashed their potential, with players increasingly relaxed and their skills on full display. Often, games unfold in such a manner. When players are under extreme pressure, their techniques may falter, leading to simple mistakes such as missed layups. Conversely, when leading by a significant margin, players feel liberated and seemingly cannot miss. During one possession, Yao, stationed at the baseline, received a pass from Brian Shaw. Observing the dwindling shot clock, Yao adjusted his stance and unleashed a corner three-pointer. Swish! Despite being the visiting team at the Rose Garden in Portland, the sparse applause from a few fans acknowledged the 26-meter Yao's remarkable three-pointer to everyone's surprise. Yao garnered the applause of the away crowd in just his second professional game. Link shared a lighthearted moment with Blatt and Stevens. The loyalty of NBA fans often correlates closely with their team's performance and the Stars' displays. Many fans are merely winning fans rather than die-hard supporters. Steven chimed in, recalling his college basketball days, where the loyalty of students to their school was palpable and unwavering. Link nodded in agreement. Reflecting on his past impressions, particularly the breathtaking feat by Tracy McGrady, who scored 13 points in just 35 seconds on December 9, 2004, leading the Rockets to an astonishing victory over the Spurs. Many Chinese fans witnessed this incredible moment on television, while numerous local fans in Houston had already left the arena, having given up hope when the Rockets trailed significantly. Ultimately, the Houston Rockets were merely an average team, lacking a substantial fan culture and respect for Chinese supporters in a sense. Chinese basketball fans became fans of the Rockets solely because of Yao Ming's selection, while the Rockets themselves were not genuinely invested in creating a championship roster, but rather sought to enhance their market value through Yao. The infamous Mo Dog incident epitomized the lack of respect for Chinese fans as the players returned to the court. The Trailblazers, facing an ever-widening gap in the score, appear to have resigned themselves to defeat. The expressions of the starting players were filled with helplessness and fatigue, prompting the coach to judiciously substitute the main players, allowing the bench to take the floor, which was undoubtedly a silent concession. Lin also hastily replaced the Lakers' key players. Mindful of the lingering concern from yesterday's injury to Kobe, he was determined to avoid any further risk of injury to his team. After all, maintaining health was crucial for the Lakers' aspirations of advancing further. This also provided an opportunity for other players, such as Yao Ming, Zurich, and Barnes, to gain valuable experience. Fortunately, while the Trailblazers had their fair share of headstrong and tenacious players, they refrained from resorting to any unsavory tactics or underhanded plays. Although the Trailblazers were understandably frustrated by their unexpected loss to a depleted Lakers team, they did not engage in any excessively aggressive behavior. Indeed, it was the players who relied on dirty tactics and exploited the rules that were far more exasperating. Lin couldn't help but express his thoughts. Shouldn't he devise a method to retaliate against Bowen? Even if it meant finding someone to give him a beating, it was unacceptable for Bowen to deliberately injure other players without facing consequences. However, Lin understood that merely teaching Bowen a lesson would not suffice. As long as the Spurs continued to profit, they might cultivate similar types of players even in Bowen's absence. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for other unsavory players with names like Leopard or Bowen to emerge. As the fourth quarter came to a close, the Lakers triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 102-90, marking their second consecutive victory. This unexpected win, achieved without Kobe, was particularly precious, serving not only as a surprise, but also as a testament to the Lakers' strength in the new season. In terms of overall statistics, the Trailblazers had a shooting percentage of 41.2, a three-point shooting percentage of 28.6, and an alarming 38 turnovers. The Lakers' defensive pressure left the Trailblazers in considerable distress. Meanwhile, the Lakers boasted a shooting percentage of 45.9 and a three-point shooting percentage of 50.0. The player performance included Yao Ming, who scored 24 points, grabbed 14 rebounds, dished out 5 assists, and blocked 2 shots. achieving a remarkable double-double for the second consecutive game. Billups also stepped up in Kobe's absence, fulfilling his role as the team's commander with finesse, scoring 24 points on 9 of 18 shooting, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, while contributing 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals. Harrington and Battier also made their contributions, scoring 12 points and 11 points, respectively. Yao Ming, in limited playing time, managed to score 5 points and grab 3 rebounds in just 2 attempts. During the post-game press conference, Chicks offered sincere praise. "To be honest, we underestimated the Lakers. The changes during the offseason were monumental, leaving us unable to assess their true strength. But today, the Lakers delivered a resounding blow to us. Even without Kobe and Arteist, we will conduct a thorough review and analysis of the game, eagerly anticipating our next encounter with the Lakers." When it was the Lakers' turn for the press conference, Lin Koo arrived with Yao Ming and Billups at the press conference. Flashes from cameras erupted as reporters clamored to pose questions to Coach Lin and his players. It is worth noting that Lin Koo had not only been generating significant headlines, but had also earned the moniker of the interview saint in the sports media realm. His mere presence sparked discussions, and during the previous interview, his remarks left the journalists with ample material to cover. Seated at the podium with Yao Ming and Billups, both adorned with relaxed smiles, Lin Koo addressed the questions. Reporter: "Coach Lin, what do you believe was the most critical factor in the Lakers' victory today?" Lin Koo: "I believe it was our team spirit. Each individual played for one another, selflessly sharing the ball, which was the key to our success. Our players demonstrated exceptional basketball IQ and teamwork." Reporter: "Coach Lin, what tactical adjustments did you make during the game to counter the Trail Blazers' offense?" Lin Koo: "We made some adjustments based on the flow of the game that we intensified our defense, particularly on the perimeter, limiting their three-point shooting. Simultaneously, we quickened our offensive pace, utilizing fast breaks to strike at our opponents." After stating this, Lin Koo glanced at Yao Ming and Billups beside him. "Most importantly, I believe that every player on the Lakers displayed remarkable game-reading abilities today, which enabled us to overcome the formidable Trail Blazers." Reporter: "Coach Lin, what are your expectations for the Lakers' upcoming schedule?" Lin Koo: "We will give our all in every game. Our goal is to continue improving and gleaning insights from each match. We look forward to facing every opponent, as it presents us with opportunities for growth and is essential for the Lakers' pursuit of the championship." After a few standard questions, one reporter could no longer contain their eagerness and began to ask some sensitive inquiries. Reporter: "Before the game, Commissioner Stern also announced the disciplinary action regarding the altercation between the Lakers and Spurs. What is your perspective on the punishment? Do you find it fair? If you feel it is biased, what actions might the Lakers and you, Coach Lin, take next?" Lin Koo smiled and looked at the reporter who posed the question that I must admit, I was curious why none of my fellow reporters brought this up earlier today. Here it comes. The audience held their breath, anticipating Lin Koo's response. Lin Koo cleared his throat and stated, "I fully support the NBA and Commissioner Stern's final decision. The Lakers will comply with the penalty and pay the appropriate fines. As for any so-called follow-up actions, the Lakers currently have no plans that we will adhere to the rules. Our Lakers will continue to be a team that abides by the law and plays with integrity. We do not resort to the despicable tactics employed by certain players to influence the game." Lin Koo's response was precise and unyielding, leaving the reporters exchanging glances. Today's interview saint, Lin Koo, was unexpectedly conventional, providing answers that were airtight and unimpeachable. Although his final remarks subtly criticized Bowen, they lacked the explosive impact that would typically dominate the headlines. Today's performance by Lin Koo was like other coaches, rather standard, almost to the point of being dull. All right, today the spotlight is on our players, Yao Ming and Billups." Lin Koo added, "I have concluded my responses here, and I hope all of you will also pay attention to the players on our team." The subtext of Lin Koo's refusal to accept further questions was unmistakable. Reluctantly, the reporters turned their attention to Yao Ming and Billups. Reporter: "Yao Ming, your performance on the court was outstanding. What role do you believe you play within the team?" Yao Ming: "I strive to fulfill my responsibilities while also attempting to motivate my teammates in Kobe's absence. We need everyone to step up and take on more responsibility that I am pleased to have contributed in this regard." Reporter: "Billups, how did you quickly adapt and take on more responsibility in Kobe's absence. Billups, it requires the trust of the team and the guidance of the coach that I know I need to do more. But I also understand that I am not fighting this battle alone. Our coaching staff and teammates have provided me with tremendous support. The rhythm of the press conference remained consistent, a standard pace that bordered on the mundane. Some reporters could no longer suppress their groans that, "Oh my God, has Link suddenly changed his demeanor?" It is not that Link has suddenly transformed from an exuberant youth into a composed and reserved team owner. Rather, Link has come to the realization that it is far more advantageous to utilize his own social media platform, rather than allowing journalists to seize upon sensational headlines. After all, why should he let these reporters profit from the buzz generated by the team's activities? More importantly, Stern has already conferred with Link ahead of time and assured him that the Lakers would be pacified. During their phone conversation, Stern confidently guaranteed that the NBA management and officiating crew would uphold fair play, ensuring that the Lakers would not be disadvantaged. Stern's assurances have completely aligned with Link's expectations. For Link, as long as the Lakers can compete on a relatively level playing field, that is more than sufficient. Given the circumstances, it would be counterproductive for Link to make provocative statements at the post-game press conference, especially considering Stern has already adopted a conciliatory stance, and given prior notice, it is essential to recognize that while fans may focus their attention on players, scores, and statistics, they often overlook the significant role that NBA referees play in the game. In a certain sense, the impact of referees on the outcome of a match is hardly inferior to that of a star player. As basketball continues to evolve, so too do the rules of the NBA, which are constantly being updated and refined. New basketball maneuvers and strategies are continually emerging, leading to ambiguous interpretations of certain actions and situations. For instance, when Harden's double step back first appeared, it sparked extensive debate regarding whether it constituted traveling, thereby introducing a degree of subjectivity into the referee's judgments. Different referees may interpret the rules and apply their standards differently, resulting in discrepancies in officiating. While NBA has consistently sought to enhance referee training to ensure a uniform application of standards, the reality remains that where there are people, there are subjective preferences and objective differences. Objectively, disparities in experience and capability still exist among referees. Younger officials may lack the maturity to handle complex situations, leading to a lower accuracy in their decision-making and game management. Conversely, seasoned referees may exhibit biases in certain calls due to their personal habits and preferences. For instance, when one mentions Paul's nemesis, most fans would immediately think of Darren Williams, the player renowned for his rivalry with Paul. Historically, Williams was known for his ability to dominate Paul during matchups, often going to great lengths to establish his dominance. However, the true Paul's nemesis is, in fact, a seemingly unremarkable NBA referee. Scott Foster, an NBA official, has presided over numerous games in which Paul has experienced dismal success. In his playoff career, Paul has participated in 20 games officiated by Foster, resulting in a record of merely 3 wins and 17 losses, yielding a win rate of just 15, with an average defeat margin of 11. 6 points. In stark contrast, in playoff games where Foster was not officiating, Paul's record improved to 73 wins and 56 losses, boasting a win rate of 56.6. Moreover, Paul has even faced a staggering 14 consecutive playoff losses under Foster's officiating. A particularly notable instance occurred during the first round of the 2009 playoffs, when the New Orleans Hornets faced the Denver Nuggets. In that game, the Hornets suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 63-121, a staggering margin of 58 points. This game has since become infamous as the 58-point debacle in a win-or-go-home scenario. The Hornets fell to such an absurd deficit, ultimately being eliminated from the series with a 1-4 record. Paul managed to score only 4 points in that game, with a shooting percentage of just 28.6. Coincidentally, Scott Foster was the referee for that match. Paul has previously disclosed that he harbors personal grievances with Foster, believing that the officiating tends to be biased against his team. Beyond the Paul killer Scott Foster, there is also the fortunate star of the Celtics, Eric Lewis. Lewis's wife is a devoted Celtics fan. And in the games he officiates for the Celtics, they have achieved an astounding record of 36 wins and 2 losses, despite his claims of impartiality, insisting that he is not influenced by personal motives. Lewis's close ties to the team raise eyebrows. The examples of Foster and Lewis, while not definitively proven to be indicative of corruption, highlight the subjective nature of officiating if referees were to accept bribes and deliberately officiate unfairly. The situation would be even more dire. A quintessential example of this is Tim Donaghy, the most notorious referee in NBA history. Donaghy began officiating NBA games in 1994 and was involved in several high-stakes matches. Gaining experience as a veteran referee in 2007, he confessed to participating in gambling activities that influenced game outcomes, resulting in a 15-month prison sentence, becoming the first NBA referee to be caught and incarcerated. Upon his release, he adeptly capitalized on his notoriety, frequently revealing NBA scandals. In a podcast, he claimed that the 2006 NBA Finals were manipulated by the league. At that time, the Mavericks had taken a commanding 2-0 lead in the series, seemingly on the verge of clinching the championship. However, in the final 4 games, the officiating shifted dramatically, with numerous calls favoring the Heat, allowing them to stage a comeback and ultimately win the championship. What infuriated Link and drove Chinese fans into a frenzy was the 2005 playoff series between the Rockets and Mavericks. The Rockets had secured a 2-0 lead against the Mavericks, winning both games on their home turf. However, Donaghy later revealed that before officiating Game 3 of the series, he was summoned by certain NBA officials and instructed to rigorously call fouls on Yao Ming's moving screens and traveling violations. This directive stemmed from pressure exerted by Mavericks owner Mark Cuban on David Stern and the league's officials, leading to a pattern of biased officiating against Yao. Consequently, Yao averaged 4.4 fouls per game in that series, with his playing time limited to 25 and 27 minutes in 2 games, severely hampering his performance and the Rockets' overall strategy. The most egregious moment occurred in the final minute of the pivotal game, when Michael Finley of the Mavericks blatantly stepped out of bounds while attempting to steal the ball, yet the referees failed to call the foul against him, instead penalizing the Rockets. This egregious misjudgment at a critical juncture altered the course of the game, ultimately leading to the Rockets' heartbreaking defeat. The Rockets, despite leading the series 2-0, were ultimately overturned by the Mavericks with a 4-3 series loss. This series of controversial calls has since become one of the most infamous officiating scandals in NBA history. Prior to Donaghy's revelations, many fans, particularly those from China, remained oblivious to the extent of the officiating bias, with some even unjustly criticizing Yao's performance. Thus, Link found little motivation to engage in hasty remarks during the press conference. After all, having just completed a back-to-back with 2 consecutive victories, the Lakers were preparing to return to Los Angeles for an upcoming matchup against their crosstown rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers. It was prudent to conclude the press conference promptly and indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Perhaps a foot massage or spa treatment. Just as Link settled back in his hotel room, preparing for rest, a sudden unfamiliar call came through. "Hello, who is this?" Link inquired, his tone polite yet somewhat aloof. "Is this Link? I am Donald Trump. We met during the season opener at Staples Center. I wonder if you have some time to meet and discuss matters further?" On November 1 the Los Angeles Lakers will face off against the Los Angeles Clippers in an away game. Yet, the match will still take place at the Staples Center, albeit with the court and logos adorned with the Clippers branding. Since 1999, the Staples Center has served as a shared home for both the Lakers and the Clippers. Los Angeles is a bustling metropolis and a major sports hub, hosting numerous athletic teams. The Staples Center is not merely the venue for the Lakers and Clippers. It is also the home ground for the WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks, NHL's Los Angeles Kings, AFL's Los Angeles Avengers, and NBDL's Los Angeles Defenders. Furthermore, the arena has been the site of significant events, including the Grammy Awards and Michael Jackson's memorial service. Link gazed up at the Staples Center, where the Lakers' championship banners still hung proudly. The renovations had not completely erased the Lakers' legacy, as the fans could still see the championship flags. Link couldn't help but comment on this, noting the absence of any Clippers banners, leaving the few Clippers fans in a rather disheartened state. At this moment, Link found himself in 2002, when the Clippers were still struggling in the shadows, with lackluster performance and obscured stars, existing humbly in Los Angeles. It wasn't until 2013 that the Clippers began to cover the Lakers' championship banners during their home games to diminish the Lakers' historical achievements' impact on their own. However, by the start of the 2024-2025 season, The Clippers will have their own dedicated arena, the Intuit Dome, marking the end of their 25-year shared existence with the Lakers in one venue. Thus, while the schedule designates the Lakers as the visitors, the reality remains that it is still very much a Lakers home game. The Clippers even tacitly allow, if not encourage, Lakers fans to fill the stands. Without such support, how could the Staples Center's 997 tickets be sold out, given the Clippers' performance and influence? The Clippers' branding strategy evidently leaves much to be desired. Much like real estate development, branding and logos hold immense importance. You see, Link, no one understands real estate development better than I do. Beside Link was none other than the charismatic and boisterous Donald Trump, known as the King of Understanding. Following a phone call from Trump, expressing a desire to meet, Link, whose schedule had been quite full, invited him to the Staples Center to watch the game and discuss business matters. To Link's surprise, Ivanka also accompanied Trump. While Link conversed with Trump, Ivanka stood nearby, her captivating gaze fixed on Link, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Initially, Link felt somewhat uneasy, given that Trump was a figure who would later serve as the President of the United States from 2016 to 2020 and in 2024. He would triumph again over the Democratic Party's laughing king, Kamala Harris, to reclaim the presidency, this time with control over the House, Senate, and Supreme Court, an unprecedented feat in American history, only achieved by Roosevelt and Trump himself. Despite Link's bold demeanor, he still felt a twinge of discomfort under Ivanka's intense gaze, which seemed to bypass her father entirely. After all, Link was not merely a mysterious billionaire, but also a dashing young man, imbued with a rebellious charm, who had recently garnered attention for his bold confrontations with the Spurs. This conformed perfectly to the American ideal of a heroic figure, bravely challenging the old, corrupt order. Moreover, he was both handsome and affluent. Ivanka, with her innate admiration for strength, was undoubtedly captivated by Link's public persona. Hence, when she learned of her father's meeting with Link, she insisted on tagging along. However, Link soon relaxed, realizing that even Trump could not foresee the trajectory of his own future. In 2002, it was best to interact with Trump in a straightforward manner. Engaging with him could serve not only Link's interests, but potentially benefit China as well. The nefarious plans were set in motion. It is noteworthy that even in 2008, Trump had not yet emerged into the public eye with the prominence he would later achieve. For instance, in 2008, the Evergrande Group and the Trump Organization reached a strategic partnership, marking Trump's initial foray into the Chinese real estate market. At that time, Trump's plan involved collaborating with Evergrande to develop high-end residential properties in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Back then, Sujin, the Belt brother, was thriving and busy securing funding, engaging with major institutions like Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank, and the Kuwait Investment Authority for substantial investments. During that period, Su did not regard Trump's proposals with much seriousness. Delegating one of his subordinates, Xia Haijun, to liaise with Trump, on the other hand, took Evergrande very seriously, mobilizing his entire family for the occasion, even organizing a signing ceremony where Ivanka had to stand by. As there was no seat for her, in 2008, meeting Su Jiayin was indeed a formidable challenge for Trump. Little did they know that a decade later, the Belt brother would be burdened with trillions in debt, facing imminent imprisonment, while Trump would ascend to the presidency of the United States. However, even then, it remained challenging for Trump to secure a meeting with Su, requiring precise arrangements, visiting permissions, and advanced scheduling. Thus, let us not underestimate the potential of the young, nor the middle-aged, nor the elderly. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Tomorrow remains uncertain for anyone. As for Ivanka, Link, being experienced in navigating the affections and admiration from a young lady, knew how to handle the situation smoothly. Without complications, he could simply arrange a basketball date. Additionally, Link had previously sent his associate, Lu Luofu, from his investment fund, to gather insights on Trump's current circumstances that Trump's real estate company was planning a bond sale to avoid cash shortages. And simultaneously, he was chosen to host The Apprentice, a show that would later become a sensation, with Trump's catchphrase, "You are fired," becoming a popular expression in the following years. This opportunity was pivotal for Trump, as it allowed him to gain both fame and fortune, laying the groundwork for his future presidency IT significantly bolstered his image as a successful businessman and provided him with substantial financial gains. However, the prerequisite was that Trump needed to resolve his immediate cash flow issues to maintain his reputation as a successful entrepreneur. Otherwise, if he were burdened by debt and mismanagement by the time of filming The Apprentice, who would be interested in such a business program? In summary, Trump, at this juncture, required financial support and increased visibility. Link, I heard that during your acquisition of the Lakers, you also engaged in a joint real estate development project with Bus. I had no idea you were also involved in real estate. This industry is my forte. Therefore, I wish to explore potential collaboration with you to AT that time. Link had swiftly offered $850 million for the Lakers, promising to complete the payment within a month and to jointly develop several real estate projects with Bus, far exceeding the assessed value of the Lakers at that time. Rest assured, as I mentioned, no one understands the real estate industry better than I do. Donald Trump, or rather, Brother Dong, continues to impart his wisdom to Link. Meanwhile, Trump gazes at his daughter, who has become infatuated with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Initially, they had agreed that Ivanka would accompany him to assist in seducing Link, hoping to engage in more substantive discussions. However, now his daughter is preoccupied with flirting with Link, offering no help whatsoever. Currently, Trump's organization is experiencing financial strain, influenced by the broader economic climate following the 9/11 incident. In the real estate sector, it is not the debt that is feared, but the critical lack of cash flow. This is why Trump is urgently seeking avenues to replenish his liquidity. Nevertheless, Link has quickly established his own position. Trump is the one in need, not the other way around. Thus, Link is reluctant to make any concessions, engaging in trivial conversations and inspecting the venue, yet refraining from initiating any serious dialogue. Objectively speaking, Link holds no particular grievances against Trump. He is a man of his word and possesses a certain charm. However, Link does have significant objections to some of Trump's policies during his presidency, particularly those misguided endeavors that could have been avoided. Instead of pursuing unnecessary trade wars and erecting trade barriers in an attempt to undermine the Chinese economy, why not embrace a peaceful transition of national power? The relentless pressure has compelled China to pound on America's door, pleading for free trade. Although this is merely Link's humble wish, the very nature of the presidential office precludes its realization. Mr. Trump, there is no urgency in discussing these matters. Business is work. For today, let us simply relax and enjoy the game. I have reserved the most prime seats for you, right beside the team bench. Link cheerfully remarked, bowing graciously to allow Ivanka to take her seat first. Ivanka, visibly delighted, extended her delicate hand, casually resting it in Link's as she gracefully settled down. Thank you to all the esteemed viewers for your support. If possible, please fill our cups with free gifts. With the referee's whistle, the game between the Clippers and the Lakers officially commenced, heralding the start of the Los Angeles City rivalry. The Clippers' starting lineup includes Andre Miller, point guard; Eric Piatkowski, shooting guard; Lamar Odom, small forward; Corey Maggette, power forward; and Elton Brand, center. The team's roster appears promising, with Andre Miller being a classical point guard who managed to average over 10 assists per game in the slower-paced NBA of that era. Piatkowski is a sharpshooter with a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40%, known for his volume and consistency. Lamar Odom, a left-handed magician, possesses elite versatility, capable of playing multiple positions with ease. Notably, he was a key piece in the trade that brought Shaquille O'Neal to the Lakers. Maggette, a muscular powerhouse, could easily compete in bodybuilding contests. Brand, the most reliable captain of the Clippers, consistently averages 20 points and 10 rebounds. Regrettably, the team struggles to find cohesion, resulting in an inability to improve their record. Last season, the Clippers finished with a disappointing 39 wins and 43 losses, placing 9th in the Western Conference and narrowly missing the playoffs. Little did they know that this would be their peak performance for the years to come. It would not be until the 2011 to 2012 season that the Clippers would finally advance to the postseason. In preparation for the match against the Clippers, Link made some adjustments to the starting lineup. Influenced by the suggestions of his trusted assistants, Blatt and Stevens, the lineup now featured Yao Ming, center; Carlos Boozer, power forward; Al Harrington, small forward; Shane Battier, shooting guard; and Chauncey Billups, point guard. The Lakers' current roster boasts considerable depth, allowing them to experiment with various combinations during the game. As the first quarter commenced, the Lakers won the tip-off, but unfortunately missed their initial shot. The Clippers, after several passes, saw Piatkowski utilize a teammate's screen to create space, receiving the ball and sinking a three-pointer to put the Clippers on the board first. However, the Lakers quickly adjusted, with Harrington driving past Odom for a layup. Battier then executed a play, darting to the corner and promptly hitting a three-pointer, leading the Lakers to a 10-2 run and establishing a 5-point lead. As Yao Ming grabbed another offensive rebound in the Clippers' paint. He soared for a 2+1 play, giving the Lakers an 8-point advantage as they concluded the first quarter 25-17. Despite being a rookie, Yao displayed remarkable poise and maturity in his physical confrontations. Blatt observed from the sidelines in admiration. After all, Yao had already endured several seasons in the CBA, experiencing both lows and peaks, demonstrating his high level of maturity and continual evolution. Link had assigned the reins of coaching to his capable assistants, Blatt and Stevens, while he enjoyed the game alongside Ivanka, with Trump seated nearby, somewhat distracted. Initially, Link attempted to explain the game's dynamics to Ivanka, but soon realized her attention was captivated by her curiosity and eagerness to engage in conversation with him. While Link discussed player performances, Ivanka appeared somewhat lost, but when he shared personal anecdotes or playful remarks, her eyes sparkled with delight. Link, what did you major in during college? Do you have a girlfriend now? Oh dear, traveling across America must be exhausting. Will you have time to hang out again? Wow. Do you really have an 8-pack? Can I touch it? Are Chinese parents strict, expecting their children to date East Asians? Were you coming back to China? Can you take me with you? Ivanka's eyes glimmered with excitement, her enthusiasm growing palpable. Hearing his daughter completely disregard the intended conversation, Trump let out a resigned sigh, realizing that a daughter does not linger at home. Finally, seizing the opportunity, he interjected, Link, I've heard about your investment decisions. I truly believe you have a keen eye for investments and consistently make the right choices. Link smiled in response. Mr. Trump, I believe there is no such thing as a good or bad choice inherently. Once I make a decision, I strive to transform it into a positive outcome that I trust you. Mr. Trump, apply a similar philosophy in your endeavors. Trump was taken aback by Link's response. Momentarily speechless, he had assumed Link was merely a wealthy young man, but was pleasantly surprised to discover the depth of his character. With a humble demeanor and measured confidence, Link exhibited a remarkable understanding of various matters. Ivanka's admiration for him only intensified, her heart seemingly aflame with affection. Unbeknownst to Trump and Ivanka, Link, having lived 2 lifetimes, possessed a maturity that far surpassed his external appearance, shaped by 2 decades of societal evolution and philosophical growth. Reflecting on the past, he realized that the focus should not be on how the CBA can produce more players of Yao Ming's caliber, but rather on why it is capable of nurturing such exceptional talent. At this moment, Link stood at a higher vantage point, perceiving the world with clarity, delivering a decisive blow from a superior realm of understanding. In a conversation between Link and Trump, alongside Ivanka, the match between the Lakers and the Clippers had reached its conclusion. The Lakers ultimately triumphed in a road game, defeating the Clippers by a score of 193, securing a 7-point advantage. Throughout the game, players such as Yao Ming and Billups maintained a consistently stable performance. However, the entire team's shooting touch was somewhat lacking, resulting in numerous missed 3-point attempts. The Lakers boasted a shooting percentage of 45.9, a 3-point shooting rate of 35.0, and a free throw accuracy of 88.5. The Clippers, on the other hand, achieved a shooting percentage of 43.7, a 3-point success rate of 45.5, and a free throw percentage of 78.8. Thus, the game remained a tug-of-war, with the Lakers holding a lead that did not significantly widen. Particularly in the fourth quarter, the Lakers initially extended their lead to 17 points with a quick 4-point surge. Unexpectedly, the Clippers mounted a comeback, narrowing the gap to 8 points with an 11-2 run. Brand's consecutive mid-range shots created some challenges for Yao Ming due to his agility. Blatt promptly called for a timeout to strategize and disrupt the Clippers' momentum. The Lakers successfully maintained a lead of around 10 points until the end, preserving their advantage throughout the match. For the Clippers, Brand played for 40 minutes, scoring 19 points, grabbing 12 rebounds, dishing out 3 assists, committing 3 fouls, making 1 steal, 3 turnovers, and recording 1 block. The muscular maggot also played for 38 minutes, contributing 19 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 5 fouls, 0 steals, and 2 turnovers. Andre Miller played for 38 minutes, scoring 22 points, collecting 3 rebounds and providing 11 assists, along with 3 fouls, 0 steals, and 3 turnovers. Among the Lakers, Scola had a standout performance off the bench with 17 points and 6 rebounds. Yao Ming had a relatively average game, with stats of 19 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 blocks, narrowly missing a third consecutive 20-plus 10 performance. However, on the offensive end, Yao attempted to orchestrate plays from the top of the arc during half-court sets, successfully assisting his teammates 6 times. His role as the axis of the team's offensive strategies is gradually being refined and developed. Battier contributed 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. Billups also delivered a steady performance with 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Mr. Trump. The Lakers' victory heralds a promising beginning. Link remarked with a smile as he returned to his VIP seat after shaking hands with the Clippers players. I believe our upcoming discussion regarding collaboration will yield a favorable proposal. After all, you are the quintessential real estate mogul. With a chuckle, Linkswood did not go unnoticed by Ivanka, who couldn't help but laugh at his playful mimicry of her father's words. What a delightful jest. Trump sighed, candidly expressing his thoughts. After the game, Link chose not to attend the post-match press conference. Deeming it merely an ordinary victory, he entrusted Blatt and Stevens to face the barrage of questions from reporters. The absence of Link left the journalists slightly disappointed. However, they quickly diverted their attention to the 2 assistant coaches and the rest of the Lakers roster, eager to unearth any intriguing tidbits. Meanwhile, Link slipped away early, inviting Trump and Ivanka to a high-end restaurant in Los Angeles to enjoy a meal and further discuss their collaboration. The restaurant's ambience was enhanced by soft lighting and subdued music, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and luxurious. The conversation between Link and Trump shifted from light-hearted banter to serious business matters as they sat across from each other in a private booth, while Ivanka sipped champagne quietly beside them. Her gaze flitted between Link and Trump, brimming with anticipation for the impending partnership. Yet, one could only wonder what exactly Ivanka was looking forward to. Her father's collaboration with Link. Or Link himself? Link, let me be forthright that I hope you will consider embarking on a real estate venture with me. We could co-found a company or exchange equity. You are exceptionally talented and capable. Together, we can certainly create a significant impact, I assure you. There's an immense potential for profit. Trump, despite being in his 50s, exuded a remarkable eloquence and charisma as he spoke, subtly implying that collaboration would lead to great wealth. Although his vocabulary was rather simple, his words carried a powerful sense of persuasion, explaining why he could galvanize so many supporters to rally behind the MAGA, Make America Great Again, movement. Link, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he leisurely swirled his glass of red wine, observing the liquid's rich hue. The 1982 Lafite red wine formed a perfect rim within the glass, and through it he caught sight of another exquisite piece of art. Ivanka, sitting gracefully on the adjacent sofa. Ivanka's golden hair was elegantly styled, with a few stray strands cascading down her neck, accentuating her long, alabaster swan-like neck, adding an effortless allure. Her eyes, akin to sapphires in the depths of the ocean, were both profound and bright. Although Ivanka's deep blue eyes bore a hint of mysterious distance, they were also filled with an invitation directed at Link. Her finely sculpted features, with a prominent nose and elegant cheekbones, delineated an almost flawless visage. Bathed in the restaurant's warm light, her delicate face appeared radiant and flawless. Despite sitting, her statuesque figure revealed model-like proportions, perfectly balanced in all the right places, catching Link's gaze. Ivanka playfully parted her lips, offering a mischievous smile. Charming and enchanting, Link mused inwardly. It was undeniable that Ivanka had perfectly inherited the best traits of her father and her model mother. Her mother, Ivana Trump, was a renowned Czech skier and a celebrated model, a fixture in New York's social scene. A striking beauty with an enviable figure, Ivanka's looks and physique surpassed her mother's, making her truly stunning. One could only speculate about Ivanka's skills on the court. Moreover, should an investment with Trump materialize, maintaining a good rapport with Ivanka would certainly be prudent. Link returned her smile before redirecting his gaze to the slightly anxious Donald Trump seated opposite him. Mr. Trump, I believe we still need to be more forthright that I've heard from some business associates that your company is preparing to issue bonds for fundraising. Additionally, I understand you're planning to record a new season of The Apprentice. Link directly addressed Trump's current situation, momentarily surprising him. Although Trump maintained a cheerful demeanor, internally he was taken aback. This Link, though young, possesses a remarkably astute mind. Their previous phone conversation had not touched on specific matters, yet he had conducted extensive research and had accurately gauged the situation. As Trump mentally calculated his next move, Link continued, "To put succinctly, Mr. Trump, I am willing to provide project proposals, financial backing, and media support for promotion that I have established numerous social media platforms that can serve as powerful allies in our endeavors. Both the United States and China are viable locations for real estate investment, as well as for media promotion." Link placed his wine glass back on the table, observing the slightly astonished expression on Trump's face. "What I mentioned earlier can all be provided, and I assure you it can yield substantial benefits. However, I must candidly express that my primary concern lies with you, Mr. Trump." Link fixed his gaze directly into Trump's eyes. "What returns can I expect? What advantages might I gain from this collaboration? And, Mr. Trump, why should I partner with you?" Upon uttering the word benefits, it was curious to note that Ivanka's expression suddenly intensified with warmth. Her gaze towards Link now imbued with fervor. Meanwhile, Trump struggled to suppress his astonishment. He had not anticipated Link's keen insight into his situation, even pinpointing the current deficiencies and future plans. The most daunting aspect at the negotiation table is not an inflated asking price from the opponent, but rather the complete exposure of one's own cards. Furthermore, if Link were to decline, he would incur no loss, whereas Trump would be left seeking other investors for support that, of course, Mr. Link, investment is fundamentally about return on investment. Whether in sports teams or the real estate sector, Trump quickly adapted, appreciating Link's straightforwardness and sincerity. In a certain light, Trump found himself more inclined to engage with someone as forthright as Link. Unexpectedly, Trump had begun to refer to him as Mr. Link. "You may purchase bonds from my group, and I will guarantee a substantial yield. In fact, I can raise the yield to 7, which is quite high. Alternatively, we could jointly invest to establish a new subsidiary and explore the ventures you previously mentioned. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply await your dividends each year." Upon hearing Trump's earnest proposals, Link remained disinterested, merely shaking his head. "Bonds? I have little enthusiasm for fixed returns as for co-investing in a new subsidiary." Link chuckled softly, shaking his head once more. Trump then noticed that Link's smile was warm and quite appealing. Although the term appealing may not be entirely fitting to describe a man, Link's handsome visage combined with a gentle smile was undeniably attractive. Yet beneath that warmth lay a subtle undertone of cold decisiveness. As for Ivanka, she was utterly captivated, mirroring Link's smile and breaking into laughter herself. "Mr. Trump, I see no compelling reason to unite forces in establishing a subsidiary. I shall be candid. I desire equity in your Trump group." No sooner had Link's words left his lips than Trump's instinctive rebuttal nearly escaped him. "Of course, Mr. Trump, I understand that equity matters are significant, that I certainly do not aim to gain without investment. $500 million for a 40 stake. In routine matters, I will refrain from involvement in decision-making. That will be entirely your prerogative, Mr. Trump. Following my investment, our previously discussed collaborations will, of course, continue and commence swiftly." Link, with an air of nonchalance, added, while Trump stifled the no that was almost uttered. Thankfully, it remained unspoken. How sincere this Link is. Back in 2002, Trump's net worth was approximately $400 million, and he was grappling with certain financial issues in real estate. Financial troubles are indeed grave. Here was Link, presenting a genuine cash offer of $500 million, demanding only a 40 stake, thus allowing Trump to maintain complete control over his group while also bringing in additional collaborative benefits. What ulterior motives could Link possibly harbor? Could it be that he intends to pursue his daughter? Is it truly that simple? Trump's expression became complex as he glanced between Link and Ivanka, Pondering, could Link be interested in Ivanka? However, the stakes he was offering seemed too generous to refuse. An influx of cash flow, increased collaboration opportunities, and Trump retaining control. It was an offer that was difficult to decline. Although Link appeared particularly assertive and indifferent, he was merely testing the waters with his pricing. Should Trump exhibit any hesitation or rejection, Link was prepared for further negotiations. He could easily increase his offer or accept a smaller equity stake. For Link, spending a few extra billion was inconsequential. What mattered was whether he could influence Trump and draw him into his camp. If successful, it might not only aid Chinese basketball, but potentially benefit China as a whole. In that instant, a sense of mission surged through Link. Perhaps this rebirth would afford him the opportunity for even greater triumphs. Trump swiftly weighed the pros and cons, recognizing the opportunity at hand, and raised his wine glass. Link, you are more forthright and candid than I. I admit my initial approach was somewhat guarded. Indeed, influenced by broader circumstances, my current business is experiencing some financial difficulties that I accept your proposal. Link felt a surge of satisfaction and surprise. Trump truly was a man of his word. Thank you very much, Mr. Trump. I look forward to our future collaborations. Without granting Trump any further time for contemplation, Link clinked glasses with him. Both parties felt content and eager to finalize their agreement, keen to prevent any regrets. In truth, Link was perhaps placing too much importance on this. Although Trump could be considered a wealthy second-generation American, the Trump family was still far from the grand lineage of the country. The so-called beacon of democracy in the United States was, in reality, a stratified society teeming with numerous affluent families. These families wielded immense influence and wealth not only domestically, but also on a global scale. For instance, the Walton family is renowned for its vast wealth through Walmart, consistently topping the Fortune 500 list. The Rockefeller family, having made their fortune in oil, produced John D. Rockefeller, the first billionaire in human history. The DuPont family, one of the oldest and wealthiest in the United States, controls a staggering $150 billion in wealth. The Morgan family exerts significant influence on Wall Street, overseeing numerous important enterprises and financial institutions in the political arena. The Bush family has become a prominent dynasty, having produced 2 presidents and numerous senators and governors. At this time, however, the Trump family had only just secured a modest entry ticket into this elite circle. The public ridicule Trump faced from then-President Obama at the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner served as a testament to the Trump family standing. That incident is widely regarded as a pivotal moment in Trump's decision to run for president. During the dinner, Obama mercilessly mocked Trump, using Simba from The Lion King as a metaphor to highlight the controversy surrounding Trump's birthplace. What a shame Mr. Trump isn't here tonight. Could it be that this dinner isn't prestigious enough to catch his eye? The audience erupted in laughter, yet Obama was not done. He continued to jab. Mr. Trump is quite experienced in diplomacy, often mingling with international leaders such as Miss Sweden and Miss Argentina. This was a thinly veiled jab at Trump's ostentatiousness and ignorance, a blatant display of contempt for the nouveau riche Trump, almost written across Obama's face. Obama even showcased a satirical cartoon of Trump's vacation resort and casino, insinuating that should Trump become president, he would transform the White House into a haven of wealth and indulgence. At that moment, Trump sat rigidly at the dinner, his expression strained, starkly contrasting with the surrounding laughter. His face turned pale, yet he could only muster a forced smile. However, on the surface, he still had to maintain his composure in the face of the reporters' probing questions. Trump feigned nonchalance and remarked, "It's all good. I'm quite accustomed to it." Thus, Link's current investment in Trump represented the pinnacle of investment returns. Just as Link, Trump, and the 2 cunning old foxes were all satisfied, Ivanka unexpectedly approached Trump. Leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear, Trump's expression immediately transformed into one of complexity and intrigue. Link found himself momentarily perplexed, casting a slightly dubious glance at Ivanka, whose cheeks were flushed. Surely, Ivanka wouldn't be voicing any objections, would she? Link's mind raced with speculation. Could this young woman possess such foresight, aware that her father's future worth would be substantial? If Trump were to realize that in 18 years he would not only be a prominent figure, but also the leader of the United States, he would likely be worth a staggering $50.5 billion by now. After a moment of contemplation, Trump spoke up, seemingly out of spite. Link, do you have any suitable positions in your group? My daughter, Ivanka, wishes to work with you, to have more opportunities to interact, and, more importantly, to learn. The weight on Link's heart was lifted. Such a request was manageable. However, Link responded, Ivanka is indeed exceptional. Yet if she seeks experience, she could certainly gain it at your own company, Mr. Trump. There's no reason she must come to my firm. Link's polite demeanor concealed a hint of coldness as he outright declined. Now, it was Ivanka's turn to be taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Link would express such a refusal. Was it a matter of her not being attractive enough? Not talented enough? Little did Ivanka know, it wasn't her lack of allure, but rather that Link had already mingled with many beauties. Eva and Hathaway were among Link's acquaintances. It wasn't that Ivanka was insufficiently outstanding. Rather, Link had ascended far beyond that. Trump also regarded Link with some astonishment. Wasn't this young man interested in Ivanka? It seemed improbable. Ivanka was an epitome of beauty and grace. How could Link remain unaffected? Trump was well aware of Ivanka's charm and physique. In a 2006 interview, he had even stated, if Ivanka weren't my daughter, I would date her. While such statements were more a hyperbolic expression of his admiration for Ivanka, they did not signify an actual desire for a romantic relationship. The reason for Link's refusal was straightforward. He had no interest in allowing personal matters to intertwine with the serious nature of business negotiations. Link aimed to eliminate any factors that could compromise the purity of the deal. Thus, he merely smiled at Trump and Ivanka, opting not to say anything further. Trump and Ivanka were clearly caught off guard by Link's direct refusal, their expressions reflecting a degree of bewilderment in a moment of frustration. Trump leaned closer to Link and said, Link, you're being a bit too harsh. Ivanka working with you will not affect our transaction at all. Moreover, how could you reject someone as beautiful as Ivanka? You can't possibly be gay, can you? Did you purchase the Lakers just to mingle with the muscular NBA players? Link nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. Trump truly embodied Link's stereotype, occasionally exhibiting a rather peculiar thought process. Mr. Trump, why are you so eager for Ivanka to join my company? Trump, slightly amused despite his irritation, responded, Why do I want her to? It's because Ivanka desires it. Besides, with your current popularity, which young woman wouldn't harbor feelings? If Ivanka were to maintain close contact with you, it would greatly benefit our future collaboration. Link appeared to feign ignorance, pretending to play a game of strategic maneuvering. What if we add just one more percentage point of equity? Would that be acceptable? Trump gritted his teeth and replied, 5 points. The terms remain unchanged, and we have a deal. Link, maintaining his composure, calmly countered, and I would be inclined to offer my daughter in equity to you. Trump was both amused and exasperated. You would audaciously demand an additional 5 points. I'll inject another $50 million. I'll ensure the funds are arranged within a month. Deal. Link immediately rose, clearing his throat tactically. MS. Ivanka, I have no doubt about your sincerity and capabilities. However, my company upholds stringent personnel policies and procedures. Any appointment must undergo comprehensive evaluation and competition that I cannot compromise these rules due to personal relationships. Link nodded slightly, feigning contemplation for a moment before genuinely proposing a compromise. Mr. Trump, I have a suggestion. Ivanka could serve as my personal advisor and participate in specific project work. This would ensure our personnel policies remain intact while also granting her the opportunity to better understand our previous collaborations. Link and Trump exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the cunning in the other's eyes that a young fox and an old fox had reached an agreement. Following the ups and downs, Ivanka's spirits lifted, and she promptly nodded with a smile. This proposal is wonderful. I am eager to accept this position. I hope to receive much guidance from you. Link, as a personal advisor, wouldn't she have ample opportunities to interact with Link? Link felt a surge of righteous ambition within. Everything was for my China. By casting a wide net, I could secure Trump and Ivanka, potentially enabling me to undertake further initiatives for China. Link, Trump, and Ivanka each had their own agendas, yet were all satisfied. What had initially been a harmonious scene was abruptly interrupted when Link's phone buzzed with breaking news. Lakers internal training. Arte's aggression against Kobe, with a history of misconduct, is a 12-game suspension too lenient? Who is the more egregious player, Bowen or Artest? Suddenly, negative news about the Lakers surfaced, directly pointing to internal issues. On November 3, 2002, the Lakers hosted the Portland Trail Blazers for their fourth regular season game. The Trail Blazers, brimming with determination, sought to avenge their previous defeat. In this rematch, they had gained deeper insights into the new Lakers roster. Moreover, Kobe and Artest would be absent, compounded by recently exposed internal conflicts. The Trail Blazers were poised to capitalize on the Lakers' vulnerabilities and conquer the Staples Center. Meanwhile, within the Staples venue, Link occupied the coach's seat, flanked by his newly appointed personal assistant, Ivanka. Link, I've managed to compile a clearer picture of the entire situation, Ivanka stated, sitting beside him. Dressed in a sleek black business suit, her fair skin was accentuated that ESPN had acquired footage from a previous Lakers training session, capturing the moment Artest shoved Kobe, as well as Link confronting Artest. These incidents, embellished by reporters, morphed into the current scandalous reports that it appears that someone from within the Lakers filmed and leaked the footage. Additionally, beyond media coverage, some staff from the Spurs were also fanning the flames. Attempting to discredit Artest while exonerating Bowen, Link's expression remained impassive as he silently nodded. Ivanka, we clarified the origins of this incident. What is our plan moving forward? I've already released follow-up video footage across all our Lakers media channels, including the segment where Kobe and Artest resolved their conflict and trained together. Furthermore, although Kobe is still recovering, he has voiced his support for Artest on social media. Previously, Link had taken the initiative to enhance the training efficacy of the entire team by installing a comprehensive video recording system at both the training and competition venues. This system not only captures the entirety of the game, but also tracks specific players, documenting their complete training and match footage. Consequently, the Lakers video analysis team can provide targeted feedback, assisting players in their further development. However, unexpectedly, the impact of the video analysis team had yet to manifest, yet played a pivotal role during this unforeseen incident. Originally, the negative sensationalism surrounding Artest was escalating, fueled by journalists seeking hot topics who deliberately distorted reports and took statements out of context. However, under Link's directive, Ivanka promptly released a high-definition panoramic video, swiftly quelling the uproar that branded Artest as a dirty player and accused Link of harboring problematic athletes. With a hint of sympathy, Ivanka contemplated comforting Link, saying, "You need not be overly agitated. The current reports do not criticize you, but primarily target Artest." Moreover, from the present perspective, although this incident has garnered significant attention, the fans' reactions appear relatively balanced. With opinions split evenly between those who denounce and support Artest, there are hardly any fans using this opportunity to attack the Lakers or you, Link. In fact, many fans, after watching the complete video, found you quite admirable. Also, as you say in China, being overly worked up is detrimental to one's health. Is there anything I can assist you with? Upon hearing such audacious yet subtly teasing remarks in a public setting, Link turned in surprise, gazing into Ivanka's innocent, fluttering eyes. This young lady seemed unaware whether her words were intentional or unintentional, uttering something quite provocative. Moreover, as Ivanka was slightly crouched while speaking to Link, her alluring curves were undeniably accentuated, presenting the splendid sights of the Northern Hemisphere directly to Link's view. I am not overly agitated. Criticism of the Lakers and its players inherently reflects on me. Additionally, the root cause of the situation likely stems from an internal issue, with someone deliberately leaking this incident to the outside world. That troubles me somewhat that I dislike internal problems and am even less fond of any rifts or disagreements within the team. This applies to both the team and my investments, Link replied calmly as he steadied himself. Upon hearing this, Ivanka nodded thoughtfully, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Did Link not perceive her teasing? Link continued. Ivanka, you've done well. Continue investigating who leaked this information, along with their motives and objectives. Once you uncover the truth, do not make it public. Simply inform me directly. For now, let us focus on the upcoming game. The Lakers' performance in the first 3 matches has completely surpassed the expectations of most media and fans. Even the most optimistic Lakers fans, particularly in China, were pleasantly surprised by the outcomes, with a flawless record of 3 victories. Even amidst the challenges of the opening game, which saw Kobe's injury and Artea's suspension, and despite the second game against the Trail Blazers being of moderate caliber, and the third game against the Clippers resembling a mere formality, the Lakers achieved resounding victories, showcasing thrilling gameplay. Yao Ming's flawless rookie debut, Billup's composed ball control, and the ferocious defense and tempestuous offense from both the back and front lines were impressive. Every newly joined player made their mark. However, in comparison, Horry and Brian Shaw seemed somewhat overshadowed, as the abundance of exceptional players within the team significantly reduced their playing time. The Lakers' impeccable performance led numerous media outlets to proclaim the return of the Lakers Showtime. With a record of 3 wins and 0 losses, they currently hold the top position in the Western Conference. This dazzling achievement has further packed the Staples Center with fans, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Many Hollywood starlets attended this time, both to cheer for the Lakers and to anticipate a chance encounter with Link. Each one adorned more flamboyantly than the last. Particularly, the Kardashian family's socialites made a collective appearance. Ivanka scoffed at them while secretly contemplating whether her professional attire was too conservative. Would Link find it somewhat dull? Should she adopt a more direct approach? As Ivanka's thoughts wandered, the starting players from both teams had already taken to the court. The Trail Blazers lineup remained as follows: point guard, Derek Anderson; shooting guard, Bonzi Wells; small forward, Scottie Pippen; power forward, Dale Davis; center, Rasheed Wallace. Conversely, the Lakers' starting lineup had undergone slight adjustments compared to their initial confrontation with the Trail Blazers. Center, Yao Ming; power forward, Boozer; small forward, Harrington; shooting guard, Battier; point guard, Billups. The Lakers continued utilizing the robust starting lineup that had triumphed over the Clippers in the previous match. Throughout these games, Link, Blatt, and Stevens' coaching staff encountered new dilemmas. The depth of the power forward and small forward positions was remarkably profound. Each player possessed their unique attributes, capable of starting in other teams. The coaching staff needed to make decisions and balance playing time effectively. Although it may seem like a trivial concern, it truly is a delightful dilemma. As the referee's whistle sounded, the game commenced. The Lakers seized the ball first, initiating their inaugural offensive play. Yao Ming positioned himself at a high post, setting a screen for Billups. Billups utilized the pick, dribbling thrice in a second to penetrate the paint. After drawing the Trail Blazers' interior defense, he executed a bounce pass to Yao, who was moving towards the foul line. Faced with Rasheed Wallace's defensive pressure, Yao faked a jump shot, pretending to go for a direct basket. His mid-range shooting had already astonished the entire league. No1 had anticipated that a player of his stature could possess such shooting prowess. Wallace, not daring to underestimate him, rushed over in an attempt to disrupt the shot. However, Yao executed a perfect feint, leaving Wallace off balance before decisively dribbling down and leaping into a one-handed slam dunk. Wow! Lakers show. Yao Ming scored the first point of the game. The broadcast from T-Television couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Barkley and Johnny Smith were the commentators for this match. Yao Ming's precise mid-range shooting and intricate technique were equally astonishing as his size. Smith exuberantly declared, while his style differs from Shaq, there is no doubt they are both exceptional centers. Perhaps we can include Yao from China in the discussion of the top 5 centers. Barkley, however, scoffed, No, my dear Smith, your excitement threshold is far too low. You seem to shout at every player you see. Calm down. Yao is certainly performing well, but for a rookie, he is merely doing adequately. As the game progresses, other NBA players will learn more about him and decipher his strategies. Yao's current performance is primarily due to his opponents employing a one-on-one defensive strategy that be compared with the 4 great centers. He must first earn the privilege of being double-teamed and be able to disregard that pressure. I bet that if Shaq were to deliver one of his signature moves, Yao would be shattered. Barkley's audacious remarks were as fearless as ever. Would you care to wager something, my dear Sir Barkley? I believe Yao and Shaq each possess their unique characteristics. Their matchups will undoubtedly be thrilling. Rather than Shaq having an unchallenged advantage, Smith retorted, displeased with Barkley's brashness. Barkley, not one to back down, raised his voice during the nationwide broadcast of the game. I previously stated that the Lakers could not win the championship in the new season. If they do, I shall passionately kiss Smith's backside. Now I can raise the stakes. If this rookie sensation, Yao, manages to score over 20 points against Shaq. Smith, I am willing to kiss your posterior in front of a nationwide audience. Smith, upon witnessing Barkley's folly, clapped his hands in delight. Let us await the spectacle, but first, let us observe what performance Yao Ming and his Lakers will deliver in this match. The Lakers' internal cohesion, having been refined under the guidance of Link and the coaching staff, flows with an effortless grace. Be it the intricate maneuvers of their tactical positioning or the intimate two-man collaborations, they have achieved a level of mastery that yields exceptional results. Throughout this contest, the Lakers players are diligently implementing the fruits of their training. However, as the first quarter concluded, despite the Lakers' robust execution of tactics, they failed to establish a significant lead. In fact, they did not even hold an advantage. The Lakers found themselves trailing the Trail Blazers by 6 points, with a score of 22-28 on their home turf on one hand. The Trail Blazers exhibited remarkable shooting precision today, with even 2 desperate last-second shots taken as the 24-second clock wound down, finding their mark. Rasheed Wallace and Bonzi Wells both displayed commendable offensive prowess. In stark contrast, the Lakers' collective shooting touch seemed rather frigid today. Several attempts missed their intended tactical openings, as shots from Battier and Harrington clanged off the rim. One wonders if the media's prior reports of internal discord within the team have had an effect. Adding to the challenge, the Trail Blazers have learned from their previous humiliating defeat and have significantly bolstered their interior defense. Coach Chicks swiftly implemented a targeted defensive strategy against Big Yao right from the outset. Whether through single coverage or double teaming, there's always a formidable interior player impeding Yao Ming's every move. Quite simply, they are resolute in preventing Yao from comfortably receiving the basketball within the painted area. Aside from a morale-boosting dunk on his first attempt, Big Yao had no further opportunities in the first quarter and failed to score during regular play. He only managed to secure 2 points through free throws after fighting for an offensive rebound and drawing a foul from Rasheed. The Trail Blazers adapted quickly after suffering in the paint during the last game. They adjusted their strategy almost immediately. Sitting on the sidelines, Blatter could not help but express his admiration. Both Davis and Wallace possess commendable physiques and agility, effectively executing the double-team strategy. Their ability to rotate effectively compensates for their inability to withstand Yao Ming's prowess. Link nodded in agreement. Most NBA coaches are certainly not devoid of skill. Of course, this excludes certain gum-chewing coaches on sidelines, such as Darwin Ham's cephalosporin and others of that ilk. Chicks has quickly discerned the nuances of Big Yao's technical attributes and has commenced employing a fronting defense strategy. Yao Ming, still relatively slender as a newcomer to the NBA, possesses advantages in terms of stable foundation and strong lower body strength, yet he exhibits a disparity in upper body strength compared to some more robust interior players. Facing the fronting defense necessitates that Yao expend a considerable amount of energy to establish position, presenting a significant challenge for him. Moreover, the current NBA style remains notably physical and emphasizes confrontation. During their fronting defense, Davis and Wallace frequently employ hand-holding tactics to hinder Yao's ability to receive the ball, even executing these borderline infractions right under the referee's nose. The officials, it seems, have yet to intervene.